Chapter 1. Mariehua, Year 1521. Young Master, are we truly relocating? Within a magnificent palace, Anna could not help but inquire. She simply could not fathom why a distinguished celestial dragon would choose to move to a small nation to assume the role of emperor. Relocate we must indeed. Camus' resolve was unwavering as he contemplated the peril of remaining in place. Whoever desires to be a celestial dragon may do so at their leisure. With Whitebeard having passed away over a year ago, it would not be long before Monkey D. Luffy set sail again, following the trends of the manga. The reign of the celestial dragons would not last much longer. Once their dominion was overthrown, a powerless celestial dragon like him would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate at the hands of vengeful citizens. And why was he so certain? Reflecting on the experiences of Doflamingo in his youth provided clarity. The world is vast, but one's life is paramount. Isn't it delightful to seize the opportunity to purchase a kingdom and reign as emperor while one still possesses power, wealth, and influence? Camus felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. He believed that if he could become a wise ruler, he would cultivate a base of support even if the celestial dragons fell from grace. It would be difficult for the populace to direct their wrath toward him. At the very least, he might live a few more years. Though my status may pale in comparison to that of a celestial dragon, I could still enjoy a harem of beauties, diligently sowing the seeds of prosperity. What is there not to relish? Camus chuckled dryly, feeling a headache arise as he contemplated how to become a sovereign ruler. Ding! Triggered keyword sowing, activating the many offspring, many blessings system. Please, host, branch out and revitalize the celestial dragons. 001. 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the novice gift package. Basic mastery of armament hockey. Camus stood frozen, stunned by the mechanical voice that suddenly echoed in his mind. Familiar, far too familiar. System, I am here. Woo! Camus burst into tears, his sobs flowing forth like a gushing fire hydrant. I also had a system. In that moment, all the pressure and resentment he had felt dissipated. Being a celestial dragon was truly splendid. With wealth, power, and women at his disposal, he need do nothing but lie back and enjoy. If given the choice, who wouldn't wish to be a celestial dragon? Since his transmigration, Camus had been consumed with thoughts of how to continue living as a celestial dragon. He had seen no glimmer of hope and had thus resolved to flee and become an emperor. Yet, now that the nation was purchased and his belongings packed, the system had arrived. Young master, the luggage will be ready shortly. As Anna packed their belongings, she comforted Camus, urging him not to cry. Camus did not respond, instead scrutinizing Anna in her maid outfit. Anna had been found by Camus shortly after his arrival in this world, resembling Rem so closely that he could not resist taking her in. Anna, do you wish to assume a different identity? Camus suddenly asked. A different identity? Upon seeing Camus' gaze, which held a distinct intensity, Anna instantly understood his meaning. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she timidly replied, After we move, young master, I shall do whatever you desire. Hey. Camus let out a sinister chuckle, inching closer to Anna. Anna squeaked playfully, her face turning crimson, but, young master, aren't we still moving? Even if the young master was in a hurry, such urgency seemed unwarranted, especially during the day. We're not moving anymore. I shall remain a celestial dragon. Camus' heart soared with joy, realizing that with a system at his disposal, relocating was unnecessary. As long as he could eliminate Luffy, he would not have to die and could continue enjoying a life of leisure. 3 minutes and 1 second later. Woo! Camus wanted to weep. He now realized that aside from his decent appearance, this body possessed no other merits. Not only was his physical condition abysmal, but his other attributes were also woefully inadequate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a significant life event. Experience points 100. Achievement unlocked. Pioneer reward. Basic observation hockey. Nevertheless, it matters not. I possess a system, and I shall only grow stronger. Camus clenched his fists, convinced that with a legitimate system, Receiving a power-up should be a trivial matter. Ding. Host detected as lacking vitality, searching for a new host. Ding. Countdown to original host's erasure. Remaining time, 3 minutes. Damn. System, do not toy with me. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Camus was momentarily stunned. He instinctively thought this was some sort of jest by the system, yet the pain coursing through his body and the sensation of his soul being stripped away made it painfully clear that this was no joke. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped him. System, do not do this. Woo! I am not lacking. I am not lacking. I can still fight. I can still. Camus shouted in terror. Disregarding whether his actions bore any significance, he seized Anna, as if to continue his labors. Woo, system, I am not lacking. Look, I am strong. Camus roared, yet his abilities were still on cooldown, preventing him from unleashing a powerful move. Wah! I do not wish to die. Camus cried out in desperation, truly fearing for his life. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated fleeing ahead of time to preserve his existence. Yet, no matter how much Camus screamed, the sensation of death lingered, the countdown in his mind resembling the relentless footsteps of the Grim Reaper, each step steeped in despair. Remaining time, 30 seconds. 29. 28. All is lost. Camus squeezed his eyes shut tightly. At that moment, he felt like the unluckiest transmigrator. Just moments ago, he had felt elated, yet now he faced death because of his weakness? For heaven's sake, this was the original Bodis issue, not his. Camus desperately wished to voice his frustrations. But aside from the excruciating pain in his body, time had run out. 3, 2, 1. Erasure program initiated. System. Half a minute later. Camus. He was left in a state of bewilderment. The countdown had ceased for a full half minute, yet nothing had happened. Not only that, but the intense pain he had. 5 elderly gentlemen clutched their heads in exasperation during their tenure in power. They had encountered a multitude of incidents involving the dragon people meeting their untimely demise, even as the 5 elders. They found it challenging to withstand the pressures exerted by the dragon family. No, it's not that it's St. Kurikuri-eyed Cam. He, the CP0 agent, shook his head vigorously, then bowed to the 5 elders, revealing Cam's whereabouts. What? The 5 elders sprang to their feet. Cam has summoned the Navy. What on earth does that scoundrel Cam intend to do with the Navy? Surely he doesn't mean to lead them personally against Rayleigh? The 5 elders felt another wave of headache wash over them. Cam, being one of the direct descendants of the Kurikuri-eyed family, had recently been clamoring for them to swiftly deal with the Straw Hat Brat. However, they had consistently dismissed the matter, as the island where the Straw Hat Brat was training was under the watchful eye of the Dark King Rayleigh. They understood that Cam's concerns were not without merit yet. They could not fathom that a mere Straw Hat Brat could awaken the Nika form. No, the CP0 agent shook his head respectfully, stating, St. Kurikuri-eyed Cam seems to be leading troops to abduct women. Women? Female slaves? No, it appears he is seeking women for procreation. The 5 elders were momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. The dragon people, in their efforts to maintain their lineage, looked down upon mingling with commoners save for a few who were mentally unhinged, such as Charlos. Suddenly, one elder turned to Saint Satan, exclaiming with delight, Old 5, there exists a dragon who is of sound mind and does not shun common women. Your long-held advocacy for interbreeding with other races seems to hold potential for realization. Who among the Nefertali clan is of marriageable age? Is it not Vivi? Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. Saint Satan cleared his throat. What matters now is the safety of Cam as he ventures forth. Your Excellencies of the 5 elders. The CP0 agent bowed and tentatively inquired, shall we bring St. Kurikuri-eyed Cam back? Not necessary. He is merely abducting inconsequential commoners. St. Wald Chuli cast a glance at the wanted poster of Wald on the table and commanded, dispatch another admiral to assist Cam. It is imperative to ensure his safety. The CP0 agent's expression turned peculiar, caught in a dilemma over whether to speak or remain silent. What is it? St. Wald Chuli inquired. Your Excellency of the 5 elders, the CP0 agent replied candidly. Admiral Paulicelino has already proceeded. Ah, the five elders' expressions grew odd once more. When the dragon people were endangered, an admiral was required to intervene. However, the dragon people could not directly mobilize an admiral without the consent of the five elders. How did Cam manage to summon Poliucelino? One elder curiously asked. I'm not entirely sure. It seems he promised a salary. At that moment, in the New World, a considerable distance from Mariewa, a Navy warship sailed majestically across the ocean. St. Kurikuri-eyed Cam, may I inquire about the salary you mentioned? On the deck, Kizaru Poliucelino approached Cam with an ingratiating demeanor, clearly intrigued by the prospect of remuneration. Why the haste? Cam shot Kizaru an irritated glance, realizing he was indeed quite eager for a salary. St. Kurikuri-eyed Cam, are we truly set to dismantle Don Quixote Doflamingo's operations? Behind them, the two great generals, Jiuyin and Kaji, could not restrain their curiosity and inquired about this mission with great interest, aware of Doflamingo's status as one of the seven warlords of the sea. They understood that he was a pirate who thrived in chaos and had connections to various underground industries, yet they were powerless to act against him. However, with the command of the celestial dragons, they could entirely disregard that concern. Of course, Kaji nodded emphatically, affirming their intention to target Doflamingo's stronghold. Simultaneously, an image of a figure munching on grapes flashed through his mind. Sugar, the legitimate lowly. The first name that came to Kaji's mind was indeed Sugar. As for the secretary lady, what a coincidence. Monet, targeting Doflamingo's lair. Many sailors immediately perked up, realizing that not all celestial dragons were just for show. There existed noble individuals like them. What shall we do then? A sailor eagerly inquired. Kaji replied candidly, I have my eyes set on a woman, and I intend to bring her home. The sailors felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking it was a waste of their emotions. What kind of expression is that? To be honest, the woman I have my sights on is Sugar. Sugar? Kaji stood forth, asking if he meant the user of the hobby fruit. Sugar? Yes. Kaji nodded lightly, since you sailors are aware of Sugar. You should also know her significant position within Doflamingo's organization. If I were to take her as my woman, wouldn't that mean I have effectively dismantled Doflamingo's stronghold? This. The crowd twitched their lips. Having never seen someone speak of abducting a virtuous woman in such a fresh and refined manner. Yet, upon reflection, it did make a certain sense. They had gathered some intelligence about Sugar, and as Kaji suggested, if they could take her away, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to Doflamingo's influence. Moreover, the opponent was a pirate, not a virtuous lady. Esteemed Kurokurito Kaji-sama, a sailor bowed and asked, since Sugar is so vital to Doflamingo, what gives you the confidence that you can secure her? If gentle means fail, then I shall resort to direct force, for I am a celestial dragon. Kaji shot a glance at the sailors. What do you think I brought you here for? Not long after, in Dressrosa, within the royal palace, Kizaru strode forth, radiating golden light. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, and the battle swiftly reached a conclusion. Fufufu, Kizaru, are you seeking to oppose the world government? I am a warlord of the sea. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins as he glared at Kizaru. He could hardly comprehend what authority a marine admiral had to apprehend him. After all, the title of warlord was bestowed by the world government, legitimizing his status as a pirate. Moreover, Doflamingo's eyes widened in fury. I possess the bloodline of the celestial dragons. Kizaru shot Doflamingo a glance that he thought to himself that Kaji, the holy master, was a true celestial dragon. Unlike this discarded pawn, celestial dragons, how terrifying, Kizaru chuckled lightly. However, I am merely carrying out a commission. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, bewildered as to who could compel a marine admiral to act on their behalf. Tap tap. Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of footsteps approached from outside the palace doors that a large entourage soon surged in, led by a figure clad in a red cloak and attire, with a large red flower adorning his chest. It was Kaji. Kizaru, what is the meaning of this? Kaji feigned anger, exclaiming, did I not instruct you to treat Doflamingo with courtesy? Yet, internally, he was overjoyed. Initially, he had worried that Kizaru might struggle against Doflamingo, but the outcome revealed a complete overpowering. Indeed, when the salary was sufficient, even an emperor could be effortlessly subdued. One Doflamingo was hardly a challenge. Is it you who seeks to confront me? Doflamingo glared at Kaji. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding, Kaji said with a benevolent demeanor. I am Kaji, Doflamingo. I come to propose a marriage. Proposal? A proposal to me? Doflamingo's expression turned peculiar, instinctively shrinking back. Kaji noted Doflamingo's reaction, feeling a twitch in his lips that I must clarify. I am proposing to the Don Quixote family. Who? Doflamingo exhaled, the tension in his body easing. That I wonder which woman of my family has captured your interest. He feigned politeness, already suspecting Kaji's identity. Kaji candidly answered, Sugar, sugar? Doflamingo nearly spat blood, doubting his own hearing. He cautiously asked, The one who loves grapes, Sugar? Indeed. You bastard. How old is she? Doflamingo trembled all over. Doflamingo, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of Sugar's true age in terms of years. She is merely 1 year younger than I. It would be her fortune to catch my eye. Kaji chuckled. This. Doflamingo was left speechless, unsure how to counter Kaji's assertion. Sugar, despite appearing exceedingly youthful due to the effects of the hobby fruit, was indeed 21 years old. Doflamingo, let me reiterate. I am Kuro Kurito Kaji Seda. Kaji's expression suddenly turned cold and severed. I am the 5th legitimate son of the Kuro Kurito family. You were once a celestial dragon. So you should be aware of the weight of this identity. You are threatening me. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. You may interpret it as such, Kaji replied with a faint smile, or as a normal marriage alliance. Firstly, I cannot guarantee that Sugar will be treated poorly. Moreover, if Sugar becomes my woman, it would establish a friendly relationship between you and the Kuro Kurito family. Fufufu. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling that Kaji was merely spouting nonsense. Not treated poorly. What the hell are you talking about? How many women of the celestial dragons end up with a good fate? Furthermore, Sugar holds immense significance for me. The normal functioning of my kingdom relies entirely on Sugar's abilities. In other words, without her, I cannot afford to lose Sugar. Impossible. Doflamingo immediately rejected. Sugar is the most vital person in the Don Quixote family. I will pay more. Even with more money, it won't work. Kaji continued to raise the stakes, even offering to help him return to Mariawa. But Doflamingo remained resolute. The marriage negotiations had reached a stalemate. This was understandable. Doflamingo treated his subordinates like family, so how could he possibly allow one of them to marry a celestial dragon with such a poor reputation? System. Suddenly, Kaji inquired of the system. Can we proceed with the arrangement first and settle the details later? No problem. But if the favorability rating is insufficient, the rewards cannot be triggered. What I mean is, can it be counted as completing the task? Of course. All right, splendid. Kaji inwardly rejoiced, promptly commanding, Jiuan, go and bring that woman from the underground port. Yes. Jiuan saluted seriously and then departed. Notably, Kaji's intention was to marry Sugar. So she was not bound and suffering like Doflamingo feared. Rather, she was merely waiting in the underground port. The underground port was a distance from the palace, and it would take some time for Jiuan to bring Sugar back. As Kaji grew bored, he decided to step outside to see if there were any interesting captives. To his surprise, he indeed found a delightful sight. Monet, what is she doing here? Kaji spotted a woman with wings from afar, seemingly arguing with the Marines. You foolish Marines, do you not realize this is the territory of the warlord Doflamingo? You imbecilic Marines, the young master is the king of Dressrosa. You have no authority to interfere in his domestic affairs. I demand to see your leader. Let me go now. Monet's chest heaved with anger, still bewildered by the situation. What was happening to her? Cam hastily approached, inquiring about the recent events. Monet had deliberately returned from Punk Hazard to report on her work, only to be caught the moment she entered the palace gates. What a stroke of luck. She practically delivered herself to us. It was only halfway through that Cam remembered that Monet should have been in Punk Hazard at this hour. Thus, the plan was to capture her on the way back. The outcome can only be described as fate. This woman is mine. I shall personally interrogate her. Yes, let go of me. What are you doing? Put me down. Hee. Cam let out a villainous laugh, akin to a bandit raiding a village, hoisting Monet onto his shoulder and sprinting towards the palace. Since he encountered his sister first, he decided to prioritize her. Let go of me. Let go. Monet struggled violently, attempting to free herself from Cam's grasp. However, Cam, wielding the power of observation hockey, held her tightly. In the palace, Doflamingo stared in astonishment at the sight of Monet slung over Cam's shoulder. Perplexed as to how this subordinate had returned, wasn't this akin to a lamb walking into a lion's den? Young master, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many Marines? Monet exclaimed urgently. eager to understand the situation. Yet, before she could obtain the answer she sought, Cam carried her into a small room. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Let me go! Let me go! Monet's struggles intensified. Not a problem. Cam placed Monet onto the bed. Scoundrel! I demand to see your leader. I want to see your leader. Leader? That's me. Cam laughed heartily, shedding his coat. You are the leader? Monet hesitated for a moment, but upon noticing Cam's actions, her expression shifted to one of terror. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Cam let out his signature villainous laugh, thinking to himself about the significance of being a celestial dragon. You, Monet's anger caused her chest to heave. Bewildered as to how the Marines could harbor such scoundrels, such abductions should be the domain of the Don Quixote family, shouldn't they? She attempted to use her powers to escape, only to discover that the man before her possessed the power of armament hockey. You rogue! The young master will not let you off easily. Monet retreated to the wall, hysterically shouting, Do not think that just because you have the Marines backing you, we will allow you to have your way. The young master's background is not something you can provoke. In her eyes, her young master not only bore the bloodline of a celestial dragon, but was also destined to become the pirate king. Meanwhile, the man before her was merely a wealthy scion who bribed the Marines. Background? Something to be feared. Cam furrowed his brow, pondering what background he might have overlooked concerning Doflamingo. However, his frown was misinterpreted by Monet. He is afraid. Monet stood tall, a triumphant smile breaking across her face. Let me be honest with you. The young master is not only the king of Dressrosa, a warlord of the sea, but also possesses the noble blood of the celestial dragons. He is not someone you can provoke? Oh, how could I have forgotten? Cam slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had only revealed his celestial dragon identity to Doflamingo. The other executives were completely unaware. Let alone Monet, who had barged in. Not someone to provoke. Cam stepped forward, grasping Monet's slender waist. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cam, fully known as Caluclade Cam Saint. What saint? Monet's pupils dilated, the last vestige of her confidence evaporating. Saint. The suffix saint could only be used by celestial dragons. He is a celestial dragon? No. Perhaps he is trying to deceive me. Monet shook her head internally, convinced that even the most nefarious celestial dragons would not come to Dressrosa to abduct women. Smack. Before she could ponder further, a celestial dragon insignia struck her squarely in the face, shattering her illusions. Celestial dragon! Monet collapsed to the ground in fear, trembling as she asked, What do you intend to do? Doflamingo has offended me. Logically, you should all die. However, if you submit to me, Cam chuckled, his gaze predatory as he fixed it on Monet. You will not deceive me, Monet retorted, her eyes as cold as frost. Even if you are a celestial dragon, the young master also possesses the blood of the celestial dragons. You cannot kill him. Cam furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Monet with curiosity. He was not surprised by her insolence. Rather, he wondered why her first concern was whether Doflamingo would die da. Cam's eyes brightened as he recalled, in Doflamingo's crew. Monet is not the woman Doflamingo loves, but she is the one who is most infatuated with him. Perhaps. Cam's lips curled into a smirk as an idea formed in his mind. Cannot kill him? I cannot kill Doflamingo? Cam laughed heartily, declaring that he had never heard a more amusing joke. Indeed, if he were a typical celestial dragon, he truly could not kill him. Cam shook his head, speaking candidly. But sadly, he is merely a pawn. His parents voluntarily renounced their celestial dragon status. To call them traitors would not be an exaggeration. Cam stepped closer, pinching Monet's delicate face with a smile. Do you believe that if I were to kill him, the celestial dragons would protect a traitor, or would they protect me? Having said that, Cam shouted towards the door, Kizaru, I am here. Kizaru's booming voice echoed from outside. Miss Monet. Cam tightened his grip on Monet's throat. Speaking coldly, guess what? Do you think I dare to have Kizaru kill Doflamingo right now? Monet stammered, her face drained of color. Instinct told her that the young master, being a descendant of the celestial dragons, meant that Cam likely would not dare to act against him. Yet, the indifference in Cam's eyes warned her that he might truly take action. Seeing the hesitation in Monet's eyes, Cam relaxed his grip, casually stating, It's just that I, Cam, have taken a liking to the women around him. Even if he is a traitor, I have no desire to kill him. However, Cam's tone shifted. Monet was not foolish. She could easily discern the implications in Cam's words. But how could she navigate such a situation? Oh well, Oh well. Since Miss Monet is unwilling, I, Cam, am not one to force someone against their will. Observing Monet's continued hesitation, Cam waved his hand dismissively and pretended to saunter towards the door. He smiled lightly. However, to offend a celestial dragon is to offend one of the highest-ranking celestial dragons such as myself, that I must follow the rules and eliminate those who have wronged me. With that, he turned to leave. Stop. At that moment, Monet stepped forward, grasping Cam's arm to prevent him from leaving. She was uncertain whether Cam's words were threats or truths, but she knew one thing. She could not allow any harm to come to the young master. Ding! Detection of Monet's affinity for the host is at 0. Detection of Monet's fate value is at 60. Detection of Monet's beauty value is at 90. Ding! Affinity too low to trigger wilderness rewards. Ding! Detection of Doflamingo nearby, triggering special conditions, achieving hidden achievements. Collecting 5 pieces will grant a permanent skill. Ding! Detection of increased affinity for the host from Monet. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Cam's thoughts began to whirl. He remembered that although Monet was deeply infatuated with Doflamingo, Doflamingo did not seem to harbor any affection for her. Yet, according to the system's feedback, there was still a hint of fondness? Why, then, had Doflamingo sent Monet to spy on Caesar? Cam found himself perplexed. He distinctly recalled that Monet was one of the few characters in One Piece who had been thoroughly developed to the point of death, primarily because, under Doflamingo's orders, Monet had become Caesar's secretary in her role as a spy. Oh well, Doflamingo, since you do not cherish such a beauty as Monet, then I shall take her off your hands that I am saving her. After all, Cam nodded to himself, convinced of his reasoning. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. Esteemed Caluclade Cam Saint, Monet knelt down with a thud, imploring Cam to spare the Don Quixote family. Alas, enough? Cam waved his hand dismissively, stating, Monet, you are now my woman, so there is no need for such formality. Monet appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that the celestial dragon before her seemed rather different from the rumors she had heard. Rising to her feet, she cautiously inquired, Might I ask, Lord Cam, about the matter concerning the young master? Fear not, Cam reassured her, thumping his chest to demonstrate his sincerity. In truth, he had no intention of taking the life of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, as Guillaume entered, dragging Sugar along. After a brief pause, Cam called out, Guillaume, bring her in. Yes, sir. Moments later, Sugar was unceremoniously thrown into the room, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah, sister, what is happening? Why are the Marines capturing us? The young master was raving madly about saving you. What on earth has transpired? Wait. Sugar's cries abruptly ceased as she stared in bewilderment at Monet. Sister, your hands, your feet? What has happened? Sugar was utterly confused. Her sister had always been a beauty, yet now she appeared as a grotesque figure. Could it be you? Sugar's gaze shifted to K.A.M. It must be you. You are the one who has turned my sister into this. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she glared at Cam. Were she not bound like a dumpling, she would have certainly retaliated against this man. Sugar, you misunderstand. Monet hastily clarified the circumstances regarding her transformation. She had returned to Dressrosa not only for a routine report, but also to personally inform Sugar about her alteration by law. I see, Sugar exclaimed, slapping her thigh, then looked up with a question. But sister, why have you changed like this? Monet replied. Do you not remember? I have always wished for wings. Is that so? Sugar's eyes seemed to recall a distant memory. Her sister had indeed mentioned it in her youth. By the way, Sugar, Monet queried with curiosity, you mentioned that the young master was madly intent on rescuing me? Is that true? Indeed, truly. Sugar nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. The young master even cried. But he is no match for that lecherous old man outside. Is that so? Monet murmured softly, a flicker of warmth crossing her face. It appeared the young master still held me in regard. Ahem. Cam cleared his throat, noticing the subtle expressions on Monet's face. He felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought of her thinking of another man. However, he was not naive enough to believe that a woman as devoted as Monet would easily shift her affections after a mere threat. Such a thing was inconceivable. Of course, he remained confident that Monet's frigid heart, akin to snow, would eventually thaw. As the saying goes, time nurtures affection. Bringing her thoughts back to the matter at hand, Monet asked, Lord Cam, what purpose do you have in bringing Sugar here? Well, Cam replied, eyeing Sugar with interest, letting out a sinister chuckle. Monet blinked, immediately discerning Cam's ulterior motives. Honorable celestial dragon Cam. With a thud, she knelt down, exclaiming, "You must not. You cannot lay a hand on Sugar. She is still a child, a 21-year-old child." Cam shot Monet a bemused glance, indicating that she should not jest with him, but Monet was momentarily speechless. Her sister was indeed 21, and perhaps not a child after all. Cam continued, "To be frank, my purpose in coming today was merely to seek to marry Miss Sugar. However, Doflamingo, lacking discernment, has refused to facilitate this union." Which led to the ensuing events. After this declaration, Cam began to approach the bound Sugar. "Cam, you just said I am your woman." At that moment, Monet grew defiant, questioning him sharply, "Will you not spare your woman's sister?" Though she was infatuated with Doflamingo, her love for Sugar was equally profound. To her, both Doflamingo and Sugar held equal significance. She could not allow her sister to be sullied by Cam. Absolutely not. Monet began to weep again, pleading, "You are a noble celestial dragon that I do not ask for you to grant me a few more years of life, nor do I demand your kindness towards me. I only ask that you spare my sister. She is innocent." Unacceptable. Cam rejected her outright, continuing his advance towards the cornered Sugar. How despicable. Monet's anger flared as she confronted Cam. Blizzard. With a furious shout, she unleashed her devil fruit powers, transforming the room into a winter wonderland. Icy winds howling towards Cam. Guillaume, witnessing the unfolding chaos, Cam called for assistance. Just as he finished his summons, Guillaume materialized before him. The clash between the secretary and the vice admiral was inevitable. "Do not blame me. Had it not been for my interference, you would have returned to monitor Caesar and met your demise." Cam glanced at Monet, whose face was filled with despair, yet his own expression remained resolute as he approached Sugar step by step. His eyes filled with excitement. However, just as he was about to reach her, he suddenly froze, recoiling in shock. "Retreat! Retreat!" Cam stumbled back several steps as though confronted by a monster. Childlike fruit. How perilous! How perilous! Cam's body trembled violently, his mind racing with the realization of danger. Sugar possessed the powers of the childlike fruit, which, while lacking any lethal force, could turn anyone who came into contact with her into a toy. Moreover, those transformed would lose all memories associated with the victim. The likelihood of accidental contact was simply unavoidable. If he truly became a toy, even Kizaru might not remember him, and with his current level of armament hockey. Cam clenched his fists, feeling the weight of uncertainty. He did not believe his rudimentary mastery of armament hockey could suppress the power of the childlike fruit. What to do now? The most fitting target for the system. Yet I cannot dare to touch her, let alone. Cam lamented as he gazed at Sugar, so close yet so far. Wait, suddenly, a light bulb went off in Cam's head. Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. Haha, how could I have forgotten about the Sea Prism Stone? He smacked his forehead. The Sea Prism Stone could suppress the powers of devil fruit users, and furthermore, Cam mused on the two words that filled him with boundless imagination, a grin creeping across his face as he prepared to cackle. Ding. Host, it is futile. This woman does not meet the criteria. The smile on Cam's face froze abruptly, confusion clouding his mind. Not eligible? She is 21. A lowly. Are you telling me she is not a legal lowly? Cam queried the system. Damn it. To receive such news at this juncture only meant his efforts had been in vain. Ding. She is a legal lowly, but her devil fruit ability is special, making it impossible for her to bear offspring at this time. Thus, she does not meet the criteria. Unless what? Cam pressed urgently. Unless she can further develop the powers of the childlike fruit, allowing her body to grow unrestricted, with normal physical development. System, be more reliable. Cam could not help but curse inwardly, further developing her devil fruit powers. By the time Sugar managed that, the celestial dragons would likely be wiped out. Ding. Please complete the task promptly. Failure to do so within 3 days will be deemed a failure. What? Only 3 days left. Cam rubbed his chin, contemplating. It seems I must return to Mariwa first, and find a way to circumvent this predicament. Now, he has come to understand the reason behind his previous evasion of the system's annihilation. It was purely due to the favor he garnered from the celestial dragons. In Mariwa, the system could find no more suitable host than him. Though Cam possesses a modicum of pride, he stands as the preeminent among the celestial dragons. There is none to rival him. Ding. The system has automatically upgraded. Please refrain from attempting to exploit bugs to escape annihilation. Kindly complete your tasks promptly. Blast? Why wasn't this mentioned sooner? Yet the host did not inquire either, hearing the mechanical voice in his mind. Cam felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Had he known the deadline was so short and that he couldn't exploit any bugs, he would have sought out a woman with dwarfism as a backup. Wait! Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Cam. Dwarfism. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Dwarfism, also known as short stature, little people. Hiss! The little people. Slap! Cam immediately smacked his own face. How could I have forgotten about the little people? Their bodies are more delicate than spun sugar, but their diminutive stature is a trait of their race. Thus, he initially failed to associate the little people with legally permissible lowly. Cam pondered. The physique of the little people should indeed fit the criteria for me. Moreover, if memory serves, the little people's princess, Mancheli, is currently imprisoned in this very palace. Furthermore, the little people are notoriously gullible, easily deceived. No. I can absolutely rescue Mancheli right now. System, does Mancheli meet the requirements? Cam inquired. Mancheli, 24 years old, princess of the kingdom of Dongdada, possessor of the healing fruit ability, compliant. Kik. Truly, divine providence smiles upon me. Cam was overjoyed. He immediately gathered his thoughts, withdrew his hand that had been poised to seize sugar, and stepped in front of Monet, adopting a different demeanor. Monet, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly lay a hand on my beloved sister? I am not that base. Cam feigned seriousness as he spoke. Really? Monet, burdened by sorrow and despair, spoke with a quivering voice that of course, it is true. However, Cam chuckled softly, leaning close to Monet's ear to whisper, shall we put on a performance? Monet, puzzled, could not fathom the nefarious intentions of this shameless celestial dragon. Indeed, soon, under Monet's intervention and Cam's coercion, the Don Quixote family acquired the script that of course, this excluded Doflamingo, who would rather die than yield. Not long after, a grand procession arrived at the gates of the palace where Mancheli was imprisoned. At the forefront stood a figure draped in a crimson cloak and clad in white, a formidable sword tucked into his waist. It was none other than Cam. Mancheli, Princess Mancheli, where are you? I have come to rescue you. Cam called out anxiously, feigning a desperate demeanor. However, in the next moment, boom, Kawafufufu. With a resounding crash, a figure wearing a Doflamingo mask burst forth, blocking Cam's path. His expression was arrogant, yet tinged with a hint of lewdness. Kawafufufu, who are you? The masked yellow ape echoed Doflamingo's laughter, declaring, how dare you meddle in the affairs of Huang Doflamingo? Doflamingo, you have imprisoned Princess Mancheli for your own selfish desires for years. Today, I, Cam, have come to uphold justice. Cam unsheathed his grand sword, pointing it at the counterfeit Doflamingo, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Hiss! The counterfeit Doflamingo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you are Cam, the legendary hero renowned for your strength and valor? Indeed, Cam nodded, sword drawn. I am that very hero. Thus, a awkward tale of heroism and beauty began to unfold. Boom! Clang! The sounds of cannon fire and battle resounded deafeningly. Cam successively defeated members of the Don Quixote family, ultimately engaging in a grueling battle, and Cam managed to struggle to triumph over Doflamingo. Meanwhile, having witnessed the intense battle from start to finish, Mancheli stepped out of her confinement. You have come to rescue me. Mancheli gazed upward, her eyes shimmering with tears, her heart racing wildly. Her gaze sparkled with a hint of something profound. What woman could remain indifferent, especially when this woman had endured years of captivity, only to be saved by a hero from the heavens? Are you the legendary fairy princess, Mancheli? Cam inquired knowingly. Yes, Mancheli replied with a gentle nod. May I ask if we are acquainted? Mancheli's face flushed crimson. And if they were not acquainted, she seemed to struggle to express something very embarrassing. If we are not acquainted, we can still get to know each other. Of course we are acquainted, Cam replied joyfully. Observing Mancheli's demeanor and sensing the possibilities of winning her over. 3 years ago, I heard from the kingdom of Shrimp that there exists a beautiful, kind, and wise fairy princess residing on an island called Greenbit. I, harboring a modicum of affection for the fairy princess, implored my father to send a proposal. However, further inquiries revealed that the fairy princess had been confined by the king of Dressrosa for years. And that king is none other than the immensely powerful warlord of the sea, Doflamingo. At that time, my strength was insufficient to mount a rescue that I sought to leverage my family's influence, yet they deemed me mad. From that moment on, I dedicated myself to becoming stronger, setting a 3-year deadline for myself that Cam's fabrications flowed effortlessly, and those who were unaware of the truth would undoubtedly be deceived. Mancheli was among those oblivious. Coupled with the recent heroics, and the fact that the little people were notoriously easy to deceive, woo, tears of gratitude streamed from Mancheli's eyes, convinced that Cam was the world's greatest hero. Tistik Hiske. In the distance, the yellow ape, Kiji, and Ji Yuan, among others, were left with goosebumps, having never encountered such audacity from a celestial dragon. Who was it that had previously boasted they would marry only sugar? Yet here he was, deceitfully ensnaring other women. Ji Yuan, exasperated, could not help but voice his thoughts. We are the Navy, and even if it is a celestial dragon's command, such deceit is unacceptable, forcibly taking sugar and Monet. I do not oppose. After all, they are pirates, and pirates do not deserve sympathy. But now, that little princess is clearly innocent. Being the woman of a celestial dragon is no trivial matter. Shoo! The weasel made a shushing gesture, whispering, why should we concern ourselves with the affairs of the celestial dragons? Moreover, not all of Cam's actions are deceitful. At the very least, he did defeat Doflamingo. Defeated? Ji Yuan looked on, puzzled. Yes, the weasel nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the yellow ape. Using his cash ability, of course, I must admit, I have a certain admiration for Lord Cam. Kiji gazed at Cam with envy, yearning to approach him for guidance. With his keen observation, he could see that Mancheli had been thoroughly duped by Cam. Reflecting on his countless failed confessions to Ji Yuan, he pondered, if only he possessed such prowess, perhaps he might win over his beloved Ji Yuan. Returning to Cam and Mancheli, Cam continued his elaborate charade, while Mancheli's eyes sparkled, captivated as she listened as his tall tales drew to a close. Cam gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, a look of contentment gracing his face. Though arduous, it has all been worth it. Then, feigning a sense of melancholy, he sighed. Well, since Princess Mancheli is safe, it is time for me to escort you back to Greenbit and take my leave. Depart. Mancheli blinked in bewilderment, suddenly feeling dazed. She could clearly hear that Cam had come to rescue her out of affection, and he had even proposed to her before. Yet, he left without taking any action. Was Cam not planning to marry her? Was he just as dense as Leo? Hero, wait. Mancheli intercepted Cam and spoke. Your great kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you, except to offer myself in devotion. Cam's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he feigned difficulty, saying, my lady, but the hero seems to have some troubles. The diminutive race is easily deceived, but not foolish. Mancheli immediately sensed that Cam was harboring unspoken woes. She inquired, might you share your troubles with me? Alas, Cam sighed, his gaze momentarily evasive. He spoke candidly. I once believed that the so-called fairy princess was a creature from tales, yet I have come to realize that these so-called fairies are merely members of the diminutive race. As he spoke, Cam held Mancheli in his hands, comparing their heights, shaking his head. I am human, while you are a delicate fairy. I did indeed propose to you in the past, but now I realize we are not suited for one another. Mancheli shot Cam a sharp look, her voice frosty. What does it matter if one is human or fairy? I know only that you are my savior. I have been imprisoned here for nearly a decade, and I have long vowed that whoever rescues me shall have my heart. And besides, she continued, do you take me for a fool? In this world, any race can intermarry. At their core, we are all human. Mancheli may be easily deceived, but she is not a fool. When Cam spoke just now, his gaze instinctively darted away. Clearly, this was not a genuine dilemma. Or did the hero disdain me for being a fairy? Or perhaps he simply despises me as a person. Tears streamed down Mancheli's face like a gushing fire hydrant as she cried out. Alas, Cam stammered, sighing. Then I shall speak plainly. I was born into a royal family. Even if I were to fall in love with you at first sight, it is common for emperors to have 3,000 beauties in their harem. Cam expressed his dilemma. Such a princess as you. How could I possibly delay your happiness? I do not care, Mancheli declared, her gaze resolute. Seeing Mancheli's determined expression, Cam felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Although the system suggested that one could board first and pay later, Cam still hoped for a formal marriage. During this process, he wished for Meng Shuili to understand certain truths. For instance, he could not marry only one woman. Oh? Cam's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked, "Do you truly not mind, princess?" Meng Shuili nodded, stating, "I am princess of the Dongdadak kingdom, also born into a royal family. How could I not understand that an emperor must extend his lineage?" She added, "Even my father, at his age, is incessantly urged by the elders to produce children. Were it not for my father's physical shortcomings, I would likely have many brothers and sisters." This, Cam furrowed his brow, feigning a troubled expression. Then his brow relaxed, as if he had come to a decision. With a serious demeanor, Cam proclaimed, "Since Princess Meng Shuili has said so, it would be unmanly of me to hesitate." With that, Cam produced a diamond the size of a watermelon. It must have weighed over 20 pounds. Its size was even greater than that of Meng Shuili. Cam thought, having not spoken a single genuine word before, now that he had won Meng Shuili's heart, perhaps it was time to be sincere? He cast aside his earlier pretense and asked, "Will you marry me?" As the sun set, its rays illuminated Cam's resolute gaze. The great doors reflected the sunset glow, casting warm hues upon Meng Shuili's astonished face. Whoosh! Time seemed to stand still for a moment as the sun dipped below the horizon. The magnificent palace loomed before them. The sunset elongated their shadows, painting them in warm shades. Tap tap, a petite figure climbed onto the watermelon-sized diamond, teetering before clambering onto Cam's shoulder. "I will." Not long after, Cam took Meng Shuili back to Granite, for she had been imprisoned by Doflamingo for 9 years, 9 years away from home. Upon learning that Cam had rescued the imprisoned Princess Meng Shuili, the diminutive race celebrated, hailing him as a great hero. As for the matter of their union, they wholeheartedly supported it. Although the diminutive race is easily deceived, they are also known for their sincerity. Lacking ulterior motives. 3 days later, at night, in Mariehua, Cam's palace, Cam and Meng Shuili had become a legitimate couple, and naturally, it was time to fulfill the duties of a husband and wife. Congratulations, host, for completing the correction task. The system continues to bind. Task reward: strength pills 3,000. Beep. Host already has 3 wives. Experience points 10,000. Hearing the system's announcement, Cam felt a surge of delight. Strength pills, such a valuable item. System, use the strength pills. Beep. Strength pills are being used. As the system reported, Cam felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Haha. 3 hours later. Beep. Experience points 800. Beep. Meng Shuili's favorability towards the host is 95. Meng Shuili's fate value is 80. And her beauty value is 88, triggering exploration reward. Reward: 30 healing fruit abilities. Please become a father as soon as possible to claim all rewards. Ha ha ha. With the system at his disposal, the world was his. With this, he felt confident in opposing Monkey D. Luffy and the dragon's army. Ready to revive the celestial dragons, Cam's heart swelled with joy, and a sense of relief washed over him. In fact, he had pondered, if the dragon's army were to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, would they, out of humanitarianism, spare those like him who had done no evil? Ultimately, Cam concluded that while it was possible, he would still meet his end, much like Doflamingo's parents. "Darling, I still..." Suddenly, Meng Shuili spoke. Huh? Cam was perplexed, wondering if this was truly the naive Princess Meng Shuili speaking. Was he hearing correctly? Meng Shuili's cheeks flushed as she repeated, "Darling, I said I still..." Ah. Cam's face contorted with discomfort. His abilities were still on cooldown, and he couldn't unleash his ultimate move. "Do not worry, my husband. I am a healer who has consumed the healing fruit. I can assist you." Meng Shuili seemed to know what Cam was thinking. Her palms glowed with a gentle white light, akin to a guardian angel, protecting their future. Heal. Whoosh. An indescribable sensation of relief washed over him, akin to the miraculous treasures in cultivation novels that improved one's physique without side effects. Indeed, it was an enhancement. Bathed in the healing light, Cam experienced an unprecedented feeling, a sense of vitality, as if he could carry a sack of rice up 6 flights of stairs without fatigue. This was optimization. Cam couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, it seemed his physique had improved. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the changes within his body. Ha ha ha. I wonder who will dare say I'm incapable from now on. 7 days later. Beep. Detecting Anna's favorability towards the host is 95. The host's exploration reward has been issued. Reward: enhancement of armament hockey. Beep. Detecting Monet's favorability towards the host is 40. Unable to trigger. Cam paid no heed to the system's voice, instead glancing warily at Meng Shuili. Damn it, I've been deceived. Though Meng Shuili appeared small and adorable, Cam realized that this was merely a fade. My husband. Meng Shuili's eyes were dreamy as she spoke again. Da. Upon hearing those words, Cam felt a wave of dread wash over him, his legs trembling. Monster. Monet and Anna stared at Meng Shuili in shock, as if she were a creature from a nightmare. They stepped forward, urgently advising, Sister Meng Shuili, or Miss Kam-sama. Our master, Kam-sama, has been exhausted from a week of toil. We hope for your compassion, Ta. Upon hearing these words, Cam let out a long sigh. At least these two individuals were understanding and aware of their own difficulties. Yet, he couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling. Compassion? It seemed an odd term to describe a man, did it not? However, before Cam could ponder further, he saw Meng Shuili, hands on her hips, glaring at Anna with fury. Monet, if you cannot drive, do not blame the vehicle or the uneven road. I tell you, we of the Dengdada tribe. As she spoke, a proud expression adorned Meng Shuili's face as the princess of the Dengdada kingdom. She was well versed in matters of the household from an early age. Yet, the young master, Lord Cam, was not of the Dengdada lineage. Meng Shuili was momentarily taken aback, having completely forgotten this fact. It seemed that the strength of humans was inherently inferior to that of their kin. With that thought, Meng Shuili's gaze rose, and she immediately noticed Cam's somewhat haggard complexion. Tears welled up in her eyes as she exclaimed, Woo! I forgot that my husband belongs to the adult race. If my husband is truly incapable, just say so. I shall not blame you. Cam's expression darkened instantly. Was Meng Shuili truly speaking in a human tongue? Forcing him to acknowledge his inadequacies? Was he still a man? If anyone dared to suggest he was incapable, he would ensure they regretted it. 5 days later. Husband. Thud thud. Upon hearing Meng Shuili's voice, Cam took off running. Damn it. If he was incapable, so be it. His life was of utmost importance. As long as he ran fast enough, he would not hear others claim he was inadequate. Meng Shuili stood there, bewildered, and remarked, I merely wish to say that my husband is quite impressive. Why run so swiftly? Do you fear I might devour you? Anna and Monet exchanged glances, smirking. Do you not realize, these past few days, Cam had not dared to return home. Don't ask. The answer was simply that he was busy with official duties. It dawned on him that although the diminutive tribe was small in stature, their strength and speed far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Cam rubbed his forehead, deeply understanding the adage that appearances can be deceiving. At that moment, news arrived abruptly. What is it? Report to you, Lord Cam. The Straw Hat Luffy, whom you instructed us to keep a close watch on, has set sail? Huh? Cam was utterly taken aback. Wasn't it still 9 months until the Straw Hat crew set sail again? Luffy sailing? It must be a jest. It is true. For reasons unknown, the Straw Hat boy had set off with the pirate empress to Wold Ship Island. Wold? Cam furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had heard that name recently. Yet, he couldn't recall who Wold was at that moment. It was only a short while ago that the pirate Bondi Wold had slain several celestial dragons, a user of the multiplication fruit. He was known as the World Destroyer. So it's him. Cam quickly remembered who this individual was. Bondi Wold was the boss from the special episode 3D2Y during the 2-year training period of King Luffy. He had indeed set sail once, specifically because Bondi Wold had kidnapped the pirate empress's 2 younger sisters. Fortune favors me indeed. Cam's face lit up with excitement. Over the past few days, he had realized that while he could grow stronger by having offspring, there was a crucial condition: time. In less than a year, specifically 9 months, King Luffy would set sail once more. If Cam's luck were good, he would have a child a month after Luffy's departure. If less fortunate, he might only have a child after Luffy became one of the 4 emperors. In other words, before the birth of his child, Cam's strength would not see a significant increase. Meanwhile, King Luffy's growth rate was astonishingly swift. He had been nearly beaten to death by Kaido, but could still bewilder him moments later. If memory served, King Luffy had not fully matured yet. Now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate King Luffy. Cam immediately set off to Panga City to meet with the 5 elders. His strength was limited. The most effective way to deal with King Luffy would be to have the 5 elders send troops to eliminate him. However, reality was often far from ideals, as the 5 elders flatly refused to mobilize. My dear 5 elders. Cam clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the 5 elderly men. Straw Hat Luffy has consumed the legendary Nika fruit. We cannot allow such a being to live. Once he grows stronger, our celestial dragons will be in peril. Cam was genuinely infuriated, wishing to give each of these old men 100 slaps. Must they wait for the enemy to grow stronger? In fact, from the very moment Cam had traversed into this world, he had proposed to the 5 elders to send troops to eliminate King Luffy. But they had refused, citing Rayleigh's presence on the island. Yet now, King Luffy had left the island, so why the hesitation to act? We all understand the reasoning. Saint Satan sighed. But the Nika fruit has not awakened in that form for 800 years. How can you be sure that Straw Hat Luffy is the new Nika? The secrets surrounding the Nika fruit had been painstakingly concealed. If we were to go to great lengths to kill a mere pirate, it would raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives. Cam, you must remember, Saint Vacheli placed a reassuring hand on Cam's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Our true adversaries are not a mere small-time pirate, but the ever-growing Dragon Brigade. That is indeed correct. Cam trembled with rage, feeling that these old men would bear the blame if the celestial dragons were ever overthrown. How could I be uncertain? I have traversed here. How could I not be sure? Dear elders, what do you think of this proposal? Cam pondered for a moment before suggesting. Since Wold has already harmed our celestial dragons, I shall represent our people in launching an expedition against him. When Straw Hat Luffy appears, I will eliminate him with swift measures. Afterward, we will simply claim that during the pursuit of Wold, Straw Hat Luffy offended me, thus justifying my actions. The 5 elders paused momentarily. Sensing that this was indeed a good idea, we have no issue with this plan. But what? Cam pressed for clarification. But the expedition against Wold has already been taken over by one of our kin. According to protocol, you must negotiate with him. Who? Soon. What? You elders plan to entrust the matter of revenge to Cam. Ratchy's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling a startled husky, as he implored the 5 elders not to jest. It was common knowledge that while Cam was of pure blood, he was utterly useless, incapable of wielding even a blade or haki, and had foolishly spent a fortune to purchase a kingdom. Would such a person be sent to confront Wold? This was nothing short of absurd. Ratchy, Cam regarded the celestial dragon man before him, instinctively feeling a surge of revulsion. The original host's death was shrouded in mystery. Most likely, it was a victim of family power struggles, and Kuroclide Ratchy was one of the contenders for power. Though he was merely a branch of the family, he was one of the few with a normal intellect, capable of wielding both types of haki, and had gained some notoriety within the family. Ratchy noticed Cam's gaze upon him and bellowed, "Dare you glare at me?" Damn! Upon hearing this, Cam was instantly enraged. How dare he insult him? He had said nothing, for the original host was indeed quite lacking, merely a 3 out of 10. Yet, how could he become so arrogant? With a resounding slap, Cam struck Ratchy. The sound echoing throughout the vast conference room was a deafening crack. You dare hit me? Ratchy stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds, finally realizing that he had been struck. Could he endure this? Ratchy pointed at Cam, preparing to shout. I. Crack. Cam stepped forward and swiftly broke Ratchy's finger. What do you mean by I? I am of pure blood, while you are merely a branch. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Believe it or not, I will end you. Cam scolded without restraint. Were it not for the fear of incurring heavy financial penalties, he would have truly slain him. Celestial dragons held differing statuses. For instance, Cam could address the 5 elders as grandfather, while Ratchy could only refer to them as sir. The disparity in status meant different repercussions. If Cam were to kill Ratchy, he would merely face substantial fines. However, had he slain another family's pure blood, such as Charlos, to exchange one life for another is a fearsome proposition. Ratchy recoiled in trepidation. Cam, with his vast wealth, truly believes he can take his own life? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to disregard Cam and directly inquired of the 5 elders. Might I request, esteemed 5 elders, that you refrain from jesting? What is it you wish to discuss with me? Ratchy, we are not jesting. The 5 elders replied with grave expressions that we believe Cam should have an opportunity to train and grow. Thus, we hope you will relinquish this chance to him. What? Ratchy's eyes widened, still struggling to grasp the reality. Initially, he thought this was merely a jest from the 5 elders, but with their serious reiteration, the truth became undeniable. No, absolutely not. I refuse. Ratchy vehemently shook his head. The collateral branch of the celestial dragons sought to ascend in status, even to wield power, and the best means to achieve this was through merit. The campaign against Wold was practically a guaranteed accolade. and Rachi would not easily let that slip away. The expressions of the five elders darkened. You were summoned merely to follow protocol. What do you mean by refusing? Do you not understand the ways of the world? Cam suddenly froze, grabbing Rachi by the collar and bellowing, who did you just say is incapable? In recent days, Cam had become rather sensitive to the term incapable. Do you dare utter that again? Do you dare? Cam lifted Rachi, delivering sharp slaps. Stop, stop. Rachi was utterly bewildered, though he claimed incapacity. Once the five elders spoke. Even incapacity had to be set aside. With Cam's immense wealth, could he not spare a token amount? Do you not understand the subtleties of human relationships? Moreover, Rachi was puzzled. Why was Cam so formidable? Wasn't he incapable of utilizing hockey? Cam, do not be so arrogant. After being pummeled into a state resembling a pig's head, Rachi spat out defiance, pointing at Cam and shouting, 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate. Arrogant. Cam retorted, I am a celestial dragon. If I am not arrogant, what does it mean to be a celestial dragon? With that, Cam launched a fist toward Rachi's head. Goodness, this could have easily spiraled into a classic protagonist scenario. Fortunately, his quick-wit intervened. Cam, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate, the confrontation was far from over. Cam, gripping Rachi's collar, demanded, what do you mean by do not underestimate? What do you mean? He had made up his mind. Should Rachi utter the words that would seal his fate, he would ensure Cam's downfall even if it required a financial sacrifice. One monkey D. Luffy was already a headache for him. What would happen if another arose? Most importantly, his laughter was quite sinister. Do not underestimate. Do not underestimate, little one. What do you mean by do not underestimate? Do not underestimate. Rachi felt tears welling. He had a premonition that once he uttered those words, he would achieve great things. Yet, he was equally certain that uttering them would lead to his demise at Cam's hands. But to remain silent would lead to swift obliteration. Do not underestimate. Do not underestimate. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Rachi's mind as he chuckled awkwardly. I meant that after being schooled by Brother Cam, I felt quite invigorated. Exactly. I meant to say that being beaten by Cam felt rather pleasant. After saying this, Rachi cast a flirtatious glance at Cam. Cam was momentarily stunned, baffled by the convoluted logic behind such an explanation. Yet, do not underestimate seemed to lack fault. Cam glanced at Rachi's cowardly demeanor, dispelling any notions of him being a protagonist template. However, it was curious, in the original narrative, no celestial dragons ventured to confront Walt. Cam pondered this and asked Rachi, I wish to know, if you were to take on this task, how would you survive on the battlefield with your current capabilities? On the battlefield, Rachi was filled with questions. Why would I need to personally engage in battle? I am a celestial dragon. My life is far too precious to risk in such a manner. As he spoke, Rachi wore an expression of pride. Though he was merely a collateral branch of the celestial dragons, his life was equally invaluable. The world government had already summoned the 7 warlords. Wald was destined to fall. Given this, merely attaching his name to the endeavor would suffice. Why engage personally? Cam was at a loss for words, having never encountered someone so refreshingly candid about their fear of death. Yet, it was true. Who among us is not afraid of death? Cam himself. Values life. Pausing, he inquired. First, let me ask you, how do you perceive my strength? Slightly stronger than me, Rachi begrudgingly replied. And who do you think is stronger, me or Wald? Wald. Rachi responded without hesitation. In that case, how about a wager? I will personally participate in the campaign against Wald. Let us wager on whether I can capture him. The stakes shall be 1 billion berries. Rachi. What a delightful proposition, reflecting on Rachi's foolish demeanor, which suggested certain death. Cam let out a sigh of relief. Although this fool was unlikely to be the one responsible for eliminating the original host, the animosity he felt was indeed genuine. It is true, Cam thought optimistically. If he could exploit the situation, he would. After all, he had recently spent hundreds of billions to purchase a nation and was in need of funds. As for Wald, how formidable could someone be who could be defeated by Luffy's second form? Cam, while your mission is not genuinely to confront Wald, I believe Rachi's assessment holds merit, given your capabilities, at this moment. The 5 elders, who had remained silent throughout, shook their heads. Cam furrowed his brow and asked, do the 5 elders also believe I am not a match for Wald? Surely you must recognize my strength. At present, his dual-color hockey was formidable, reaching an elementary level. Moreover, his armed haki surpassed that of the average novice at that time. Luffy was still a novice, unable to proficiently wield even a single haki. Yet he could defeat Wald. Surely, Cam could as well. Even if Luffy were bolstered by the protagonist's aura, Cam had his system. Of course we know. Satan clapped Cam on the shoulder and chuckled. That fellow Wald has been frozen for so many years. His bones are likely brittle. How could he possibly be a match for you, dear Cam? Then it is settled. Cam bid farewell and departed. It was not until long after Cam had left that the expressions of the five elders turned grave. Old Five, is it truly wise to deceive him like this? Even we struggle against Wald. Satan sighed. Ever since Cam regained consciousness, he has become remarkably diligent. He has only recently mastered dual-color haki, and I do not wish to dampen his spirits. But the other four elders felt a twinge of anxiety. Do not worry. When the time comes, we can dispatch a Marine Admiral to accompany him, claiming we are concerned for his safety. If he refuses, we shall prevent him from deploying. That could work. But which admiral should we send? How about that newcomer? He seems competent, in a way. He is blind. What if he loses track of Cam? What about H. Maku? I believe we should send Palyasolino. Although he tends to slack off, his strength is formidable. We must ensure he is someone reliable and diligent. Indeed, moreover, it would be best if he had prior dealings with the Straw Hat Kid, so he can swiftly eliminate any threats. Thus, under the arrangement of the five elders, Cam led 10 naval fleets alongside several Marine vice admirals to confront Bondi Wald. The five elders, citing concerns for Cam's safety, specifically dispatched an admiral to safeguard him. The following morning, aboard the flagship of the fleet. Why are you here? Cam stared blankly at the lecherous old man beside him, his expression one of despair. Since when did reliable and diligent become descriptors for Kizaru, and to have his uncle's nephew assigned to him? This was absurd. Within the confines of the ship, Huang Yuan cast a glance rich with charm at Cam and remarked, Boss Cam, I may appear somewhat disheveled, but surely my presence does not cause you such distress. Huang Yuan. Cam rubbed his temples and commanded, Our mission is to eradicate the pirate Wald. Should anyone dare to strike against me along the way, it is your duty to eliminate them. Of course, Huang Yuan nodded in agreement. Rumor had it that Huang Yuan was an undercover agent of the Dragon Command, though no concrete evidence existed. This operation, however, did not disclose the true objective to Huang Yuan, providing an opportunity to ascertain his loyalty. Cam's thoughts settled a bit at this realization at that moment, not far from the ship island, on the deck of a graceful vessel. The pirate empress spread her palm, revealing a small piece of life paper that guided her sisters, who were not far away. Damn it, bring them back, Luffy shouted to the heavens. Without them, who will bring me food? Fantastic. The pirate empress indeed arrived. Meanwhile, in the control room of the ship island, Wald monitored every movement through hidden surveillance snail.by leveraging the 7 warlords summoned. He could seamlessly infiltrate the Marineford waters. Once there, he would bombard Mariwa. Wald erupted into a maniacal laughter, vowing to overturn the entire world. Wait, who is that? Wald's triumphant expression faltered as his gaze fell on the edge of the surveillance feed. Oh, that is, beside him, Benjak replied without hesitation. It is the clown Buggy, a newly appointed warlord. However, he lacks any notable achievements, so he should be of little concern as the strategist of Wald's pirate crew. Benjak maintained a rational demeanor, not allowing Buggy's reputation to cloud his judgment. Not that red-nosed fool. Wald stepped forward, pointing at another edge of the surveillance image. There are numerous Navy personnel surrounding him. That is, following Wald's gesture, Benjak's pupils constricted. A celestial dragon. At this moment, Cam had already led the Navy to the outer sea of the ship island, closely monitoring every movement on the surface. Soon, a hurried sailor arrived with a report. What is it? Cam inquired. Respected Lord Kurakurade Cam. The sailor bowed respectfully, excitement evident as he pointed in a direction. Our reinforcements have arrived. It is the 7 warlords. 7 warlords? Cam immediately perked up, following the sailor's gaze. Ah, the clown Buggy. Boom. Just then, a thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted from the opposite side. Before long, a double-headed red ship emerged on the horizon. More reinforcements. It was the pirate empress. Many Navy officers cheered, recognizing the flag of the Kuja pirates. Unlike the typical warlords, the pirate empress Boa Hancock also held the title of the world's most beautiful woman, rendering most men utterly defenseless. Muramuro. Hancock clasped her hands together, forming a heart shape, and numerous hearts petrified all her foes. "Hancock, you are incredible," Luffy marveled, realizing he could not yet gauge Hancock's true strength. "Hancock, did you just call my name, Luffy-kun?" The pirate empress covered her face, her eyes sparkling. "Ah, could this be marriage?" "Not at all," the accompanying Granny Nine interrupted with a tap of her cane. "Enough, Hancock. Go rescue your sisters." Roar. Hancock's pet Salome flicked its tongue eagerly. Hancock nodded, her urgency to save her second and third sisters preventing her from allowing Luffy to showcase his prowess. She charged forward with unstoppable momentum into the ship island. Truly, the pirate empress, hailed as the world's most beautiful woman, was remarkable. On the lookout tower, Cam peered through his telescope, his attention entirely on the pirate empress. Not only was she stunning, but her strength was also formidable. What a pity, Cam sighed, harboring little hope of capturing the pirate empress. Not only was the timing of his arrival amiss, with Hancock already acquainted with Luffy, but the fact that Hancock bore the mark of enslavement by the celestial dragons formed an insurmountable barrier. No. If I can eliminate Luffy, as long as I remain a celestial dragon, anything is possible. Cam's spirits lifted, and he hastily descended from the lookout tower, issuing commands. "Since the summoned warlords have entered, we shall also make our move. Huang Yuan, protect me. Jiaji, Gion, Weasel. Each of you lead a squad of soldiers with me to confront Wald. The remaining soldiers shall remain on standby. We must not allow Wald to escape." "Yes." The assembled officers saluted. Only Jiaji frowned, cautioning, "Lord Kurukure Cam, Wald is exceedingly powerful. He is a man who once instilled fear in the world government and the Marines alongside Roger and Whitebeard. While we can handle Wald, your safety may not be guaranteed." Cam shot Jiaji a glare, scoffing. "Wald is a minor nuisance, hardly worth my concern. What a joke. A pirate who could be defeated by Luffy is hardly formidable in my eyes. Moreover, those 5 old men informed me that Wald's bones are frozen, making him no match for me." Some high-ranking Navy officers exchanged glances, reluctantly acquiescing. Before long, Cam led the Navy into the ship island, simultaneously ordering the soldiers to disperse. At most, there is Huang Yuan as a second uncle. As long as the soldiers separate, Huang Yuan's theatrics can be avoided. Moreover, if other soldiers encounter Luffy and Huang Yuan suddenly appears to rescue him, it will further illuminate Huang Yuan's true nature. Cam silently nodded, feeling one step closer to securing his stable existence as a celestial dragon. Yet, he pondered, was that celestial dragon audacious or truly capable? Daring to act alone. Rest assured, even if we cannot subdue Wald, the safety of Lord Kurukure Cam must be ensured. Understood. Simultaneously, several Navy commanders remained in constant communication via the snail, vigilant of their surroundings. It is noteworthy that the contingent of Navy, including Huang Yuan, did not fully adhere to the plan of dispersing. Instead, they radiated outward, surrounding Cam, ready to assist him at a moment's notice should danger arise. Oh dear, that celestial dragon is truly infuriating, daring to act independently, as if disregarding me. Wald. In the control room of the ship island, Wald fumed, feeling insulted. Once a man of equal standing with Roger and Whitebeard, he felt belittled, as if he were merely a trivial nuisance. Truly, celestial dragons remain as arrogant as ever. Wald cursed inwardly. "Wald, perhaps we should abandon this operation." Beside him, Benjack looked at Wald with concern, harboring dwindling hope for their mission. He pointed at the most disheveled figure on the surveillance screen. "Huang Yuan, not only has the pirate empress arrived, but we've also drawn the attention of the Marine admirals." "Marine admirals?" Wald straightened up, disdain evident in his voice. "And what of it? Can they possibly rival the likes of the young Garp and Sengoku?" "Ah, well." Benjack's expression became strained. Regardless, Benjack took a deep breath, attempting to persuade. "Even if you can hold off one admiral, what of the other warlord? We are no longer in our prime. Worry not. Do you recall what Nathan discovered on those 2 captives?" Wald patted his chest, a confident smile crossing his face. "If I am not mistaken, that so-called pirate empress was likely a slave of the celestial dragons, which would eliminate one warlord from the equation." Benjack's eyes darted as he cautiously inquired, "Wald, are you suggesting we bring the pirate empress over to join us in confronting the celestial dragons?" "If that were the case, no, wait." Benjack was about to express that it was a splendid idea, but immediately dismissed the thought. The pirate empress was unlike the other Shichibukai. She had Amazon Lily backing her. Benjack shook his head, stating, if she were to betray the world government, her nation would face war. She wouldn't risk her entire country to aid us against the celestial dragons. Otherwise, she wouldn't have willingly become a Shichibukai in the first place. Rest assured, Wald waved his hand with a hearty laugh. The best-case scenario is, of course, that she stands with us against the celestial dragons. Even if she chooses not to cooperate, that poses no issue. She merely needs to refrain from joining the fray. The navy currently entering is indeed formidable, but they are, as you see, hesitant to act. Wald pointed at the navy surrounding Cam, then shifted his gaze back to Cam. As long as we can capture that celestial dragon as a hostage, those navy forces will be of little concern. Moreover, compared to the summoned Shichibukai, the celestial dragons are evidently of greater value. Just imagine. Huh? Wald erupted into a mad cackle, his mind racing with visions of bombarding Mariawa. Very well, Wald. Banjik nodded, recognizing Wald's firm resolve to assault Marie Joyce. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. Wald magnified the surveillance screen, pointing to a shadow that resembled a monkey in chaos. Who is that man who has been following the pirate empress? That straw hat of his seems rather familiar. Ah, he is part of the Straw Hat crew, Banjik chuckled, providing Wald with detailed information about Luffy. Ha ha ha. So he is Carp's grandson, and he has even struck a celestial dragon? Wald's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixating on the Straw Hat crew and the pirate empress. A brilliant idea suddenly blossoming in his mind. The Giro said ship, also known as Ship Island AT this moment, within Ship Island whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures dashed through the corridor, producing a flurry of whooshing sounds. Sister 2, Sister 3, Sandasonia, and Marigold. The pirate empress and Luffy hurriedly searched for the shadows of her two sisters within the ship. Damn it, this place is like a labyrinth. The pirate empress gritted her teeth, deeply concerned for the safety of her sisters. Crack. Suddenly, Luffy came to an abrupt halt. Luffy, what's wrong? Hancock, surprised by Luffy's sudden stop, asked. That I don't know. Luffy scratched his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. I just sensed someone nearby who really annoys me that I must go and knock him out. With that, Luffy disregarded Hancock and darted off in another direction. Wait, but Sandasonia and the others, Hancock began, but by the time she was about to emphasize the urgency of the situation, Luffy had already vanished from sight. Sigh. Hancock shook her head and sighed, worry for Luffy's safety prompting her to follow suit. King Luffy. Meanwhile, Cam was also moving about, searching for Luffy's presence within Ship Island. However, Wald's Ship Island was indeed vast, living up to its name. Cam wandered for half an hour without catching sight of Luffy. Hey, King Luffy, come out already. Cam was extremely anxious, suddenly recalling that Luffy seemed to have fully mastered the basics of the two-color hockey only after being taught by Wald. This was the perfect opportunity to take him down, as he was slightly stronger than Luffy now. Cam had no intention of discussing notions of justice. He was no Ultraman, and world peace was of no concern to him. He only wished to preserve his own life and continue living comfortably as a celestial dragon. Whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound pierced the air as a figure shot towards Cam like a cannonball. Luffy, one hand clutching his straw hat, the other raised in a fist the size of a sandbag, proclaimed, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Clang. In a flash, a dull thud echoed as Kim braced himself against Luffy's punch. Huh. Luffy's expression shifted as he realized the individual before him possessed considerable strength. Here we go. Cam became exhilarated, akin to a prime minister encountering a charming young lady. You're a celestial dragon. Luffy squinted, recognizing Cam's identity. Even though he currently wasn't adorned in the celestial dragon's distinctive attire, no wonder I felt that annoying vibe. He's a celestial dragon. Luffy glared at Cam. Memories of the celestial dragon attempting to purchase Cammy and injuring Chopper igniting a surge of fury within him. Goma no. Machine gun. Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches, their sheer volume resembling a torrential downpour. Come at me. Although unaware of how Luffy recognized him or why he was being attacked, Cam welcomed the challenge. Step. Cam suddenly pivoted, evading the barrage of punches as effortlessly as autumn leaves in the wind. Then swiftly moved before Luffy. What? Luffy's eyes widened, realizing that the celestial dragon before him possessed superior observation haki, seeing eye. Cam channeled his armament haki, his sandbag-like fists crashing down towards Luffy's head. Not good. Luffy's expression shifted as he slightly bent his arms, attempting to block Cam's strike. Boom. Fist met arm, the collision producing a shockwave akin to a raging torrent at the center of the confrontation. Die. In an instant, Cam bellowed, unleashing his basic armament haki to its peak, overwhelming force cascading forth. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as Cam's haki-imbued fist shattered through Luffy's defenses, landing squarely on Luffy's head. That hurts, Luffy winced, utterly unprepared for the fact that this celestial dragon wielded armament haki, and stronger than his own. But why? My haki was taught by the Dark King Rayleigh, Senii, before Luffy could react. Cam delivered another powerful punch to AT that time. Luffy could use haki, but was still unrefined. Cam, as he had anticipated, displayed a dominating presence over Luffy. With a thunderous crash, Luffy's entire body was sent flying, crashing against the surrounding wall. Ouch, that hurts, Luffy groaned, clutching his head, feeling as if his skull might burst, reminiscent of being struck by his grandfather. Keek. This is the grand finale. Cam's expression was filled with exhilaration, realizing he had somewhat overestimated Luffy's combat abilities. Step. Cam hastened his steps, eager to conclude matters with Luffy. However, as an animal-type devil fruit user, Luffy was remarkably resilient. Cam landed 3 more punches before he was finally able to incapacitate Luffy. Damn it! Luffy roared defiantly, a flicker of golden light flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, memories of the celestial dragon wanting to buy Cammy and injuring Chopper resurfaced in his mind. No, I cannot. With a resounding crash, Cam delivered another punch that sent Luffy flying, interrupting his outburst. No, I haven't lost yet. Luffy stumbled back to his feet, his vitality remarkably tenacious. This Cam's lips twitched as he recognized the familiar scenario unfolding. Wasn't this just Luffy's sit-up technique? I want to let you sit up, Cam growled, resolutely refusing to follow in Carp's footsteps. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated as Cam's fist knocked Luffy down, the impact causing the entire ground of Ship Island to tremble. What is happening? Meanwhile, the commotion was heard by various Navy commanders, including Kizu, Sho. In various locations including Jiai, Gion, and Wushu, the naval commanders gestured for the surrounding Marines to remain silent, keenly listening with their observation haki. This is not good. It seems that the celestial dragon Cam has been ambushed, several naval commanders exclaimed in alarm, instantly adopting a defensive posture, although their mission was to subdue Walt. The safety of the celestial dragon Cam took precedence over all else. Admiral Kizaru, Jai urgently called out, "You are the fastest. Hurry to the celestial dragon's side." Strangely, Kizaru was leisurely fiddling with his den mushi, momentarily unsure of how to respond to the call. Damn it. I forgot that old man is technically challenged. Jai slapped his forehead, realizing that Kizaru was not adept with the den mushi. What now? This place is like a labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Ship Island, Wald's expression was peculiar as he pondered. Is this the Straw Hat Kid who is not to be underestimated? He felt a sense of being deceived that it shouldn't be. During the Marineford War, the Straw Hat Kid performed admirably. Beside him, Benjack looked as though he'd swallowed something bitter, unable to comprehend why the Straw Hat Kid was being subdued by the celestial dragon. Their plan was to incite a conflict between the Straw Hat and the celestial dragon, forcing the pirate empress who accompanied him to choose a side. The reason the Straw Hat was able to encounter Cam within the labyrinth was due to their covert manipulation. Benjack's expression momentarily froze as he noticed the Straw Hat Kid rising again on the monitor. In no way. Look, he's up again. This kid has remarkable willpower. Wald nodded in appreciation, remarking that if he were not already aware of the Straw Hat's gum fruit powers, he might have thought him to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Zoan users have a distinct characteristic. They can endure a great deal of punishment and possess a substantial amount of vitality. In Wald's understanding, and indeed that of most people in this world, the Paramecia gum fruit would not be linked with a mythical Zoan-type fruit. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Cam stared dumbfounded at Luffy, who was repeatedly performing sit-ups, his expression shifting constantly. He could still suppress Luffy with his formidable haki, yet he was alarmed to find Luffy growing increasingly powerful. Am I becoming his teacher? This thought barely crossed Cam's mind before he promptly dismissed it. Luffy's enhancement in strength did not seem to stem from haki, but rather from an unfamiliar boost in fundamental power. Die. No matter what you are, Cam bellowed, unleashing his full power as dense armament haki enveloped his right fist. A massive thud resonated as Luffy's entire body fell limp, akin to a kite severed from its string. Could he really be dead? Cam blinked, experiencing a surreal sensation. Regardless of whether he was dead or not, I must deliver a finishing blow. Cam, not daring to relax, continued to unleash a barrage of attacks on Luffy. He smashed Luffy's head like a watermelon, yet still feeling uneasy, twisted Luffy's neck a full 360 degrees. Still unsatisfied, he brutally decapitated Luffy, separating head from body. Now this is truly the end. Cam erupted into laughter, still feeling restless, plotting to find a large blade to chop Luffy into pieces, scattering nearby eggs, and slicing worms in half. In the next moment, as if a mirage, something unbelievable occurred. Luffy's corpse emitted a golden light, and then, the severed parts that should have remained separate, with a resounding duong, were restored. It was as if droplets of water converged into a larger drop, exquisitely seamless. Wait. This can't be real. Cam was stupefied, even doubting whether he was dreaming. Crack. The sound of shattering glass rang out, and his vision cleared instantly. In his line of sight, the real Luffy performed sit-ups once more. Ha! Luffy glared menacingly at Cam, his pupils subtly glimmering with golden light, and he laughed heartily, declaring, "How could I possibly die before I knock you flying?" Illusion, perhaps, Cam pondered, but felt something was amiss. Boom! Before he could contemplate further, Luffy's fist came crashing toward him. Cam had no time to think, retaliating with a punch of his own. "Whatever it is, I refuse to believe I can't kill you." Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Yet this time, Luffy did not collapse like before. Instead, he staggered through 3 punches before finally falling. Cam exclaimed in shock, "What in the world is happening?" It was unclear whether Cam was weakening or if Luffy had found a new mentor. The turning point began at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Luffy endured the 4th punch, the 6th, the 8th. After an unknown number of punches, he gradually matched Cam's strength and even began to gain the upper hand. Luffy swung his fists. Gum Gatling. What is happening? What is going on? Cam no longer possessed his previous overwhelming demeanor, raising both hands defensively as he could only passively endure. "Ha! I told you I would knock you flying." Luffy laughed heartily, his laughter inexplicable. His eyes flickered with gold as his rubber fists rained down like a torrential storm. "This won't do. This won't do." Cam's expression shifted, realizing that if this continued, the balance of offense and defense would completely shift. "Hey!" Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from afar. "Don't think just because your grandpa is Garp, you can act so arrogantly." A somewhat scruffy old man, slightly less impressive than Kizaru, came sprinting from the distance. It was Jai. Whoosh whoosh. 2 swift sounds cut through the air as Gion and Wushu appeared in their line of sight. Excellent. Cam felt a surge of confidence, knowing reinforcements had arrived. Within the mouth. In the next moment, Kizaru also arrived in a flash. "Kill him. How dare he lay a hand on me? A celestial dragon." Cam quickly issued orders, fearful of any unexpected developments due to Kizaru's presence. Garp's grandson, Gion and Wushu froze momentarily, only to realize that they were battling the Straw Hat Kid. Not good. Luffy's expression drastically changed, genuinely taken aback by the sudden arrival of so many Marines. Clang! A dull sound echoed, and the 3 Marines engaged in combat with Luffy suddenly stiffened. What happened? Jai, Gion, and Wushu exchanged alarmed glances, astonished to discover that Luffy had grown significantly stronger. Luffy was a special case. They would not unleash their full power to swiftly eliminate him. However, capturing him alive and tossing him into impel down was still within reach. What? Cam's jaw dropped, confused as to why 2 vice admirals and a rear admiral could not subdue Luffy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds erupted as several beams of light shot toward Luffy without mercy. Boom. The lasers were immensely powerful, instantly sending Luffy flying. The destructive force of the lasers also affected the Marines battling Luffy. "Hey, Borsellino, don't hit your teammates." Jai stood up, turning to scold Kizaru, feeling that his aim was appallingly poor. Apologies. Kizaru leisurely offered several apologies, promising to do better next time. This Kizaru. Cam shot a glance at Kizaru, feeling as though he was doing it on purpose, but at least the previous attack had indeed struck Luffy. At that moment, far from the main battlefield on the ship island, Hancock abruptly halted. She closed her eyes momentarily, then opened them wide. "This is bad. Luffy is in danger." Hancock's face filled with dread as she sprinted toward the source of the commotion. What is happening? Why has the Straw Hat Kid's strength surged so suddenly? In the surveillance room, Wald and Benjak gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the formidable strength of the Straw Hat Boy. Just moments ago, he had been subdued by a celestial dragon. Yet now, facing 3 opponents, he remarkably remained unscathed. The sight was truly shocking. Wald's pupils constricted as he discerned an aura of malevolence surrounding Luffy, one that filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Wald inquired, "I forgot to ask, what type of devil fruit does that Straw Hat Boy possess? Is it a Zoan type?" "Not at all." Benjack shook his head and explained, "The Straw Hat Boy has consumed the gum-gum fruit, which makes him a paramecia user." "Paramecia?" Wald questioned, perplexed. "What is it?" Benjack asked. Wald's expression mirrored that of someone witnessing a failed awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit. In Wald's understanding, a Zoan awakening significantly enhances combat prowess, but often leads to a loss of one's humanity, reducing the wielder to mere animal instincts. The jailers in Impel Down were examples of failed awakenings. Whereas a paramecia awakening should not yield such results. Failed awakening? Benjack chuckled and shook his head. That's impossible. Not only is the Straw Hat Boy's gum-gum fruit a paramecia type, but he has not lost his humanity in any way. Could it be that the gum-gum fruit suddenly transformed into a Zoan type? Wald rubbed his forehead, realizing that Luffy was articulating words without exhibiting any signs of losing his humanity. Yet, how could this sudden surge in power be explained? He was utterly confounded. "Forget it. It doesn't matter," he muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Casting a glance at the surveillance feed showing the Pirate Empress rushing towards the battlefield, it was nearly time for him to make his entrance. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded as Luffy's fierce battle raged on. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Cam had initially ordered Kizaru to refrain from intervening. Strangely, however, the combined efforts of Gaji, Jiuin, and the mongoose had failed to subdue Luffy. What on earth was happening? Cam's expression darkened as he realized Luffy's strength had indeed increased significantly. Gaji, a mere number, aside, Jiuin was a genuine candidate for an admiral. Together, they should have been able to overpower Luffy. But why was that not the case? Could it be that the candidates for admiral were not as formidable as he had imagined? Respected St. Cam, "I request to engage in battle," Kizaru stated, eager to personally apprehend the Straw Hats and report back to the Roswald family. Cam glanced at the struggling trio of Gaji and then looked at Kizaru's lewd expression. "Kizaru, you must capture the Straw Hat Boy," Cam said earnestly, then called out to the 3 engaged in combat. "You 3, return and protect me." Cam thought that given the current circumstances, it would not be a bad idea for Kizaru to deal with Luffy since the trio was struggling to subdue him. While he was uncertain about the exact strength of the admiral candidates, he was confident that Kizaru could handle Luffy. Allowing Kizaru to face Luffy alone would also reveal whether Kizaru was truly the second uncle of Monkey D. Luffy. Moreover, something felt peculiar about this Luffy. All right. Gaji, Jiuin, and the mongoose nodded and withdrew from the battlefield. They could not comprehend why Luffy's strength had surged so dramatically, but they were certain that he could not possibly be a match for Admiral Kizaru. "It's you," Luffy exclaimed in terror as he faced Kizaru, recalling the time he had sent his companions flying with a single kick. Kizaru chuckled. "How frightening." Boom. In a flash, the battle erupted into chaos, with explosions ringing out in succession. Pain. It hurt so much. Luffy let out a wretched scream. Clearly no match for Kizaru. "Admiral Kizaru, go." The lower-ranking Marines began to gather, cheering and clapping from the sidelines, convinced that Kizaru would soon capture the Straw Hat Boy. This was wrong. Very wrong. Cam's expression grew grave as he identified the problem. Despite Luffy's anguished cries, he remained alive. Was it possible that Kizaru truly had an issue? Moreover, Cam felt an unsettling strangeness about this version of Luffy. Boom. Ag. Cough, cough. After several exchanges, Luffy still did not perish. He coughed, and, performing a sit-up, rose once more, declaring, "I'm going to clobber you." At that moment, Luffy felt an odd sense of confidence. He believed he could stand against even an admiral. An inexplicable obsession surged within him. He was determined to defeat the celestial dragons, no matter what. This obsession puzzled him momentarily. Right. He was here to rescue Kami's companion. Thus, I must defeat him. With that thought, Luffy cast aside his confusion and swung his fists. Gum-gum, Gatling gun. Luffy shouted, countless punches flying towards Kizaru, accompanied by a strange power. How bold. Kizaru wore a lewd smile, though it was tinged with a hint of pain. Straw Hat Boy. Why do you seek death when you lack strength? Kizaru spread his arms wide, countless light points gradually coalescing before him. Boom. Each light point was imbued with terrifying power. Ah, he.s acting, Cam seethed, realizing that Kizaru was indeed putting on a show. With Kizaru's capabilities, his speed should allow him to annihilate Luffy swiftly. Why was he dragging this out? Gaji noticed Cam's somewhat unnatural expression and asked, Saint Cam, are you worried that Kizaru cannot defeat the Straw Hat Boy? Cam scrutinized Gaji curiously and replied honestly, to be frank, Gaji, I feel that Kizaru is merely acting. Gaji raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, what do you mean? I'm not very knowledgeable about battles, but I have one question. Does Kizaru need to charge his laser? Cam raised his voice. Kizaru, as a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, possesses speed that is arguably the fastest in the world. He could easily eliminate Luffy in a heartbeat. Why is he taking his time to charge? The surrounding Marines perked up, recognizing the validity of Cam's statement. They had never seen Admiral Kizaru take time to charge his lasers before. He usually fired them instantly. Gaji, Gun, and the mongoose exchanged glances. Their expressions twitching. Luffy's power had surged so much that Kizaru charging his laser was hardly surprising. Cam continued to build the narrative. Furthermore, against a foe like the Straw Hat Boy, there's no need to charge. He hasn't even mastered the use of haki. The lower-ranking Marines nodded in agreement, finding Cam's reasoning compelling. Given Admiral Kizaru's strength, defeating someone who couldn't even wield haki should be a piece of cake. It was indeed peculiar. Gaji, Gun, and the mongoose wore grim expressions, struggling to comprehend how rapidly Luffy had grown in strength. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Boom. Kizaru's charging time was short, yet each critical moment was consistently interrupted by Luffy. As a result, Kizaru found himself unable to subdue Luffy, turning what should have been a battle of waves into a close-quarters melee. Kizaru was truly up to something. Cam was increasingly convinced it was absurd for Kizaru, a long-range fighter, to engage in hand-to-hand combat without issue. Had he not feared Kizaru would act out of desperation, Cam would have already dealt with this actor on the spot. Boom. The commotion escalated. Deafening roars echoing throughout the scene. Luffy was repeatedly pummeled, letting out cries of agony, yet he remained alive. Kizaru. Cam instinctively shouted, Stop your charade, huh? Upon hearing Cam's voice, Kizaru momentarily froze, the Straw Hat Boy, suddenly snapping back to reality. He wiped the lewd smile from his face, his gaze turning cold and sharp. After you escaped last time, I can finally report back to the Roswell family. Boom. Kizaru crossed his arms, and countless terrifying lasers solidified behind him. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru bellowed, unleashing a barrage of lasers that shot towards Luffy without a single flaw. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, Cam felt a mix of displeasure and shock, his heart racing in his throat. Given the usual behavior, Yellow Ape must have been preparing for a grand move, surely having timed it perfectly and found a suitable pawn. Cam immediately commanded, Gaki, Jing, guard the entrance. No one is to enter. Yes. Gaki and Gun saluted and swiftly moved into position. Who else could save Monkey D. Luffy if not the Pirate Empress? If they could just stop her, Luffy would undoubtedly meet his demise, and if Yellow Ape, at this critical moment, had not eliminated Luffy or had intentionally let him escape, even ordinary Marines would find it intolerable. Considering what had just been said, they could easily surmise that something was amiss with Yellow Ape. Luffy. Sure enough, in the next moment, a graceful figure appeared at the right entrance. It was none other than the tardy Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. She attempted to enter under her warlord status, but Cam had issued the command that no one was to enter. She tried to force her way through, but her opponent was Gun, a bona fide candidate for admiral, making it difficult for her to breach the entrance. Jekakik. If Luffy is captured, that would be the end. Cam leaped with excitement, believing that once Luffy was dead, he could joyfully commence his harem life. Although he possessed a unique ability that made him stronger upon procreation, he had no time to grow stronger. Thus, he must eliminate Luffy at the earliest opportunity at the same time. Cam realized that Yellow Ape's deadly attack on Luffy had not faltered even slightly due to Hancock's obstruction. In fact, it had increased in speed. It appeared the world had misunderstood Yellow Ape. Cam exhaled, feeling relieved that the rumors of Yellow Ape being Luffy's second uncle were false. Not good. Luffy stared in terror at the dense array of lasers before him, his heart pounding violently. His pupils shimmered with gold, though that hue quickly dimmed. Ha ha. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. a figure kicked Yellow Ape, who was charging at Luffy, away, then appeared before Cam. Wald. He bellowed, I never expected a celestial dragon would come to me. This is worth more than the warlord's. Impressive speed. Cam furrowed his brow, realizing the man's velocity was extraordinary in terms of speed alone. He might even rival Yellow Ape. Yet, Cam recognized this man as his current target, the world destroyer, Bondi Wald. How could a foe who had been defeated by Luffy's second-in-command possess such power? Wait. Before Cam could ponder further, he suddenly froze, as if a realization dawned on him. Just moments ago, Yellow Ape had been kicked away by Wald, which implied, as this thought crossed his mind, Cam's gaze shifted from Wald to the still lively Luffy and the playing dead Yellow Ape. So that's why Yellow Ape suddenly stopped acting. It turns out he wasn't targeting the Pirate Empress at all. Cam clutched his chest, realizing he had underestimated Yellow Ape's acting skills. Wald, you bastard, should you dare harm a celestial dragon, you will surely wish you were never born. At that moment, Gaki, Gun, Weasel, and all the conscious Marines gathered around Cam. Bondi Wald was a man who once instilled fear in the world government and Marines alongside Roger and Whitebeard. They held a significant apprehension regarding Wald's strength. Celestial Dragon, the Pirate Empress, entering the fray, gasped heavily, her gaze filled with loathing directed at Cam. Just the thought of her days spent in servitude sent shivers down her spine. Ha! Wald noticed Hancock's reaction and laughed heartily. Protecting such scum? What are you Marines worth? With that, he stepped closer and, with a hint of apology, addressed Hancock. Esteemed Pirate Empress, I sincerely apologize. I initially intended to use you as a shield to enter the Marineford waters, which is why I captured your sister. However, it is clear there is now a far better target. As Wald spoke, he shifted his gaze back to Cam.O. Hancock withdrew her gaze, focusing intently on Wald. What do you mean? Pirate Empress, I sense a deep hatred within you, Wald suggested with a smile. I hope you will join forces with me to take down the Marines and that celestial dragon. Wald added, rest assured. Your two sisters are not only safe, but well taken care of. This. Hancock's delicate brows knitted together as she hesitated on her journey. She had heard of Wald's exploits from Granny Snake. He was a powerful and deranged individual. If she were to truly ally with him, it could lead to dire consequences. This woman. Cam felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a subtle murderous intent. Wait. Once I eliminate Luffy, I'll claim you for myself. Wald, you will not succeed. The Empress despises men like you, Cam retorted. Humph, you think you can persuade the Empress to collaborate with you? That's a naive dream. The Empress is our steadfast ally. Before Hancock could respond, the Marines erupted in outrage. To take the Empress away from them felt akin to stealing their wives, an unbearable thought. Naturally, they believed Hancock would never ally with a man. However, Cam and the stronger Marines held a different opinion. Boa Hancock, Gun pointed at Hancock and shouted, you are a warlord. Do you wish to be stripped of that title by attacking a celestial dragon? Gun did not believe the men present could withstand Hancock's beauty. If Hancock truly allied with Wald, they would be in grave peril. This, Hancock furrowed her brows further, still in doubt. Hancock. At that moment, Luffy shoved Hancock behind him, his expression serious as he declared, you must not engage. Go save Sandersonia and the others. Luffy was not merely naive. He understood how crucial Hancock's warlord status was for Amazon Lily, that it was immensely important. Yet, Luffy, Hancock frowned. Isn't it too dangerous for you to face them alone? Luffy patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I'm really strong. All right, Hancock nodded. Luffy, promise me you will return safely. Once Hancock spoke, she hesitated no longer and dashed towards the center of the island. Pirate Empress, your two sisters are in the leisure area of the island. Wald observed her departure, not only refraining from hindering her, but also informing her of her sister's whereabouts, emphasizing that he had taken good care of them. Wonderful. Cam felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Hancock leave. The two newcomers posed the greatest threat to him, particularly Hancock. As an old lecher, he knew he could not resist her allure. As for Wald, how strong could someone defeated by Luffy's second-in-command really be? Weasel, hurry and eliminate Wald. Cam ordered. Yellow Ape, Gaki, Gun, you three go deal with the Straw Hat Kid. There must be no mistakes. Weasel's lips twitched wildly, feeling that Cam, this celestial dragon, was overestimating his capabilities, that I truly have been underestimated. Wald laughed heartily, then turned to the poised Luffy. You can handle that celestial dragon, right? No problem. Luffy replied confidently, then hesitated, scratching his head. But what about the other 3 Marines? Don't worry about them. Wald waved his hand. And 3 figures appeared on the battlefield. Gale, Ramsey, Sebastian, Natchin. Wald introduced. They are my subordinates. With them here, you can focus on that celestial dragon. Good, Luffy shouted in response, then charged at Cam. Straw Hat Kid. Gaki and the others attempted to block him, but were intercepted by Gale and his companions. Thus, it became Yellow Ape versus Wald, Gaki and his team versus Gale and his crew, Luffy versus the remaining lower-ranking Marines. Damn it, how could this happen? Is Wald truly so formidable? Cam observed from a distance, his expression grave as he was astonished to find Wald evenly matched with Yellow Ape. Wasn't he defeated by Luffy's second-in-command? A thunderous roar erupted. Luffy swiftly dispatched a cadre of base-level Marines, landing before Karm. Damn celestial dragon, I will knock you out, Luffy shouted, his figure leaping towards Karm like an agile monkey. King Luffy, do not get too smug. Karm gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding clang, both figures were sent staggering back several dozen steps. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Karm's expression shifted continuously. Not long ago, he had the upper hand against Luffy, yet now he found himself at a disadvantage. This was utterly abnormal. Over there, the fight was equally indecisive. Karm caught a glimpse of the distance. Aside from Kizaru, Gokiji, Gun, and Squirrel were also engaged in a fierce struggle. Damn celestial dragon, I will knock you out. Luffy pounded his chest like a gorilla, his pupils sparkling with golden light. Damn it, not again. Karm clenched his fists tighter, sensing his endurance waning. The only reason he could withstand the blows was due to Mancheri's prior healing of his body. However, his current ability derived from the healing fruit was of little consequence in such an intense battle. Unless, Monkey D. Luffy. Karm glared at Luffy, demanding, I am fulfilling the world government's orders to lead the troops against Wald. Why do you obstruct me? As far as I know, those 2 women who frequently deliver food to you were captured by Wald. Shouldn't you be fighting Wald instead? Karm attempted to buy time. Indeed. Why? Luffy raised an eyebrow. Realizing Karm had a point, it was his first encounter with Karm today. Huh? Luffy's golden pupils dimmed as he lowered his head. Muttering to himself, let me think. I sensed someone quite annoying nearby his eyes. Karm's pupils constricted, recognizing something unusual about Luffy. I've remembered. Before Karm could ponder further, Luffy abruptly raised his head. You are a damn celestial dragon. You are the one who sought to purchase Kami's companions. You are the one who harmed Chopper. That was that fool Charlos's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Karm was instantly displeased. Comparing himself to that imbecile, not to mention his own soul. Even the original host had never ventured out of Mariawa for years. Moreover, shouldn't the real target of Luffy's wrath be the human trafficker? What was that saying again? No trade, no harm. And the Hancock sisters, they are enslaved by you celestial dragons. What does that have to do with me? I was just a child back then. In any case, none of you celestial dragons are worth a damn. Luffy continued to swing his fists relentlessly, exclaiming, Thus, I will knock you all out. What about Shanks? Suddenly, Karm instinctively shouted, You also intend to knock Shanks out. Shanks? The name struck Luffy like a calming tonic, causing the golden light in his pupils to fade significantly. His momentum was no longer as aggressive as before that he slightly parted his lips, inquiring of Karm. What do you mean? Shanks is also a celestial dragon. Karm, oblivious to Luffy's change, blurted out, Are you saying you also wish to knock Shanks out? What do you mean? Luffy suddenly became agitated, furiously retorting, I ask you. What do you mean? At this moment, Karm finally noticed the subtle changes occurring within Luffy. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, It means exactly what it says. Your guide, red-haired Shanks, is the orphan of the Figureland family. He possesses the purest celestial dragon bloodline. Moreover, in terms of lineage, I am even a generation older than him. He should call me uncle. Karm was not merely speaking nonsense. By lineage alone, he even surpassed some deceased celestial dragons in seniority. However, whether Shanks would actually call him uncle remained another question. What? Luffy trembled all over, unable to fathom the truth. Despite his mind feeling somewhat sluggish, he could discern whether someone was lying. Clearly, Karm's words held truth. At this moment, the golden light flickering in Luffy's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity, yet accompanied by an added sense of bewilderment. Moreover, Karm continued, having realized that as long as he tarnished the reputation of those Luffy cared about. No, that was not the right term. What he was doing was merely stating facts. As long as he spoke the truth, Luffy would regain his composure, and his surging strength seemed to normalize if we only consider bloodlines. Carm's voice boomed. One of your companions is also a celestial dragon, what? Luffy's eyes widened as if they might pop out, wishing he could glare Carm to death. This was slander, undoubtedly slander. He knew his companions inside and out. None of them could possibly be the detestable celestial dragons. You lie. Luffy immediately erupted in fury, raising his fist, akin to a sandbag, aiming to strike Carm's head. Vivi, Carm hastily interjected, cutting off Luffy's attack, and sternly declared. Alabasta, Princess Vivi, do you mean to say she is not your companion? Vivi. Luffy's body jolted, and his fist instantly relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Carm pressed on. The Alabasta royal family is descended from the 20 kings of 800 years ago. Although their ancestors refused to migrate to the Holy Land and become celestial dragons, that does not change the fact that they are descendants of the 20 kings over the course of 8 centuries. By bloodline alone, they represent the only pure royal bloodline in this world. This was not mere fabrication on Carm's part. Over 8 centuries, the celestial dragons had intermingled so much that the original bloodlines of the 19 kings had become thoroughly diluted. The most evident characteristic was the lamentable scarcity of young celestial dragons possessing the conqueror's haki, alongside a host of foolish, brutish creatures. Among the higher echelons of the celestial dragons, some enlightened individuals even hoped for the Alabasta royal family to unite with the Holy Land, or to induce a union between the Holy Land and the Alabasta royal family, aiming to restore the glory of the celestial dragons. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luffy shook his head vehemently, declaring that this was utterly unthinkable. Vivi was so kind, so gentle, and such a responsible princess. There was no way he could ever associate her with the despicable, malevolent celestial dragons. Yet, his instinct told him that the celestial dragon before him was not lying. Consciousness versus reality. Reality versus companions. Companions versus self. All were at war with a golden voice within his heart. No, even if Vivi truly possessed such a bloodline, she would always be my companion. I cannot. Luffy clutched his head, rolling in turmoil, painfully struggling. Get out of my head. But in the next moment, Luffy abruptly regained his composure, and a towering figure emerged in his mind. Whitebeard, a father's debt is repaid by the son. How absurd. That man once described his brother in such a way that a father's debt is repaid by the son, measured by bloodline. Absurd. How utterly absurd. To define good and evil by bloodline. How ridiculous. Luffy pointed at Carm. Roaring, exactly. Even if Vivi truly has such a bloodline, it does not mean she belongs to your despicable ilk. Bloodline does not determine anything. Witnessing King Luffy's righteous demeanor, Carm was instantly consumed by fury. How dare you? Vivi is not one of them, but I am. Must you be so hypocritical? If we are to speak of origins, I am not even from this world, even setting aside my intruding soul. The original host had never stepped outside of Mariewa, due to various factors. Carm rose to his feet, pointing at Luffy as he bellowed. Then how can I be one of them? Thunder rumbled. At those words, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Luffy felt the world before him shattering, an inexplicable force collapsing around him. To defined by bloodline. How absurd. If it is absurd, then why should I strike down this celestial dragon whom I have never encountered? Luffy could not comprehend it. He truly could not understand. He was in such a state of turmoil, scratching his head and digging at his ears, desperate to rip his head off to see what lay within. But in the next instant, he swiftly regained his composure. After a moment of tranquility, Luffy became frenzied, exclaiming that one chooses to believe in what one believes. Since he had refused to believe from the very beginning, why not completely deny it from the very beginning? You are deceiving me. You must be deceiving me. Wei Wei is certainly not a celestial dragon. Shanks is not a celestial dragon either. Everything is due to your masterful trickery. I cannot see through it. With a resounding crash, Cam did not pay any heed to Luffy's mad ramblings, seizing the opportunity while Luffy was caught in his frenzy and off guard. He delivered a powerful punch that sent Luffy flying. Farewell. Tap tap. Cam chose not to pursue Luffy further, instead making his way outside the ship island, instinctively knowing that he could not eliminate Luffy at that moment. Ding. Detection complete. The indomitable buff system of Luffy's movie version suddenly alerted. Not long after, At a corridor's corner, Cam collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Once he confirmed that the surroundings were safe, he finally exhaled and called out to the system. System, what did you just say about Luffy's indomitable buff? Ding. Host, do you not know that in the movie, Special Edition, even Roger as the boss can be taken down by Luffy? Huh? 3 massive question marks popped up in Cam's mind. He rubbed his head and said, isn't this just a joke? He, Cam, considered himself quite rational, although the notion of Kizaru being the second uncle was extremely prevalent. It at least had some basis. Yet the idea of Luffy being invincible in the movie is more of a jest. Host, can you explain how Luffy managed to defeat the Golden Lion? Cam was instantly at a loss for words, unable to respond. Ding. This system detects that this is related to the Nika fruit that Luffy consumed. Remember those golden pupils he had just now? That was Nika. Nika, the will residing within Luffy. When Luffy encounters an opponent he cannot defeat, it will assist him. In the movies, including special editions, the system rambled on about a multitude of things, the gist being that Nika can help Luffy enhance his strength while weakening his opponents. And Cam would not be affected by the weakening. Thus, it follows that Warlord is indeed quite strong. He would only be defeated by Luffy because Luffy has an advantage. Bingo. But that doesn't seem right. Didn't those 5 old men say that Warlord was not his match? Cam recalled the knowing smiles of the 5 elders and felt they had no need to deceive him. Ding. According to this system's detection, those 5 old men did not wish to undermine your confidence, hence they did not tell you the truth. What? Cam was infuriated, feeling that the 5 old men had gone too far. If he had known Warlord was so strong, he certainly would not have acted alone. Hadn't he just been dancing on a tightrope? Those old geezers. Cam clenched his fists but eventually let out a long sigh. He suddenly understood why they arranged for him to have an admiral. Even if that admiral was merely a performer. Wait. Cam paused slightly, as if realizing something. If Warlord is indeed strong, then Kizaru's fierce battle with him cannot have been faked. So, in that case, is Kizaru still Luffy's second uncle? Cam stroked his chin, pondering. Now that I think about it, Kizaru's final strike against Luffy was aimed at Hancock as the backup, but after Hancock was stopped, Kizaru may have genuinely intended to take out Luffy. And was Warlord's appearance merely a coincidence? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Cam shook his head, not wanting to overthink whether Kizaru was an undercover agent. Worst, he could just use Kizaru less in the future. Knowing the future trends, he could speculate that in the end, the defeater of the world government would be the Revolutionary Army, but the one who truly defeats, or rather, sends flying, would definitely be Luffy. So as long as he eliminates Luffy, he can preserve his own life and continue being a celestial dragon. Damn celestial dragon. I want to take you down. Just then, Luffy's roar accompanied by hurried footsteps thundered closer. Coming so quickly, Cam glanced back. Just as he was about to make a strategic retreat, he spotted a nearby python and suddenly had an idea. Swoosh, a faint sound echoed. Over there, Luffy, like a wolf catching scent, instantly turned and pounced in that direction. Cam bent down, holding his breath as he peered through the crack of the door. He saw Luffy charging down the corridor, a gust of wind swirling in his wake. As Luffy's figure dashed past, Cam decisively slammed the door shut behind him. You little rascal, Cam smirked with satisfaction. Luffy may have gained a movie buff and become stronger, but his brains hadn't improved. A python draped in his coat had led him astray. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen that python somewhere before. Cam stroked his chin, subconsciously turning around to continue his contemplation, completely oblivious to the fact that this door was a suspended one. Was that Salami's voice just now? Inside the room, steam swirled, and the pirate empress, with furrowed brows, appeared to have heard the call of her pet python. Splash! Just as she pondered, a sudden splash echoed from afar. Who? Splash! Water splashed, creating ripples. The warm mist felt like spring sunlight, embracing every inch of skin and bringing comfort from within. This is a bath. Cam leaped out of the water, a bad premonition stirring within him. There were indeed people in the bath, and they were coming towards me. Feeling the temperature of the bath and the gentle ripples approaching, Cam's heart raced to his throat. Could it be that old hag? This place was on the ship island, and Cam instinctively thought it was Nachin, one of Warlord's remnants, taking a bath. Who? A graceful figure appeared in his line of sight. Arms crossed, her gaze piercingly fixed on Cam, who had suddenly appeared. Due to the rising steam and the light, she could not immediately recognize who he was. Damn it, how could it be her? While the figure did not recognize Cam, he recognized the owner of that silhouette. It was not Nachin, but a woman who troubled Cam even more. The world's most beautiful woman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for celestial dragons. How could he be so unlucky? Cam instinctively swam backward, his mind racing with curses, while Luffy was off fighting. She was here taking a bath? Is this even reasonable? Even if Luffy forbade her from joining the battle. She shouldn't be doing this. Wah? Cam couldn't help but burst into tears, a sense of impending doom washing over him. As an old pervert, he definitely couldn't withstand Hancock's beauty, especially in a place like this. Moreover, Hancock was completely, just like when Luffy first met Hancock. How honest. Man, Hancock's brow furrowed as she heard the faint sound of a male sob. Sweet, sweet fragrant winds. Hancock formed hand seals, and rich pink energy coalesced into circles. Shooting towards Cam. No, I don't want to turn to stone. Cam turned and bolted, feeling like the unluckiest person alive. Just as he escaped the wolf's den, he fell into the tiger's mouth. It should be known that Hancock's hatred for celestial dragons is even purer than Luffy's. With his half-baked strength, he was no match for the pirate Empress. Whoosh whoosh. A whistling sound pierced the air, and Cam, swimming in the water, realized he could not outrun the pink circles. With a thunderous crash, the pink circles struck Cam heavily. No, I don't want to. Huh? Cam's voice abruptly ceased as he found he had not turned to stone. Huh? Hancock was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how there could be a man who could resist her beauty. For a moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Could it be the distance was insufficient? Could it be Luffy? In the next instant, both thoughts sprang to mind simultaneously. It must be. The distance is too far. The sweet, fragrant winds cannot reach me. Seizing the moment, Cam nodded to himself, believing this to be the only possibility. He glanced at the clothes not far away and suddenly recalled numerous scenes in movies where people stole clothes and made their escape. I don't believe you can chase me down while naked. In Cam's heart, certainty prevailed. That moment, Hancock, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, murmured, "It must be true. Only Luffy Cohen can resist my beauty. But really, why did Luffy have to barge in while I was bathing?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could this be the legendary couple? Hancock's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fell into a whirlwind of her own imagination, her face reddening to the roots of her hair. When she finally regained her composure, she caught sight of the stealthy figure of Luffy. After all these years of being together, why was she feeling shy? Hancock dismissed her thoughts and strode boldly towards him. Hey, what on earth was this woman doing? Did she not consider herself a lady? Cam turned around, perplexed to see Hancock approaching him without a hint of caution. Was she completely disregarding him as an outsider? But then there was Hancock's body. I can't look any longer. If I do, I'll turn to stone. Cam took a deep breath, submerged himself in the water, and quickened his pace to escape. He had resolved to use the cover of the mist to sneak ashore, snatch Hancock's clothes, and flee. Surely, Hancock wouldn't chase him down in the nude. With hurried steps, Cam quickened his pace, but Hancock was even faster, sprinting after him. In that instant, the vast bathhouse, hundreds of meters wide, became the stage for a most peculiar chase. If one were to describe it, Cam resembled a sardine desperately fleeing in the ocean, while Hancock was like a colossal yacht, engine roaring, plowing through the waves without a care. With a sudden leap, Hancock locked her fierce gaze onto her target. Luffy, stop! She lunged at Cam and, in a most bizarre manner, restrained him, preventing his escape, akin to a primitive person taming a dragon. Something fell off. Why had Luffy grown taller? Hancock furrowed her brows, realizing that the Luffy before her was not quite right. She quickly flipped Cam over. Squeak! Cam gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to avoid turning around. He had already deduced from Hancock's earlier shout that she had mistaken him for Monkey D. Luffy, which was why she attacked him. If she discovered now that he was not Luffy, he would undoubtedly be turned to stone. Moreover, as a celestial dragon, he would surely be crushed into dust. Yet, Cam simply could not resist Hancock. Within less than 3 seconds, their eyes met. Cam, Hancock. Once again, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Whoosh! Cam snapped back to reality, gasping for air. Their positions were exceedingly awkward, reminiscent of the iconic scene between Lucy and Rebecca. The difference was that Cam was playing Rebecca's role. He could not see Hancock's chin. All he could perceive were her vacant, yet growingly cold eyes. Let me go. You must release me. Cam cried desperately, straining to break free from Hancock's grip. However, his dual haki was merely at the beginner level. How could he possibly escape the grasp of the pirate empress? Why is it him? Hancock's body trembled, her mind blank. The person who had just withstood her beauty was not Luffy, but someone else entirely. And this someone was none other than the celestial dragon she despised. Her body had been exposed to such a person. Clang. Hancock could not process this revelation and collapsed, inadvertently covering Cam beneath her. You bastard, get up. Get up? I'm going to suffocate. Cam struggled as the air around him grew increasingly scarce, his mind going blank. Hancock exclaimed in terror, quickly withdrawing. Hancock, are you really considering attacking a celestial dragon? Cam retreated a step, feigning calmness as he pointed an accusatory finger at Hancock, his heart racing with fear. They were now mere inches apart, the distance between them charged with tension. Most crucially, Hancock was standing openly. In this situation, even Jesus himself would turn to stone. Unless Hancock truly feared his identity as a celestial dragon and refrained from attacking. Muramuro, Hancock formed hand seals, a rich pink energy coalescing into swirling patterns that zoomed straight towards Cam. Boom, the pink pattern struck Cam all over. No, I don't want to turn to stone. I refuse. Cam's movements halted abruptly as he realized nothing had happened. What is going on? He looked utterly bewildered. Having initially believed that the first wave of sweet energy had missed him due to distance. But now, it was clear that was not the case. What is happening? Hancock's brow furrowed as the initiator of the sweet energy. She knew that the first wave had indeed struck the person before her. The fact that he had not turned to stone led her to initially believe he was Luffy. But now, she recognized that the figure was not Luffy, but a celestial dragon. She attributed the lack of transformation to the obscuring mist that had clouded her vision. Yet now, that explanation was rendered moot. This could only mean that the celestial dragon before her harbored no ill intentions, pure as could be. But how could this be? He must be suppressing his thoughts. A flame of unexplainable intensity ignited within Hancock's gaze as she formed hand seals once more. Only Luffy could withstand her beauty in this world. Oh no! Cam sensed impending doom, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself. Boom! Once again, nothing transpired. What on earth is going on? Cam was utterly flummoxed, unable to comprehend the situation. System, you rarely have a conscience, aside from the system. Cam could not fathom anything else that could render him immune to Hancock's sweet energy. The system replied somewhat exasperatedly. Host, this system has not aided you. Cam frowned slightly. If not you, then what on earth is happening? Host, have you felt a bit fatigued these past few days? Cam paused, his gaze drifting appreciatively towards Hancock. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation washed over him, akin to being submerged in the tranquil depths of the sea. Or searching for a mystical paradise, ethereal and elusive, as if detached from the mundane world though. So that's it. Cam's mind lit up, as if he had stumbled upon a blind spot. During the past few days of battle, he had nearly fought to the death, and now, even his cooldown period had not ended, leaving him unable to harbor any wicked thoughts. Thus, he was entirely immune to Hancock's sweet energy. How splendid, though it may not be the best buff. In this situation, it was indeed fortuitous. Cam straightened up, feeling empowered by this peculiar timing to counter the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. He proclaimed, pointing at her with a booming voice, "Your tricks are futile against me. I am a paragon of virtue. How could I be swayed by your beauty? Nonsense." Hancock glared at Cam. "The only one who can resist my beauty is Luffy-kun." She refused to accept this absurd reality. The one who had previously withstood her allure had been none other than Luffy, the singular exception. Now, another had emerged, creating an unsettling dissonance. Coupled with her unique feelings for Luffy, this dissonance morphed into fury. If this individual were an ordinary person, Hancock's anger would not have been so intense. However, this was not an ordinary person. He was the celestial dragon she loathed. The thought that a multitude of despicable, undeserving beings could resist her beauty made her question its worth. What did that make Luffy, who could also withstand her beauty? The Empress held her pride. She could not tolerate the notion of her allure being overcome by such a person. Moreover, rather than believe that this celestial dragon was pure, Hancock was more inclined to think that fear of death had suppressed any such thoughts within him. Muramuro. Hancock swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. She refrained from employing any other tactics, for her sole desire was to see the celestial dragon before her bow down to her beauty, to validate her allure. Useless, utterly useless. I am a paragon of virtue. Cam stood tall and unyielding, embodying the very essence of righteousness, showing no signs of panic. His cooldown had not yet completed. His energy reserves were insufficient. Malicious thoughts, non-existent. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thuds echoed as pink ring patterns struck Cam's body one after another. Yet there was no indication of petrification. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hancock shook her head in disbelief, refusing to accept that a celestial dragon like Cam could remain unmoved by her beauty. She hastened the formation of her seals, her delicate hands creating afterimages. He must be enduring. He must be. 10 minutes later, he must be enduring. He must be. Hancock trembled with rage, beginning to pose alluringly before Cam, or leaning closer to him, intent on breaking down his defenses. Oh, you petrify me now. Hancock completely lost her composure, her speed of forming seals accelerating to a new level, the sweet, gentle wind pouring down like a torrential rain. Yet Cam remained unfazed, adopting an air of leisurely stroll amidst the storm. Pirate Empress, don't you tire from your rapid hand movements? Cam thought to himself, finding Hancock no threat, his mind easing. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Hancock gritted her teeth in frustration, yet still ceased her actions. She had formed countless seals. Her hands were indeed becoming numb at that moment. Despite her unwillingness, she had to admit that the celestial dragon before her held no malicious intent toward her. He was indeed a paragon of virtue. Very well, I concede that my beauty cannot sway you. But, whoosh, whoosh, the piercing sound of slicing wind rang out. Hancock's figure flickered, appearing before Cam as she raised her long leg, exclaiming, fragrant foot. Ah! Cam winced in pain, realizing his abdomen had turned to stone. Darn, I almost forgot that. Cam cursed under his breath, his expression turning to one of terror. He had just remembered that aside from the sweet, gentle wind, all of the Pirate Empress's techniques could petrify a person without requiring any malicious intent from the target. Boa Hancock? Cam gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely as he threatened. I am a celestial dragon. Do you dare to kill me? Your Amazon lily will surely face annihilation. Hancock coldly replied, as long as I kill you. No one will know it was me. As soon as her words fell, she struck again, and another side of Cam's waist turned to stone. Infuriating, infuriating. This woman is clearly toying with me, not using her full strength. Cam cried out in agony, the petrified parts devoid of any sensation. Yet this lack of sensation felt akin to having parts of his body suddenly vanish. For Cam, who had not fully turned to stone, it was as if a portion of him was being vivisected. You torment your slaves in this manner. This is your retribution. Seeing Cam grimace, Hancock couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at the prospect of revenge. Oh, why is this all happening to me? Cam's teeth ground together, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration. How is it that all this filth is being thrown upon me? I've only just crossed over, and I've already acquired a slave, with the maid even being one I picked up. Wait a moment, slaves. Cam suddenly had an epiphany, his mind racing. Boa Hancock, are you not afraid that your past as a slave will be revealed? He roared. Upon hearing this, Hancock froze as if paralyzed, her body rigid in place. You? How do you know? Hancock stared blankly at Cam, her mind devoid. Even after realizing that the person before her was not Luffy, she still faced him openly, fearful that he might glimpse the mark on her back. Could it be that the celestial dragons already knew of our identities as sisters? No, that thought was immediately dismissed. If the celestial dragons knew she had once been their slave, with their possessive nature, she wouldn't even qualify for the title of warlord. How would I know? Of course, it was the Straw Hat Kid who informed me. Cam said casually. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hancock shook her head, unable to believe that Luffy had betrayed her to him. Cam paused slightly, noticing Hancock's reaction. What's impossible? Luffy is notoriously loose-lipped. Cam genuinely hadn't lied to the Pirate Empress. He had indeed learned about it from watching the Pirate King, and just moments ago, Luffy had indeed let something slip. Loose lips, Luffy. Hancock's pupils dilated sharply, Luffy's image flashing in her mind that it wasn't far-fetched. It was highly probable that Luffy had indeed let it slip. Not only I know, but all the Marines present at the time also know. Cam maintained a steady demeanor, speaking with a hint of menace. What are you implying? Hancock glared at Cam, her teeth clenched. They are not fools. If I were to die without clarity, the Marines would easily connect the dots back to you. Moreover, considering that Warlord Wald had previously invited you to deal with me. A celestial dragon, do you truly believe that you could kill me in secret without being discovered? Cam stared at Hancock, realizing that the tides of power had shifted. Hancock trembled all over. Having momentarily overlooked this critical point due to her earlier agitation. If I were to perish, not only would you lose your warlord status, but Amazon Lily would also suffer catastrophic consequences. Cam glared at Hancock, his voice booming. Furthermore, your entire history will be laid bare, and the world will know that the most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, was once a slave. No, no. Hancock cried out in terror, clutching her head. Her identity as a slave was a fear she could never confront. She could never let the world know she had once been a slave, not even in death. This one thing cannot happen. This one thing cannot happen. I beg you. Hancock fell to her knees, trembling in fear, her demeanor as abject as that of a slave once more. Cam felt a stir of emotion within him, yet he was reminded of how this woman had just attempted to take his life. Cam ordered loudly, "Come here first, and free me from this stone." Yes, yes. Hancock trembled all over, quickly crawling on the ground, her knees scraping against the smooth stone floor, producing faint rustling sounds, as if any delay would result in a whip striking her. You crawling so slowly. Cam stepped forward, kicking Hancock away. "Hurry up and come to me." Yes, yes. Hancock lowered her head, her body quaking, only to find her vision engulfed in darkness, just as it had been over a decade ago. Cam scolded, "Idiot, can't you walk over? Walk over." Hancock suddenly raised her head. "Idiot, what are you dawdling for?" Cam took another step forward, grabbing Hancock by her hair. "Hurry up and get rid of this stone. It's killing me." And then Cam pinched Hancock's delicate face. "Assist me in my training." Meanwhile, at the end of the ship's corridor, nowhere to run, Luffy's gaze locked onto the massive python ahead. Because the giant serpent was draped in Cam's clothing, Luffy, who was slightly face-blind, momentarily failed to recognize it. Stamp, stamp. Luffy's foot slammed down, launching a punch forward. Roar, roar. The giant python howled in pain, turning to glare at Luffy. Utterly baffled as to why this bipedal beast, who had always been by its master's side, was now pursuing and attacking it. Could it be that he wished to steal its clothing, still roaring, still growling? Luffy halted mid-punch, recognizing the giant serpent. "May Salome, how is it you?" Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the pursuit of a celestial dragon had transformed into an encounter with Salome. Salome flicked her forked tongue, her serpentine tail coiling around to point at the very spot where Luffy had just struck her. Had it not been for her tenacity, she would have surely met her demise. "Ah, my apologies, I did not intend for that to happen." Luffy hastily shook his head, then suddenly sprang to his feet, turning to look behind him. Damn it, it must have been that celestial dragon's trickery. "Salome, stay put. I shall go and confront Hancock about that celestial dragon." With a firm pat on Salame's serpent head, Luffy turned on his heel and strode away without a backward glance. Hiss, hiss. Salome flicked her tail in defiance, indicating her disinterest in the two-legged creature's command. "Assist you in your training?" At that moment, within the bathing chamber, Hancock froze, her perplexed gaze fixed on Carm, unable to comprehend his words. "That I mean for you to." "What?" Hancock's body stiffened, disbelief etched across her face, questioning whether she had misheard him. "Did you not hear me clearly?" Carm barked, seizing Hancock by the neck, determined to subdue this haughty empress. How dare she leave him exposed without igniting any sparks of passion? It would be a disservice to his identity as a celestial dragon. Moreover, he held leverage over her. And to add insult to injury, that woman had genuinely sought to take his life. He was compelled to teach her a lesson. "And as for Monkey D. Luffy, you have your burdens, and I have mine. While I may not be able to best you directly, I can certainly vent my frustrations on others. Or perhaps I should demonstrate right now." Carm grasped Hancock's slender waist, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Shameless, depraved, Hancock forcefully pushed Carm away, glaring at him in fury. Her chest heaved with indignation, realizing she had been deceived. Carm was far from the virtuous gentleman he pretended to be. "What expression is that on your face?" Carm's chest heaved as well. Having been pursued by Luffy and then by the pirate empress, he was brimming with pent-up rage. He jabbed a finger at Hancock, roaring, "Do you intend to lay a hand on me? Let me enlighten you. I am the legitimate heir of the Curiclide family. I am not to be compared with those collateral celestial dragons that Wald has dispatched." Should I suffer any misfortune, your three sisters' status as slaves will be exposed. Your Amazon lily will be razed to the ground. Everyone will follow you to your doom. The Curiclide family? Hancock's pupils dilated sharply. Realizing that the Curiclide family was one of the most powerful families among the celestial dragons. And don't forget about that straw hat brat. He will meet his end as well. Let me be frank. In the pursuit of Wald, not only have we summoned you 7 warlords, but the newly appointed Marine Admiral Akainu will also personally take action. Karm recalled that in the 3D2Y film, Akainu did indeed lead the Marines himself. Hancock's eyes brimmed with tears of regret. She lamented her decision to take this bath. The identity of a celestial dragon was a formidable barrier, one that could not be trifled with. Do not provoke me further. For your earlier murderous intent alone, the demon slaughter order shall befall your Amazon lily. Karm felt an intense heat coursing through his body. As if the period of invincibility had passed, his anger grew. And his temperament became increasingly volatile. Ugh. I understand. Hancock trembled, her voice choked with emotion, collapsing like a withered leaf in the wind, tears streaming silently, ultimately submitting to her fate. The world saw her as a proud tyrant who acted on her own terms. Yet who knew that this was merely a fade to mask her fear? If she truly did not care for her nation, how could a ruler endowed with conqueror's hockey consent to becoming one of the 7 warlords? A mere pawn of the world government in the eyes of most pirates? Luffy, Granny Sabo, and everyone on Amazon Lily. Hancock cast a glance toward the entrance of the bathing chamber before swiftly turning her gaze toward Amazon Lily. Karm momentarily lost his focus, but soon regained his composure. After all, he intended to eliminate Monkey D. Luffy and then seize the Pirate Empress. For now, it was merely a matter of getting a head start. The steam within the bathing chamber swirled, obscuring the events occurring within. Ding! Detection of Boa Hancock's favorability toward the host is at -90. Detection of Boa Hancock's fate value is at 93. Detection of Boa Hancock's beauty value is at 95. Ding! Favorability too low to trigger exploration rewards. Ding! Detection of Boa Hancock's favorability toward the host is on the rise. Ding! Detection of Boa Hancock's favorability is at 30. Favorability too low to trigger exploration rewards. Karm was filled with questions, pondering whether the Pirate Empress had unlocked some extraordinary attribute. It's Monkey D. Luffy. It's Luffy-kun. Both Karm and Hancock's expressions drastically changed, flustered and unsure of how to react. Quick, hide. Where should we hide? Moments later, the door creaked open as Luffy stepped inside. Luffy, you. Hancock glared at him in embarrassment and anger. Why did you come in without knocking? This? Luffy scratched his ear, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I heard your screams outside. I was worried some bad guys were trying to harm you. Screams? What the hell? I didn't scream. Hancock vehemently denied it in her heart, shaking her head in protest. She raised her gaze and said, Luffy, you must have misheard. I was not attacked. How could I possibly scream? It's true, Luffy insisted, digging at his nose. Noticing Hancock's incredulous and embarrassed expression, he added, I swear. Hancock was momentarily speechless. A myriad of excuses trapped within her. Luffy was wonderful in many ways. Yet why couldn't he grasp a shred of social nuance? She simply wanted to provide herself with a graceful exit. Yet he failed to comprehend her intentions. If he continued to insist she had screamed, it would imply she was Luffy. Hancock cleared her throat, attempting to shift the topic, but Luffy offered no opportunity for her to do so. Luffy squinted, noticing a slight bulge beneath Hancock's cloak. Hancock? What's under your cloak? Luffy scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable itch at the top of his head, as if someone were hiding behind Hancock. Hancock stammered, unsure of what to say. In the heat of the moment, she had thrown on a cloak, and Karm had nowhere to hide. So, Hancock hesitantly replied, It's Salome. Yes, it's Salome. She is feeling a bit feverish. So I wrapped her up. The glimmer of hope illuminated Hancock's eyes as she finally found a fitting excuse. Salome. Luffy felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Yes, it's Salome. Hancock affirmed firmly. So it's Salome. Luffy shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the oddities. That he smiled at Hancock, saying, Honestly, I thought you were hiding someone back there. How could that be possible? Hancock forced a laugh. By the way, Luffy suddenly looked serious, lowering his voice to caution her. That bastard celestial dragon should be lurking around here somewhere. Be careful not to run into him. Luffy, Hancock's expression froze, her mind going blank. Her lips trembled as she struggled to speak. Are you saying you drove that celestial dragon nearby? Yes, Luffy nodded vigorously. I almost sent him flying, but he managed to dodge and escape that I have no idea where he is now. Luffy squinted again, noticing the murderous glint in Hancock's eyes. Hancock, why do you look so pale? Why would I look fine? Hancock cursed inwardly. She had been trying to understand how Karm, that celestial dragon, had ended up in the bathing chamber. It appears that there is an inseparable connection between the original and Luffy. Isn't this merely Luffy seeking discomfort for himself? It is worth mentioning that the figure beneath the cloak is certainly not Salome, but rather Cam. At this very moment, his appearance is rather peculiar. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to Hancock concealing Luffy behind her just before entering Impel Down. The difference lies in the fact that Cam's bond is far more intimate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a hidden accomplishment. Cam's eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He cackled. Luffy, today you are invincible, and I cannot defeat you. However, I can ensure that you face utter humiliation on another front. A villainous laughter erupted within Cam's mind. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Hancock and Luffy, Hancock's expression shifted dramatically as she cursed Cam 108 times in her heart. Indeed, celestial dragons are all born troublemakers. Given the current situation, detection indicates that Boa Hancock's affection for the host is fluctuating. Affection-4, affection-5, affection-4, affection-5. Hancock, what is the matter with you? Luffy blinked, noticing that Hancock's complexion had worsened. Hancock, are you unwell? Luffy instinctively moved closer, wishing to express his concern. Step back. Hancock retreated several meters, maintaining her distance from Luffy, fearful of him discovering something amiss. I am fine, Hancock insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. Hancock, what is truly wrong? Please do not frighten me. Luffy was genuinely alarmed. He regarded Hancock as a wonderful woman and did not wish for her to suffer from any serious illness. Hancock cupped her face, shaking her head. I am not. She covered her mouth. Cover your mouth. Hancock tightly clasped her mouth, on the verge of tears. She genuinely wished to tear away her uncooperative lips. Luffy, I am fine. Truly. I just feel a bit unwell. I wish to be alone for a moment, and no worries. I will stay with you. Luffy, unwilling to leave Hancock's side, clung to her like a piece of chewing gum. Woo-woo, Luffy. Upon hearing this, Hancock began to cry. Yet, it was not tears of joy. Under normal circumstances, Hancock would have felt elated by Luffy's words, delighted for an entire year, moved for a month. But what was happening now? The figure beneath her cloak was not Salome, but Cam. Who knows if Luffy remaining here would reveal any clues? Who knows what thoughts would occupy Luffy's mind upon witnessing this scene? Luffy, I would like to be alone for a while. Hancock's gaze darted away, avoiding Luffy's eyes as if she were a child caught in wrongdoing. Luffy misinterpreted her, following her line of sight. Only then did he realize they were in a bathhouse. Hancock, you should have said so. Luffy nodded to himself. If you are unwell, a warm bath is indeed in order. He wasn't entirely oblivious. If a woman wanted to bathe, a man should typically leave unless he paid to stay. This was wisdom he had gleaned from Nami. Hancock, I will wait for you outside. I will not allow that celestial dragon to disturb you. All right. In no time, Kim interjected. You scoundrel. Just now, you were utterly insufferable. Hancock's chest heaved with anger as she pointed an accusing finger at Kam. It is noteworthy that she had already deduced that this unusual celestial dragon was called Cam. As for what exactly made him different, she had yet to ascertain. Yes, I am a scoundrel. I am insufferable. Cam nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, internally chuckling. The system does not deceive. Although his affection rating had declined, the overall trend remained upward. You dare to retort? Hancock exclaimed furiously. Do you realize how close I was to being discovered just now? If only. Yes. Cam did not depart, continuing to nod. Strangely, at that moment, the two of them resembled a young couple playfully bickering. Unbeknownst to them, the barriers between them were gradually dissipating. Yes. When Hancock found herself at a loss for words, Cam persisted in nodding. I will not do it again. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Hancock nodded appreciatively but was soon taken aback. You are leaving? Hancock's mind was filled with questions. It had barely been a short while, and he was already departing. She had yet to. What? Cam was equally perplexed. Unable to grasp Hancock's meaning that he raised an eyebrow, cautiously asking, "Could it be that you—" "Nonsense," Hancock retorted angrily, vehemently denying it. After all, she was a woman. Could she be the one to take the initiative? Leave quickly. Hancock shook her head, exclaiming in frustration, "I do not wish to see you at all right now." "Then I shall take my leave," Cam responded and turned towards the door in another direction. Hancock observed Cam's retreating figure, a complex array of emotions swirling within her. By the way, Cam suddenly turned back, reminding her, "This means you are my woman, that I will seek a way to eliminate the slave mark after I return." Go away, go away. Who is your woman?" Hancock protested, clutching her face, pouting, "I had no choice. My heart belongs solely to Luffy." "And what about me?" "Get lost." Cam said nothing further. The mere fact that he had befriended the world's most beautiful woman was beyond his expectations. To take it a step further, such a notion was utterly impossible for someone like Hancock, who harbored a profound hatred for celestial dragons. Moreover, who could discern the pause in Luffy? Was it a comma, an ellipsis, or a period? The future might even be an M-so. "Boa Hancock, we have plenty of time ahead." Cam waved his hand, feeling this was a splendid beginning. Hancock gazed at Cam's departing figure, a sense of inexplicable loss washing over her. She realized that this celestial dragon named Cam was unlike any she had encountered before. As for what made him different, oh yes, it seemed to stem from when he urged her to come over. She wanted to call out to Cam, but the words remained lodged in her throat. Whoosh! Within the bath, steam enveloped the air, and the soft yellow light cast a hazy glow. Water droplets cascaded down the walls, creating gentle ripples upon the surface. Suddenly, Cam felt warmth behind him, as a pair of soft arms encircled him from behind. Hancock pressed against Cam's back, whispering, "It is still early. Why not stay a little longer?" Cam turned, responding gently, "All right." Whoosh! As warmth enveloped them, affection flowed quietly. Whoosh! The setting sun bled crimson, painting the western sky, its afterglow spreading across the sea. The operation against Wald had concluded. Approximately 3 hours later, Akainu led an elite naval force and decisively defeated Wald. During this time, he had attempted to locate Cam, the celestial dragon, as a hostage. Yet, he could scarcely have imagined that the pirate empress was together with Kamat this moment, on the deck of a naval ship. Ding! Detection indicates that Boa Hancock's affection for the host continues to plummet. System. What on earth is happening? Cam nearly stumbled in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Although Hancock's affection had consistently remained below the passing line throughout, its peak had reached 50. Now, it had plummeted into negative territory. Host, do you truly believe that the pirate empress is the type to become devoted to you merely because you occupy her space? Furthermore, your identities render such a notion impossible. Cam was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to articulate a rebuttal. He was even perplexed as to why Hancock had turned back at that moment. Could it be that she was tempted by his physique? Never mind. There would be ample time ahead. In the future, not only would he claim Hancock's body, but her heart would also be his conquest. Cam shook his head, feeling the weight of his aspirations. His gaze landed upon the distant crimson sailboat, the vessel of the Nine-Snake Pirates System. A spark of realization illuminated Cam's expression as he inquired, now that Wald has been captured and the storyline of the movie has concluded, can I lead my forces to eliminate Monkey D. Luffy? Returning to the host, the invincible buff of the movie is merely a term. At its core, it is the Nika within Monkey D. Luffy that will not vanish simply because the film has ended. The system responded that I have Kizaru and Akainu at my disposal. Surely, brute force can suffice? Cam was adamant not to miss the opportunity to defeat Luffy, although he possessed a system that granted strength through childbirth. Such endeavors required time. The timeline of the Pirate King was exceedingly tight. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the infamous joke about Doflamingo reading the news about the king. Host, in that state. Even 10 Roger-level figures would be rendered powerless before Luffy. It would be wise to reconsider. The system advised 10 Rogers would be powerless. Cam felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, genuinely astonished. How could it be that, despite having a system that granted him advantages, Luffy seemed even more formidable? It must be that the system is simply too lacking. Cam retorted indignantly, System, you are utterly useless. Ding. Host, Monkey D. Luffy is the destined child of this world. Even this system must tread lightly around his brilliance. The system conveyed with a mechanical tone. Cam's expression froze momentarily as he sighed. You do have a point. Despite his own advantages, Luffy remained the genuine protagonist. Very well, let this be a favor to Hancock. Cam rubbed his face and continued to gaze at the distant perfume snake, watching the pirate empress depart. At this moment, on the deck of the perfume snake, Hancock observed the naval warship in the distance. Her expression complex as she watched Cam leave. Hancock pressed her hand against her chest, her mind racing. Yet that feeling, truly, she longed for it intensely. Cradling her flushed cheeks, she pondered her thoughts. Hancock, what do you desire? Luffy scratched his head with one hand while picking his nose with the other. Was it food she craved? He retrieved a piece of roasted meat from the pile of food and offered it to Hancock. Hancock looked at the greasy piece of meat with a hint of surprise. While Luffy was kind, his demeanor was quite dull. No, you eat, she replied, lifting her gaze to Luffy, realizing he no longer appeared as perfect as before. Speaking of which, Cam mentioned he would find a way to erase the mark on my back. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Hancock gently caressed her back, her gaze drifting far away as a sly smile graced her lips. Ding! Detecting Boa Hancock's affection level towards Monkey D. Luffy. -8. Ding. Detecting Boa Hancock's affection level towards the host. 8. Cam nearly stumbled, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events on Hancock's side. By the way. Cam shook his head and inquired of the system. Since you say Luffy's advantage stems from the Nika fruit, and Nika resides within him, does that mean I simply cannot kill him? Ding. According to this system's analysis, the power granted to Luffy by Nika is indeed limited. For example, this time, the consumption of Nika's power is immense. He 1T recover for at least half a year. The periodic restoration of energy allows Luffy to defeat foes that seem insurmountable at intervals. In your original world, this has led to the rumors of Luffy's invincibility in the movie. The system elaborated in a serious tone. Moreover, while Nika grants Luffy power, it simultaneously shields or alters the memories of those involved. This results in many enemies, events, and circumstances from the movie not aligning with the main storyline. It is a form of self-protection by Nika. Alright. That's good. Cam nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of relief within. As long as Luffy wasn't truly invincible, that was all that mattered. And then there's this. Cam paused, looking curiously at the permanently unlocked skill from achieving a hidden achievement. Permanent skill description. Those who hear it feel sorrow. Those who witness it fall silent. Using this permanent skill can silence enemies within range, rendering them unable to use their skills. Cam scratched his head, pondering the implications of sorrow and silence. Wasn't he that? 2 days later, Cam returned to Mariawa. He first sought guidance from the three women, and only on the following day did he proceed to Panga City to receive his accolades. Cam, your so-called Wrath of the Bullman is truly that impressive. Upon hearing Cam recount the events, the 5 elders asked curiously, "It's the Wrath of the Minotaur?" The 5 old men looked baffled and inquired, "Minotaur? What is that?" They genuinely had no idea what a Minotaur was. But they all unanimously thought of the bull-headed jailers from Impel Down. Stop with the wild imaginings, Cam said earnestly. The Minotaur is a legendary beast. Those who hear of it feel sorrow, and those who see it fall silent. Extremely terrifying. As for whether it is truly as formidable, dear elders, you shall find out for yourselves. Cam struck a pose, inviting them to test his newfound permanent skill against their attacks. If it worked, it would be akin to possessing a rule-based skill. The 5 elders exchanged glances and chuckled. It seems our young Cam is quite confident, Satan remarked. You go first. The other 4 elders chimed in. No, you go first. Why me? Satan couldn't help but curse, fearing he might inadvertently injure Cam, thus incurring the blame. The other 4 elders urged, stop complaining and get on with it. Fine, I'll go. Satan braced himself, transforming into a bull demon. Roar. The bull demon lunged forward. An ear-splitting roar echoed as Satan's forelimb lunged towards Cam like a colossal poisoned needle. Cam remained unfazed and bellowed, Wrath of the Minotaur. With a whoosh, an invisible energy burst forth. A loud crack was heard, as Satan's forelimb shattered as if a pencil had collided with a steel plate. Is this for real? Satan stood stunned. Although he had used less than 10% of his strength, the hardness of his limb was undeniable. It shouldn't have shattered so easily. Hey, Satan! The other 4 elders, witnessing this, furiously exclaimed, we know you want to hold back, but your version of holding back is endangering us. I did not. Please, we are well aware of the hardness of your spider legs. Spider. I'm a bull demon. Satan shot back, but as he retorted, his limbs quickly returned to normal, and he unleashed 50% of his strength towards KAM at a SA result. Not only did his leg break, but his horns shattered as well. Old 5, put in some effort. Old 5, if you're that weak, we won't play with you anymore. Old 5, can you even do this? The other 4 elders enjoyed the spectacle, mercilessly chiding Satan. Cam was indeed a curious individual. Satan narrowed his eyes, contemplating that Cam's ability might not withstand mental attacks. Bull Demon's fiery eyes. Oh no. Cam shouted in unison, pretending to remain still. Ha. You've entered my illusion, haven't you? Satan laughed confidently as he approached Cam, extending his seductive spider limbs. Am I not beautiful? Do you want Cam? He was momentarily dumbfounded. This was Satan. He merely wished to play along, yet what he saw was beyond comprehension. Hold it in. Hold it in. He must act as though he knows nothing. But Satan was relentless, advancing to touch Cam's face. Splurt. Cam burst into laughter, covering his mouth. Satan, rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Satan's lips twitched slightly. You weren't ensnared by the illusion? Grandfather Satan, with a heart devoid of women, unsheathing my blade is but a natural instinct. How could such enchanting beauty's illusion possibly affect me? Cam replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Satan's expression darkened further. What the hell do you mean devoid of women? Do you think I am unaware of your activities yesterday? This is clearly a case of not being ensnared by the illusion. Old 5, step aside. At this moment, the legal martial god, Topman watchily, bellowed. You're truly embarrassing the 5 elder stars, Satan. How about you take the lead? If you're so impressive, watchily. I shall. Half an hour later, the 4 elders wore exceedingly grim expressions. While Satan stood by, reveling in their misfortune, it was proven that the wrath of the Minotaur could silence any opponent. After mocking the other 4 elders, Satan could not help but inquire, wise grandson Cam, what fruit ability do you possess that is so formidable? At this moment, the other 4 elders also turned their gazes towards him, eager to hear that I truly do not know. I merely consumed a fruit when I was on the brink of death, which granted me this power. Cam genuinely had no idea how to fabricate a plausible explanation for his abilities. He could not simply claim it was bestowed by the system. He thought that in the future, he might acquire other formidable skills, and an unknown fruit was a splendid excuse. So, wise grandson, what weaknesses does your ability possess? Satan inquired again. That I have no idea. Cam shook his head. Get lost. The other 4 elders immediately retorted. You come in asking about another's weaknesses. Even brothers maintain clear accounts. Even if Cam knew, he wouldn't divulge. Ha ha ha. Esteemed elders, you worry too much. I truly do not know, Cam replied with a smile, though inwardly he felt somewhat uneasy. He had already experimented yesterday, finding that as long as he refrained from calling out the name of his technique, everything could be handled as a simple attack, thus rendering the silence effect of his skills ineffective. Ha ha, you have your own fortune. We shall not interfere. However, your near demise was indeed our oversight. That I in this regard, your grandfather Satan shall offer his apologies. Satan retorted indignantly. Why is it always me? It was your foolish idea. Satan contemplated a moment and asked, by the way, Cam, your strength is quite commendable now. Why not join the Night Corps? No, I merely wish to eliminate that straw hat brat and then live a life of idleness. Cam stated earnestly he aspired to be a lavish and indulgent celestial dragon, reveling in the embrace of comfort. Satan nodded. Very well. Personally subduing world would be a significant achievement. I shall announce it to the entire clan tomorrow. The attacked Makabaka family should also come to express their gratitude. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from outside. We object. 3 men and 2 women entered. The 2 leading men were a rotund figure resembling a pig, exuding a comically affable demeanor, while the other was tall and lean, showcasing an impressive 8-pack, with an appearance that was rare among the celestial dragons, though his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The 2 women, as expected of celestial dragon women, were strikingly beautiful, adorned in resplendent space suits, exuding an air of opulence, their heads held high, pride radiating from their eyes. Kashiong, Kalong, Jinya, Jinlai. Cam murmured the names of the 4. A wave of indescribable loathing surged within him. The original owner's death was shrouded in mystery, likely a consequence of familial power struggles, and these 4 were none other than Cam's older siblings. the legitimate heirs of the Kalaclot family. The original owner's demise was undoubtedly intertwined with these four. Why is that coward Lachi here too? At that moment, Cam noticed another man timidly following behind the four. None other than Lachi, who had nearly created a protagonist template not long ago. Kashyong, Jinya, we are in the midst of a discussion. Wachali rose in fury, deeming their audacity unacceptable. Grandfather Wachali, we merely believe the merit of Cam. Our younger brother is debatable, a cold voice emerged, belonging to the woman named Jinya. What is there to debate? Get out of here at once. Wachali was immediately displeased, his fierce aura pressing down upon the four, nearly suffocating them. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your family's internal affairs. Your father entrusted us to look after Cam while he was alive. If you dare trouble him again, do not blame us old men for showing no mercy. The other four elders also rose, adopting a stance that suggested they would not hesitate to engage should the situation escalate. The fierce pressure caused Kashyong and his companions to nearly falter. Yet they maintained a facade of composure, stating, we happened to overhear that the original mission to subdue world was meant for our younger brother Lachi. However, Cam resorted to coercive tactics to extort the mission from him. Grandfather Wachali, as the legal martial god, you must recognize that this does not adhere to the rules. As they spoke, Kashyong and his companions pushed Lachi forward, their faces betraying a sense of triumph at their cunning. Satan was taken aback. Realizing this was the same ill-mannered fellow from a few days prior, he immediately questioned, Lachi, are you dissatisfied with what transpired a few days ago? Lachi stammered, utterly at a loss for words. Do not fear. We stand with you. Kashyong's group proclaimed loudly. Lachi hesitated, struggling to articulate even a single word that he felt deeply troubled. The matter he had taken on was indeed usurped, yet it was the 5 elder stars who had intervened for the transfer. Could he refuse? Lachi was not foolish. To put it plainly, it was merely a procedural formality. The mission was undoubtedly assigned to Cam by the 5 elder stars. They would summon him, showing him respect. Otherwise, with the authority of the 5 elders, they could have executed the transfer without needing to inform him at all. Yet Kashyong and his companions were so eager to confront him, denying him even the chance to explain. Who would he offend? The 5 elder stars or 4 family heirs? In due time, he made his decision. Cam. Lachi strode forth, a look of grievance etched on his face as he shouted at Cam. Witnessing this scene, Kashyong and his companions smirked, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the 5 elders and Cam all bore fierce expressions. Cam. Lachi scratched his head, adopting an apologetic demeanor. Here, this card contains my lost wager of 1 billion. Bang! In an instant, it was as though a thunderclap had struck. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Kashyong and his companions. What is happening? Aren't you supposed to denounce Cam? Shouldn't he lose his merits and be expelled from the power struggle? How does this deviate from our expectations? The 5 elder stars were equally bewildered. This Lachi was quite adaptable. He was indeed a talent. Thank you very much. Cam accepted the card in a daze, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. Ultimately, he concluded that this Lachi was truly the epitome of cowardice. Lachi, what do you mean by this? We are here to seek justice for you. And you show no gratitude. After a prolonged silence, Kalong shouted angrily. That is not the case. You have misunderstood. Lachi instinctively moved closer to the 5 elder stars, stating, the injuries I sustained were merely due to a minor disagreement with Cam. However, the mission was transferred properly. Lachi's words were indeed true. After Cam proposed that wager, he had agreed. Otherwise, he would not have felt so confident about winning. He recounted the details of the situation. It was like this and that. Why did you not say this earlier? Jinlai asked innocently. You think I did not want to say it? Lachi expressed his grievances. I was abducted early this morning, with a sack placed over my mouth. Did you provide me the opportunity to explain? This. In light of his words, the 4 were momentarily taken aback. Before their arrival, this clan brother had been whimpering, as if he truly had something to convey. What a farcical scene. Should we not leave at once? The 5 elder stars rose in unison, issuing an expulsion order. To be honest, this hardly constituted a matter of significance, so what if it was simply taken? However, it was merely a matter of diminished credit. For Cam, it bore almost no consequence. That it was purely the 4 members of the Kashyong who wished to ensure that Cam received no accolades whatsoever. According to the internal regulations of the Crooked Clade family, the heir to the family title must have achievements to their name. Take a step back. Cam was destined to confront Galufii, Ganica, and the other archenemies of their celestial lineage. Nothing could be more pressing than this matter. Wait, no, this won't do. Get out of my sight immediately. Satan abruptly interrupted Karong's words. Yet Karong remained unfazed. Pointing at Cam, his eyes bloodshot, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Blame it on my father for departing this world too soon. Blame it on my father for being so prolific, Lord Vachali." Karong immediately knelt, raising his voice. "I hereby report that crooked-clad Cam is a traitor to our celestial lineage." Bang! The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. However, this stillness lasted merely half a second. The next instant, Vachali erupted in fury, seizing Karong. "Karong, what nonsense are you spouting?" Without inquiry, he struck first, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Karong. Karong, what are you babbling about?" The eyes of Kashiong, Zhenlai, and Jinya brimmed with disbelief. Though they were not fond of Cam, they would never go so far as to condemn him to death. It is imperative to understand that a traitor among the celestial lineage faces immediate execution. Moreover, Cam had not set foot outside Mariehua for years, making it utterly impossible for him to be a traitor. I am not speaking falsely. Cam is indeed a traitor to our clan," Karong persisted obstinately. "I am a traitor?" Cam's expression was one of utter bewilderment. "When did I become a traitor? I was not even aware of it. How dare you slander me?" He refused to grant Karong any face. Joining forces with Vachali in a mixed assault. Bang, bang, bang. "Cam is the traitor." The two continued their brawl for a full 10 minutes. Yet Karong remained unwavering, adamantly asserting that Cam was a traitor. "Eldest brother, you must cease this." At this moment, the remaining 4 elders, having observed the situation, realized that Karong might not be fabricating accusations. "Let Karong speak." Upon hearing this, Vachali, though displeased, relented. Cough, cough, cough. Karong cleared his throat with a fierce glare at Cam. "Esteemed elders, crooked-clad Cam is indeed a traitor to our celestial lineage. Brother Karong, you repeatedly call me a traitor. Yet, as everyone knows, aside from my brief excursion from Mariehua a few days ago, I have remained cloistered at home." Cam, too, glared fiercely at Karong. "Even if you all are traitors of the celestial lineage, I could never be a traitor. Well then, the case is solved. It is highly likely that Karong is the one who conspired against the original owner, unjustly slandering me." Cam's assertion was not unfounded. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in silent agreement. Even Kashiong and the others were no exception. Karong pointed at Cam, roaring in anger. "Cam, do not be arrogant. Do you think I cannot uncover the truth?" He then turned respectfully towards the elders, saying, "Esteemed elders, according to my investigation, Cam recently spent an exorbitant sum of 1,000 billion berries to purchase a kingdom." "What of it?" "I did not spend your money," Cam scoffed. Yet a hint of anxiety crept into his heart that he had indeed never contemplated betraying the celestial lineage, but he had genuinely considered fleeing. Good, just admit it." Karong rejoiced inwardly, promptly presenting several documents to the assembled crowd, stating, "While I cannot interfere with Cam purchasing a kingdom, do you know what else? He even intends to relocate. A complete family relocation. If he is not planning to defect from the Holy Land, why would he wish to move his entire family? Just this alone is sufficient to conclude he is a traitor," accompanied by Karong's vehement inquiries. And with the excessive documentation in hand, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Some were shocked, others elated, while some felt a chilling dread. "Cam, is what is written here true? Do you wish to relocate to that nation?" Financial warlord Nasu Shuru tightened his grip on his ominous blade, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The celestial lineage can brook no traitors. Without hesitation, Cam replied, "It is true, whoosh." No sooner had Cam spoken than the ominous blade Kichu was already pressed against Cam's throat. Thunderous roars filled the air. An indescribable aura of terror bore down upon Cam, nearly suffocating him. "Eldest brother, stop." Satan and Vachali, quick on the uptake, hurriedly shielded Cam. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must allow Cam to explain himself." The other 2 elders stepped forward to separate the trio, stating, "Enough, Cam, you had better clarify this matter." "Heh, clarify?" Cam chuckled derisively. Pushing aside the 2 elders, "I did intend to relocate, but ultimately, I did not. Furthermore, even if I had moved, how could I be deemed a traitor?" Karong pointed at Cam, shouting, "Cam, do not attempt to obfuscate the truth. If you are not a traitor, then why do you wish to relocate to another country?" Is it not true that life there would be better than in the Holy Land? I have heard you aspire to rule over those lowly commoners. Then pray tell, what crime have I committed? Cam raised his voice in inquiry. Which decree in the divine edicts forbids one from ruling in another nation? Nonsense. Of course, it is. Is it? What was it again? Karang was left speechless, for he truly did not know him. Not only him, but even the legal warlord Vachali furrowed his brow, pondering what crime Cam had committed. How had Cam come to be labeled a traitor? What was it? Allow me to elucidate. Cam's voice rang out powerfully as he turned to face the elders, bowing deeply. Esteemed elders, please allow me a moment to utilize this library. Do you truly believe that Cam's painstaking efforts to devise a reversal plan were in vain? Relocating to another country to become an emperor, prior to the arrival of the system, was indeed the best means of survival. This was advantageous for both parties. Shortly thereafter, Cam produced 2 ancient scrolls, the history of the celestial lineage. The divine edicts of the celestial lineage. He did not rush to open them, instead coldly stating, as is widely recognized, our celestial lineage was established by 20 sovereigns. Mariawa was also constructed by 19 sovereigns. Yet, it seems you have overlooked that regardless of the sovereign, they were all once kings of their own realms. Were our ancestors traitors as well? Cam boldly placed a significant accusation, suggesting that if he were a traitor, then so too were their forebears. Even the Nefertari clan, which had refused to enter the Holy Land, was merely regarded as an aberration. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in unison, realizing the truth in his words. You claim I am a traitor? Then look at what is written in these books. As Cam spoke, he flipped open the history of the celestial lineage. It records that 700 years ago, an ancestor, disillusioned with the complacency of life in the Holy Land, believed that ruling a kingdom would yield a greater sense of accomplishment. Thus, he petitioned the reigning King I, hoping to depart from the Holy Land and govern a realm independently. King I acquiesced. Cam then opened the divine edicts of the celestial lineage, continuing, because of this, King I promulgated a new edict, permitting the celestial beings to return to their kingdoms to govern. The ancient texts from 700 years ago were indeed quite dilapidated. Yet, they explicitly documented this content. In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence once more. Do you truly think I am a fool? Unaware that relocating to rule elsewhere could be misconstrued, it was precisely by uncovering these details in the library that I contemplated fleeing. Cam stared blankly at the crowd, feeling a swell of pride within him. Yet simultaneously, anxiety gripped him. 700 years was indeed a lengthy duration, and this content had not even been recorded in the current compendium of the divine edicts of the celestial lineage. He genuinely did not know if he could use this to deflect the situation. Cam discreetly signaled to Satan with a glance. Utterly absurd. If the ancestors permitted it, who are you to question us descendants? Satan, catching Cam's signal, roared, tossing Karang and the other 5 out as though they were mere dolls. After a while, Satan solemnly inquired, Cam, now can you explain what exactly is happening? Although the texts you found in the divine edicts of the celestial lineage are not problematic, the time span is far too distant. Vachali nodded in agreement, stating, Cam, you know that due to the emergence of the Dragon Command Army, there is significant internal resistance to your actions. Indeed, the other 3 elders nodded in unison, expressing their disapproval of Cam's conduct. Esteemed elders, the very thought of my desire to relocate and flee rests solely upon your shoulders. Because of us? 5 elderly gentlemen, their heads adorned with question marks, were perplexed. Clearly, it was you who wished to flee. Why then do you cast blame upon us? Initially, I had no intention of voicing my thoughts, but circumstances have left me with no alternative. With a pained expression, Cam countered, Dear grandfathers, are you aware of why I became so diligent and hardworking after regaining consciousness from my fainting spell? Why? The 5 elders inquired, equally astonished. Ever since that day Cam awoke, he seemed to have transformed entirely. He plunged headfirst into the library, immersing himself in his studies, and just a few months later, he suddenly mastered the art of the dual hockey. It was because I had a dream. This dream was both peculiar and simplistic. Before me was a video phone bug, incessantly playing something called One Piece day and night. Cam proceeded to explain that on the day he contemplated fleeing, he had already concocted this narrative, and in the end, do you know what happened? Our clan was annihilated. The very perpetrator was none other than Joy Boy, who had consumed the Nika fruit. The fright jolted me awake that I recognized it as a dream, yet I feared it might be true. Upon waking, I dashed into the library to discover whether the Nika fruit truly existed and if there was indeed a joy boy. To my astonishment, the information I found in the library closely mirrored the content of my dream. Furthermore, I stumbled upon the realization that the Nika fruit had been repackaged by my clan as the Gomu Gomu fruit, and the consumer of the rubber fruit was none other than the Straw Hat Kid. Upon uncovering this, I was filled with immense joy. I yearned to enlist your assistance, dear grandfathers, to hunt down the Straw Hat Kid. Alas, you refused. You would not agree. At this point, Kim broke down into heart-wrenching tears. His sorrow was palpable. As long as the Straw Hat Kid lives, I fear that dream may materialize. Just the thought of losing my status, my woman, my wealth, all of it could vanish. I felt such rage, such fear. Thus, I contemplated fleeing in advance, to purchase a kingdom and become an emperor. Though my position would be significantly diminished, I would still possess abundant wealth and numerous women. Cam wiped his tears, wearing a look of utter grievance. Subsequently, you grandfathers also learned that I had recently mastered the dual Hakai.at. That moment, I attained enlightenment. I resolved not to flee any longer. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. I must personally eliminate that Straw Hat Kid, which is why I felt such urgency to eradicate Luffy. I have a dream. I wish to continue as a celestial dragon. Cam feigned an air of self-importance, yet deep within, he was profoundly moved, for not all of it was falsehood. 6 parts were truth that AS previously stated. If you have come, then settle. In.it was a hard-won opportunity to become a powerful celestial dragon, the kind of existence where one need not toil, yet possesses limitless wealth, where a single command can summon countless beauties. Satisfying every material, physical, and spiritual need during my time on Blue Star. I would gladly relish such a life forever. Is the 996 work schedule on Blue Star not exhausting enough? As for righteousness and villainy, who cares about the past once one has traversed worlds? Woe is me. Dear child, we have wronged you. Fear not. We shall rectify the injustice that Karong has inflicted upon you. Upon hearing Cam's plight, the 5 elderly gentlemen wept openly. Each of them, old tricksters, could discern whether Cam was lying. A portion of his words held truth, while another part was fabrication. They were unaware of the specifics but recognized that Cam's fear of fleeing was genuine, as was his desperate desire to eliminate the Straw Hat Kid. That sufficed. Fear is a natural human emotion. The dread of losing one's status, woman, and wealth is the entitlement of a celestial dragon. It was entirely reasonable to wish to flee out of fear, and it was even more rational to desire to eliminate those who threatened to strip away these possessions. As for Cam's mention of a dream, the 5 elders preferred to view it as a mere excuse to mask his cowardice. Yet upon reflection, they sensed something amiss, though they deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper. As Cam had stated, he had ultimately not moved. Cam responded, thinking to himself that their reaction was not quite right. Shouldn't they be astonished, perhaps even shocked? Shouldn't they question my future with a serious demeanor? Unable to contain himself, Cam inquired, do you not believe what I have said? We believe, we believe. The 5 elders responded tearfully, their words perfunctory. This, Cam's countenance turned ashen. Did it mean that all my words were in vain? Yet perhaps this was for the best. With my appearance, the trajectory of the future would undoubtedly diverge from its original path. The most immediate difference being that Luffy not only wore a straw hat, but also a green hat. Half an hour later, Cam returned to his palace, seemingly unfazed. Husband, Monchueli stated bluntly, I wish to embrace our child soon. Upon hearing this, Cam's spirits lifted. He had entertained this notion while on the ship. One child now, and then he would confront Luffy. Very well, for the days to come, Cam resolved to remain in his chamber. A month later, Monchueli was with child. Ding! Detection. Monchueli's affection level towards the host is at 95. Detection. Monchueli's destiny value is at 80. Beauty value at 88. Child reward activated. Child reward. 60 healing fruit abilities. 7 days later, Anna followed suit. Ding! Detection. Anna's affection level towards the host is at 95. Detection. Anna's destiny value is at 10. Beauty value at 90. Seed reward activated. Child reward. Enhancement of observation hockey. Time slowly passed. Lord Cam, am I truly so inept? Mo9 appeared despondent, given that both Anna and Monchueli were pregnant. She had received the most affection in recent days. Yet, sigh, why not call me husband once more and try a few more times? Upon hearing this, Mo9's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not refuse. Another month passed without any developments. Half a month later, Sister Mo9, there is no need for concern. The doctor has assured us it is not your fault. It is merely a matter of timing. Anna and Manchueli reassured her. Timing? Nai halted her tears, momentarily stunned, lost in her thoughts. Hey. At this moment, Cam, feeling isolated, voiced his discontent. Do you not care about me at all? Cam felt aggrieved, for the sake of the children. I have lost weight. Shouldn't I be the one crying? The three women frowned, appearing rather forlorn. Since you have spoken, dear husband, young master, we must address you. After half a month, how could it be that you are unable? At this point, the three exchanged meaningful glances and released a collective sigh. Goodness! Seeing the identical expressions of disappointment on their faces, Cam internally exclaimed, Goodness! How long has it been? And they are already united in their judgment against me. Yet the next moment, he realized something. What? Am I incapable? The three women shot Cam a glance. What else could it be? Sister Onai merely desires a child, but dear husband, she did not wish to force the issue. Cam stammered, his face turning beet red, and he stubbornly asserted. Nonsense. I am. He spoke with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, the three women secretly rejoiced. He. Then husband, and dear sister Onai, we shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Manchueli and Anna voluntarily exited the room. 10 days later, in Panga City, Satan exclaimed in astonishment. Cam, my dear grandson, what have you been up to these days? Cam chuckled awkwardly. Oh, nothing much. Cam, you are still young. Take care of your health. Satan coughed, choosing not to pierce through the pretense, wondering if such trivial matters truly warranted concern. Now then, may I inquire why you have sought me out? Grandpa Satan? Cam asked. Those four old men from a few months ago were not urging me to offer you an apology. Satan handed Cam a document with a smirk, saying, Here, this qualification was originally unattainable for you this year. I had to pull some strings to secure it. You must perform well. After a moment's thought, Satan added, By the way, Kalong has also been released early because of this matter. Be cautious of his retaliation. Understood? Cam nodded, glancing at his own appearance and feeling the need to replenish his energy. He then exchanged for a life restoration technique akin to that of Wang Lufei from the system. Mary Geos can be divided into three parts: the outer city, the inner city, and the main city. The inner city is where the celestial dragons reside. The main city, also referred to as Panga City, is where the five elders convene and hold the world conference. The outer city, on the other hand, is bustling with merchants traveling between the two seas and the navy maintaining order. At this moment, in the outer city, within a restaurant, Cam consumed a staggering 5 head of cattle, 12 sheep, 50 geese, and 200 bowls of rice before the astonished eyes of the other patrons. Oh, and let us not forget 2.5 chickens. This life restoration was worth it. My handsomeness has returned. Cam patted his belly. His body, which had lost 30 pounds, instantly reverted to its original state. Furthermore, the experience points he accumulated over the past few months had surpassed 1 million. It is worth mentioning that experience points serve as a universal currency. They can be used to exchange items in the system shop or to enhance various skill levels. For instance, elevating one's observation hockey from beginner to intermediate requires only 1 million experience points. Just over 900,000 more, and I can acquire that technique. At that time, haha boom boom boom. Just then, a loud crash echoed as a figure, resembling a cannonball, burst through the door and collided squarely with Cam. Cam exclaimed, What the hell? Just as I was enjoying my meal. How could I be so unlucky? Infuriated, Cam seized the cannonball only to be taken aback. Ratch? How did it turn out to be him? What dreadful luck to encounter a brawl involving the celestial dragons. Quick, cover your face with mud. The uneasy murmurs in the restaurant escalated, with patrons attempting to flee, but with celestial dragons present, they were bound by the rules to kneel. There was no escaping. At that moment, a shabby man with a glass dome also came into view. Ratch, if you dare to. The disheveled man had not finished his sentence when suddenly, a loud bang resounded. A fist landed squarely on the shabby man's glass dome. The force was sufficient to dent his head inward. Hiss. The once noisy restaurant fell silent. Someone had struck a celestial dragon? What the hell? Who was that? Was he the one who just devoured 200 bowls of rice? Doesn't he know that S.A. celestial dragon? I saw that cannonball hit him directly. Alas, he must be a naive newcomer to the Holy Land. And it's over for him. Cam, overhearing the discussions, wore a dark expression. Shut up, all of you. Damn it. Just because I'm not wearing a glass dome doesn't mean I should fear him. Aren't all celestial dragons the same? Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Cam unleashed a flurry of punches upon the shabby man. Meanwhile, a lecherous old man materialized, inquiring, "What is going on, Admiral Kizaru?" "Someone is assaulting a celestial dragon," a marine reported. Kizaru was taken aback, eager to see which bold individual dared to strike a celestial dragon. Upon spotting Cam, Kizaru was left speechless. "No worries, let him continue." "Huh?" But the marine wanted to protest, only to see Kizaru vanish with a swift motion. "Damn it, I thought I could earn some extra cash." The Marines and onlookers were bewildered. The celestial dragon was being attacked. And the Navy was indifferent? Hiss, I just remembered. He is the direct descendant of the Curicled family, a celestial dragon. At that moment, a Marine finally recognized Cam's identity. He was also a celestial dragon, and a direct descendant at that. The crowd quickly grasped the situation, some munching on snacks while others reveled in the spectacle. Cam continued his assault until the shabby man was left barely breathing. "Thank you, Cam." Ratch expressed his gratitude. "Not a problem. I have a question for you." Cam pulled Ratch down to sit and produced the document Satan had given him earlier, asking, "What is this? I noticed your name is also on it." "Cam, this is for the hunting selection competition." "The hunting selection?" Cam's expression faltered. He was aware of what a hunting competition entailed. However, since the incident at God Valley 37 years ago, few dared to sign up. The event had essentially been shelved. Seeing the confusion in Cam's eyes, Ratch explained, "Although the hunting competition has been mostly dormant since that incident, the internal reward mechanism still exists." Here, Ratch then produced a poster. "Revitalize the Holy Clan. Strive to be an exemplary celestial dragon. Welcome, our Holy Clan offspring. To enthusiastically register." Wait. Cam's attention was drawn to the phrase enthusiastically registered. Didn't Satan say that obtaining qualifications was quite difficult? Was he playing me? He immediately inquired that it cannot be entirely said that Lord Satan was deceiving you. Ratch nodded, explaining, "You were previously ranked 3rd, so according to the rules, you cannot re-register." "What do you mean by 3rd rank?" Cam was taken aback. The original host had been cooped up in the palace, leaving some memories quite hazy that he truly did not know. Ratch paused for a moment before realizing, "It's normal that you don't know. You are a direct descendant. Your status is even more precious than a 1st rank." After pondering for a moment, Ratch continued, "In fact, we celestial dragons are categorized not only by direct and collateral lines, but also by ability into 4 ranks. I am a 2nd rank that I have an average IQ and can use both types of hockey. You, Cam, were previously a 3rd rank, normal intelligence but lacking combat prowess. However, you are now also a 2nd rank. As for those like Charlos, who have intelligence issues, they fall into the 4th rank. The 1st rank consists of heaven's favored ones possessing conquerors." Hakayat as he spoke, Ratch's face was filled with envy. Cam noticed Ratch's gaze and curiously asked, "Do you also wish to become a 1st rank?" "Of course," Ratch nodded, saying, "I cannot change my bloodline, so I will use my abilities to earn respect." "Huh? Is this something a celestial dragon should say?" Cam was taken aback, then asked, "Is that why you were so insistent on that credit last time?" Upon hearing this, Ratch's expression darkened. "That I was not insistent. I merely wanted some benefits. You just hit me without hesitation." Showing no understanding of human feelings, Cam, recalling Ratch's cowardly demeanor during their last encounter, had already concluded that he was not the one who had plotted against the original host. Seizing the opportunity, Cam decided to ask, sharing the details of the incident. "It couldn't have been me." Ratch quickly shook his head, asserting that even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare to conspire against a direct descendant of the celestial dragons. Ratch continued, "Or rather, we collateral lines have no hope for that position. I only wish to establish a firm foothold in the family." "All right then." Observing Ratch's demeanor, Cam was now fully convinced that Ratch was not the one who had previously attempted to harm him. Ratch had normal intelligence, could use hockey, and had a modest reputation within the family. Given that, I'll offer you an opportunity. Cam chuckled. "Follow me, and I assure you a life of luxury and abundance. Not only will you secure your position among the collateral lines, but becoming the foremost among them is also within reach." Though Ratch's strength was lacking, he was still a potential candidate for the protagonist template. Bringing him along as a subordinate would be a wise choice. "Huh?" Lachi wore a puzzled expression, as if 3 question marks had sprouted from his head. "Although you, Cam, are favored by the 5 elders." The power structure within the celestial dragons is not the same as that of the five elders. How could you expect me to be treated with such privilege? You don't believe me, do you? Cam scoffed lightly and retorted, do you know why those old men insisted on my involvement during the last expedition against Wald? Lachi shook his head that I don't know. Let me enlighten you. Cam began, revealing the matter of Luffy consuming the Nika fruit, as well as the fear the five elders harbored regarding the secret of the Nika fruit being exposed, which rendered them unable to take any drastic actions. Lachi was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a mask of terror. Such secrets are things I should not be privy to. It seems I must pay my respects to my older brother today. Now do you understand? The five elders have entrusted me with the mission regarding the king, Luffy. Brother, Cam exclaimed, taken aback. What? You're already calling me brother before I've even finished my explanation. Very well. Since you've called me brother, what was the name of the scoundrel who just assaulted you? Cam's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily. I shall take you to confront him right now. Ah, that might not be a good idea. What's wrong with that? Let us go. No, it really isn't a good idea. What's wrong with it? The coward is the one who deserves the label. Unable to withstand Cam's enthusiastic invitation, Lachi eventually agreed to accompany him to a essay result. You scoundrel! How dare you sleep with another man's woman? You truly deserve this. Cam felt a wave of embarrassment. Even when seeking retribution, one must adhere to some semblance of reason. Why did you hit my little brother? Because he slept with my woman. This line of questioning left no room for further discussion. How could they seek retribution after such an admission? To make matters worse, Lachi admitted to it that I reiterate, it was she who seduced me. She claimed I was more enduring. Enduring for how long? 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. How did you know, brother? Lachi exclaimed. His gaze fixed on Cam as if he were a deity. Such matters were never things he shared with anyone, much less with someone he had just recognized as his brother. That of course I know. I am well versed in both celestial and terrestrial knowledge, Cam replied, adopting a demeanor of a sage. What a joke. How could I not know? Among tens of thousands of celestial dragons, I am the strongest. No exceptions. By the way, brother, here is the list of rewards for the selection competition. Take a look at as he spoke. Lachi produced a poster. Cam took it and glanced over it. Land, gold and silver, rare devil fruits. And slaves. Nothing particularly novel. Mandatory marriage, alabaster royal family, Princess Vivi. Upon seeing this, Cam stood there in shock. What on earth is this? He asked, pointing at the bewildering rewards. This, Lachi said with a knowing smile, is something you, as a direct descendant, should understand more clearly. Cam furrowed his brow, deep in thought that it had been previously mentioned that as the bloodline of the celestial dragons waned, some enlightened individuals among their ranks hoped to revitalize their lineage through the pure royal blood of the Alabasta family. But wait, Cam questioned, perplexed that if they truly wish to enhance the quality of the celestial dragons through marriage, why then is the threshold set so high? The entry requirement for this so-called selection was third class, and to obtain rewards, one must at least be second class. Those capable of reaching such a level would hardly be inclined to marry those of lower status, even if the Alabasta royal family once possessed royal blood. This reward was essentially meaningless. Brother, let me tell you, you must not disclose this to outsiders. Lachi gestured above. I've heard that those in higher positions are rather reluctant. The five elders, Cam inquired. No. Someone even above the five elders. Lachi whispered. Cam's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he scrutinized Lachi. Truly, this individual was one who nearly fit the mold of a protagonist, a distant branch of the family, yet aware of M's existence. If there was someone above the five elders, it could only be I'm. But why? Was it because of Queen Lily? Cam could not fathom it, but he had already begun to formulate a new direction. As a person embodying the spirit of a 21st century youth, how could he bear to see a princess of the kingdom being subjected to such indignities? It must be noted that most of the males among the celestial dragons resembled pigs. If anyone were to be subjected to such treatment, it should be by a robust and handsome creature like himself. With this thought, a smile crept upon Cam's lips. Cam, brother, what are you grinning about? Bang! Brother, why did you hit me? 2 days later, the hunting selection began. The venue was the Celestial Dragons Coliseum. A chaotic melee involving hundreds of participants, devoid of rules, just fighting. Rankings would be determined based on scores assigned by the Knightly Order. In the Coliseum, the Knightly Order's seats were filled. Satan patted Cam on the shoulder, his face brimming with anticipation. Cam, You must perform admirably, Grandpa Satan. Cam replied with a grin. Why do I feel like you're overly concerned about me? Could it be that my father is your and grandmother's illegitimate child? Satan's face darkened instantly. I was wrong to have faith in you. In that moment, he contemplated booting Cam out, yet he restrained himself. His expression grim as he produced a list. Here, these are the individuals you need to watch out for. They're the cream of the crop among those with hockey. Cam accepted the list and scanned it. Astonished, wasn't it said that Karun would seek revenge on him due to this matter? Where were they? The hunting selection would be the ideal opportunity to take action, yet Karun and his group were not participating. Cam inquired. They had already participated in previous rounds, but there are those above who wish to hunt anew. Satan paused mid-sentence, sighing. Well, just do your best. It's merely about resource allocation. Someone of your status wouldn't even be considered. I understand. Cam thought little of it. The rewards for ranking high in the hunting selection held little allure for someone of his standing. It would be better to pursue Vivi. I will give it my all. Cam declared loudly. Good, good, Satan replied, repeatedly affirming Cam's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the Colosseum buzzed with noise and excitement. Although the formal hunting competitions had been curtailed due to the events of God Valley 37 years ago, the selection competition, originally intended as a preliminary round, had evolved into a crucial event for screening fresh blood among the celestial dragons. Is that the direct descendant of the crocodile family? At that moment, a celestial dragon noticed Cam chatting and laughing with the 5 elders in the nightly seats. Is he the one who spent 10 billion berries to purchase a kingdom? More celestial dragons turned their attention to Cam, recalling how he had garnered much discussion for his extravagant purchase, deemed a fool with too much money. Shoo. Aren't you afraid he might hear you? He is the formidable warrior who personally hunted Walt. Others remembered Cam's contributions from months prior and spoke in his defense. Humph, he is merely a direct descendant. We all know the inflated nature of his accomplishments. Well said. Cam, even if you are not a traitor, I will not let you off the hook. From the audience, Curran glared at Cam from afar, his expression one of seething rage. Third brother, stand down. Fifth brother has already committed to the struggle for power. In the end, everyone will rely on their own means. The trio beside Karun shook their heads in admonition. Eldest brother, what are you doing? Karun was taken aback. In just a few months, their manner of addressing Cam had shifted. Now referring to him as fifth brother, I cannot back down. Cam clenched his fists, angrily declaring, because of that little brat, I have suffered greatly in that dark room. I must settle this score. Smack. At that moment, a slap landed squarely on Karun's face. That a voice whispered in his ear. Cam owes the Makabaka family a favor. Karun, you would do well to temper your thoughts. Who is it? Karun instantly bristled, ready to confront the culprit. Yet after searching for a time, he could not find anyone. As the scene shifted, it settled upon the seats of the knightly order. Satan, also serving as a judge, turned to the beautiful woman beside him and inquired, by the way, is the punishment for the last place still marriage? Why would it be otherwise? The woman shot Satan a disdainful glance. Satan continued, what about those young ones engaging in underhanded dealings? The woman remained silent, regarding Satan with an expression that conveyed her disbelief, as if he were a fool. The implication was unmistakable. Damn it, that bunch of antiquated fools, Satan erupted, slamming his hand on the table in fury. Satan, you need not worry so much. The woman yawned languidly. Lord M did not speak, and those fellows merely swapped marriage for punishment. Their clandestine dealings are not against the rules. Not worried, Satan scoffed. We, the celestial dragons, are the epitome of ignorance, the very definition of deformity, and some of them look like pigs. How could I not be concerned? Rage simmered within Satan, ever since the discovery of the bloodline factor. He had advocated for the intermarriage of the celestial dragons with the Alabastan royal family to enhance the quality of his kind, not for any other reason. Previously, he had been puzzled by the sheer number of imbeciles among the celestial dragons, but now he understood. The problem lay in consanguineous marriages, which were absolutely detrimental. How about Cam? What do you think? The woman waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to revisit the earlier topic, and smiled. Though he has represented my Makabaka family, we all know the truth. Perhaps he can just manage to scrape by at the bottom. Satan retorted impatiently, I've told you countless times, his strength is genuine, without any pretense. He could never end up at the bottom. However, at this point, a sly grin spread across Satan's face. I've noticed he appears honest on the surface, yet behind the scenes, he is quite the lecher. He has already been with 3 ordinary women. Can you believe it? TSK. Such a shameless celestial dragon is best suited for marriage. I'll arrange for him to wed. Their offspring will surely. Satan's enthusiasm grew, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A scientific guardian deity. He was eager to employ scientific means to elevate the quality of the celestial dragons. Shh, quiet. The woman gestured for silence. The competition is about to begin. The revitalization of the holy lineage commenced. As the selection tournament for exceptional celestial dragons officially began, the same moment, as the host's voice faded, a crowd of over 100 filled the entire arena. In an instant, tension filled the air. The sounds of clashing steel echoed. Bang, clang, boom. The arena was alive with the chaotic dance of blades and fists. Everyone fought fiercely, hoping to catch the attention of the higher-ups. Where's Cam? After conversing with the woman for a short while, Satan raised his eyes only to find Cam had vanished. The woman echoed his confusion, observing that everyone was deeply engaged in battle, yet Cam was nowhere to be seen. They promptly inquired of a nearby knightly member. There, the knight, his expression dark, pointed to a corner. He's hiding over there. In a secluded corner of the arena, Raki nervously asked, Brother, is it really all right for us to be hiding here? Go away. What do you mean hiding? Cam replied, his face grim. This is called being low-key. This is called being cautious. This is called knowing oneself and the enemy. As he spoke, he opened the list of powerful individuals that Satan had provided not long ago. Look, that bald man with the fists is formidable. We need to be careful. And that woman with the sword, we must avoid her. The one shooting those light waves, we should steer clear of as well. We'll bide our time, and once they tire themselves out, we'll strike. At that point, our ranking will surely be favorable. Cam's words conveyed confidence. Yet deep down he was also watching to see if any of the powerful individuals would dramatically announce their techniques. With the skill Minotaur's fury, he could almost claim invincibility in defense. However, the enemy had to announce their techniques for that to work. If that were the case, he could step into the arena right now and deliver a resounding proclamation that everyone present was worthless. Yet, the more Cam watched, the more disheartened he became, almost on the verge of tears. What the hell? What are you all acting so aloof for? Such impressive skills, yet no names for them. Dynamic light wave. Just then, the only one on the list with a special ability suddenly shouted out the name of his technique. Cam was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered that the man had just been aloof, saying nothing while unleashing waves of energy. Why was he shouting now? Sword light as I am, I sever all. At that moment, the woman wielding the sword also called out her technique's name. Simultaneously, the bald man shouted loudly as well. Wang Defa? Cam was utterly bewildered, but soon he realized the issue at hand. The reason those powerful individuals shouted their technique names was either because they had been provoked or because their opponents were also formidable. That makes sense. Not all celestial dragons possess overwhelming prowess. When categorized by ability, there are still quite a few third-rate individuals who would casually challenge the weaker. With that thought, Cam turned to Raki and asked, Do you think I would be considered a strong individual in their eyes? I believe my brother is strong, but others may not share that opinion. Raki shook his head. Fine then. Cam nodded. Let's go now. Wait, we're not hiding anymore? Cam sprang to his feet and immediately shouted, Hold on, I have something to say. His voice boomed, catching the attention of those locked in battle, causing them to pause momentarily. They halted their actions, turning to look at Cam. The spectators were equally perplexed. That was Cam. He hadn't been eliminated yet. What did he intend to do? Even the judges seated nearby bore expressions of confusion. Was he no longer planning to hide? As a flurry of questions raced through their minds, Cam gestured to the host, taking the microphone. Cam. At the same time, someone in the arena voiced their displeasure. What are you up to? The competition is still ongoing. Upon hearing this, Cam couldn't help but chuckle. This was quite the opportunity. He lifted his chin and pointed at the speaker. You bald fool. What are you babbling about? Can't you see this esteemed one is speaking? His demeanor radiated arrogance, as if he were daring anyone to challenge him. What? As soon as those words left his mouth, the eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock. What had Cam just said? He dared to call the man bald in front of Chiyu, even insulting him as garbage? Chiyu despised three things above all: being called bald, being called garbage, and being insulted based on his noble lineage. Cam had done all three. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. The crowd in the arena ceased their skirmishes, adopting expressions of eager anticipation. What are you all staring at? Seeing the attention shift towards him, Cam called out loudly, "Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting any one individual. What I mean to say is that all of you present are garbage." As soon as those words were uttered, the arena fell into a profound silence, followed by an uproar. What? We are all garbage. Nonsense. Cam was insulting the combatants in the arena. Nonsense. Cam was declaring that everyone present was worthless. Weren't they all present? Ha ha. Ka Long cackled. Our fifth brother must have lost his mind, provoking the crowd. One misstep, and he could be beaten to death, and the clan wouldn't be able to hold anyone accountable. Satan, this Cam truly is the epitome of arrogance. The beautiful woman at the judge's table retracted her earlier impulse to silence Cam, her face filled with resentment. He just insulted us all. Are we also considered garbage? Her voice turned cold. Arrogance is commendable. But arrogance without strength merely makes one a clown. Oh, Satan raised an eyebrow. Initially, he too struggled to comprehend Cam's antics. Yet, he quickly recalled that none of the 5 old men could breach Cam's defenses. How could 100 young celestial dragons possibly do so? A smile crept across his face. How about a wager between us? The woman retorted, You don't actually believe Cam can win, do you? Satan replied. Why not? Meanwhile, within the confines of the Colosseum, a sudden uproar erupted after a brief moment of silence. Damn Cam. That wretched Cam. Does he truly believe he can wield power simply because of his esteemed lineage? He is not the only one of noble birth present. Kill. I command you to kill. With so many present, even if we eliminate Cam, it would be impossible to punish us all according to clan rules. An irate noble celestial dragon shouted. Yes, yes. Let's finish him off. Let's end him. Dynamic light wave. The brilliance of the swords illuminated the arena as they unleashed their most formidable techniques, even the aloof and reclusive ones, who typically refrained from calling out names, joined in with improvised attack names such as Cam's Fatal Fist and Cam's Death Cannon. They sought nothing but to amplify their momentum. Big Brother gazed at the multitude of lethal strikes pouring forth before him, his lips quivering in trepidation. I thought we were supposed to keep a low profile. TCH, Cam shot a disdainful glance at Big Brother, saying, Look at your lack of ambition. After today, we shall be the brightest stars. He remained unfazed. Without unleashing their ultimate moves, he was certain he could not be defeated. His dual-colored hockey was still in its infancy. Yet, those who unleashed their ultimate techniques, while vocally declaring their names, were the exception. Without hesitation, Cam bellowed, Wrath of the Minotaur, boom, simultaneously, 3 powerful attacks. The Fist of the Chief Fish, the Beef Sword Technique, and the Dynamic Light Wave rushed towards Cam from every direction. The sheer ferocity of the assault was nothing short of terrifying, truly exuding an aura of assured destruction that it's over. Cam is truly finished. Why must he court death like this? Ha! With fifth brother out of the way, I will inherit a larger share of the family fortune. Oh no! Even the high-ranking knights responsible for the contestants' safety broke into a cold sweat, fearing they might be too late to save Cam. No, the beautiful lady beside Satan could no longer remain idle. If this continues, Cam will genuinely. As she spoke, she attempted to intervene, but was halted by Satan. Ha ha ha. Satan chuckled lightly, pointing towards the arena. Look, huh? The beautiful lady, who had been astonished a moment ago, questioned, What are we looking at? Cam's corpse? But in the next instant, her jaw dropped in shock, as if she could fit a pod in her mouth. Huh? Are you all not eating enough? Put in some effort. There was Cam, yawning, appearing as though he had just awoken from slumber. Not a scratch had marred him. The attacks that could have obliterated high-ranking knights had failed to touch Cam in the slightest. Not only was he unharmed, but his attire remained pristine. Clang, clang, clang. Within a 10-meter radius around Cam, it seemed he was enveloped by an invisible force, impervious to any assault. The entire Colosseum became a stark dichotomy, clearly delineated. This scene resembled a climactic battle between 2 titans. Yet the issue lay in the fact that only Cam stood as one of the 2 participants, and the other had yet to make a move. Did this not imply that Cam alone was the titan? Was this the true extent of Cam's power? Damn it! Who was the fool who claimed Cam was lacking substance? This level of strength is likely superior to some high-ranking knights. The spectators were left in utter disbelief. Before they could process the magnitude of Cam's abilities, the microphone in his hand crackled to life with the voice of a snail. All garbage. All garbage. The crowd erupted once more. Cam was far too arrogant. Despicable. Despicable. Do not panic. Although we do not know what abilities he possesses, he must have expended a tremendous amount of energy just now. This is the perfect moment to strike. Yes, continue the assault. As long as our stamina holds, we can keep attacking. Big Brother, who had been elated just a moment ago, found his voice trembling again. The crowd was correct. That absurd defensive capability must have come at an exorbitant cost. He could not possibly wield it again in the short term. What is there to worry about? Just watch. Cam was unfazed. He was not concerned about the number of attacks. His only fear was that he had not drawn enough aggro, allowing someone to strike him with a mere basic attack. That would be troublesome. Yes, draw aggro, must draw aggro, with a flick of his wrist. Cam produced a small stool, retrieved a large megaphone, and placed the snail microphone upon it. His demeanor resembled that of a street vendor, save for the fact that his sales pitch was laced with insults. All garbage. All garbage. But Cam felt that was not enough to incite hatred. He extended his middle finger. Come at me. Ah, such a blatant insult. Though I cannot comprehend it, I sense that gesture is even more insulting. I refuse to be ranked. I must ensure Cam is eliminated. 100 individuals roared in unison, directing their collective fury at Cam. Yet, the moment they approached the 10-meter radius surrounding him, their legs turned to jelly. Little brats. Cam and Big Brother exchanged knowing chuckles. Seizing the opportunity while they faltered, they rushed forward and delivered a pair of swift punches. Something is amiss. Retreat. A few astute celestial dragons realized that Cam's displayed abilities were of a defensive nature. As long as they did not provoke him, they seemed to be safe. Still not enough aggro drawn. Cam beamed with delight as he observed a few celestial dragons attempting to hide. He promptly grabbed the megaphone. The holy dog saint claimed to possess 2.5 minutes, yet he falsely asserted he had 2.5 hours. Green Hat Saint, your son is not your biological child. A plethora of rumors erupted, and some even wielded large video phones to loop playback, while others displayed slideshows. There are spectators present. They too possess a sense of dignity. Such humiliation cannot go unpunished. At that moment, they unleashed their ultimate techniques, their voices rising in fervor. Soon enough, the hunting selection competition came to an end. There was no suspense. Cam claimed first place, with Big Brother trailing in second. We won. Cam laughed heartily, relishing his performance today, knowing that in the future, any celestial dragon seeking trouble would think twice. Even if they did come, they would hardly test him with mere basic attacks. Big Brother's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ever since he had been soundly defeated by Cam, he had known Cam was strong, but he never imagined he was this formidable. Cam was indeed powerful. The defeated contenders nodded in acknowledgement. Though the experience was humiliating, they were gracious in defeat. Yet, the one who felt the most disgruntled was undoubtedly Karun. Damn it. Damn it. Karun howled at the heavens. How did Cam suddenly become so strong? Fifth Brother actually. Beside him, Kashyong and the others furrowed their brows, secretly relieved. Although they had suppressed Cam in the past, they had not gone too far. Kashyong chuckled. Fifth Brother is truly impressive. We must pay him a proper visit in the future. After all, we are family. Jinlai nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are family. By the way, Karun. Jinya shot a glare at Karun, saying, you should refrain from harboring any ill intentions towards Fifth Brother. Karun instinctively nodded, but the next moment he realized something was amiss. Wait. What did you just call me? Karun, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten your own name? Jinya quipped. Karun, I believe we should spend less time together in the future. I fear Fifth Brother may misinterpret our relationship. Jinlai remarked. Karun, I concur with Fourth Sister's sentiments. You should avoid associating with us too often, Kashing added. Karun was left utterly befuddled. For days, they had been calling him Third Brother, and now the affectionate reference of Fifth Brother felt so intimate. While he was simply referred to by name. In that moment, he felt like a clown. At the night seating area, Satan turned to the beautiful lady beside him, grinning from ear to ear, willing to bet. Willing to accept the outcome. You must agree to one condition. Did you already know the result? The beautiful lady inquired, her brow furrowed and her face flushed with anger. Tell me, what exactly is Cam's ability? It appears to be a defensive maneuver reminiscent of the barrier fruit, yet devoid of any actual barrier action. Each time this defense is unleashed, the exclamation "the fury of the Minotaur" escapes one's lips. Moreover, the beautiful woman said, her eyes narrowing slightly, what exactly is a Minotaur? Well, Satan hesitated for a moment before recounting the events experienced by Cam, as fabricated by Cam, in detail at the precipice of life and death. He fortuitously discovered a devil fruit and consumed it. By its capabilities, it seemed to be an unknown fruit that as for the Minotaur. According to Cam, it is a legendary beast of terror, one that evokes sorrow in those who hear of it and silence in those who witness it. Observing Satan's serious demeanor, the beautiful woman sighed. All right, I concede. What do you wish me to do? Satan assumed an expression that men universally understand. Get lost. Not even 3 minutes have passed. The beautiful woman shot Satan an exasperated glance. Lamenting the plight of the celestial dragons, this time is different. Satan cheerfully produced a powerful pill, claiming it to be Cam's secret weapon for his nightly revelries. At this juncture, the hunting selection had concluded, and the next phase entailed the selection of rewards. Notably, the rewards were self-selected, commencing with the first-place winner. This was the fundamental reason Cam was reluctant to remain inconspicuous, although he believed that, given the nature of celestial dragons, it was improbable they would desire to intermarry with those of the underworld. What if? Corroborate Cam. On the awards podium, a high-ranking member of the Knightly Order declared solemnly, "Please select your 3 prizes. I want 5 billion berries and a rare devil fruit." Moreover, Cam added with a smirk, pointing towards the obligatory marriage section for Princess Vivi of the Alabaster royal family. "I want this as well." What nonsense is this? You don't want a reward but a punishment. The high-ranking official thought he had misheard, prompting him to inquire. "Cam, could you repeat that?" I said, "I wish to choose to marry Vivi. I want to contribute to the Holy Family and expand our lineage." Cam presented himself as if declaring, "If I do not go to hell, who will?" asserting that his intentions were for the sake of the Holy Family. What kind of operation was this from Cam? Did he not understand the rules? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew intricate as they struggled to comprehend Cam's peculiar intentions. That moment, Lachie tugged at Cam's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, you've misunderstood. That is not a reward." Cam appeared bewildered. If it was not a reward, then what could it possibly be? It clearly stated reward, after all, right? You are someone who cut in line through connections. So it's understandable you wouldn't know. The high-ranking knight paused momentarily before clarifying. That is not a reward, but rather a punishment for the last place. What? A punishment? Giving a wife is a punishment. If that's the case, then I want 100 of them. Upon witnessing Cam's incredulous expression, the knight immediately produced a magnifying glass, saying, "Here, take a closer look." Indeed, this time, Cam discerned the minuscule word punishment inscribed just before the obligatory marriage section for Princess Vivi of Alabasta. How infuriating, such small text. Who could possibly read it? "Brother." Lachie face-bombed, exasperated. "If you had mentioned you wanted a woman, I would have set sail today to fetch one for you. You knew it was a punishment and didn't inform me." Cam, in a fit of fury, felt that Lachie was utterly incompetent as a subordinate. "Brother, if it were not a punishment, why would it be labeled as obligatory?" Lachie replied with a keen expression. "Bang, why are you hitting me again?" "Hitting you? I want to slap you." Cam's face was a mask of fury. Had he known it was a punishment, he would have simply participated from the start, avoiding all this unnecessary roundabout. Noble members of the Knightly Order, I do not desire a reward. I demand a punishment. I insist on a punishment. Cam was genuinely anxious. The last place in the hunting competition was most likely a pig-headed monster. The thought of Vivi, who should have been his, being taken by such a creature filled him with rage. That I want to contribute to the family. I want to expand our lineage. Cam persisted. In fact, Lord Satan mentioned to me that he wishes to enhance the quality of the celestial dragons. Satan? When did I ever say that? Now I see why you believe he would seek to intermarry. The beautiful woman huffed. What celestial dragon, aside from one with a feeble mind, would desire to bear offspring with those wretches? I believe his claims of contributing are a fade. His true motives are far less noble. To enhance the quality of the celestial dragons through intermarriage implies the intention is to produce offspring. Among the celestial dragons, while there are certainly lecherous old men that would never allow these women to tarnish their bloodline, Satan chuckled. Isn't that precisely the point? It would be mutually agreeable. The beautiful woman shot Satan a disapproving glance. Only Cam is willing. The Nefertari side does not share the same sentiment. We would be coercing them into compliance. Satan replied cheerfully. It's all the same. You make a valid point. The beautiful woman nodded. Seemingly recalling something, however, It seems my granddaughter is the one orchestrating this covert operation, so Cam is quite the SP. The onlookers were not fools. Upon hearing Cam's desperate desire to intermarry with an alien royal, they quickly discerned his intentions. They had initially thought Cam to be a hero, only to realize, TSK, no way really? What do you mean there's no doubt? If Cam were merely so, it would not be a concern. The celestial dragons who had suffered defeat and humiliation felt a flicker of joy. If one were forever ensnared by beauty, Cam's achievements would inevitably be fleeting. It turns out the fifth brother has an affinity for women. Jinya and Junlai wore expressions of flirtation. You all, Kaxiong remarked with a peculiar expression, were still siblings. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Brother, what are you thinking? Jinya and Junlai exclaimed in indignation. If the fifth brother likes women, we can send women over to ingratiate ourselves. Humph, you still wish to curry favor with Cam. You despicable celestial dragons who seek to taint the bloodline. You all, slap? Kaxiong's words were abruptly cut off as he was sent flying by a slap. What despicable? Over 20 years ago, Satan established the optimization policy for the Holy Family. Cam is sacrificing himself for the greater good. Elder, at last, Kaxiong recognized who had struck him, the beautiful woman beside Satan. A top figure of the Divine Knights, was capable of delivering a blow that could incapacitate him without consequence. You better watch it. Our internal ranks are dwindling. It would be best to avoid infighting. The beautiful woman glared at Kaxiong before ignoring him entirely, swiftly departing the scene, only to return to her seat with a whoosh. The beautiful woman. All set, Satan. All right, that if I do not go to hell. Who will? For the sake of the longevity of my holy family's bloodline, I am willing to be the vanguard to expand our lineage. I, Cam, shall not falter to this moment. Cam was on the verge of tears, embodying the earnest determination to sacrifice himself for his family's legacy. This, the high-ranking knight was utterly at a loss. According to the rules, punishment is assigned to the last place. It cannot be altered. Yet now, the first place is pleading for a punishment. Should it be granted or not? Just then, a transmission echoed. The high-ranking knight paused, directing his gaze towards the beautiful woman beside Satan, and immediately understood. Cam, I recognize your loyalty to the Holy Family. However, the rules cannot be changed. Yet, the knight shifted his tone. It is stipulated that a punishment may be substituted if you truly wish to marry that alien. You can negotiate with the one in last place. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Colosseum, a strikingly handsome man emerged, unmistakably the last-place finisher of the hunting selection. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her bosom was subtly pronounced. Why had he never seen this person before? And she wasn't a pig-headed monster. Cam first froze, then hurried over, only to be stunned once more as he drew closer. Good heavens, a woman. A woman competing with me for women? Surely not. What the hell? Cam let out a heart-wrenching wail. Without a second thought, he leaned on the shoulder of the woman disguised as a man, weeping profusely, tears streaming down his face. Brother, I implore you. This punishment is beyond my grasp. Allow me to bear it in your stead. That moment, Ming Ge was utterly flabbergasted. After binding her chest, her form was significantly altered, particularly around the shoulder area. Surely, he could not have done this intentionally. Absolutely not. I am disguised as a man. Moreover, he dared to address me as brother. Ming Ge was resolute in her belief that her true identity remained concealed. Cam inwardly cursed, feigning an eagerness to embrace her. He understood well that women who fancy women are most intolerant of men. That scoundrel. Ming Ge, noticing Cam's intent to draw closer, was immediately alarmed. She had merely been tasked by her grandmother to make the acquaintance of Cam and had no desire to be taken advantage of. Thus, disregarding all else, she hastily consented to let Cam endure her punishment, offering a few perfunctory words of kindness before swiftly departing. The sole condition was that she, must accompany her to Alabasta. 3 days later, without further ado, they set sail for Alabasta. Wow, exclaimed Lachi, his face a mask of astonishment. This ship is enormous, truly impressive. Cam beamed with pride. This is a trophy I acquired during my campaign against Walt. The ship was indeed larger than some islands. He sometimes pondered how a vessel of such size could be used to operate a hotel rather than engaging in piracy. Esteemed Lord Kurokurito Cam. Gaji remarked in astonishment. Alabasta lies at the onset of the Grand Line, teeming with pirates and fraught with peril. Are you certain you wish to bring us along? With Crocodile gone, What danger remains? Cam retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Gaji. And you, a mere candidate for admiral. Fear pirates? Gaji and Jiwen, codenamed Chibuta and Muto respectively, would undoubtedly have been formidable admirals were it not for the emergence of a blind man and a peculiar individual who refused to eat during the world draft. This ship is not navigable by me. Cam, come quickly. Ming Ge, already positioned aboard, exclaimed irritably, huh? Upon seeing Ming Ge, Lachi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the legitimate daughter of the Makabaka family be here, and in male attire? Cam furrowed his brow and inquired, do you know her? Lachi stammered that he wanted to speak the truth, but the hungry glare from Ming Ge made him shake his head that I don't know her. Cam, exasperated, asked, then why the gasp? Lachi rubbed his nose that I was merely curious as to how she, being at the bottom, found herself here. Ming Ge, growing impatient, urged, Cam, hurry and steer the ship? Coming. Cam thought little of it. After all, he was aware that Ming Ge was a dragon disguised as a man. Hey, why are neither of you wearing the sacred attire? Lachi could no longer contain his curiosity after a while. Both Cam and Ming Ge paused, exchanging glances before simultaneously stating that attire is unappealing. They paused again. Then looked at Lachi and chorused, you should change as well. In the capital of Alabasta, Arabana, the world government has gone too far. Upon receiving the morning's news from the world government, Vivi slammed her hand down, her face a mask of fury. How dare they? How infuriating. Without even a meeting, they demand my marriage to him. And he is a dragon of lesser birth. As the princess of Alabasta, Vivi was acutely aware of the nature of dragons. Scoundrels, they are born wretches, and their appearance is nothing short of grotesque. I would rather die than wed such scum. However, this is the command of the world government. Our Alabasta has only recently emerged from turmoil, and many of our defenses rely on the marines dispatched by the world government. Captain Icolum furrowed his brow. Icolum, what do you mean by that? The vice captain, Swansable, erupted in anger. Are you suggesting that Lady Vivi should sacrifice herself for the sake of the nation? I merely speak the truth, Icolum replied softly. A minister nodded, smiling. In fact, I believe this union is quite beneficial. Princess Vivi marrying a dragon can only serve our interests. Indeed, others would leap at the chance to wed a dragon. Increasing numbers of ministers echoed this sentiment, viewing it as a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the world government. What good is a princess's virtue if it is exchanged for stability? Lady Vivi is destined to be our future queen. She cannot marry any man. Bale, in a fit of rage, shouted, what you speak of is false benefit. Your true intent is to usurp power. Hearing this, a sharp-faced minister immediately took offense. Then what do you propose? What shall we do about the current situation? The pointed-faced minister continued. While Crocodile's defeat is indeed a positive development, the absence of her threat has led to an influx of pirates harassing our coastal cities. Our military is weak, and we lack effective means of defense. Now that the world government has set their sights on Lady Vivi, they will surely be inclined to assist Alabasta. Nonsense. What do those two matters have in common? Nonsense. How can they not be related? Within the meeting room, tensions flared as ministers argued vehemently over this issue, nearly coming to blows. Sigh. Vivi gazed at the squabbling ministers with a heavy heart. Sometimes she wondered if, were she not a princess, but merely an ordinary person, she might enjoy far greater freedom. Might she continue her journey with the Straw Hat crew? Cough, cough, cough. Vivi, what troubles you? At that moment, the sound of the argument roused Cobra. Who asked that? Father, Vivi exclaimed in surprise but quickly regained her composure. It's nothing, just some pirates causing disturbances along the coastal cities. It's nothing serious. That so? Cobra propped himself up from the bed, pondering for a moment. Vivi, if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to request additional marines from the world government. Though they are inept, they will still honor our Nefertari lineage. How could the world government show us favor? Vivi was skeptical but nodded. All right, father, I will. Vivi refrained from revealing the complete truth. She did not wish to burden her father further. Ever since half a year ago, her father's health had been steadily declining. The doctors had warned that he might not live beyond a year. Just then, a soldier rushed in urgently. What is it? Vivi inquired. Lady Vivi. The soldier respectfully bowed. According to reports from scouts, nearly 1,000 pirates are approaching the canola flower dock, and the mayor is urgently requesting assistance. 1,000. Vivi's heart quaked. Yet her exterior remained composed. Very well. I understand. She turned to her father. Father, I must go personally. Please take care of yourself. Vivi, be cautious. Cobra's pale face was etched with concern. Do not worry, father. Vivi assured him confidently. I have been a pirate and have seen battle. 2 days later, in the conference hall of Canola Flower City, Lady Vivi, based on the intelligence from scouts, the pirates landing at Canola Flower are a new crew known as the Scruffy Beards, with a bounty of 90 million berries. The vice mayor of Canola Flower spoke with trepidation. What? 90 million? How can it be so high? Icolum was utterly incredulous that a newcomer. That bounty surpasses even crocodiles. Indeed, Lord Icolum, the vice mayor elucidated. It is said that the rogue not only plunders wealth, but also delights in the brutal slaughter of innocents. Which is why the initial bounty is exceedingly high. My Lady Vivi. I suggest we expedite the relocation of the populace to avoid unnecessary casualties, that we should be able to complete the migration before they arrive. There is no rush. A lofty bounty does not necessarily indicate formidable strength. Vivi, drenched in cold sweat, anxiously inquired, Are there any capable individuals among them? The vice mayor visibly swallowed hard and nodded. Yes. That scoundrel is a user of a natural-type devil fruit, and his powers remain unknown. Boom! It struck Vivi like a bolt from the blue, obliterating any flicker of hope she harbored against a natural-type user. She found herself utterly helpless, yet as the Princess of Alabasta, she had to maintain a facade of composure in no matter. We have dealt with natural-type users before. Vivi wiped the sweat from her brow and commanded, Icolum, you lead the citizens to safety at once. Belle, you hurry to other cities to urge the Navy to come. I shall personally lead the guards to confront these pirates. But my Lady Vivi, Icolum and Belle exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their concerns in the face of Vivi's resolute gaze. Just then, urgent news arrived. What is it? Reporting to you, my Lady Vivi. A large vessel has appeared 5 miles off the Canola Flower dock. Is it pirates? No. It appears to be a merchant ship entering our waters, the scout replied. Damn it. A merchant ship arrives at this critical moment. Icolum cast a wary glance at Vivi, anxiety etched on his face. True to her character, Vivi wished for no lives to be lost. Even if they were not her own people, as expected, Vivi's expression turned serious. We commence action now, but the timing for action, Vivi asserted sternly. I said we act now. This is absurd. The vice mayor's face was filled with resentment, arguing that the fate of outsiders was of no concern to them. Yet this is indeed Lady Vivi. Icolum and Belle exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the charm that resided within Princess Vivi at that moment. Further news arrived. What is it? Reporting to you, my Lady Vivi. The rogue has disembarked early upon sighting the merchant ship. Icolum's face turned pale. This is bad. We haven't had time to evacuate the civilians. The vice mayor fumed. Damn it. It's all that merchant ship's fault. In this urgent situation, Icolum, you go protect the citizens. Belle, you come with me to safeguard that merchant ship. Alabasta shall not allow any foreign friends to perish in a foreign land. Vivi was also flustered. After issuing a corrected order, she swiftly mounted her duck and galloped toward the battlefield as Vivi led the guards. They were still 2 kilometers from the dock when more news arrived. The accompanying vice mayor's legs buckled. My heavens, no more bad news, please. Belle inquired for Vivi. What is it? Reporting, my Lord Belle. We have won. We have won. The scout exclaimed joyfully. What? Belle was momentarily dumbfounded. They hadn't even deployed troops yet, and he was being told they had won. Vivi was also taken aback. She had prepared for a desperate fight. So how had they suddenly emerged victorious? The scout responded. Reporting to you, my Lady Vivi. The large ship carries Vice Admiral T. Pig. Meanwhile, at the Canola Flower dock, thousands of pirates had been apprehended. Bam! Cam unleashed a flurry of punches upon the rogue before him. Aren't you quite the big shot? Aren't you the one with a bounty of 90 million berries? Aren't you the one who threatened to ensure I wouldn't see the sunrise tomorrow? Cam truly believed this fellow to be a talent, robbing even from the celestial dragons that I mean, it will rain tomorrow. The rogue, with a darkened expression, still failed to comprehend how a simple robbery had led him to encounter a vice admiral of the Navy. Cam was momentarily taken aback that it seemed plausible. Nonsense. What rain under this vast desert? Bam! With a resounding thud, Cam struck the rogue once more. Admiral Kaji. At this moment, Ming Ge could no longer contain her curiosity. Is he truly the pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries? His strength seems rather inadequate. She believed such a scoundrel deserved no more than a 20 million bounty, if that he indeed bears a bounty of 90 million berries, Kaji affirmed, nodding, but not due to strength. It is because he has brutally murdered numerous civilians. No wonder my slaves are in short supply. It turns out these scoundrels are the culprits. Ratch was displeased and raised his fists to unleash a barrage of blows upon the rogue. ILL join in. Ming Ge was also furious, knowing that a murderer was different from a thief. Ah. The rogue emitted pig-like shrieks, feeling his head buzz. That old man is a vice admiral. He recognizes hockey. But how do these three youngsters possess it as well? Reporting to you, Lord Cam. We have investigated. The rogue intended to massacre the canola flower today. One of the sailors reported HM. Upon hearing this, Cam shot a cold glance at the rogue. I initially thought you were lured here by us. But it seems not. After becoming a celestial dragon, Cam had largely distanced himself from such violence. He had resolved to be a tyrant among men. Yet, since he had caught this rogue, who dared to rob him? Cam stated earnestly, Kaji, contact the station navy at Canola Flower and have these pirates paraded through the streets 10 times, then send them to impel down. Yes, Kaji responded with a salute. Not long after, Kaji swiftly handled all matters, and the group departed the city of Canola Flower, heading straight for the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. Big brother. On the way, Ratch suddenly asked, Big brother, why do I feel those commoners regard me with more respect than when I wear the holy robes? Ming Ge shot Ratch a glare. We helped them repel the pirates. Can't they be grateful to us? Kaji exchanged a meaningful glance with the three, while Cam remained silent that moment, in the conference hall of Canola Flower. Could that person truly be Lord Cam? Vivi was filled with disbelief. The very person she had viewed as a hero just a moment ago was now revealed to be a celestial dragon. Was he here to abduct her? It was hard for anyone to accept. My Lady Vivi, it cannot be mistaken. The young man leading them is indeed celestial dragon Clucklade Cam. He is the one the world government has ordered for you to wed. Ikelam stated gravely, My Lady Vivi. What shall we do? They are heading towards Alyabarna, and their target is you. Vivi had not anticipated that Cam would shamelessly come personally to claim her. My Lady Vivi. Let me help you escape abroad, Belle suggested. Alas, Belle, Vivi sighed. Take me back to the palace. I fear that if I am absent, they will take their wrath out on my father. Regardless, Cam's arrival with nearly 1,000 pirates parading was a fact. His presence had indeed repelled the pirates, which Vivi was grateful for. Though it could not be termed fondness, she regarded Cam, the celestial dragon, as not as despicable as she had imagined. But Belle attempted to say more. Vivi waved her hand, shaking her head, just as those ministers said, if I must resort to such a fate, at the very least, the world government will provide more naval support to our nation. Vivi sighed. Let us think positively. At least he isn't a pig-headed monster. 2 days later, Cam and his entourage arrived at Alyabarna. Prior to this, Cam had not thought much of it. He merely wished to take Vivi as his bride and then revel in his triumph. However, upon arrival, he found himself utterly frustrated, realizing there was not a single connection between himself and Vivi. Not a single one. Having watched One Piece, he certainly knew of Vivi, yet standing before her, she would not even recognize him. Cam furrowed his brow and asked, Ratch, how can I win Vivi's heart? Lachi wore a devilish grin and exclaimed, Is there any need for thought? Just seize it directly. Bang, brother, why are you hitting me again? Lachi protested, rubbing his head with a look of grievance, feeling that this elder brother had a penchant for striking him at whim. Camus, infuriated, retorted, seizing it directly is the lowest of strategies. Vivi's character is rather fiery. Strong-arming is not a wise course of action. Saint Camus, I believe you could resort to the same tricks as last time, deception and trickery. Jiajia interjected, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Damn it, when have I ever resorted to deceit? Camus fumed, feeling that Jiajia was spouting nonsense. After giving Jiajia a piece of his mind, Camus' gaze shifted to Ming Ge. On their journey, he had inquired about Satan, learning that this woman was the legitimate daughter of the Makabaka family. Although Satan had not explained why she was disguised as a man or why she ranked last in the hunting selection, he was absolutely certain that Ming Ge had no interest in women. Camus promptly asked, What do you think? Humph. Why do you men always resort to seizing? Ming Ge scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Camus was taken aback, scrutinizing Ming Ge with curiosity. He mused that her disguise as a man was poorly executed. as her words had inadvertently revealed her true identity. Though, I meant to say, under Camus's peculiar gaze, Ming Ge quickly realized her slip. What I meant was, we men cannot solely focus on seizing. Ah, I see, Camus exclaimed. Slapping his thigh in understanding, he decided not to expose her, allowing her to indulge in her antics. However, her words did indeed serve as a reminder. M'Onai and Manchueli were both far too compliant. Even Hancock had faced little danger. M'Onai and Hancock were under his control due to their attachment to valuable possessions, while Manchueli viewed him as her savior from any angle. Did Vivi possess anything of significance? If only he had traversed to this world 2 years earlier. Now Camus felt a headache coming on, lamenting the discomfort of his time travel, resolving to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. He declared, forget it. Vivi likely remains unaware of our arrival in Alabasta. Let's just enjoy a few days here. Agreed. The three nodded in unison. That evening, brother, Lachi sought out Camus in private. There are certain words I believe must be spoken. That celestial dragon is, in fact, the legitimate daughter of the Makabaka family, named Makabaka Ming Ge. I am already aware of that, Camus affirmed, nodding before inquiring. But why does she rank last? This Ming Ge can wield haki. By strength alone, it is impossible for her to be last. Moreover, I have never encountered her during the hunting selection. In truth, this matter was not a secret among them. Lachi nodded slightly and explained. Ever since the intermarriage punishment was instituted, each hunting selection has seen the spontaneous organization of selecting a woman to take the last position, since the offspring of the Alabasta royal family are female. A female cannot bear offspring with another female, making this punishment impossible to enforce. Furthermore, the higher-ups tacitly approve of this operation. Lachi wore an expression of disdain. After all, no one wishes for their offspring to mingle with the descendants of commoners. They simply do not understand the taste of mingling with the lower class. Camus felt a surge of anger, thinking that he would inevitably have more ordinary wives in the future, leading to ridicule. Thus, he contemplated dragging another person down with him. Lachi, here, take this strength pill. Camus cleared his throat and produced a strength pill with a wave of his hand. You can use it to accomplish this and that. Brother, are you out of your mind? Lachi's eyes bulged in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. You actually want me to consort with such unclean commoners? Don't you understand? Brother, this is for your own good. Camus replied earnestly, do you not wish to surpass 2.5 minutes? Humph. I, Lachi, would rather starve to death? I'd rather die outside. A moment later, the familiar scent wafted through the air. Camus waved his hand cheerfully. Dismissing Lachi, Lachi exclaimed, what scent? I haven't even sworn an oath yet. Why are you letting me go? After returning to his room, Lachi promptly swore an oath. Not long after Lachi departed, Jiajia approached Camus. Plop, Saint Camus, I beseech you to teach me how to deceive and trick. Jiajia knelt before him, a sincere expression upon his face. What nonsense is this? You accuse me of trickery. Camus' face darkened. When have I ever engaged in such deceit? Unfazed, Jiajia lamented. I have confessed my feelings to Ji Yuan nearly 100 times, yet she refuses to accept me. Ever since I witnessed how you, Saint Camus, effortlessly deceived and captured that little princess, I have held you in deep admiration. I wish to learn your skills. Jiajia's eyes shimmered with admiration as he spoke. Camus, taken aback by Jiajia's earnest gaze, furrowed his brow. It seemed that months ago, when he was being relentlessly pursued by a furious Luffy, Jiajia had been the first to strike. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I cannot teach you any skills, but I can help you recognize your shortcomings. Camus glanced at the clock and remarked, it's still early. Let us go out and have some fun. As history has shown, gambling and vice often go hand in hand. During Crocodile's reign, Rainbase hosted the largest casino in the nation. But after Crocodile's downfall, the casinos were shut down. Strangely enough, Crocodile, for reasons unknown, did not interfere with the equally profitable sex industry. Thus, numerous establishments in this domain continued to thrive. Before long, they found themselves at the largest brothel in Aruba. This costs 5 million berries, Camus announced, producing a gold card. Let us keep our identities concealed and use this money to indulge separately. Ah, is this not a brothel? Jiajia's face fell, expressing his disbelief as a Navy member being in such a sordid place. Nonsense. Did you not see the sign? Camus pointed to the banner above the entrance, declaring it a life experience center. Ah, it does seem that way. Jiajia pondered for a moment before conceding the point. He quickly changed into civilian attire and donned a mask. Hee, I am no longer Jiajia. I am Gigi. The receptionist instantly recognized Jiajia. Boss G, long time no see. Camu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Realizing that this was not Jiajia's first visit, Jiajia's face turned crimson, internally questioning how he had been recognized. After a night of indulgence, the following morning, the two met at a tea house. That was delightful. Jiajia exclaimed, elated, for a Navy vice admiral's salary was not particularly high, and he could seldom afford such luxurious establishments. Typically, he sought out smaller venues to alleviate his yearning for Jiyuan. Camu cut to the chase. So, how was it? Thanks to you, Saint Camu. I found a beautiful sister. Jiajia extolled the experience, weaving tales so extravagant that he nearly recounted every detail. TCH, Camu rolled his eyes at Jiajia. Only one. I gave you 5 million berries. However, that sister insisted it was 5 million berries for just one encounter. Jiajia scratched his head, claiming it had always been the price. Just for one. Camu gasped. He had anticipated that this place might be corrupt, but he never expected Jiajia to be so thoroughly swindled, and repeatedly at that. Then, Saint Camu, what about your own achievements? Noticing the unnatural expression on Camu's face, Jiajia suddenly felt he had been duped. 5, Camu replied cheerfully, extending his palm. 5 people. 5. How could it be 5? Jiajia exclaimed in shock. After doing the math, Camu realized that he had only spent 1 million berries per person. Unbelievably, he had been so badly deceived. No, you've misunderstood. I meant 50 people were vying for my attention, and they were all inclusive, charging only 5,000 berries. What? Upon hearing these words, Jiajia was utterly astonished. 50,000 berries, and for a complete set. This price was even cheaper than the small workshops he occasionally visited. Jiajia inquired, Lord Kamishing, surely you must be jesting. Have you inadvertently revealed your celestial dragon identity? Firstly, if they were to discover that I am a world noble, they would only offer me money. Cam rebutted. Secondly, I simply detest cleaning trash bins. That's a valid point, Jiajia acknowledged, nodding, before asking, then why is it that I do not receive such treatment? Cam's voice boomed. Because I am handsome. And you are not. I am not ugly? How can you say such a thing? Jiajia's face fell, his displeasure apparent. Lord Kamishing, a gentleman may be slain, but never insulted. Cam shot Jiajia a sidelong glance and asked a passerby. Is he good-looking? The passerby replied, ugh. Unyielding, Jiajia turned to the passerby, his face contorted with anger. Am I not handsome? The passerby trembled. Yes, very ugh. You simply lack appreciation. Fuming, Jiajia clenched his teeth, refusing to concede defeat, and spent the entire day asking everyone he met if he was handsome. As a result, Jiajia returned to his hotel having changed clothes 30 times, only to be met with derision from passersby. The following evening, Cam gifted Jiajia 10 million berries. This time, 5 young ladies approached Jiajia. On the third day, Jiajia, now in the capacity of a high-ranking naval officer, re-entered the fray. This time, he finally found success. Now you understand where you fell short, don't you? To attract the favor of women, one requires not only a sincere heart but also wealth, status, and handsome features. These correspond to material and spiritual needs, with your equal rank as a vice admiral in the Navy and your status on par with hers. Your frequent visits to brothels likely pale in comparison to her wealth. As for your appearance, well, consider how many people have turned up their noses at you. Cam earnestly explained. That's not right, Jiajia exclaimed, slapping his thigh, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. Even after displaying my wealth and status, I still cannot secure even 50,000 at a time. I am younger than you, in that regard. If you know what I mean. Cam buried his face in his hands, thinking Jiajia was merely seeking trouble. Nonsense. You celestial dragons barely last 3 minutes. Jiajia shot Cam a glare, well aware of certain secrets about the celestial dragons. Slander, defamation, my worst performance was at least 3 minutes and 1 second, all right? Boom! In an instant, Cam erupted, launching a series of punches at Jiajia. After a lengthy while, he declared, from now on, call me boss. In a few months, I will lead you to accomplish great things, and who knows, you might even become a general. Cam chuckled and retrieved a power-enhancing pill from his system space, handing it to Jiajia. What is this? This is, Cam began, intending to explain that it was a power-enhancing pill that could restore one's peak abilities. Hey, don't eat it now. Gulp. Jiajia consumed it, letting out a loud belch. This is surprisingly delicious. He licked his lips and added, but why do I feel like I've grown taller? Whoa, Cam gasped in astonishment, noticing Jiajia's transformation. Jiajia's physique had visibly increased in stature. His appearance also noticeably rejuvenated. Is this the power-enhancing pill? Could it have been exchanged incorrectly? Does the power-enhancing pill have such an effect? Unable to contain his curiosity, Cam consulted the system, realizing that this pill was akin to a minor fountain of youth. Power-enhancing pill. While boosting strength, some users may experience a slight enhancement in physical attributes. Once the effect wears off, one returns to their original state, the system elaborated. This is not hard to comprehend. An 80-year-old man, no matter his strength, cannot compensate for his lack of physical capabilities. In such scenarios, the power-enhancing pill sacrifices some of its potency to enhance physical attributes instead. Oh, that's how it is. Cam nodded in understanding. Brother, where have you been playing these days? You never took me along. At that moment, Lachi pushed the door open. The next instant, Lachi's eyes widened in shock, staring at Jiajia like a bewildered husky. Whoa, Jiajia, can you not use such crude language? Mingmei yawned as she entered alongside Lachi. The next moment, she sported the same astonished expression as Lachi. Whoa, Vice Admiral Jiajia, what happened to you? Whoa, why do I look younger? Seeing the incredulous expressions of the others, Jiajia quickly sought out a mirror. Meanwhile, in the Alabaster Royal Palace, Vivi was utterly enraged. Beasts, beasts, indeed, the celestial dragons are nothing but a pack of brutes. He actually took Vice Admiral Chibuta to visit brothels. And not just once, but 3 times. To be honest, after witnessing Kim eliminate evildoers for the common people in the canola flower fields, Vivi had begun to harbor a somewhat positive impression of the man the world government was forcing her to marry. At the very least, in her mind, this celestial dragon was not a brute, not one to casually oppress the populace. However, upon receiving this morning's news, Vivi's impression of Cam plummeted to an all-time low. Lady Vivi, those are not called brothels. They are referred to as life experience centers, a minister corrected. Nonsense. They are brothels, Vivi bellowed, striking the minister with a punch. When I take the throne, I will eradicate all those sordid places. Eradicate? But wouldn't that mean losing your own pleasures? A minister frowned, saying, Lady Vivi, one cannot speak like that. In truth, even the king frequented such places in his youth. Before the minister could finish, Vivi seized him and began to deliver a relentless beating. It is worth noting that Vivi had once been Miss Wednesday. While her combat prowess may not be formidable, she was certainly no match for those ministers who could barely manage to move. Lady Vivi, please stop, the minister cried out in agony, vowing never to mention Cobra's youthful escapades again. Regardless of whether I die, I will never marry such a man. Vivi surveyed the ministers present, her gaze resolute. Even if that is the command of the world government. Though she was a princess, Vivi was no fool. She understood the vast disparity between her status and Cam's. Thus, she could accept Cam's notorious flirtations. But as a woman, what she could not tolerate was a man who sought to claim her as his wife, while simultaneously pursuing other women. She wondered if she truly was so lacking. At that moment, Belle entered, having been tasked with keeping an eye on Cam and his entourage. Is he at the brothel again? Vivi asked, her face darkening. Belle shook his head. No, then what is it? Vivi inquired. Intrigued, Belle appeared tense. He is coming to the royal palace. What? Vivi's face turned pale with terror. That it was still nighttime, and if Cam were to arrive now, it could only mean something untoward, imagining the potentially unspeakable events that might unfold. Vivi shuddered and collapsed to the ground. Lady Vivi. Belle rushed forward, fearing for her safety. Be Belle, I am fine. Vivi managed to stand, a look of tragic resolve on her face. If that celestial dragon dares to act recklessly, you must kill me. I refuse to be defiled by such a beast. Thud, thud, thud. Cam strode swiftly. His recent escapades had not been without their rewards, in addition to gaining a modicum of experience. He had learned a crucial piece of information. Cobra was gravely ill. He only remembered that Cobra would ultimately be killed by and the 5 elders, but he had forgotten that. In just 2 years' time, Cobra had become entirely gray, his health deteriorating. Cam smacked his forehead. Just days ago, he was still pondering how to win Vivi's affections, and now, here she was, the Dragon King descending the mountain. The divine healer arriving. What a perfect scheme. Let me think, how should I angle my mouth when the time comes? Cam meticulously pondered the details of his impending act. only to be struck dumb the next moment. Wait a minute, the 5 elders will kill Cobra in the future. Cam rubbed his head, the preconceived notion causing him to initially overlook the nearly deceased individual. However, upon further contemplation, many things became clear. Even if he were to truly bring Vivi home, his soon-to-be father-in-law would inevitably meet a tragic end, only to be killed by the 5 elder stars. Cam stroked his chin in thought, his expression growing increasingly grim. The vendetta for his father's death could make it impossible to cultivate any feelings over time. No, he could not allow Cobra to meet his demise so swiftly. With this thought in mind, Cam quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the palace of Alabasta. I am the noble of the world, Kurokuride Cam, he declared. Nafarutali Vivi. Cam lifted his head, his gaze scanning the princess like a scanner. You must have received the message from the world government. As he spoke, Cam sensed that Vivi's gaze towards him was peculiar, as if she harbored a deep grudge. Confused, Cam thought to himself, this should be their first meeting. How could there be animosity? Moreover, some ministers appeared as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Princess Vivi, Cam coughed lightly and spoke. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. This is an order from the world government, beyond your and my control. Shameless, despicable. Vivi could not help but mutter. Her voice was soft, yet it echoed clearly in the vast hall. Shameless, despicable? Cam was bewildered. Why were so many people accusing him of being shameless and despicable? It was worth noting that the last woman to insult him in such a manner had met a dire fate. Esteemed Kurokuride Cam. At that moment, a minister stepped forward. What Lady Vivi means is that Alabasta has suffered from years of drought, and even the lower reaches of the Sandola River are exceptionally parched. Indeed, another minister added, since King Cobra's health has declined, it has been Lady Vivi who has taken on the responsibilities of state affairs. Even contemplating national matters while meeting with world nobles, Lady Vivi is referring to drought and lower reaches. It is certainly not an insult directed at Lord Cam. Yes, yes, yes. The once quiet hall burst into lively discussion. Cam, observing the ministers, could only facepalm internally that wasn't this just a case of clumsy denial. Not minding the commotion, Cam slapped his thigh and said, so that's how it is. Hearing this, the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the celestial dragons were rather gullible and easy to fool. Some ministers glared fiercely at Vivi, as if to say, just wait. With that in mind, Nafertali Vivi, I shall not beat around the bush. That minister just mentioned. King Cobra is unwell, and I have come specifically to treat my future father-in-law that I possess the capability. Almost simultaneously, Bell nodded and drew his sword. Princess Vivi is to be the next queen of Alabasta. She will never. Their voices dwindled to mere whispers, fading into silence. Huh? Bell exclaimed. What? Everyone else echoed in disbelief, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating, replaced by incredulity. Esteemed Kurokuride Cam, do you possess a method to cure the king's affliction? Ikelam was the first to react, immediately bowing in respect. Of course. Cam nodded, suddenly realizing the cause of the earlier tension. Vivi's face flushed with embarrassment. So it turned out she had misunderstood. Cam had not come to take her away. He had come to heal her father. Yet, she was still puzzled. Why would the celestial dragon wish to save her father? Not only Vivi, but many ministers shared this sentiment. You may wonder why I would extend my aid. Cam began, addressing the perplexed crowd. Firstly, Vivi is to be my future wife. Secondly, I have conditions. Thirdly, the royal family of Alabasta shares a connection with my clan. I heard by chance that King Cobra is unwell, which is why I came to assist him. The first two statements were sincere, while the latter was pure fabrication. However, this was not lost on Vivi, who perceived a different implication. A connection. Previously, her father had mentioned that the world government would extend a favor to their royal family. Could it be that their royal lineage truly had ties to the celestial dragons? Esteemed Kurokuride Cam, Vivi stepped forward and inquired, what method do you propose? Cam gestured towards a pointed-faced minister. You there? Come here. Bam. Bam. Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the minister's bones. What are you doing? Esteemed Kurokuride Cam. Vivi exclaimed in shock, though inwardly she felt a surge of delight. Well done. That old fool frequently opposed her. Watching the scene unfold, she felt satisfied. Cam chuckled softly, gathering a white orb of light in his palm, and then slapped it onto the minister's forehead. Smack, smack. The sounds echoed as he delivered more slaps. Once the orb had entirely dissipated, he ceased his assault. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. Apart from being bruised and battered, the minister's previously broken bones had healed. Cam smiled and asked, "Now do you understand?" The crowd's eyes widened. How could they not comprehend? Wasn't he merely a user of a devil fruit with healing capabilities? Lord Cam, your abilities are indeed formidable, but King Cobra cannot withstand such treatment. Ikelam believed that one had to endure slaps to receive healing. Indeed, King Cobra's condition is already precarious. If he receives too many slaps, he may not survive. The other ministers chimed in, expressing concern over the risks involved. I merely disapprove of his earlier insolence. I never stated that healing must involve punishment. Cam shot a disapproving glance at the crowd, finally resting his gaze upon Vivi Dada. The others paused, realizing the validity of his point. Vivi and Belle exchanged amused glances, realizing that the celestial dragon was deliberately venting frustration on her behalf. Esteemed celestial dragon, the previously battered minister grumbled, your abilities are impressive, yet they have not completely healed my injuries. Therefore, you are bold. Before the pointed-faced minister could finish, Cam unleashed another series of punches, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. Who established the rule that one must fully heal someone when using a devil fruit ability? Cam glared at the minister, feeling genuinely annoyed. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of the Alabasta Kingdom, he would have ended his life right there. The crowd gasped in shock. Indeed, even a common cold requires a few days of medication. This individual could heal a significant portion of ailments in an instant. Why focus on trivial details? Perhaps the celestial dragon intentionally refrained from complete healing. Vivi furrowed her brow, fully aware that in this world, nothing comes without a price. Cam had already stated that his assistance in treating her father came with conditions. Esteemed Kirokaride Cam, Vivi stepped forward once more and asked, "What price must Alabasta pay?" Simple. Cam waved his hand, then scrutinized Vivi as if he were a scanner. I merely require you to agree to one condition. That gaze. TSK, TSK, TSK. The other's eyes lit up in understanding. Vivi's expression darkened considerably. This was his intention, to leverage her father's life to coerce her into submission. The celestial dragons were truly despicable and shameless. Noting Vivi's clenched jaw, Cam was momentarily baffled. Why did she wear such a look of vengeance? He merely hoped she would keep an eye on her father to prevent him from meeting an untimely end. Was that too much to ask? What? Are you unwilling? At that moment, Khan inquired. Vivi's expression momentarily froze, leaving her at a loss for words. What difference was there between sacrificing her innocence for national stability? One was the nation, the other her father. Yet, after but a brief hesitation, Vivi reached a resolution. Having lost her mother at an early age, her father was her sole kin. Moreover, she had never truly been given a choice, unwittingly coerced into a marriage by the world government. She found herself without the right to refuse. Very well, Vivi nodded firmly, her mind already contemplating that once her father regained his health, she would take matters into her own hands, soon, in Cobra's hospital room. There were only Khan, Vivi, and Cobra, who lay upon the bed, heal. Under Vivi's hopeful gaze, a soft white light blossomed. Cobra's once gray hair, a testament to years of toil, transformed back to a deep black, as dark particles seeped from his pores, filling the air with a foul odor, an accumulation of years of toxins. To be precise, Cobra was not gravely ill. He merely suffered from the effects of overwork, following the end of the Alabasta conflict. Countless responsibilities awaited him, exacerbating his exhaustion. A gentle, soothing energy enveloped him, pulling Cobra from his slumber. Squinting, he was startled to find a stranger before him. Who are you? I am Kiroclade Khan. Saint. Cobra's expression faltered slightly as he addressed Vivi. Vivi, please step outside for a moment. After dismissing Vivi, Cobra confronted Khan directly. Are you the celestial dragon who intends to marry Vivi? Khan, taken aback, asked, You know about this? Cobra nodded slightly. In fact, before Vivi was even born, Saint Satan had approached me. Cobra then feigned a sorrowful expression, adding, My health issues are also related to this matter. Stop, Khan interjected, waving his hand. Let us not dwell on that. I'm here to save you. But I hope you won't act recklessly at next year's World Conference. Don't ask about the fate of your ancestors. I don't know either. The elders won't say anything. And don't inquire about the door dawn, or you'll meet your end. If you die, so be it. But don't interfere with my affairs. The Khan's words were delivered with a casualness that belied their gravity. Yet to Cobra, it felt like thunderclaps in his ears. The realization struck him. There was indeed a traitor. How could he possess such knowledge? Do not be alarmed. Khan waved his hand dismissively. I have the ability to foresee the future. Under normal circumstances, you would be killed after your meeting with those 5 elders, and Vivi would be captured. After a narrow escape, she would begin a life on the run. Are you threatening me? Cobra's expression darkened, clearly skeptical of Khan's supposed foresight. You may perceive it as a threat. Khan replied, his demeanor unfazed, but I only wish to ask you, if you were to perish, what would become of Alabasta? What would happen to its citizens? But there's also Vivi. Cobra attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Khan. Do not use Vivi as a bargaining chip. She will be my woman and will not meddle in this mess. Since Satan approached you before Vivi was born, you should have anticipated this day. Whose fault is it that your ancestors relinquished their noble status? Therefore, Khan declared, as the legitimate heir of the world aristocracy, the Kuroclade family, and your future son-in-law, I command you to act as your king until my child with Vivi reaches adulthood. Do not act recklessly. Poof. At this, Cobra sputtered a mouthful of blood. To think. Not only did Khan wish to take his daughter, but he also expected her to bear him children, while he continued to toil for over a decade. Cobra ground his teeth, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. At least this celestial dragon was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. All right, sleep now. Khan, indifferent, delivered a punch that sent Cobra back into slumber. Shortly after, in Vivi's chamber, Khan spoke earnestly. Your father will at least live until our child reaches adulthood. Upon hearing this, Vivi's expression shifted to one of anger. Our child? Indeed, this celestial dragon sought to coerce her through her father. How despicable. Khan, taken aback by Vivi's sudden change of demeanor, continued, now it's time to fulfill the condition you promised me. Ugh, Vivi gritted her teeth. Her cheeks flushed, and her body experienced a subtle yet unmistakable shift, becoming restless. However, Vivi quickly regained her composure. She would not allow herself to be tainted by such a birth. If it came to that, she would rather die. With this thought, her palm clenched around a hidden blade, stained crimson. As Vivi's thoughts surged, Khan continued, I need you to lock your father away during the World Conference. Simultaneously, Vivi sprang to her feet, shouting, as for my birth, I would rather die. Then, both voices abruptly halted as they locked eyes, bewildered. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere turning awkward. After a long pause, Khan broke the silence. How about you put the knife away? I believe you must have misunderstood. Here's the situation. Khan proceeded to outline Cobra's impending recklessness and his own considerations. Ding. Detected Vivi's affection for the host has increased. Affection level 10. Current level 9. Listening to the unfolding narrative, Vivi's face flushed as she murmured, Is that all you demand? Her voice was barely a whisper. Khan, leaning closer, asked, What did you say? I didn't catch that I said. Feeling Khan's proximity, Vivi trembled. Her voice softening further, nearly inaudible. Khan still couldn't hear, raising his voice. What did you say? I still didn't catch it. Vivi, infuriated, she covered her face and shouted, I said, Is that all your condition amounts to? That's precisely it, Khan retorted, rolling his eyes at Vivi. What else did you expect? Vivi stammered, her cheeks reddening. Goodness, how did she misinterpret his intentions? She had thought Khan came to her under the cover of night to lay claim to her body, believing he desired something more intimate. Not only that, but she had initially assumed he sought to take her for himself. How had she come to think of him in such a manner? Was her mind so impure? Thankfully, it appeared Khan was oblivious to her thoughts. With this realization, she felt a slight sense of relief. I understand now. At that moment, Khan, grinning mischievously, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I get it. You thought I would want something from you. Khan shot her an exasperated glance. Honestly, what are you women always thinking about? Upon hearing this, Vivi felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. How embarrassing. Vivi's mind went blank, her face as red as an apple, timidly admitting, I simply thought such a condition was too trivial. Too trivial? Suddenly, Khan closed his eyes and pointed at himself. How about you kiss me? Vivi. Let us go home. Back at the hotel, Khan raised his arm triumphantly and declared loudly, Ratch was somewhat perplexed, circling around Khan 3 times, Big brother, where's sister-in-law? Khan replied, Still at the palace? Is it that the wretched woman refuses to grant you that favor? At that moment, Lachi was incensed and declared, Brother, let us go and capture her right now. Bang. Ouch. Why did you hit me again, brother? Lachi cried, rubbing his head, feeling utterly wronged. Cam chuckled and remarked, though there was no such thing. A woman as fierce as Vivi, who was then wielding a knife. I truly felt as though I had bestowed a favor upon her. With her disposition, she wouldn't dare strike me, but she would undoubtedly resort to self-destruction. What I seek is not a fleeting encounter with Vivi. Moreover, I was astonished to discover that Alabasta is currently in turmoil. There will surely come a time when Vivi will seek my assistance. However, Cam licked his lips. Sensing a peculiar atmosphere within, he realized that in the end, he had been misinterpreted by Vivi. He merely intended to express a desire for a simple kiss. Cam smiled and said, "It's not worse than that." Huh? Lachi, bewildered, was taken aback. Not worse than that. How could that be possible? Speaking of that, Lachi, cautious not to probe further, swiftly changed the subject. Brother, do you still have any of those strength-enhancing pills? I wish to savor the flavors of those women again. Cam's expression turned strange upon hearing this. Did you not say just days ago that you would starve to death? You would rather jump from the building than engage with the commoners. Lachi stammered, his face turning crimson. I suddenly find the taste of the commoners quite appealing. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Ah, I meant my sisters. Each one of them is so alluring. Ha, Cam laughed, producing 10 strength-enhancing pills with a wave of his hand. Let us return. As celestial dragons, we have no shortage of women. However, as he spoke, Cam suddenly recalled that the experience gained from cultivating flirtatious women was rather minimal, fundamentally undermining his desire to frequent brothels for experience points. Moreover, their fate values were consistently low. System, what is fate value? Ding. A higher fate value indicates that the character holds significant status in the world of pirates. The higher the fate value, the greater the rewards for the host upon successful cultivation. It seemed to align closely with my assumptions. Cam pondered, brow furrowed, and inquired, System, does this imply that I can only cultivate characters from One Piece, as their fate values are simply insufficient otherwise? Host, that is not the case. Characters from One Piece undoubtedly possess high fate values, but it does not mean that others possess low fate values. Additionally, a woman with a low fate value does not signify a lack of beauty, as exemplified by your maid, Anna. This system will not interfere with your cultivation of any women with low fate values. Otherwise, how could the number of women from One Piece suffice? You are destined to become the man of a harem. After all, Cam's eyes lit up, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, I should not select which land to plow merely for the sake of rewards. Had the system not appeared, I would have intended to purchase a kingdom and become a local emperor with a harem of 3,000 beauties. That I must not lose sight of my true purpose. As Cam contemplated this, he soon felt a peculiar sensation. Frustrated, he exclaimed, System, did you just say I am to become what? You are to become the man of a harem. Cam's face darkened. Remove of a man from that phrase. The system paused momentarily. You are to become the harem king. Before long, Cam and his companions packed their belongings and mounted camels, heading towards the edge of the desert. The dawn had yet to break, marking the ideal time to traverse the sands. System, I have another question. Along the way, Cam inquired. Manchuri is an ability user, and the reward for cultivation is the healing fruit ability. As for Anna, who is a non-user, the enhancement I received was in hockey. Does this mean I can have the devil fruits consumed by the women prior to cultivation to acquire their respective abilities? Ding. The host's assumption is incorrect. The rewards obtained from cultivating non-users primarily enhance hockey, physical skills, and swordsmanship, though this is not absolute. Similarly, the rewards from cultivating ability users do not necessarily equate to their abilities. Is that so? A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Cam's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. From a celestial dragon contemplating escape to acquiring Monet, marrying Manchuri, pursuing the pirate empress, and now claiming Princess Vivi's first kiss, he realized he possessed the strength to contend with Luffy. He felt there was no need to crave anything more. Whoosh, at that moment, as if in response to Cam's thoughts, the once desolate desert shimmered with a glimmer of light from afar. Cam raised his hand and called out, Stop! Lachi, Jichi, and Ming Ge exchanged puzzled glances. Brother Cam, what is the matter? Cam turned to point towards the distance. The sun has risen. The three followed Cam's gesture, feeling the gentle warmth that dispelled the night's chill, contrasting with the midday heat of the desert. Brother, Lachi exclaimed, a look of disdain on his face. You aren't thinking of making a wish like those melodramatic characters in comics, are you? Cam paused, reflecting that the characters in the comics seem to have their dreams come true. Why not? As he spoke, he pointed towards the rising sun. I aspire to become the harem king. Cough, cough, cough. I shall become the harem king. Lachi, invigorated, also pointed towards the sun. I too wish to become like my brother. To be, scram. Cam scowled. There can only be one harem king. Lachi retorted. Then I shall become the man of the harem. Cam's expression darkened further, scram. Lachi rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. Why is this not acceptable, nor that? After pondering for a moment, he exclaimed, Then, I wish to die on a woman's belly when my time comes. Cam, Jichi, and Ming Ge simultaneously facepalmed. Thinking that Lachi was truly a character of his own, Jichi remarked, I wish for nothing else but to be with the geishas. Lachi scoffed, I doubt you have any chance. You're already so quick without the strength-enhancing pills. Jichi, with an expression of disbelief. You barely lasted 2.5 minutes without the pills. At that moment, Ming Ge also spoke up. I too think it's hopeless. Women do not favor those who are too eager. Cam, feeling quite pleased, stated, Jichi, remember this, a simp, in the end, will possess nothing. Hiss, the words struck Jichi, making him feel as though he had an epiphany at this moment. Ming Ge pointed towards the rising sun. Cam, hey, that one with no presence. Ming Ge, me? Yes, you. Cam retorted, could you not first remove your chest binding before coming here? Ming Ge gasped. You know I'm a woman? Of course. Cam shot her a glance. Those two obvious bulges are apparent enough for even a fool to notice. Jichi's face turned pale, feeling offended. Pervert. Ming Ge's cheeks flushed as she shot Cam a fierce glare. She chose not to elaborate, loosening her headscarf to reveal her long, lustrous hair. She then removed her chest binding. And two plump, bouncy figures sprang into view before the astonished crowd. But is she truly a female celestial dragon? Is she genuinely a female celestial dragon? Jichi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not realized that this celestial dragon was a woman. Just yesterday, he had invited her to a brothel. What the heck? Jichi wished to observe further, but immediately sensed something amiss that he turned his head away, mounted his camel, and fled. Tsk. Cam and Lachi expressed their astonishment. They pondered how someone could be restrained to the extent of barely disguising themselves as a male, all the while being mindful of the onlookers. Ming Ge, however, lifted her chin, radiating pride. She then pointed towards the sun, closed her eyes, and began to silently wish. Cam asked, What were you just thinking? Ming Ge pouted, I want to tell you. Then I shan't tell you either, Cam replied. What is it that you refuse to tell me? Mimi was perplexed. Cam, with a mischievous grin, dashed away, while Lachi ran even farther, and Gigi had long vanished without a trace. It was only then that Cam shouted, You're not wearing anything underneath. Not wearing anything? Mimi glanced down, her body stiffening suddenly, her cheeks turning as red as ripe cherries. Cam, you scoundrel, don't you dare run away. The following day, in the Alabasta Royal Palace, Father, Vivi could no longer contain her curiosity. Is what that celestial dragon said true? Do you really want to court death? This. Cobra's face turned ashen. What was his daughter saying? Wishing to court death. Vivi, you know, Cobra cleared his throat and continued. I was in poor health before and didn't have much time left. I did think about meeting with the 5 elders and indeed intended to inquire about the forbidden topics. Shifting his tone, Cobra added, However, now that I am in good health, such thoughts have dissipated. Vivi nodded and asked, What is this marriage alliance about? Cobra's expression darkened. Vivi, if you are unwilling, do not force yourself to as your father. I would never sell my daughter's purity. If worse comes to worst, we can leave this place. Whoever desires this wretched ancestral legacy can have it. Seeing her father's stance, Vivi chuckled lightly. Father, rest assured, he did not do anything to me yesterday. Moreover, that celestial dragon does not seem as disagreeable as I had imagined. He's not the pig-headed monster of legend. It is best that you think so. Cobra nodded. Furthermore, Satan has stated that he will only allow those of normal intellect to marry into our royal family. And those celestial dragons of sound mind are exceedingly proud, rarely willing to associate with us common folk and bear offspring. Cobra pondered for a moment before adding, In truth, we should be more concerned about the internal strife within Alabasta. Vivi inquired, Are you referring to those ministers? Precisely, Cobra affirmed. Amazon Lily, commonly known as Daughter Island, this moment, Within the Daughter Island Palace, Empress Boa Hancock sat upon the throne crafted by Salome, her visage clouded with worry as she gazed into the distance. Lost in thought, buzz. Just then, a row of food-laden carts rumbled towards the royal hall, creating a buzzing sound. Sister, the second sister, responsible for recording the food, asked, "Are you still going to deliver food to Luffy today?" Hancock furrowed her brows and replied solemnly, "Let's skip it today." The third sister interjected, "What about tomorrow?" "We'll see then. Quickly, go deliver food to Luffy. We cannot let him go hungry," the Empress instructed, yet her expression remained unchanged. Sigh, the two sisters sighed in unison, retreating. On the way, Margaret suddenly turned to the two sisters and asked, "Ladies, what exactly is going on with the Empress?" The second sister shook her head, "I do not know." The third sister echoed, "I also do not know." Both sisters were bewildered. Ever since their sister had gone to rescue Luffy months ago, it felt as if she had changed. She was no longer as fervent towards Luffy as before. There was an indescribable shift in her demeanor. "Wait, let's ask Granny Sha. She must know." As they walked, Margaret suddenly exclaimed, "Right, let's find Granny Sha." The two sisters' eyes instantly brightened at the mention. Soon, they found Granny Sha, the former Empress of Amazon Lily. "Durolia Osa, Granny Sha, what is going on with our Empress?" The four of them looked at her with eager eyes. Granny Sha squinted and smiled. "I see that Hancock has someone else in her heart, which is why her feelings for Luffy have dulled considerably. However, from her still delivering food to Luffy, it appears that Luffy remains a significant part of her thoughts." Bang! At her words, the expressions of the group suddenly changed. One person pointed at Granny Sha and shouted angrily, "Granny Sha, what do you mean by that? Are you slandering our Empress?" They were not foolish. This insinuated that their Empress was unfaithful. Granny Sha understood their implication and replied, "But the Empress has not established a relationship with Luffy. It is merely a free romance. How is that slander?" The group was momentarily taken aback, finding her reasoning quite sound. Moreover, Granny Sha waved her hand dismissively. "From my perspective as someone who has been through it all, I believe Luffy is not suitable for Hancock. His intellect is too blunt. Let me tell you, when I was young." Thus, Granny Sha began recounting her youthful stories. "Have we forgotten something?" After a long while, Margaret suddenly remarked. The others responded with confusion. "Forgot what?" "Margaret, don't interrupt. Granny Sha is telling a story." "Yes, do not interrupt." This day would be etched in Luffy's memory forever, for he had gone an entire day without food. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Daughter Island, aboard a cargo ship bound for Sabaody Archipelago, "Sister Yura, you are so beautiful. You will surely fetch a good price." "Sister Yura, why are you so well endowed?" "Sister Yura, why is your skin so fair? You don't look like someone who has fled from hardship." "Sister Yura, why are you so silent?" a quirky girl incessantly questioned. Yet the girl named Yura remained silent, her face expressionless. "Boss, what is wrong with her?" the girl asked in exasperation. An elderly man with a stern expression replied, "She was once a princess of a kingdom, but it was destroyed by a pirate. Alas, misfortune befell her, and she became a slave. I doubt anyone could bear such a fate that a pirate. What kind of pirate could be this formidable? I do not know. But it is said he escaped from Impel Down. Ah, I see." The girl nodded and approached Yura again. "Sister Yura, do not worry. With your looks, you will surely be bought by a wealthy family. Then you can recuperate and seek vengeance for your kingdom." Upon hearing this, Yura's previously vacant eyes suddenly flickered with life. Vengeance. In the Holy Land, Mariewa. Deep within Panga City, 5 elderly men knelt on one knee, gazing reverently at the figure seated upon the empty throne. "Lord M, what are your commands? How many years has it been?" A hoarse voice echoed in the vast, dark palace, soft yet imbued with authority. "Report to Lord M. It has been 800 years. 800 years. M seemed momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Once he regained his composure, he stated, "The hunting tournament for my holy clan shall commence anew. Eliminate all those kingdoms that refuse to submit." "Yes, Lord M." The 5 elders bowed deeply in acquiescence. "By the way, Lord M, there has been progress regarding the marriage alliance of the Alabasta royal family." Satan suddenly interjected. M appeared momentarily stunned again. "Which fool dares to tarnish our bloodline?" Satan stepped forward, presenting the relevant documents. "Lord M, it is the 5th son of the crocodile family." Crocodile KAM.IM glanced over the materials and instantly lost interest. "If he wishes to stir trouble, let him be." If he has the time, he may come to see me. Yes, lord him. Satan bowed respectfully, and the 5 elders withdrew. It has been 800 years. This time, I will surely kill you. I.M. walked slowly towards a colossal window adorned with lilies. Rip! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. In the dimly lit room, Im's face was illuminated. Incredibly, the emotionless visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Vivi. Days later, Cam returned to Mariwa, and he did not idle. Monet was not yet pregnant, and he was determined to put in the effort. Other matters were not neglected either. The original owner, having been in a state of despair, had left the vast palace devoid of even a single maid. The maid Anna was also discovered by Cam later on. Contemplating the future, he wondered what would happen when Manchuri and Anna's bellies began to swell. That it was imperative that someone took care of them. He needed to recruit help. Kuraclade Cam Sishing announced the position of maid with a salary of 8 million Bailey per month. The first requirement: obedience to management and affection for the young master. The second requirement: outstanding appearance. However, to Cam's astonishment, not a single person came forward despite such generous terms. Damn it. Although he harbored thoughts of selecting a concubine, that was merely a secondary requirement. Eventually, women did come. Yet they were sent by Kaxiong, Jinya, and Jinlai. Cam felt uneasy and dared not entrust the 2 pregnant women to their care. Alas, it seemed he would have to go to his kingdom eventually. Cam sighed deeply, reflecting, "Come to think of it, I have yet to make an appearance as king." Time passed swiftly, and several months slipped by. "Husband, what on earth is happening? Why is there still no progress?" Moniai, with a hand on her belly, wore a look of grievance. She watched as Manchuri and Anna were soon to give birth, while she felt not a single sign of change. Cam frowned. He had taken Moniai for numerous hospital checkups. Moniai was fine. He was perfectly healthy too. Cam inquired of the system. The system responded, "I probably know, but I'm just not telling. Perhaps it's related to the subsequent new chapter. We shall see then." Cam was not worried, merely treating it as an exceptionally effective contraceptive method. What chapter? Moniai asked in surprise. "A chapter is just a chapter. Passing a specific chapter should resolve the issue you are facing." Cam chuckled and added, "I will make a trip to Dressrosa in due time, and we shall address it together." Moniai nodded earnestly, her cheeks flushing as she said, "Then husband, let us continue." Cam waved his hand. "Not now. In a few days, King Luffy shall set sail." Cam's thoughts were quite simple. Only by thoroughly eliminating King Luffy could he live comfortably. He had no desire for his newborn child, just a year old, to suffer the world's cruelty due to the downfall of the celestial dragons. Why did Cam think this way? Just consider the childhood of Doflamingo to understand. A day later, at a restaurant in the outer city of Mariwa, Cam had intended to enjoy a hearty meal, but before he could take a single bite, he found himself confronted by trouble. With a loud crash, Karen slammed his palm down, splitting the table in 2, and shouted, "Cam, I will not allow you to rise again. You should remain forever confined to your palace." Cam paused momentarily, surprised. "Third brother, do you know who the owner of this establishment is?" "Why are you asking about the owner when I'm making threats?" Karen retorted angrily. "I am the legitimate heir of the Kuraclade family. Who the owner is has nothing to do with me." But before Karen could finish his sentence, a slap landed on him. "Who the hell hit me?" "What the? Elder. Cam trembled, finally recognizing the person who struck him. It was the beautiful woman who had stood in the center during the hunting selection alongside Satan. Few knew her name, but all were aware of her high status within the Knights of God. Kuraclade Karen. The beautiful woman seized Karen, her expression devoid of emotion. "Do you know who the owner of this establishment is?" "Huh?" Karen panicked, stammering. "It couldn't possibly be you, could it?" "No," the beautiful woman replied. "Not? Then why should I be afraid?" Karen raised his head, putting on a defiant demeanor. "Elder Makabaka, since this matter does not concern you, please refrain from intervening. Internal power struggles within the family are perfectly normal." "Fool, this restaurant belongs to my granddaughter." The beautiful woman cast a cold glance at Karen. "You damaged my granddaughter's establishment. You must compensate accordingly, or I will not hesitate to end you." With a flurry of slaps, the beautiful woman's palms created flickering shadows, and only when Karen was left gasping for breath did she throw him aside. Cam bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder, no need to thank me." The beautiful woman waved her hands repeatedly. "What Karen said is correct. This is indeed an internal family matter. If he hadn't damaged my granddaughter's table, I wouldn't have intervened." She glanced behind her and said, "You young people carry on." As she finished speaking, a youthful woman appeared behind her. It was Ming Ge. Soon, Cam and Ming Ge found a private room to sit down. "What do you want from me?" Cam inquired. "What? Can't I seek you out without a reason?" Ming Ge shot him a glare, then continued. "The hunting competition is reopening, and I wish to team up with you." Cam frowned and quickly asked, "Hunting competition? Didn't that get cancelled?" If his memory served correctly, the hunting competition had been suspended due to the incident at the Valley of Gods, as the celestial dragons were filled with trepidation and dared not sign up. "You don't know?" Ming Ge paused, looking at Cam in surprise that he was, after all, the top contender in this year's hunting selection. How could he not know? Such news could easily be learned with just a little effort outside. Had he truly been that busy these past months? Ming Ge rubbed her head and explained. "The higher-ups have decreed that the hunting competition will resume. Participants will include competitors from previous hunting selections." She paused before adding, "Your third brother Karen was also released early due to this matter." When, in a year, after finishing their meal, Cam headed for Sabeti Archipelago, the journey was heavy with foreboding. A year from now would be a particularly sensitive time. According to the storyline, once King Luffy set sail again, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the rank of an emperor, followed by Egghead Island and Elbaf. Most likely, the hunting competition a year later would see a clash between the celestial dragons and Luffy's crew. Moreover, it was highly probable that this hunting competition would serve as the catalyst for a full-scale war between Luffy and the celestial dragons. Subsequently, the dragon army would take advantage, leading to the overthrow of the celestial dragon's reign. But if Cam were still alive, he would face relentless pursuit, akin to a prince of a fallen dynasty perpetually on the run. Contemplating all of this, Cam's expression darkened profoundly. Suddenly, Cam burst into laughter. "Why think so much? I just need to deal with King Luffy first." At that moment, within the territory of the Kuraclade family, in Karen's palace, that damn old hag, all over a broken table. Must she extort so much money from me? Karen glared at the debt note that had been presented to him, boiling with rage. How was he to know that the owner of that establishment was Ming Ge, a celestial dragon who couldn't enjoy life properly and meddled in trivial matters? Then, Lord Karen, a round-faced CP0 agent beside him, cautiously asked, "Should we compensate Ming Ge's palace?" "You fool!" Karen's eyes widened in fury. "That old hag holds significant power and dotes on her granddaughter. We can't afford not to compensate. It's only 100 million Bailey." "Lord Karen," the round-faced CP0 corrected him. "That is 1 billion Bailey." "What?" Karen exclaimed, seizing the debt note and counting the zeros on it, his hands trembling. It truly was 1 billion Bailey? Karen was so enraged he could hardly breathe. "Lord Karen, how about we just offer a token amount?" The round-faced CP0 lamented, feeling the pinch since that 1 billion Bailey also included part of his salary. Compensate? Fully compensate? Karen gritted his teeth as he spoke. He too felt the sting. Although the celestial dragons were wealthy, even immense wealth couldn't withstand such extortion. Moreover, he, Karen, was the poorest among the 5 siblings. Just then, a shadowy figure silently appeared at the palace window, bowing towards Karen. Seeing the newcomer, Karen was immediately elated and hurriedly asked, "What news? Did you find anything, Lord Karen?" The figure stepped inside and replied, "I have not failed my mission." With that, he handed Karen the already organized documents. "I see. Kalen cast a quick glance, his smile wide enough to seem almost uncontainable. "The Straw Hat Kid. With the rubber fruit. What a splendid idea to capture our family's arch-nemesis to gain merit." Kalen, being a trueborn, was well aware that the Nika fruit was indeed the current rubber fruit. With a bit of investigation into Cam's recent whereabouts, he could uncover a wealth of information. "Stay close to Cam," Kalen commanded. "Since the Straw Hat Kid has set sail, and Cam is heading to the Sabeti Archipelago at this moment, he must be intent on killing the Straw Hat Kid." Kalen's eyes gleamed with excitement. "At that point, we can simply swoop in and claim the credit for myself." Kalen. "Understood." The shadowy figure paused slightly, his expression turning grim. "But Cam is also a celestial dragon. I am merely a worker and cannot truly act against a celestial dragon. Rest assured," Kalen waved his hand with a grin, "I will personally pay a visit to my 5th brother." At that moment, Cam did not head directly to the island where the Thousand Sunny was docked, but first arrived at the 18th island to meet with Gigi and Lockhart. It is worth noting that ever since they had both consumed the strength pills, They frequently visited the 18th island to assist women in need. Lachi, shoo. Lachi made a gesture for silence, anxiously saying, "Brother, I am now called Kira." "Cam, I am Gigi." The other, Gigi, nervously chimed in, not wishing for their secret of frequently aiding fallen girls to be revealed. Cam was at a loss for words, pondering whether he had perhaps been too generous with the strength pills this month. "That we have important matters." Cam cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "The Straw Hat Kid has set sail." "Lachi, here are the wanted posters for the Straw Hat crew. Immediately inform me upon the discovery of any of them." Cam produced a stack of wanted posters featuring the Straw Hat crew and handed them to Lachi. Then turned to Gigi. "Gigi, there are certain secrets I cannot disclose to you, but you need only understand this. If you can deal with the Straw Hat Kid, I can ensure you ascend to the position of Admiral." "Yes." Gigi's eyes lit up, and he saluted earnestly. After detailing his orders, Cam returned to the 17th island to lie in wait. 2 years later, a rather vague time frame, he was uncertain on which day Monkey D. Luffy would arrive at the Sabati archipelago. However, he distinctly remembered that Zoro was the first to arrive, while Luffy was the last to reach the Sabati archipelago. Yet, after waiting for 7 days, he had not encountered a single soul. Not a soul had appeared aboard the Thousand Sunny. Could it be that Zoro had lost his way again? Just as Cam began to doubt his own memory, his transponder snail rang. "Brother, I have spotted the Straw Hat crew." Lachi's voice came through, filled with excitement. "In the tavern on the 20th island. It's the little thief Nami and the perverted Frankie." Cam was taken aback. Zoro hadn't even arrived yet, and Nami and Frankie were already here? Could this be the butterfly effect? After some contemplation, Cam instructed, "Keep a close watch. I am on my way." Shortly thereafter, Cam found himself staring blankly at the Nami downstairs, whose belly was larger than her face. Utterly dumbfounded, "Are you blind?" Cam yelled, grabbing Lachi by the collar in a fit of rage. "They are not the Straw Hat crew. They're not?" Lachi's face displayed sheer confusion, but they look exactly like those on the wanted posters. You Cam was infuriated, momentarily at a loss for words. "This is identical. They have no resemblance whatsoever." "Cam, according to our investigation, these are imposters of the Straw Hat crew led by Danmalo Barak." Gigi remarked with a frown. "They do bear a striking resemblance." Making it difficult to distinguish at first glance. Striking resemblance? Difficult to distinguish? Cam's anger flared anew upon hearing Gigi's words. He brandished the wanted posters of Nami and Frankie, shouting, "You dare say that one is Nami? Look closely. The real Nami is flat-chested, not round-bellied," pointing at the imposter Frankie below. "Tell me, how is that pervert? He doesn't even wear his underwear outside. He is a complete freak." Both Lachi and Gigi were momentarily stunned. They rubbed their eyes, glanced back and forth between the wanted posters and the imposters downstairs, their eyes gradually lighting up. The two exclaimed in unison, "Brother, you are amazing. To discern such similar individuals at a glance." Cam's face flushed with irritation. He began to regret taking such fools as his subordinates. The boss is spitting blood. How infuriating. The brother is so enraged that he is spitting blood. It must be those two imposters causing the brother to suffer. Lachi raised his fist, ready to deal with the imposters, while Gigi similarly rolled up his sleeves, his expression one of fury. "Wait." Cam halted the two. "Do not harm them. Simply send someone to follow them." Lachi and Gigi both murmured in acknowledgement. Having confirmed their imposter status, they wondered what purpose it served to follow them. But the two were about to voice their concerns when Cam waved his hand to interrupt. "No buts. They can lead us to the Straw Hat crew." Cam suddenly recalled that in the original storyline, Chopper had mistakenly identified these counterfeit Straw Hat crew members and followed them. Perhaps they could lead them to Chopper. After giving his orders, Cam intended to return to the 17th island. However, as he passed by an ordinary shopping mall, he abruptly halted. "Damn it, don't beep now." "What is it?" Cam inquired anxiously. "Beep. This building contains a woman of extremely high fate value." "A woman of extremely high fate value?" Cam paused slightly. Currently, the woman with the highest fate value in his harem was Meng Shuili with a score of 80, followed by Monet with 70. Both were women featured in the story of One Piece and hardly classified as extremely high. How could an ordinary mall have someone with such a fate value? "Brother, are you looking to buy a slave?" Lachi initially stared in surprise, but quickly grasped the situation, asking, "Slaves?" Cam was bewildered, thinking the mall appeared quite legitimate. "Brother, you seldom come out, so you may not know, but the top floor of this mall is a slave auction. Lachi rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. They say there are often unmarked mermaid beauties. So that was it. Just a moment ago, Cam had been astonished by the notion of a woman with an extremely high fate value. The next moment, he understood, slaves came from all corners of the world. Which was indeed plausible. Let us go, we are in need of some slaves. Cam slapped his thigh. Having been molded by 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, he felt unrestrained as long as a woman was beautiful. Her background mattered little. Wait, suddenly, Gigi called out to Cam and Lachi, his expression filled with caution. Cam, it seems we are being followed. What? Lachi's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, my brother and I are celestial dragons. Who dares to follow us? Gigi's brow furrowed even deeper, stating, it's CP0. Upon hearing this, everything became clear. The only reason CP0 would follow a celestial dragon was due to another celestial dragon. It must be Kalen. His third brother had always been at odds with him. After pondering for a moment, Cam arrived at a conclusion that it is worth mentioning that while Kalen's strength was not lacking and he was the most physically imposing, he was also the weakest among the celestial dragons, aside from Cam. In fact, he was even weaker than his fourth sister, Zhenlai. Occupying the fourth position, Kalen feared that Cam would eventually surpass him. Even a few months ago, he had gone so far as to frame his own brother as a traitor among the celestial dragons. There was a high likelihood he was the one who had killed the original owner. Cam paused briefly and inquired, Gigi, can we eliminate him directly? Wait for me a moment. Just as Gigi finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he held 2 bloody heads in his hands. They were no weaklings. Their observation hockey was at an intermediate level. Gigi's expression turned grave. Cam, for the sake of caution, you should hire more bodyguards that I fear. He wouldn't dare. Camu's voice emerged coldly. Yet within his heart, he was stifling a breath of frustration. Were it not for his desire to accumulate experience points in order to acquire that dual cultivation technique, he could have propelled his dual-colored aura to the intermediate stage by now. Leaving Karun to wallow in his own pride. Let us not concern ourselves with him for the moment, Camu stated. Let's head to the auction house. Before long, they arrived at the top floor of the marketplace. The slave auction venue. Big brother, the restroom is over there. Lachi, seeing Camu head straight to the backstage upon arrival, assumed he was unfamiliar with the route. Status is merely a tool to be wielded. With a disdainful snort, Camu strode towards the backstage of the auction hall, holding the celestial dragon token firmly in hand. No fool dared to obstruct him. Guided by the system, he quickly located the woman of extraordinary fate value. Honorable Saint Kuraclade Camu, the owner of the slave auction, exclaimed, elated yet startled upon learning of the celestial dragon's visit. He introduced her, saying, her name is Yula Isa, once a princess of the Brown Kingdom, and still a maiden. Camu hardly paid attention, his eyes scrutinizing the breathtaking beauty before him. Despite having frequented slave auction houses over the past few months, he had never encountered such an exquisite woman. Why do they claim she was once a princess? Camu suddenly inquired. Honorable Saint Kuraclade Camu, the owner bowed respectfully, then explained, just a year ago, the throne of the Brown Kingdom was usurped by a notorious pirate. Those of the royal family either perished or were enslaved. Curiosity piqued, Camu asked, a pirate seized power? Why did the world government not intervene? The owner chuckled, the Brown Kingdom is not a member state. Ah, I see. Camu nodded slightly, his gaze assessing Eula once more. My dear lady, I believe we have matters to discuss. Eula, rendered speechless, wore a frozen expression, tinged with a hint of fear. Lady, do you not comprehend who stands before you? The owner, witnessing her demeanor, grew anxious. He couldn't afford to let this lucrative transaction slip away. Camu waved dismissively at the owner. You may leave, that I wish to speak with her privately. Of course, the owner acquiesced. Retreating with a slight bow. Miss Eula, I believe we can have a fruitful conversation. Camu stepped closer, a smile gracing his lips. I shall purchase you shortly, and whether you consent or not, you will be mine. However, I have a habit of not imposing my will upon others. Affinity points denote the potential for rewards and the accumulation of experience, if circumstances allowed. Camu preferred to cultivate feelings over time. Eula turned her head, a cold smile forming within her. Not imposing? Ever since she had become a slave, nothing had been her choice. Her current existence was solely to seek vengeance one day. Eula remained silent, and Camu paid no heed to her reticence. Camu advanced, gently cupping her delicate face, and proposed, Let us strike a bargain. If you willingly become my woman, I shall assist you in reclaiming your kingdom." "What?" Eula's body trembled, disbelief etched across her features that he claimed he would help her reclaim her realm. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Saint Kuraclade Camus, the legitimate heir of the Kuraclade family." Camus chuckled. "Releasing her. In other words, I am a world noble, thus I possess ample capability to assist you." "Why?" Eula inquired. Camus silenced her with a finger pressed against her lips, declaring, "In truth, I am a man of righteous conviction. I cannot bear to witness a noble nation ravaged by pirates. That so?" Eula paused slightly, a flicker of hope glimmering in her eyes. Camus continued, "Not at all. I am merely enamored with your beauty." Eula's lips twitched, her first semblance of a human expression emerging. Camus laughed heartily. "So, what say you to this proposition?" To him, it was not merely a transaction. He was determined to procure Eula, and regardless of her willingness, she would belong to him. Once she was his, he would not stand idly by while her kingdom remained under pirate dominion. For Eula, the arrangement felt like an unearned boon, for regardless of her sentiments, she would be claimed by Camus, and her body would be his. As for her willingness, that was a matter only she could discern. The only discomfort she felt was that the young man before her was a celestial dragon, whose reputation was far from favorable, especially considering she was not a member state citizen. "Very well. I, Eula Isa, swear by the honor of the Brown royal family, as long as Honorable Saint Kuraclade Camus assists me in reclaiming my kingdom, I shall willingly become your woman." "Then let us see just how willing you are." Camus stepped forward, sweeping Eula into his arms. "Wait, I am unclean. I haven't bathed." Eula gasped in alarm, thinking how extravagant the celestial dragon must be. At the same time, Camus' somewhat absurd action inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her, at least indicating that he did not overly concern himself with her status as a slave. "Not a problem," Camus chuckled, waving his hand. Moments later, the dimly lit room resonated with sounds of indescribable nature. Truly, a celestial dragon indulged in lavish pleasures. The auction house owner, hearing the commotion from within, could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. In his heart, however, he felt elated, for this signified the success of his transaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accomplishing a significant life event. Experience points 1000. Ding! Detection of Eula Isa's affinity for the host is at 40. Detection of Eula Isa's fate value is 90, and her beauty value is 91. Ding! Detection indicates Eula Isa's affinity for the host is insufficient to trigger exploration rewards. 40 points of affinity. Camus mused quietly, finding it not particularly surprising. After all, she had once been a princess of a fallen dynasty and was a non-member state citizen, naturally harboring grievances against the celestial dragons. Thus, a score of 40 was relatively high. Eula had gone days without food, compounded by Camus' formidable strength. Before long, the owner of the auction house approached with a respectful demeanor. "Honorable Saint Kuraclade Camus, here is your card." He was genuinely astonished that a mere human slave could fetch a staggering price of 100 million berries, surpassing even that of an unlisted mermaid. "Honorable Saint Kuraclade," the owner paused, then added, "there is an auction happening at this very moment. Would you be interested?" "How long has it been?" Camus inquired. "Only 10 minutes have passed since it began," the owner replied. "Very well," Camus nodded. Not declining the offer, he pondered if there were women of lower fate values but exceptional beauty. If all else failed, he could purchase some ordinary women as attendants to manage affairs at home. Soon, Camus and Eula made their way toward the auction stage. As luck would have it, Karun had just arrived. "Fifth brother." Karun glared fiercely at Camus. "I will not let you off the hook for your actions against my CP0. Camus raised his voice. "This uncouth individual. This is an auction house that I kindly request you refrain from causing a disturbance." His words boomed, drawing the attention of all present. Due to Camus' status, security personnel immediately aimed their firearms at Karun. "Sir, please exit the premises." Karun was momentarily stunned, finding himself confronted by armed guards. "Vulgar peasants. I am a celestial dragon." Karun erupted in fury, brandishing his celestial dragon token and striking at the security personnel. "A bunch of lowly scum. I am a celestial dragon. How dare they treat him this way?" Especially since he had not donned his glass cover while tracking Camus. Meanwhile, within a hotel on Island No. 3, the Straw Hat crew had gathered that I never imagined the Navy would decipher Luffy's signal and deploy such a significant number of soldiers to encircle us. They could only think this way. For otherwise, it was inexplicable why the Navy would mount a large-scale offensive at this particular time, almost as if they were aware of their plans to set sail once more. Isn't that perfect? It indicates our notoriety has spread far and wide. Frankie clasped his hands together, tilting at a 40-degree angle towards the upper corner. It was undeniably super. The four of them jested about the reindeer's mouth. Yet their expressions bore a hint of gravity. Upon their arrival on the island, they were informed by the flying fish riders that the Navy was closing in on them. They had clandestinely reached this place with the aid of the flying fish riders. Just then, the transponder snail rang. Nami, nearest to it, trembled as she picked up the phone, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Frankie inquired, "Nami, who has arrived this time?" Nami exclaimed, "Sanji, Robin, they're all here. Splendid. Now only Luffy and Brook remain." Chopper said, happily licking a cotton candy. By the way, speaking of Brook, Usopp frowned, picking up a promotional poster of the King of Souls from the table, and asked, "Can anyone tell me what this is about?" "Oh, that guy, he has become quite the sensation," Frankie replied gravely. "From the dark and silent sea of mist, he has leaped onto a stage that is resounding with cheers that it's possible that he may no longer wish to be a pirate." Chopper, mid-bite of his cotton candy, froze and immediately pounced on a Frankie's head. "Brook will definitely return," Chopper declared, baring his teeth in anger. "Frankie, you must not say such things about him." "All right, I misspoke," Frankie chuckled, offering an apology. Yet everyone present understood that Frankie's words carried a weight of truth. So far, only Brook had chosen not to reunite with the flying fish riders after encountering them, claimed Chopper. Zoro, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and remarked, "If he didn't want to come back, why would he hold a concert at Sabaody Archipelago at this time?" Usopp questioned, "Then why has he joined us?" "Who knows?" Zoro yawned and resumed his slumber. Meanwhile, on Island 44, after contacting Nami, Sanji politely declined the request of the flying fish riders to lead him. Striding forward, he entered the bustling market. "Women, true women," Sanji exclaimed, arms wide open, shouting in front of an elderly woman. The old woman was taken aback and raised her cane to strike Sanji's head. "You young rascal, learn to behave." Whoosh, before the cane could descend. Sanji's figure flickered. 2 years. 2 years. Do you know how I've spent these 2 years? Sanji appeared before a mother and daughter, shouting with a heart-wrenching intensity. After 2 years in the land of the transgender, he was on the brink of collapse. The girl remarked, "Mom, does this uncle have a problem?" The mother replied, "Let us go, quickly. This kind of person is a pervert." "Hey, have you heard? There's a pervert on Sabaody Archipelago today." "Not just a pervert, he's downright bizarre. He flirts with everyone, from 1-year-old infants to 80-year-old women." "Wow, that's truly twisted." Isn't that the pervert? Just then, the crowd noticed a golden-haired man with heart-shaped eyes approaching. Women, the scent of true women. Sanji inhaled deeply, then glided past the women in the crowd, brushing against one's neck. "Get away, you pervert. Hurry, hurry, there's a pervert on this island." Did Sanji hear those words? Of course, he did. But he didn't care. Any lecherous man who spent 2 years in the land of the transgender would understand why he was acting so madly. Sanji strode towards Island 3. Reveling in the scent of true women, the auction house. 20 million berries for the first time, 20 million berries for the second time, 20 million berries for the third time. Let us congratulate Lord Karen for acquiring this batch of long-armed tribe slaves for 20 million berries. The host struck the gavel with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. The long-armed tribe typically fetched a market price of only 700,000 berries, and a batch of 10 would only amount to 7 million berries. Karen's bid of 20 million berries nearly doubled the auction house's revenue. How could that not be exhilarating? Naturally, he was foolish, aware that this was a result of Karen and Cam's rivalry. Cam's extravagance immediately drew gasps from the crowd. "Wow, is this the legendary world noble? It seems that Lord Karen is even wealthier than Lord Cam. Sure. Let me tell you, I've heard that Lord Karen is the third son of their family, and his strength is quite remarkable. It's said that Cam is a notorious lecher among the celestial dragons." Hearing the murmurs around him, Karen felt a swell of pride. He immediately extended a pinky finger towards the opposite box, as if to say, "You're so pathetic. That damn Karen." Ratch slammed his hand on the table, fuming. "This is clearly targeting my brother." The auction had been ongoing for some time, and every time Cam set his sights on something valuable, Karen would instantly inflate the price beyond reason. Although Cam was wealthy, there's a significant difference between being rich and being foolish, so he simply refused to follow the bidding. Brother, you must continue bidding. We cannot stop, or we'll lose face, Ratch urged in a low voice. No rush. Cam replied cheerfully. First, we must handle the important matters. Not long ago, Cam had received news that 2 Straw Hat members had appeared on Sabeti Archipelago. Jaji, Cam commanded, you go at once and be sure to capture a Straw Hat member alive. We cannot be careless with Brooke. Cam paused and added, even if he claims he no longer wishes to be a pirate. With Luffy's character, he would never let him leave the ship easily. Understood. After Jaji departed, Cam called over the auction house's owner and asked, do you want to make a fortune? The owner nodded vigorously. I dream of it. If that's the case, I want to pull a fast one on my third brother. Do you dare to take on this task? Cam nodded slightly and then outlined the details of the scheme against Karen. All right, just as well. That pervert is unwanted. The owner nodded, albeit begrudgingly. If we get the money, we'll just run away. Soon, the next item up for auction was an unparalleled beauty slave. Starting bid, 1 million berries. As the host introduced, colorful lights surrounded a shadowy figure on stage, enveloping the woman in the center. The dim lighting obscured her face, but her alluring figure ignited imaginations, causing hearts to race and blood to surge. Gulp? Wow, what a stunning beauty. Ultimately, the auction house's trademark was its array of beautiful women. It was said that over a year ago, they even sold mermaids, just as the crowd buzzed with chatter. Cam suddenly stood up, raising his bid high and declaring, 50 million berries. The room fell into an abrupt silence, but before they could catch their breath, Karen swiftly followed, 60 million berries. Cam persisted, 100 million berries. 110 million berries. The prices soared, reaching 500 million berries in an instant. Oh, you want to raise the price? Let me take the bait. Become a pure and naive fool. Karen wore a playful smile. I'm not that foolish. He immediately ceased bidding and called out to Cam, since my younger brother is so fond of this cheap slave, I, as the elder brother, shall let you have her. Thank you. Third brother, Cam replied with a smile. What is going on? Karen was momentarily taken aback, as he saw no hint of regret in Cam's eyes. The next auction item was once again an unparalleled beauty slave, with the same entrance as before. The dim lighting accentuated the woman's allure. Then, as before, Cam and Karen immediately drove the price up into the billions. This time, Kalen was cautious, stopping at a bid of 300 million berries. Naturally, Cam accepted with a smile. For the next item, the stunning beauty, Cam abruptly interrupted the host, exclaiming loudly, enough of the chatter, 50 million berries. Kalen immediately followed suit, declaring 1 billion berries. This time, Cam acquired a beautiful slave for 800 million berries. Following that, a dozen breathtaking beauties, with prices ranging from a minimum of 1 billion berries to a maximum of 10 billion berries, were all secured by Cam. The spectators were utterly numbed. Such is the world of nobility. Goodness, what kind of nobility are we speaking of when the price of a single slave surpasses the worth of our entire lineage? Those who entered the auction house were all individuals of stature, predominantly nobles from neighboring nations. Yet, it seemed that Cam and Kalen were merely indulging in a rivalry. Why did it feel as though Cam was unbothered by the expenditure? Had they forgotten that Cam was indeed a notorious libertine? Such exquisite beauties, he would surely spend any amount without hesitation. But did he possess such wealth? That remains a mystery to you. Cam is reputed for his lavishness. It is said that just a year ago, he spent a staggering 100 billion to acquire a kingdom, solely to indulge in a life of luxury with women. Is that for real? So that's how it is, listening to the discussions around him. Kalen smacked his thigh in realization. How could I have forgotten that Cam is a notorious lecher? Initially, he was perplexed as to why Cam would spend such a fortune, but upon recalling Cam's infamous reputation, everything clicked into place. Just as an ardent drinker would spend a significant portion of their savings on exquisite wine, or a gambler would risk their entire fortune. In Kalen's eyes, and indeed in the eyes of most celestial dragons. Ever since Cam shamelessly insisted on accepting the punishment of marrying into the Alabaster royal family, he had become a man whose mind was solely consumed by thoughts of women. Kalen secretly mused, if that is the case, then I need not hold back any longer. For the next item, the stunning beauty, Cam interrupted the host again, shouting, enough of the chatter, 50 million berries. Kalen quickly followed, 1 billion berries. Third brother, You are being a bit excessive. Cam glared at Kalen in anger, indicating that this was nothing but a malicious attempt to drive up the price. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bidder wins. Kalen squinted and smiled. Brother, I've already let you have more than a dozen beauties. It's time to leave one for me, don't you think? Despicable. Cam clenched his fists and declared angrily, I will not allow you to claim a single woman. I bid 1.1 billion berries. Seeing Cam's distressed expression, Kalen couldn't contain his amusement and raised his bid. I bid 1.2 billion berries. Cam, visibly pained, enunciated each word. 1.3 billion berries. Kalen, 1.4 billion. Cam, I bid 1.5 billion. The price continued to escalate. Ultimately, Cam acquired the beauty for 2.1 billion berries. Following that, several exquisite beauties were purchased by Cam at prices ranging from a minimum of 1 billion berries to a maximum of 5 billion berries. Each time he made a purchase, he exhibited an expression of great distress, glaring at Kalen with clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Kalen maintained a cheerful demeanor, claiming he was ceding the beauties to Cam. Heavens, Cam truly possesses a fortune. Why do I feel he is merely a fool with too much money? Why am I not such a fool myself? Kalen is no less. His willingness to bid indicates his considerable wealth. Moreover, he is far more astute than Cam, knowing precisely when to withdraw. The crowd in the auction house was in disbelief, unable to fathom Cam's immense wealth, the maximum bid of 5 billion berries. This is the price of a Yonko. Swindlers, a bunch of swindlers. The slave beauties backstage were in a daze. Having taken the stage dozens of times, each subsequent bid was higher than the last. Yet, not a single one was taken home. Silence, the auctioneer declared with utmost seriousness. Make sure to enhance your makeup, elongate your legs, and sway your waist more alluringly for the next round. Understood, replied one of the beauties. Sometimes, shopping resembles gambling. One misstep, and one can easily become addicted. For the next item, the stunning beauty, enough of the chatter. I bid 1 billion berries. This time, without waiting for Cam to make the first move, Kalen raised his voice first. Cam, furious, exclaimed, Third brother, you were going too far. Kalen lifted his chin with a smile. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bidder wins. Have you not noticed that this woman is even more beautiful than the previous ones? Really? Cam was taken aback, scrutinizing her closely. Then feigning a captivated demeanor, he shouted, I bid 1.5 billion berries. Fifth brother, that's not acceptable. Kalen retorted with a cold laugh. I bid 3 billion berries. Cam's eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. 3.5 billion berries. Kalen continued to smirk. This woman is exceptionally beautiful, perfect for warming my feet in the palace. I bid 5 billion berries. At this moment, the auctioneer seized the opportunity to rally the atmosphere. Goodness, someone gasped. Did I hear that correctly? Kalen is spending such a fortune on a slave merely for warmth. Although Cam appeared extravagant, surely he has some sense. Sure, you'll get yourself killed. Hearing these comments, Cam became anxious. This woman is a must-have for me. 6 billion berries. Haha, fifth brother, that's not sufficient. Kalen erupted in laughter, raising his bid. I bid 10 billion berries. Cam, well then, I'll concede. Huh? Kalen's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving him momentarily stunned. 10 billion berries, going once. At that moment, the host's voice drew Kalen back to reality. Cam, why aren't you raising the bid? What is stopping you? Kalen glared at Cam with fury, as if Cam owed him 10 billion. Cam shrugged, feigning innocence. I simply don't have enough money. What? Kalen panicked instantly. 10 billion berries was nearly equivalent to his annual expenses. How could he justify purchasing a lowly female slave? It was inconceivable. He was not a libertine like Cam. 10 billion berries, going twice, the auctioneer called out. Fifth brother, just add a bit more. I promise not to contest this time. Kalen's tone shifted to one of submissiveness. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to bid higher. I only have 7 billion berries left. Cam shook his head, appearing helpless. The rules of the auction state that the highest bidder wins. Did you not just say that yourself? Cam blinked innocently. Besides, didn't you just say you wanted to buy this slave to warm your feet? Kalen stammered, suddenly speechless. He didn't genuinely want to warm his feet. He had merely been putting on a show. What a farce. Kalen pretends to be wealthy while lacking funds himself. Although Cam might be a bit foolish, his bidding demeanor is truly impressive. Let me clarify. Although Kalen is the third son of their family, he is the poorest among them. His strength ranks fourth from the bottom. Who possesses the least strength? Naturally, it is Cam, but he is still young. It is likely that in the future, both wealth and strength will see Kalen lagging behind. Do you think he won't be able to pay? The murmurs among the crowd were faint, but they did not escape Kalen's ears. These whispers pricked at his vanity, leaving him utterly deflated. Shut your mouths. Who claimed I can't afford to pay? Kalen steeled himself. If it comes to it, he would endure a year of hardship. At the very least, he could enjoy this costly slave. With that thought, the next moment, the auctioneer exuberantly proclaimed, "Let us congratulate Lord Kalen for acquiring this stunning beauty for 10 billion berries." Initially, Kalen did not register the announcement, but after taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. A human, a beauty? Kalen's mind went blank. In an instant, his face turned pale. He stumbled to his feet, hastily advancing, his trembling hand making an inappropriate gesture towards the enchanting ladyboy. My goodness, truly a ladyboy. Curran's face turned an alarming shade of green, akin to the color of a foul fruit after consumption. It was a ghastly sight. He steeled himself. It was not entirely unacceptable to spend 10 billion berries on a female slave, even if it would tarnish his reputation slightly. But to spend 10 billion berries on a ladyboy, how could it possibly be a ladyboy? Karun, infuriated and humiliated, roared at the auction staff. You never informed me that the auction was for a ladyboy. Esteemed Lord Karun of the crocodile family, the host replied with an unwavering demeanor. I was about to introduce the exquisite ladyboy, but you interrupted me. Furthermore, the basic information for each auction item is provided to all guests. How could you be unaware? Karun was left speechless in his fury. He simply wished to boast and raise the bidding. He had no intention of making a purchase, so why would he meticulously examine the item descriptions? But could he admit that? Ha ha! Cam stepped forward with a grin, saying, No wonder so many women have spurned you, Brother San. It seems you have a preference for ladyboys. At those words, the atmosphere shifted again. Ah, so Karun has such inclinations. No wonder his physique is so remarkable. It turns out he favors ladyboys. Do you think Karun is a 1 or a 0? Is that even a question? It's undoubtedly a 1. Karun, consumed by rage, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. In his daze, he saw Cam stifling a laugh, and everything became clear to him. I understand now, Cam. It was you. Like a stray dog, Karun seized Cam by the collar. Howling, you deliberately led me into this trap. You weren't short on funds at all. You are the one who has betrayed me. Karun, have you become addicted to slandering me? Cam forcefully pushed Karun away. Retorting, I heard this auction house is renowned for its beauties and originally intended to purchase all the female slaves here. But because of you, I ended up spending far more than necessary. Cam then feigned victimhood, saying, If it weren't for your incessant price hikes, I would have likely secured this ladyboy as well. How could it have fallen to you? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Cam had a point. You maliciously raised the prices, leaving others without funds, and now you have the audacity to blame them for lacking money. Such a thing is absurd. Still, one must thank Brother Sam for this. Cam patted Karun on the shoulder, smiling. Let the clan call me a lecher. I certainly don't wish to be labeled as bent. At these words, Karun spewed more blood. Cam, unperturbed, remarked, Brother San, stop bleeding and pay up. While I know you aren't wealthy, surely you can muster 10 billion berries. Dream on. Karun retorted, I am a celestial dragon. Everything in this world belongs to me. What can you do if I refuse to pay? At this moment, Karun had resolved to throw caution to the wind. He could endure the loss of a female slave, as she could still be of use. But to spend a fortune on a ladyboy? He could not fathom how his kin would react upon learning of this. Brother Karun, are you so impoverished that you cannot even scrape together 10 billion berries? At this point, Rach mocked. It seems I must inform the wavering members of the family that a direct descendant who cannot gather even 10 billion is not worth considering. You. Puffed. Karun trembled with rage, a crimson stream erupting from his mouth. This was a blatant threat, in the struggle for power within the family. Karun was already at a disadvantage, though everyone knew he was the poorest among the 5 siblings. That poverty was relative. He was still considerably wealthier than the average collateral relatives. However, if word got out that he could not afford a mere 10 billion, it would not only be a disgrace. Losing the support of some collateral relatives would be a far greater issue. After all, no one wishes to serve a master who is utterly destitute. Report. Just then, Karun's CP0 agent arrived with news. What is it? Karun asked, regaining his composure. Lord Karun, it has been confirmed. The individuals that Cam recently sent someone to follow are none other than the Straw Hat Crew's little thief, Nami, and the perverse Frankie. After our people took over the surveillance, we discovered that the Straw Hat Kid is currently recruiting pirate companions. As the CP0 agent spoke, he handed over the photographs they had captured. Karun examined them closely and realized they bore an uncanny resemblance to the bounty poster of the Straw Hat Kid. Cam, oh Cam, did you ever imagine that the Straw Hat Kid you sought so desperately would fall into my hands? Let us go. I will personally capture the Straw Hat Kid, Karun declared with a confident smile. Striding away. Shortly thereafter, a spirited young man with yellow hair and curly eyelashes picked up a photograph of the Straw Hat Kid that had fallen to the ground. This is Luffy. Are they truly so foolish? Sanji furrowed his brow, questioning whether his eyesight was deceiving him. This is not a mere resemblance. They are completely unrelated. However, as he pondered this, he recalled how those people had referred to him, while Sanji was perplexed. He glanced towards the nearby marketplace and thought, although he wasn't wearing a glass dome, that person must have been a celestial dragon. Yes, Sanji continued to think. He arrived at a nearby tea house adjacent to the marketplace. Old man, what is on the top floor of that marketplace? Why do I feel like many women are being held captive there? The old man replied, young man, the top floor of that marketplace is actually a slave auction house, specifically selling beauties from around the world. If luck is on your side, you might even encounter a mermaid beauty. I had the fortune of witnessing them once. Those beauties are exquisite. The old man spoke with a look of rapture. He then sighed, adding, however, those are the playthings of the nobility and have little to do with us. What a bunch of scoundrels, treating women as commodities. Sanji's expression turned icy, his gaze fixated on the marketplace across from him. At that moment, Cam was exiting with 5 slightly less attractive maidens, embracing Eula. As they stepped out, Cam and Sanji's eyes locked. Sanji, a beauty. Is that woman a slave? Sanji stared intently at Eula, realizing he could not provoke the celestial dragons. But ordinary nobles were fair game for a heroic rescue. Fortune had smiled upon him, and nothing could stand in his way. Cam's excitement was palpable. If he could capture a member of the Straw Hat Crew. With Monkey D. Luffy's character, he would never abandon them. Thus, he could turn the tables. Just then, a flash of lightning zipped past Cam, and a figure darted away in the direction of Island Number 3. What the hell? Initially, Cam was baffled by Sanji's antics, but upon glancing up, he realized the woman he had just purchased had vanished, whisked away by Sanji. Gaia. Cam seethed, but quickly regained his composure, though he and the Straw Hat Crew were destined to be adversaries. Having watched One Piece, he still believed in the character of most Straw Hat members. Though Sanji was a lek, he embodied the spirit of chivalry and would never abduct a woman, most likely. Sanji saw Eula's plight and had come to her rescue, as the Straw Hat Crew was notoriously known for meddling in others' affairs. Brother, what is wrong? At that moment, Ratch had just exited and noticed Cam's grim expression. From this moment forth, the entire island is under lockdown. Cam wore a sullen expression and remained silent, immediately dialing for nearby naval reinforcements. While he, Cam, trusted Sanji's character, it was an entirely different matter at that moment. In a narrow alley, a woman named Yura squinted her eyes, intently staring at Sanji. Her homeland had been destroyed by the pirates who fled to the advancing city, and thus, it was only natural for her to regard Blackbeard and the Straw Hat Boy as enemies. She had also seen the bounties of the other Straw Hat Crew members. The man who had come to her rescue bore some resemblance to Sanji of the Straw Hat Crew. Yet he was not entirely the same. Who are you? Why are you saving me? Yura asked darkly to At that moment. She had already resolved that if this man was indeed Sanji of the Straw Hat Crew, she would turn and leave. Even though she knew that only the Straw Hat Boy had participated in the prison break, she could not muster any goodwill towards the other members of the crew. Sanji lit a cigarette and replied earnestly, I sent a man's duty to rescue a beautiful woman in danger. As for who I am, you may call me Buckwheat Superman. Upon hearing this, Yura let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was not Sanji, that was good enough. Just then, Cam arrived with a contingent of soldiers surrounding the area. Cam stepped forward, his eyes wide with fury. Release my woman. Your woman, Sanji scoffed. You scoundrel who abducts women. Cam, in a fit of rage, retorted, I bought her. She was not taken by force. Bought? Sanji extinguished his cigarette, his face contorted with anger. What do you take women for? No, I've already made an agreement with Yura that I will help her restore her kingdom and avenge her, and she will be my woman. Can't you straw hats mind your own business? Cam said darkly. Yura and I made a fair trade. Just ask her. Sanji furrowed his brow, realizing that Cam did not seem to be lying if it was indeed a fair trade. Perhaps he was indeed meddling. Sanji turned his gaze towards Yura, seeking her response that Yura found herself in a quandary. She had indeed made a deal with Cam, yet this golden-haired man known as Buckwheat Superman did not seem like a villain. Every compromise was for the hope of revenge. If this celestial dragon named Cam could indeed help her restore her kingdom as per their agreement, she would not flinch even if it meant her own death. But as a princess of a non-member country, she was acutely aware that most celestial dragons were notoriously untrustworthy. What should she choose? Yura hesitated, unsure of her decision, however. Her indecision led Sanji to misinterpret the situation. Sanji shot a cold glance at Cam. A fair trade? She hasn't made a sound. Moonwalk. Almost simultaneously, Sanji stepped into the air, pulling Yura upwards. Fire! Fire! The Navy soldiers, witnessing Sanji's escape, immediately raised their guns to shoot. Stop it! Cam shouted. Who among you can use moonwalk? Go after them. Other soldiers looked at each other, their expressions turning grim, unsure whether to speak. Cam, in exasperation, exclaimed, Don't tell me none of you can use moonwalk. Respectful Lord Kurukurido Cam. One soldier bowed respectfully and said, Moonwalk is one of the 6 styles and the most difficult. We all can't do it. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Cam laughed. Cam, your glory is mine to seize. Karun grinned widely, as if he had already claimed victory. That he glanced at the corner where Luffy was, laughing. The bounty of 400 million berries for the Straw Hat Boy. Who would have thought he'd be so weak? I don't think it's that the Straw Hat Boy is weak. Rather, Lord Karun is too strong. A CP0 agent flattered. Indeed, if Cam can't even handle such a weakling, how could he possibly be a match for Lord Karun? Another echoed, Lord Karun, I suggest we kill the Straw Hat Boy immediately and present his head as a trophy, a CP0 agent proposed. Ugh. Danmalo, the fake Luffy, struggled violently upon hearing the plan to kill him. I am not the Straw Hat Boy. I'm an imposter. Can someone please remove this cloth so I can speak? Damn, still not behaving. One CP0 agent, seeing this, began to beat Danmalo, almost to the brink of death. All right, don't actually kill him. Curran interjected, I want to bring him back alive. Otherwise, that little brat Cam will say I snatched him. Then what should we do? Lord Curran, the CP0 agent inquired, after a moment of thought. Curran replied, contact the station navy at Sabati Archipelago and inform them that I, Lord Kurukurido Karun, have captured the Straw Hat Boy. Make sure to announce it across the entire island. Cam smiled slyly. Once the news is released, the fake will become the real deal. Simultaneously, on Island 47, mirroring the original storyline, the Pirate Empress personally escorted Luffy to the island, providing him with a fake nose to conceal his identity, along with ample food. Was there anything different? Yes. Unlike the original story, the Pirate Empress did not give Luffy her cloak. Sister? Aren't you going to stay a while? Her younger sister inquired. No. Hancock shook her head. Luffy has trained for 2 years. He doesn't need my protection anymore. All right, sister. At this moment, on Island 3, the temporary gathering place of the Straw Hat crew. Sanji, you finally made it. Upon seeing him, Nami exclaimed with delight. Rushing towards Sanji without a second thought that Nami-chan seeing Nami approaching, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he moved to embrace her as well. Sanji, I'm so glad you're okay. Just as quickly. Chopper, with tears and snot, shoved Nami aside and joyfully hugged Sanji first. Nami-chan, you've lost weight, and your chest has shrunk. Sanji rubbed his cheek against Chopper's, mistakenly thinking he was embracing Nami. Chopper. Sanji. I am Chopper. Huh? Sanji opened his eyes, his expression suddenly darkening. Chopper, get away. Sanji, what are you saying? Chopper innocently replied, rubbing his cheek, that I'm Chopper. Sanji. He shoved Chopper away, eyes once again turning into hearts. Nami-chan. Come here for another hug. Get lost. By the way, Usopp looked curiously at the woman behind Sanji, asking, Sanji, who is this woman? I picked her up at the slave auction. Sanji lit a cigarette and replied, I think her name is Yura. I felt sorry for her, so I brought her back. I see. Frankie clasped his hands together, making a signature gesture, but she is truly a super beautiful lady. Nami frowned and asked, but why is she unconscious? Zoro glanced at Sanji and remarked, he is a perverted cook. You can guess how she got knocked out. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately became furious. Green algae head. Who are you calling a perverted cook? Who are you calling green algae head? Idiot, of course it's you. Do you want to fight? Come on, who is afraid? A series of metallic clangs echoed as the two faced off, resembling sworn enemies. Ugh, the others sighed. After 2 years apart, Sanji and Zoro were still as lovey-dovey as ever. Enough, you two, Nami shouted, throwing punches to stop their brawl. How did she end up unconscious? Nami asked. Sanji shrugged and replied innocently. I don't know. Maybe she has a fear of heights. That's not important. Sanji lit another cigarette and asked, What's the situation now? I see a lot of Navy soldiers on the island trying to capture us. Moreover, how did the Flying Fish Riders learn in advance about the Navy's impending ambush against us? Regarding this matter, Nami furrowed her brows slightly and replied, All we know is that there is a mysterious individual who was aware beforehand of the Navy's plans to encircle us, which is why we requested the members of the Flying Fish Riders to guide us when we landed on the island. A mysterious individual. The others looked perplexed, pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure. Setting aside thoughts of this mysterious person, Sanji directly inquired, Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Robin will be here shortly, and Luffy is on his way as well. As for Brook, Usopp frowned and responded truthfully. He arrived at Sabati Archipelago quite some time ago, but unlike us, he hasn't joined us here. It seems Brook could be that mysterious individual. Sanji expressed with astonishment, I share the same sentiment as that insufferable cook. Zoro chimed in. What makes you think that? Nami asked curiously. Instinct. Both Zoro and Sanji replied in unison. Sanji chuckled and said, Regardless of this matter, the Navy is out there in droves. When Ula asked me my name earlier, I casually made one up that I was thinking you all could adopt pseudonyms as well, perhaps even some disguises. The expressions of everyone turned peculiar. Then they exchanged knowing smiles. We were already prepared for that. Truly, they are the Straw Hat crew. Their thoughts so surprisingly aligned. By the way, Usopp glanced at the still unconscious Ula and asked, What do you plan to do with this woman? Sanji replied, We'll leave her to the Navy when the time comes. We'll inevitably cross paths with them. Am I late? At that moment, a stunning woman with a deeper complexion entered and inquired. Meanwhile, at Sabati Archipelago, island number 66, the Navy's headquarters, useless, a bunch of worthless fools, Cam cursed vehemently. I ordered you to keep a close watch on the King of Souls a month ago, and now you tell me he has vanished. He pointed angrily at the dozens of Navy personnel present. Seething with frustration, months prior, he had established contact with Brook's agent, intending to control Brook as a trump card against the king, Luffy. After Ula was kidnapped by Sanji, Cam planned to use Brook as leverage in exchange for her. But now, Brook had disappeared. Amidst the barrage of insults, one Navy soldier indignantly retorted, Lord Cam, as far as I know, she was merely a slave you purchased. Let her fend for herself. Why bother? Slap. Without hesitation, Cam delivered a resounding slap to the soldier, exclaiming, I bought her. I had my way with her. She is my woman. Speak disrespectfully again, and I'll end you, damn it. These soldiers couldn't even keep track of their own people and yet blamed it on her identity. Though Cam lacked a conscience, he understood what responsibility entailed. Regardless of her past status, she was now his woman. Suddenly, Cam comprehended why Ula had hesitated, because he was a celestial dragon, and she was a slave. The chasm between the lowest of the low and the highest of the high. Even if she had once been a princess, she was a princess of a non-member nation, and her identity was irreconcilable with that of a celestial dragon. To even discuss their identities at such a critical juncture in front of Cam was a testament to his patience. Come on, bring it on. Right here, the soldier, still seething from the slap, pointed at his temple and angrily declared, You bang. Before he could continue, a gunshot rang out, leaving a gory hole in his temple that I in all my life. I've never heard such a demand. Cam coldly surveyed the remaining soldiers. Does anyone else have such demands? No. After the soldiers departed, the system's announcement rang out. Ding. Host's offspring count increased by 1. Ding. Detected that Isa Ula's favorability towards the host is at 40. Detected Isa Ula's destiny value is 90, and her beauty value is 91. Triggered offspring reward. Ding. Detected Isa Ula's favorability towards the host is at 40. Trigger failed. What? Cam was momentarily stunned. Is this a joke? Ula already? Just then, the system announced again. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment. 1 shot, 1 kill. Ding. Reward. 20 lottery tickets. Ding. Friendly reminder. The host is currently in a fertile period, increasing the probability of winning. Great. Truly a stroke of good fortune. Damn system. Why did you wait until now to inform me? Cam felt the system was truly infuriating. Had he known he would achieve one shot, one kill, he would have taken Ula directly back to Mary Geos, avoiding all subsequent troubles. Host, just moments ago, your child successfully surpassed 99 of competitors. Fine, let's get to the lottery quickly. Cam waved his hand, thinking he must have entered a sub-story, and whatever he drew would surely be useful in the current situation. Soon, a series of white lights floated by. Congratulations, you have received 100 bottles of Waha purified water. Congratulations, you have received 2.5 singing chickens. Congratulations, you have received 100 premium black stockings. Congratulations, you have received 100 premium meat sticks. Congratulations, you have received 100 premium white stockings. Congratulations, you have received 100 JK uniforms. Ding. All items have been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. What use are these? Cam's face darkened, and 100 expletives surged in his mind. This is in ancient times. These items already exist in this world. Only one draw left, and typically, the last one must contain something valuable. Cam clicked the lottery button, and sure enough, a flash of purple light signaled a prize. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 2 teleport anchors. Teleport anchors allow for round-trip teleportation between 2 locations. Ha! As expected, something useful. Initially, Cam was elated, but the next moment he froze. Teleport anchors? They seem useless in the current predicament. Just then, the transponder snail rang. It was Ratchi calling. Cam. What is it? Ratchi. Big brother, we've located the Straw Hat crew. Cam. Where? Ratchi. On island No. 3 at that moment, on island number 3, the temporary gathering place of the Straw Hat crew. Who are you? Ula awoke to find herself staring at several unfamiliar faces in the room, a flicker of fear crossing her beautiful eyes. They look so similar. This group resembles the Straw Hat crew. They are my companions. Sanji introduced each of them. This is Mina, this is Ben Luo, and this is the con artist, Brooke. Phew. Ula's racing heart finally calmed. It turned out they were not the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, Sanji lit a cigarette and said, to be honest, we are pirates. Boom, they are pirates. This statement detonated like a bomb. Ula's heart, which had just settled, immediately exploded with panic. Her delicate frame trembled violently. Her gaze turning fierce, glaring at everyone in the room as if they were her mortal enemies. Then, with a swift motion, Ula stepped back half a pace and angrily shouted, Pirates, get away! Sigh. The Straw Hat crew collectively sighed, as they had grown accustomed to such reactions. After all, ordinary people in this world typically hold this attitude towards pirates. Ula, although we are pirates, we have never harmed you. Nami spoke up. Moreover, it was Soba who saved you. If not for him, with your beauty, you would likely have become someone's plaything. Nami's gaze drifted down, sweeping over the voluptuous figure. She couldn't help but feel envious of him. Ula sensed the unusual glances directed at her. Her face turned pale. You won't do anything to me, will you? I tell you, I will never let pirates have their way with me, even if I die. Nami covered her face and pointed at Sanji, asking, did that curly brow do anything to you? No. Ula replied. Then isn't that all right? Among our crew, he is the most lecherous. If he hasn't laid a finger on you, no one else will have any thoughts about you. We are pirates, but we don't intend to keep you with us for long. Once we enter the new world, we will hand you over to the Navy. Nami pondered for a moment before continuing. In truth, I used to detest pirates more than anything. As she spoke, she began recounting her past, which gradually eased Yura's wary heart, upon learning that Nami's hometown had also been ravaged by pirates. A sense of empathy welled up within her. I can see you harbor a strong disdain for pirates. Have you ever been victimized by them? Nami inquired with curiosity, suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped. Yura found herself unable to contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. I am homeless. A year ago, a pirate invaded my country. My father perished, my mother is gone, and countless innocent lives were lost. She poured forth the anguish she had endured over the past year. Pirates seize power, yet the Navy stands idle? What of the world government? Robin interjected with a frown. It is well known that the world government typically disregards internal dynastic changes within kingdoms, yet they do respond to egregious acts of piracy. Yura, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, my kingdom is not a member state. The others nodded in understanding, realizing the implications of her words. Well, not being a member state doesn't matter too much. Yura hesitated before continuing. The pirates who were supposed to be imprisoned escaped, and the ones who occupied my country took advantage of the chaos. Please accept my condolences. The members of the Straw Hat crew expressed their sympathy, having encountered similar incidents of pirate takeovers in Alabasta. At least then, no such devastation had occurred, but this woman before them had already lost her home and family. Sanji's eyes flickered with anger. I say those escapee pirates should bear some blame. Indeed. Yura nodded earnestly, declaring, Thus, I seek vengeance not only against the pirates who seized my kingdom, but also against those who broke free from prison. After a brief pause, she boldly asked, Could you tell me what pirate crew you belong to? Yura's instincts told her that these individuals would not harm her. However, the more she observed them, the more they resembled the Straw Hats, prompting her to seek clarity. The atmosphere shifted as her question hung in the air. Why do you wish to know? Nami's brow furrowed, her gaze suspiciously fixed on Yura. The other Straw Hat members, excluding Sanji, mirrored her caution. Under normal circumstances, they would proudly declare their identity as the Straw Hat crew. But with the Navy poised to encircle them outside, they could not afford to risk Yura potentially betraying them or concealing another identity. Suddenly, a loud announcement reverberated across the island. Beep, just moments ago. The world noble Kaluklade Kalen had successfully defeated and captured the Straw Hat crew. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered. We've been captured. How did we not know? At that moment, Nami had already activated the television snail. The screen displayed a man wearing a glass helmet, flanked by several pirates bound tightly. The leading pirate sported a straw hat. Is that Luffy? He's as fat as a pig. The Straw Hat crew stood in shock, realizing how utterly foolish they had been. Just seconds ago, they had worried about Brook or Luffy being captured, and now this. However, they quickly regained their composure, recognizing that the captured Straw Hat crew on screen was an illusion. Cough, cough, cough. Usopp cleared his throat and feigned a triumphant expression, exclaiming, Wonderful, the Straw Hats have finally been apprehended. Usopp's performance was convincing. I was tormented by that vile Straw Hat crew. Yura turned to Usopp, astonished. Do you have a vendetta against the Straw Hats? Of course, that Straw Hat crew burned my ship, Usopp affirmed, nodding vigorously and winking at the Straw Hats. The others quickly grasped the situation. With the official news declaring the Straw Hats captured, the authorities were unaware of which were the real and which were the fake crew members, making it the perfect time to conceal their identities. I also harbor a grudge against the Straw Hats, Frankie chimed in, mimicking Usopp's fervor. The Straw Hats dismantled my home. Sanji exclaimed, The Straw Hats keep stealing my food. Nami remained silent, while Zoro and Robin also said nothing. Only Chopper, the honest soul, clutched the television and sobbed grievously, realizing they shared a common hatred for the Straw Hats. Yura's heart finally settled. These individuals, too, had grievances against the Straw Hats, so how could they possibly belong to that crew? Despite Yura's shortcomings and discerning character, she could see that they were not lying. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone. Luffy felt a surge of panic upon hearing the announcement. If he had not been captured, it must mean that Zoro, Nami, and the others had been apprehended. Luffy roared to the heavens, Damn celestial dragons! Damn Navy! How dare they take my friends? Straw Hat Captain, please calm down. A member of the Flying Fish Riders, guiding Luffy, frowned. Perhaps the celestial dragon captured a fake crew. Before the member could finish, Luffy vanished from sight. Ugh, this is so frustrating. The Flying Fish Riders sighed, exasperated by Luffy's impulsiveness. At the same time, Cam was equally bewildered. How could he have not yet encountered the Straw Hats? Yet Kalen had captured them? In his confusion, Cam opened a miniature television snail. The screen revealed Kalen surrounded by a host of fake Straw Hat crew members. And clarity dawned upon him. Honorable Kaluklade Cam. At that moment, a Marine rushed forward, asking, Lord Kalen has apprehended the Straw Hat brat. Shall we continue our advance? Cam retorted angrily, Fool! Kalen has captured the false Straw Hats. My woman is still in their possession. It is worth noting that Cam had considered whether to dispatch Marines to intercept Luffy at Fishman Island to retrieve Yura, though reluctant to admit it. Cam, having watched the Pirate King, knew the Straw Hat crew would not harm Yura. Yet, he could not take that chance. Aware of the impending danger, he had previously planted numerous explosives aboard the Straw Hat's ship. With determined strides, Cam led the Marines onward, a formidable force. Soon, They arrived at Island 3, surrounding the temporary gathering place of the Straw Hat crew. Cam raised a loudspeaker, declaring, "Straw Hat crew, surrender my woman. Curse it." It's the Navy. The Straw Hats realized the truth could no longer be concealed. Gritting their teeth, they prepared to break through. How could this be happening? Sanji's mind swirled with questions. Wasn't that Yura's buyer? Why was this buyer leading thousands of Marines against them? Was he more than just an ordinary noble? Straw Hat crew, are you truly the Straw Hat crew? Yura's mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend the situation. Had Kalen just referred to them as the Straw Hat crew? But weren't they supposed to be captured? In the blink of an eye, the battle commenced. Bang! Bang! The shrill clash of swords resonated through the air. Firearms were not permitted. Cam had issued that order long ago. "Yura, you promised to willingly become my woman." Cam charged forward, confronting Sanji, with Yura standing just behind him. Yura hesitated slightly, a flicker of anticipation crossing her gaze as she turned to Sanji. "Are you truly the Straw Hat crew?" "Miss Yura, I am sorry." Sanji lit a cigarette, his expression somber as he nodded. "I am the chef of the Straw Hat crew." With those words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Yura's expression morphed into a fierce snarl. "Do you know who those two prison-breaking pirates are?" Yula forcefully pushed Sanji aside, her eyes wide with fury, exclaiming, "It is Blackbeard Teach, and your captain, the Straw Hat Kid. If it weren't for them, my parents would still be alive, and my country would not have fallen." With tears in her eyes, Yula screamed in a fit of rage, "I will never forgive them. Even if I die, how could this happen?" Sanji staggered backward, unable to believe the gravity of the revelation. Suddenly, a figure wearing a straw hat shot towards them, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced like a rubber band. "Everyone!" Luffy adjusted his straw hat, declaring, "I'm here." Luffy. The Straw Hat crew felt a sense of relief. Luffy had finally arrived. The Straw Hat Kid. Indeed, the Straw Hat Kid. Yula fixated on the sudden appearance of the Straw Hat Kid. She was 100% certain it was him. She could never mistake that straw hat. "Straw Hat Kid, I will kill you." A fierce glint flashed in Yula's eyes. If it weren't for the Straw Hat Kid causing chaos and impelled down. If he hadn't let those pirates escape, her homeland would not have been overrun by the very pirates who fled. When faced with irretrievable loss, one tends to trace back to the source of their grievances. To blame the demon who opened Pandora's box. For Yula, that demon was Blackbeard, and the Straw Hat Kid. Straw Hat Kid, I will kill you," Yula screamed, her overwhelming hatred igniting a speed beyond her usual capabilities. So swift that even Cam was caught off guard. Before anyone could react, Yula had already appeared before Luffy, brandishing a large knife. "Who is she?" Luffy stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. Momentarily taken aback, but almost immediately he sensed an aura he found utterly repugnant. "Hiss, she is a celestial dragon. She bears the scent of a celestial dragon." A fierce light flickered in Luffy's eyes as he delivered a powerful punch to Yula's abdomen. Boom! Just as Luffy saw Yula about to be sent flying, he extended his rubber arm, pulling her back with a swift motion. "You wretched celestial dragon, you won't escape," Luffy roared, unleashing a flurry of punches to Yula's midsection. Cam lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to unleash a relentless assault on Luffy. "You're that celestial dragon from last time at the ship island." Luffy squinted, recognizing Cam. "So, you are the one who plans to ambush my crew?" Rubber Gatling. Luffy swung his fists, unleashing a storm of punches like a torrential downpour. "Useless against me," Cam scoffed, immediately activating the fury of the Minotaur. Boom! As the shout echoed, countless punch shadows shattered like bubbles upon contact. "What is happening?" Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly baffled as to why his Gatling had vanished. "Luffy, I want you to let this go." Cam, after securing Yula, snatched the large knife from her grasp and began wildly slashing at Luffy. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. It hurts so much." Luffy, drenched in blood, let out a wretched scream that he tried to retaliate, but every time he shouted rubber, his body would go limp and powerless. Luffy could only defend passively, and ironically, sharp weapons terrified him the most. Luffy die. Cam, wielding the knife with immense strength, brought it crashing down towards Luffy's head. Luffy. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Straw Hat crew turned pale. It would be fatal. If struck, Luffy would certainly perish. Zoro and Sanji shouted in unison, "You bastard! Let go of our captain." 3,000 worlds. In this dire moment, Zoro had no time to recite a poem. Demon Wind Foot. Zoro and Sanji's legs propelled them like compressed springs, exploding into action to save Luffy. How could this be? Their bodies felt suddenly weak and immobile. Zoro and Sanji's faces changed dramatically as they realized they had become powerless. What are you doing? Luffy is about to be killed. Usopp stared in horror at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend why Zoro and Sanji had suddenly stopped. Luffy. Nami shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear witnessing the horror. Luffy, die. Just as Cam's knife was a mere centimeter from Luffy's neck, a chilling aura manifested, causing Cam's body to come to an abrupt halt. Behind Cam, a skeleton suddenly appeared. What is happening? Cam frowned, abruptly realizing that the fury of the Minotaur seemed ineffective against Brook. Could it be that a skeleton does not fall within the realm of humanity? Brook. Chopper's eyes welled with tears. He had steadfastly believed that Brook would never abandon the Straw Hat crew. Phew. Zoro and Sanji exhaled in relief, thankful that Luffy had not perished before their eyes. Yet they were also curious as to why Brook was unaffected by that strange power. Yo! Am I late? Brook chuckled, sheathing his sword. Song of the Thief, snow, slash, boom. In an instant, Cam's wounds froze over, and with a resounding crash, he was completely encased in ice. Cam, my lord, the Navy gasped in shock, rushing forward to protect Cam. Fearing for his safety, Straw Hat crew, how dare you assault a celestial dragon? Ratch's expression turned serious as he immediately contacted the Marine Admiral. Damn those filthy Marines. It's my turn to retaliate now. Allow you to experience the fruits of my 2 years of arduous training. Seeing the Marines at a disadvantage, Usopp burst into laughter, promptly drawing back his slingshot. Ultimate Green Star Bamboo Spear Missile. Boom, boom, boom. Green Star seeds were launched, and in the blink of an eye, countless sharp spikes grew densely. They pierced through one Marine after another like green blades, resembling a bloodthirsty demon harvesting the lives of all the soldiers before them. And you two bastards, taste my power too. Seeing his deadly move succeed, Usopp swelled with pride, aiming his slingshot at Cam and Eula. Usopp, stop! Sanji blocked Usopp, angrily exclaiming. Can't you see Eula is there too? You bastard, can't you see that woman wants to kill Luffy? Usopp pushed Sanji aside, insisting that Eula was the enemy. Ultimate Green Star Bamboo Spear Missile. Usopp ignored Sanji's protests and launched his attack. Damn it! Sanji grabbed Usopp by the collar, shouting, she is just an ordinary person. Usopp's eyes turned red with frustration. He wanted to punch Sanji to ATA time like this. He still adhered to his chivalrous principles while Luffy nearly got killed by that woman. Usopp believed that the woman named Eula had revealed their hiding place. Otherwise, how could the Marines find them so quickly? Usopp, you bastard. Sanji glared at Usopp, seething with anger. All right, let us argue later. Nami waved her hands urgently. We need to get Luffy out of here now. IVE brought the ship. Everyone follow me. Brook, carrying the unconscious Luffy, dashed towards the shore. Finally, salvation is at hand. The Straw Hat crew paused for a moment before sprinting toward the coast. Sigh, although Sanji felt a pang of sorrow. He followed suit. Now he understood that the Celestial Dragon's claim of reaching a fair deal with Eula was indeed true. Moreover, he had never anticipated that the two villains he had spoken of would include Luffy. No way you're escaping. Just then, Cam broke free from the ice. Glaring at the fleeing Straw Hat crew like a vengeful spirit, Cam issued a loud command. All Marines, pursue the Straw Hat crew. Leave no one behind. Tens of thousands of naval soldiers seemed to have found their leader. As the panic caused by the freezing of Cam had just dissipated, their footsteps synchronized, and they marched forth in a grand procession to pursue the Straw Hat crew. Boom! With the cover of cannon fire, they swiftly closed in on the Straw Hat gang. It's over, it's over. Why are there so many Marines? Usopp cried out in despair, feeling certain that the Straw Hat crew was doomed. How could there be so many Navy forces of this scale, rivaling the Demon Slayer order? Robin's expression turned grave, perplexed by the sheer number of Marines hunting them down. Stinky, curly hair, green algae head. They began to compare who could defeat more Marines, each boasting about their prowess. Of course, it's me. Who are you calling an idiot? Zoro and Sanji exchanged smirks, bracing themselves for a fierce fight. Just then, an aged figure suddenly appeared before the multitude of Marines. Disciples, set sail. I humbly request your consideration. The figure drew a line in the ground with his sword. I advise you not to cross this line. The figure was an elderly man, yet his eyes shone with unparalleled sharpness, Defying the frailty of indefinitely was the Dark King Rayleigh. The Marines' faces reflected fear, realizing that this formidable figure was beyond their capacity to handle. What nonsense! Charge! Cam thundered, and before him appeared an old blind man, the very admiral summoned by Lachi. Fujitora stepped forward, confronting Rayleigh. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Dark King and have come to seek your counsel. Fujitora, hold that old man back, Cam commanded Fujitora, then continued his pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. That was Rayleigh, wasn't he it? He just mentioned disciples. Who could possibly be his disciple? Stop talking nonsense and run. Run, we're almost to the shore. Damn it, they're catching up. Zoro halted, contemplating staying behind to cover their escape. That idiot. A graceful figure observed Zoro's sudden stop with a soft chuckle, then gracefully descended. Perona. Ah. I apologize for being human. Ah. If there is a next life, I wish to be a maggot. Ah. My existence is less significant than that of a maggot. Ah. Living on this land with everyone. I am truly sorry. In an instant, all the Marines seemed to fall under a spell, kneeling in despair. Perona? Damn. I forgot about her. Cam thought, alarmed, and shouted loudly. The wrath of the Minotaur. Instantly, all Marines within a 10-meter radius of Cam returned to normal. A cacophony erupting around them. What just happened? Why was I speaking so negatively? Ha! You want to be a maggot? That's hilarious. Cam bellowed in anger. Enough chatter. Grab your weapons and pursue them. Cam led his forces in relentless pursuit. The individual strength of the Marines was weak, but their numbers were overwhelming. Hundreds of rifles pointed in unison at just a few individuals. Their firepower was unmatched. Within Cam's 10-meter radius, all attacks from the Straw Hat crew proved ineffective. As if he were an invincible human tank, chase them down. The Straw Hats can't escape. Cam reveled in delight, scoffing at the Straw Hats for running towards the coast. Before he arrived, he had ordered Kaji to strictly guard the Thousand Sunny at Island 17. However, upon reaching the shore, he was utterly bewildered to find the Thousand Sunny docked right there. What the hell was Kaji doing? He couldn't possibly be unable to handle a single Brook, could he? Hurry, get on the ship, Brook shouted. Brook, are you the mysterious figure? Chopper asked as he climbed onto the deck. Yes, Brook nodded. I discovered long ago that my agent was up to something, seemingly colluding with a significant figure to take Luffy's life. Stinky Algae Head, what was that woman to you? Sanji's attention remained on Perona from earlier. None of your business. Zoro, Sanji, hurry and set sail. Big brother, what do we do now that they're on the ship? Lachi, with a grim expression, was perplexed by how the Straw Hats could escape so easily. Initiate Plan 2. Cam took out a Den Mushi and issued a new command. All Marines, converge at the west coast of Island 3. Cam emphasized, all. Remember, it's all. The reasoning was simple. With enough warships, this sea would become crowded, and the Straw Hats would have no chance of escape. Run, run. Once we reach deep waters, we'll be safe. The Straw Hats moved swiftly. In just a few minutes, they could reach deep waters and then dive beneath the waves to evade capture. Weavee spotted the Straw Hats. Don't let them escape. Run. How can they run away? The Straw Hat ship seemed to take flight. What the hell? Did they coat their ship with something that makes it fly? But the Navy was faster, with countless warships dominating the deep waters, effectively blocking the Straw Hats' only path of escape. Boom! Moreover, thousands of cannons unleashed a barrage upon the Straw Hats with reckless abandon. Damn it, the path ahead is blocked, Brook cursed under his breath. Sanji asked, Frankie, can we use wind to break through? No, Frankie shook his head. Using wind to break through would instantly suck the air from within the coating. Chopper exclaimed, we're surrounded by ferocious tigers. And the back is blocked. Zoro couldn't help but curse. That Cam is too peculiar. All forms of attack are ineffective against him at this moment. They truly felt doomed, utterly doomed. Nami and Usopp buried their heads in despair, convinced that their fate was sealed. Everyone, Robin smiled faintly. It might not necessarily be the end. Huh? The crew's eyes brightened, turning toward Robin, eagerly awaiting her explanation. For the past 2 years, I have been under the protection of Dragon's army. They brought me here just now. Robin nodded slightly. So, the wind will aid us. As soon as Robin finished speaking, a flash of lightning sliced through the sky, tearing the heavens apart as if divine retribution had descended. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire Sabati archipelago was engulfed in a tempest, with waves crashing violently, summoning monstrous tides. What a strong wind. What is happening? Why has the wind suddenly become so fierce? The weather forecast said it would be sunny today. Damn it. Our ship is lifting off. Damn it. I've been blown back to shore. Run. The giant waves are approaching. Included among the hundreds of thousands of Marines, Cam, Lachi, and others who initially pursued the Straw Hats were now wholly powerless against the wind that swept them back to the shore. Big brother, what is this wind? Is the heavens truly aiding those pirates? Lachi trembled, feeling that the tidal waves stirred by the wind could easily crush him. It's dragon. It's dragon. This wind is conjured by dragon. Using connections and family ties, what a despicable tactic. Cam gritted his teeth, his face filled with disbelief. He had never expected Dragon to appear here. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Lachi's expression changed dramatically, pulling Cam to flee. Big brother, we must escape. Others may not dare to kill the celestial dragons, but Dragon is not one of them. Damn it. Cam clenched his fists, fixating on the towering tidal wave that loomed before him like divine punishment. Suddenly, Cam burst into laughter. Do you think this will save you, Monkey D. Luffy? Dream on. To ensure against any contingency, Cam had already planted a multitude of explosives in the hold of the Thousand Sunny. Once detonated in the ocean, someone with the abilities of Wang Lufei would be almost certain to meet their demise. Boss, I have arrived. At that moment, Jiaji, as if he had applied oil to his feet, found Cam and his companion, claiming he was there to protect them. Jiaji, how could you guard the ship like this? Cam angrily inquired, asserting that if the Sunny had not appeared, the Straw Hat crew would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape. Boss, that ship is haunted. It has ghosts. Jiaji's expression soured as he confessed his childhood fear of such entities. This, Cam sighed, truly astonished that a man as large as Jiaji could harbor such fears. Forget it. You have the remote detonators for those explosives, right? Jiaji frowned and meekly replied. The detonator malfunctioned, so that... Ouch, boss, why are you hitting me? I am striking you? Whoosh. The tempestuous wind stirred up towering waves. Akin to the hand of a deity in its presence, the numerous warships appeared as mere playthings, being swept up by the gale and then violently cast down. Amidst the storm's fury, only one vessel remained steadfast. Like a rising sun, what reason could possibly deter a man from setting sail? Long stood high atop the red trees, gazing into the distance. Alas, I have yet to make my move, Sabo voiced his complaint, expressing that Long was being unreasonable, launching right into powerful attacks. Long, Sabo. Ivankov, astonished, interjected. Aren't you going to greet the Straw Hat boy? Sabo beamed brightly. There will always be opportunities. Let us not discuss that. Long frowned. The current circumstances have changed. It is said that the kingdom of Lulon in the New World has not seen its king for a year. Perhaps he has met with misfortune. Ivankov, the kingdom of Lulon is your responsibility. What about me? Sabo questioned. You shall investigate Dressrosa. It appears that the majority of modern weaponry originates from there. How dull, Sabo grimaced, and then turned to Ivankov. How about I switch with you? Ivankov covered his face. Do you have any idea what has emerged there? Sabo inquired. What has emerged? Ivankov replied. The Mara know me what? Sabo's expression shifted dramatically, trembling with excitement. So, are we still switching? Ivankov queried with a smile. No switching. No switching. Sabo vehemently shook his head. I absolutely refuse to switch. After the rain, the sky cleared, revealing a rainbow. The azure sea embraced the vibrant arch at this moment. The Thousand Sunny stood before an expansive horizon. Is this the true power of Luffy's father? Usopp's eyes sparkled, nearly causing him to leap with joy. That I just remembered. Nami exclaimed. The weather was just like this in Lobetown. Luffy's father helped us then too. Chopper lamented. What a pity. Luffy was knocked out by that Cam and missed meeting his father. Brook remarked. I initially thought Luffy was just a poor kid. But it seems his family is quite formidable. Frankie retorted. Stop your chatter. Let us set sail. Sanji added. Right. Let our navigator Nami-san issue the orders. The weather is fair, with no wind. Nami raised her weather stick high. Now. Release the flotation bags and set course for Fishman Island. Has that fellow truly grown this powerful? Rayleigh's figure flickered as he scanned the horizon with a look of astonishment. Who? Shaki inquired. A madman. Once a marine. Rayleigh nodded. The wind ceased, the waves calmed. The sea lay still. On a small boat. Two figures. Saturday. What is it? Corona noticed Mihawk's dazed expression and asked in surprise, "That person in the sky?" Mihawk remained silent for a long while, then gravely stated, "Very strong that eye in the sky?" Corona looked up. "Where is anyone?" After a moment, she asked, "Did you not say you wouldn't send that fool? Why has he come as well?" Mihawk snapped, "What is it to you?" Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, Karun walked along the road to Panga City, his face aglow with delight, leading a plump man wearing a straw hat. "Once I hand over the Straw Hat Kid to the Celestial Dragons, I shall be hailed as a hero among our kind." Karun's spirits soared, as the legitimate heir of the Kurokuride family. He was acutely aware of the Nika fruit's significance to their lineage. I can almost envision a future paved with ease. Not long after, Karun strode with a gait reminiscent of Doflamingo into Panga City. Without so much as a greeting, he barged into the Elders' conference hall. Karun exclaimed, "Grandfathers of the Elders, I bear monumental news." Karun. The Elders were immediately incensed, thinking to themselves how impolite Karun was. Just as they were about to scold him, Karun interrupted, "Esteemed Elders, please allow me to speak first." At that moment, Karun raised his head high, nostrils flaring defiantly at the 5 elderly men. Exuding arrogance, Karun declared, "I have captured the Straw Hat Kid, the current wielder of the Nika fruit." Boom! The declaration thundered forth, leaving the 5 elders momentarily speechless. "Karun, have you truly captured the Straw Hat Kid?" Nezashuru stepped forward, grasping Karun's shoulder tightly. "Of course," Karun confidently grinned. Then dragged in Danmalo Barak, "Fake Luffy esteemed grandfathers, look." The elders furrowed their brows, sensing something peculiar about this Straw Hat Kid. He bears some resemblance, yet also appears quite different. The 5 elders immediately employed technology akin to that of the peacekeepers. Scanning. Pirate, Danmalo Barak. Bounty, 26 million berries. Haha. Esteemed grandfathers, for this monumental achievement, I ask for little in return. A reward of 100 billion berries, a dozen rare devil fruits, and a high-ranking position in the Knight's Order will suffice. At this moment, Karun remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, puffed up with arrogance, demanding his rewards. Karun. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Cam returned to Mary Geos, only to learn that his brother Karun had been severely injured. Cam was uninterested and hurried back to his home. My husband. Who is this? The 3 women cast curious glances at the barely conscious Ula, the former princess of the Brown Kingdom, your future sister. Cam briefly recounted the day's events before dismissing the 3 women. System, come forth and attend to some matters. Notably, the moment he rescued Ula during the day, Cam utilized the healing fruit's power to stabilize her injuries. Ula's life was no longer in jeopardy, but her condition remained precarious, for Ula had endured several blows from Wang Lufei to her abdomen and had been impaled by Usopp's sharp quills. Thus, experience points have been deducted. Ultimately, Cam paid a price of 550,000 experience points to safeguard his unborn child. Wang Lufei, Usopp, I shall ensure your demise. Cam vowed quietly, in the early hours of the night. Ula awoke and inquired, "Were those people truly from the Straw Hat crew? Do you hold a grudge against them?" Cam rubbed his head, somewhat puzzled about why she had wanted to kill Wang Lufei during the day. Indeed, Ula nodded earnestly, recounting how her nation had been ravaged by a powerful pirate. That formidable pirate was one of the many freed from prison by the Straw Hat Kid, Blackbeard, 2 years prior. "So that is how it is." Cam nodded slightly. "How fortuitous. We share a common enemy. He is also your enemy." Ula was astonished, unable to fathom how a celestial dragon could have a pirate as an adversary. Cam chuckled. "You are my woman. He nearly beat you to death. So of course, we have a grudge." Ula's face flushed slightly, feeling that this celestial dragon was somewhat improper. "Esteemed Lord Kurokuride Cam." Ula paused momentarily before inquiring, "Pray tell, were those individuals behind me all members of the Straw Hat crew?" Cam affirmed, "Indeed. What about the blonde man who abducted me?" Ula furrowed her brow, contemplating the stark difference between his appearance and the wanted poster. Could he possibly be a new recruit? "He is Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates." Cam nodded, gazing at Ula with astonishment. "Given your past grievances with the Straw Hats, how is it that you do not recognize them?" Cam mused that had Ula known from the outset that she was taken by the crew, many complications could have been avoided. "Sanji, but he looks quite different from the wanted poster," Ula remarked, her confusion deepening as she produced Sanji's wanted notice. This, Cam took a glance and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Puffed. Cam erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "That is a hand-drawn wanted poster of Sanji. With only a 30 resemblance to his actual appearance. Eula, huh?" After Cam explained the situation with a smile, he summoned Ji Yuan. The Brown Kingdom is currently under the control of the pirate Bullbeard. Ji Yuan, holding a stack of documents, stated, "Bullbeard, formerly imprisoned in level 5 of Impel Down, escaped during the Great Incident 2 years ago, and now has a bounty of 120 million berries." Cam commanded, "Ji Yuan, I order you to proceed to the Brown Kingdom and apprehend Bullbeard." But Ji Yuan frowned, indicating that the Brown Kingdom was not a member state. Cam declared, "I shall make it a member state." Understood. Ji Yuan saluted before turning to leave. Ding detection. Eula's favorability towards the host is continuously rising. Ding detection. Eula's favorability towards the host is 70, granting the host recovery rewards. Exploration reward. Enhancement of armament hockey. Offspring reward. 1 million experience points. Cam smiled and said, "This is the first step in assisting you to restore your nation. I will keep my word, and I hope you do the same." Eula nodded, "I will." "Where are you going, my husband?" At that moment, the three women suddenly questioned. Having heard the commotion, they saw Cam, filled with rage and urgency, preparing to leave. That it's still the early hours. I must eliminate Luffy. Cam clenched his fists, unable to swallow the indignation of allowing Luffy to escape so easily. "Then I shall accompany you," Monet declared. "What do you intend to do?" Cam shot her an irritated glance. "Didn't you say you would wait until a certain quest to resolve my infertility issue? I can't just stay at home. I need to get out and about." Monet's eyes were resolute. "Moreover, even if I am weak, I am still a natural-type devil fruit user. I wish to avenge Sister Eula." Seeing Monet's determined expression, Cam relented. "Very well." Thus, Cam and Monet set forth together towards Fishman Island. They also brought along Jackie. This rascal was frightened away by Brook today, and Luffy's easy escape was, in part, his responsibility. "Cam, are you heading to Fishman Island to confront the Straw Hat Boy?" At that moment, Akemi appeared, having learned of their plans from an unknown source. Cam inquired, "Are you going too?" "Indeed." Akemi nodded. "In fact, my Makabaka family has some ties to Fishman Island. We were one of the families that provided the consent letter to Princess Otoheim." "All right, then let us go together." Cam thought little of it, steering the ship directly towards Fishman Island. "I injured Luffy. Even if he is a Nika fruit user, he will need considerable time to recover." Within the depths of the sea, aboard the ship, Cam pondered the details of the Fishman Island ARC to in the original storyline. Luffy and his crew were scattered after encountering the new Fishman pirates and remained unconscious for quite some time. However, this duration would certainly be less than the time Luffy would remain unconscious due to his injuries inflicted by Cam. Wait, if Luffy does not awaken, can the storyline continue? Cam furrowed his brow. Suddenly filled with concern, boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion interrupted Cam's thoughts. "Husband, what is that?" Monet exclaimed, pointing at a massive shadow ahead. That is, Cam's eyes widened in shock. On the tumultuous sea, an extraordinarily enormous octopus was resting. Cam gasped. "The Kraken, what is it doing here?" "Cam, do you know it?" Akemi inquired, astonished. Cam shook his head. "Not quite. I have merely heard of it by chance." "Boss, we should take a detour." Jackie frowned. "Well, I am not afraid of it. This is, after all, the SEANO rush." Cam waved his hand, opting not to steer clear. The Kraken. In the manga's plot, it was through the Kraken that Luffy saved the pet shark of Shirahoshi, leading to their first encounter. If Luffy remained unconscious, then perhaps, Cam concentrated, activating his observation haki. Within his field of vision, aside from the Kraken, another life force suddenly appeared. "There truly is one," Cam exclaimed with delight. "Jackie, you and I will go out and rescue that shark from the fish tank." "A shark?" Jackie looked at Cam with utter bewilderment. "That's an octopus. Use your haki to see for yourself," Cam retorted angrily. "Holy moly, there really is a shark." Jackie activated his observation haki, his pupils dilating in shock. And how did it end up in such a place? Before long, the two managed to rescue Shirahoshi's pet shark, Mekalo. After swimming around the two to express its gratitude, Mekalo departed, since Mekalo was not rescued by Luffy. Did the trajectory of events shift from this point? Cam pondered, but did not dwell on it too much. He merely wished to eliminate Luffy, and then live as a carefree celestial dragon. That shark's name is Mekalo, the pet of Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, Akemi noted at this juncture. Huh? How do you know that? Cam asked, astonished. I just know. Akemi pouted. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom, is, in a sense, the closest nation to Mariwa. Before long, Cam and his companions arrived at Fishman Island as dawn had yet to break. They opted to stay at an inn, planning to set off at sunrise to confront the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, Usopp, yesterday you were fortunate. This time I shall surely kill you, Cam shouted furiously in his room. Ding host, Luffy's invincible theater version buff was not utilized yesterday, hence you still cannot kill him this time. This, Cam's face twitched, considering how the mood was ruined. System, I am being serious here. Cam pouted, but in the next moment, he fell into a stunned silence for a full 2.5 seconds before regaining his composure. Damn it, the theater version buff. I completely forgot about it. Cam clenched his fists, wearied by frustration. So I really cannot kill him. Bingo. Cam, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly asked, System, your voice implies there is a way to resolve this. Correct? No. Cam's expression froze, an inexplicable emotion swirling within him. Before he came here, he had vowed he would not let this matter slide. Yet now, with Luffy possessing a buff, if he did not let it go, he would be the one to suffer. Cam steeled himself. System Daddy, I call you Dad. You cannot refuse to help me. System, don't give me that silence. I know you have a solution, Cam shouted furiously. Host, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even after 10 years. In truth, once the next film installment arrives, the invincible buff of Wong Lufei will be depleted, and at that time, vengeance can be exacted just the same. To hell with being a gentleman, I am a rogue, Cam bellowed again, slamming his thigh in frustration. System, if you do not assist me, Cam stammered for a while before producing a dagger. If you do not help me relieve this grievance, I shall perish alongside you. I will be a man without weaknesses. As he spoke, he assumed a stance that suggested he would strike at any moment. The system was taken aback, exclaiming, Host, remain calm. If you have no weaknesses, how can I fulfill the task entrusted to me by that esteemed individual? Help me vent my anger, Cam retorted vehemently, brandishing the dagger menacingly. Otherwise, I will stop at nothing to ensure your complete destruction. With a look of tragic determination, he appeared as if he were a soldier ready for battle. Host, please, think of your woman's happiness as well. The system was now in a state of panic. Help me vent my anger. Cam's voice grew louder, the dagger creeping ever closer. Otherwise, you know what must be done. No. Please, host. Host father. The system was on the brink of tears, lamenting the peculiarities of its bound host. While others resorted to tears, tantrums, and threats of self-harm, its host was ready to resort to violence over a disagreement. Yet, this only reaffirmed the system's belief that it had not chosen the wrong individual. Calm down, host father. I will help you. I can assist you in venting your anger. That is the way to go. Relieved, Cam thought. This tactic is indeed quite effective. This wretched system has even taken to calling me father. Cam declared. Simply provide me with a more potent experience card, and I shall go eliminate Wong Lufei immediately. The system hesitated. Host father, I fear that is not feasible. Cam furrowed his brow, adopting a threatening stance. Repeat that. Host father, even if you were to kill him, it would not suffice, and venting your anger does not necessarily mean you must eliminate Wong Lufei. Faced with the system's firm stance, Cam was momentarily taken aback. He had not intended to truly strike. He merely inquired, is there a way to vent my anger without killing Lufei? Of course. Did you not earlier mention there was a way to counter Wong Lufei's invincible buff? While this system lacks direct means, it can indirectly influence matters. How so? Cam raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wong Lufei's situation is akin to that of a favored child of fortune. Host father can seize Wong Lufei's fortune, thereby depleting his strength. Seize fortune? Cam's initial excitement quickly turned to skepticism. But how can one seize something so elusive? This is not a realm of cultivation. What treasures could there possibly be to capture fortune? Host father, are you familiar with Chao Zhai? As long as you can successfully gather the majority of women who are connected to Wong Lufei into your harem, you can plunder his fortune. Cam's eyes lit up, but he soon furrowed his brow again. While the method of seizing fortune is appealing, can that truly be considered venting my anger? If Wong Lufei is eliminated, all of that would still belong to me. Cam was not naive. Although seizing Wong Lufei's fortune seemed advantageous, It felt as though the system was deliberately setting him up for a side quest. Not at all. Host father. That is merely the outcome. The Straw Hat crew, in the original storyline, was mistakenly thought to be involved in human trafficking, and with Madame Shirahoshi's prophecy, they are destined to clash with the Ryugu army at that point, if you intervene. The Straw Hat crew will undoubtedly become the target of public scorn, much like the online harassment you experienced in your previous life. Then, you shall take Wang Lufei's place as the hero of Fishman Island. A despised villain transformed into a celebrated hero. Does that not suffice for your vengeance? In the end, Host Father can press the advantage and capture Shirahoshi. Then, ha ha ha. Ah, Cam's lips twitched as he began to seriously contemplate. He truly could not eliminate Wang Lufei at present. His previous demeanor had merely been an outlet for his frustrations. Very well. I shall ensure that Wang Lufei has nowhere to retreat. He shall not host any banquets on Fishman Island. Resolute in his determination, Cam summoned his companion to gather information in Fishman Street. He was to replace Wang Lufei in defeating Hody and become the hero. He needed to calculate his timing for the grand entrance. However, once he began his inquiries, the revelations were staggering. Hody Jones planned to attack Ryugu Castle in 3 days. What was happening? The original plot was tightly woven. Shortly after the Straw Hat crew arrived at Fishman Island, they encountered the rebellion of the new Fishman pirates. Cam was astonished, initially believing that the information gathered by his companion was incorrect. Ding! This time, the system, rarely benevolent, provided him with the corresponding timeline. As it turned out, Hody's intended assault on Ryugu Castle had not changed. Rather, the Straw Hat crew had set sail 3 days earlier due to various butterfly effects. Thus, it was not that the Straw Hat crew failed to save Mekaru, but that Mekaru had not yet been trapped. Cam continued to ponder the details of the Fishman Island arc from One Piece. If memory served, Wang Lufei's connection with Shirahoshi stemmed from his fortuitous rescue of Mekaru, which led to an invitation from Neptune himself to visit the royal palace. Cam's eyes brightened. Since he was the one who saved Mekaru, he too should receive an invitation to visit. With this in mind, Cam abandoned his plan to become a hero and resolved to first establish a bond with Shirahoshi. After all, a hero with ties is far more significant than one who appears out of nowhere. As expected, that day, a colossal mermaid figure appeared at the entrance of the inn. It was none other than the king of the Ryugu kingdom. His companion, wary, looked to Neptune and inquired, "King Neptune, what brings you here?" It was crucial to note that Cam and his group had not entered Fishman Island under the identity of celestial dragons, so Neptune should have had no connection to them. It turned out that it was General Akaji. No wonder he had rescued Mekaru. Neptune smiled, then recounted the events leading to this moment and extended an invitation to Cam and his companions to visit Ryugu Castle as a token of gratitude. Cam, of course, accepted with enthusiasm. My heavens! Who were those 4 humans? They had received an invitation from the king. To be honest, I had thought they were nefarious human traffickers. I heard that many merfolk had gone missing from the Fishman Cafe. Yet, strangely, I have not seen many humans on Fishman Island in recent days. Amidst the whispers of the nearby residents, Cam and his companions mounted their shark steeds and set off towards Ryugu Castle. This way, please. Neptune seemed to realize that the 4 were not gluttons, so he did not hasten to prepare a feast, but instead led them on a tour of the entire Ryugu Castle. What is that? During the tour, Cam seized the opportunity to point toward a distant black building, feigning ignorance. Why are there so many weapons? This, Neptune hesitated. He thought to himself that this Cam had keen eyes, able to see from such a distance. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "That is a forbidden area." Cam's heart raced. Was he concerned for Shirahoshi, hence withholding the truth? Cam nodded, deliberately stating, "You should have said so earlier." It turns out it is a prison. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 accompanying princes visibly shifted in demeanor, their expressions darkening. A prison. To suggest that Shirahoshi resided in a prison was tantamount to declaring her a captive. The first to lose composure was the clumsy prince, who exclaimed furiously, "What?" Cam curiously scrutinized the clumsy prince, observing the plethora of weapons and evident signs of destruction. If that is not a prison, then what is it? It is not a prison. The adjacent prince, tears streaming, shouted, "That is where my sister lives." What? Cam and his companion's pupils constricted in disbelief. Their sister? That must be the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess resides in such a place. Please leave. The fallen star wept, exclaiming, "We do not welcome." Silence. Before the fallen star could finish, the Prince Sharkstar interrupted. They are guests who saved my Kuro. Mr. Cam, please forgive their rudeness. Sharkstar turned to Cam and continued. That place is called Hardshell Tower, where my sister, Princess Whitestar, resides. He paused momentarily before adding. To jest that it resembles a prison is hardly amusing. My apologies. Cam offered a quick apology, walked a short distance, and then inquired, might you kindly explain why this is the case? In truth, this was not a secret even on Fishman Island. It was Neptune who responded this time. He took a deep breath and spoke gravely. 10 years ago, a man named Vanderdecken 9 began to obsessively pursue Whitestar. Thus, Neptune proceeded to recount the tale of Vanderdecken 9, but consequently, for Whitestar's safety, we were compelled to confine her within Hardshell Tower to shield her from harm. So that is the reason. The expressions of Cam and his companions darkened. Even Cam, who was already aware of the situation, wore a troubled countenance. What a pervert! Vander is even more twisted than the Pirate King described. Not only does he throw weapons, but he also... Cough, cough. Damn it. Whitestar is destined to be my future wife. Only I shall be the one to torment her. Cam seethed internally and asked, might King Neptune allow us to enter Hardshell Tower? Enter. Before Neptune could respond, Royal Star gasped, what do you intend to do inside? Are you coveting Whitestar's beauty? Cam was momentarily taken aback, mentally exclaiming, what a keen observation. He cleared his throat and called out to Neptune, chuckling, King Neptune, since you recognized Vice Admiral Gaki, you must surely be aware of his strength. With him present, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Well, Neptune hesitated, caught in a dilemma. To be honest, he had not seen Whitestar in quite some time and was contemplating seizing this opportunity to speak safely with the Navy Vice Admiral. However, he feared for his daughter's safety. No. At that moment, the fallen star interjected, I trust Vice Admiral's ability to intercept a single weapon, but the fallen star respectfully glanced at Gaki before turning to glare at Cam. What if that scoundrel throws 2 weapons simultaneously? Neptune was momentarily taken aback, realizing the validity of the concern. What if 2 weapons were thrown? Cam, however, found it amusing, thinking to himself that a few weapons thrown by Vander would make little difference to Gaki. Without offering an explanation, he boldly declared, just let me handle the other one. Royal Star and the Fallen Star exchanged bewildered glances, as if to say, you? Goodness, merely mentioning that Whitestar's dwelling resembled a prison. And these 2 are now targeting me. Cam naturally noticed their expressions and shot them a look of irritation, thinking, had they not been my future brothers-in-law, I would surely have taught them a lesson. Father, it has been a long time since we last saw our little sister. Let us visit her together, implored Prince Sharkstar at that moment. Very well. After some deliberation, Neptune nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, with a creaking sound, the heavy metal door swung open, and the group entered Hardshell Tower. Wah! Father! Father! You have finally come to see me. A sobbing giant mermaid appeared before them. Hiss! For hissing sounds erupted as Cam and his companions gawked at the sight of Princess Whitestar, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. So big, truly enormous, her size was indeed remarkable, and so fair. Ming Ge looked somewhat perplexed at Cam and Gaki, sensing an unspoken exchange between them. Wah, please do not kill me. Please do not kill me. At that moment, Whitestar suddenly caught sight of Cam and his companions and began wailing uncontrollably, mistakenly believing that these 4 strangers had come to harm her. Cam scratched his nose and reassured her, I am not here to harm you. Is that so? Whitestar immediately ceased her cries, curiously examining Cam and his companions before clinging to Neptune, pouting, Father, will you stay with me a little longer this time? I have not seen you in ages. Well, Neptune did not answer immediately, but shifted his gaze towards Cam. After receiving a nod from him, he smiled and replied, of course, perhaps due to her timid nature. Whitestar babbled incessantly to Neptune and her 3 brothers, occasionally casting longing glances at Cam and his companions. She wished to inquire about something, yet ultimately hesitated to speak. Cam was not bothered. It was merely her nature, compounded by the environment. If it were just the 2 of them, Whitestar, being shy, would undoubtedly initiate conversation with this stranger, for it was undeniably lonely in this place. Your Majesty, the time has exceeded our allotted duration. At that moment, a guard responsible for safeguarding Hardshell Tower entered, offering a reminder. Wah! Whitestar burst into tears once more. Father, did you not promise to spend more time with me this time? Princess Whitestar, This is for your safety, the guard interjected, furrowing his brow. Well, Neptune hesitated before glancing at Cam. Upon seeing Cam nod in affirmation, he waved his hand. This time, it is of no consequence. Sigh. The guard, seeing the king's decision, could only let out a resigned sigh and depart, hoping that no weapons would fly into day. Just as he reached the door, a loud crash echoed. Unluckily, a flying axe suddenly hurtled towards them. Not good, princess. The guard, noticing the impending danger, attempted to leap to intercept the axe, but how could his speed rival that of the flying axe? Whoosh! The axe soared past the guard. Heading straight for White Star's head, Vice Admiral Gaki. Neptune shouted in desperation, seeking Gaki's intervention, yet Gaki remained unmoved. He shot Neptune a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, I am a good employee. How could I dare seize this opportunity for showboating? Damn it! Neptune gritted his teeth, contemplating using his own body to block the axe. Yet, scarcely a second after this thought crossed his mind, there was a resounding thud, and the axe came to a halt. Raising his eyes, he beheld a tall figure effortlessly grasping the massive flying axe. With a swift motion, the axe was hurled aside, shattering into pieces. Hiss! Neptune and the others collectively gasped, astonished by Cam's displayed prowess. Enough with the hissing, Cam chuckled. This is merely standard procedure. He turned to Neptune. Now, I trust you no longer need to look to me for reassurance. Neptune had scrutinized him repeatedly, unable to shake off his unease. Was he truly perceived as so weak? Ahem. Neptune coughed lightly, stating, I was merely concerned. Just then, Mycaro, White Star's pet shark, returned to Hardshell Tower and immediately spotted Cam and his companions. Buzz buzz, Mycaro joyfully exclaimed, circling around Cam and his companions several times to express gratitude once more. White Star exclaimed, so you are the benefactors who saved Mycaro in the ensuing moments, Royal Star and the Fallen Star. Having witnessed Cam's strength, apologized for their earlier rudeness. White Star, upon realizing that Cam and his companions were the ones who saved her pet, overcame her shyness and began asking them numerous questions. This marked the first step towards forging a bond. Cam had initially intended to propose an audience with Vanderdecken 9, using this opportunity to establish a connection with White Star. However, an unexpected turn of events arose. No, absolutely not. The Fallen Star's eyes gleamed with urgency as he declared that White Star must not go out. Gaki and the others were momentarily perplexed. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically over merely going out for a meal? Father, I implore you, White Star pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. It has been 10 years since we last shared a meal together. I also wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to these benefactors in person. At that moment, Neptune clenched his fists tightly, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Indeed, an entire decade, the father and daughter had not shared a meal together. But could he truly allow Shirahoshi to depart from the Noah? Shirahoshi, stop this nonsense. At that juncture, Sharkstar, usually more amiable, also chimed in with a reprimanding tone. They were utterly powerless against the weapons that could strike at any moment, while they could certainly request the assistance of Cam and his companions. They were guests, not bodyguards. Moreover, this matter had been initiated by Shirahoshi herself. May I pose a question? At this moment, Ming Ge interrupted the ongoing dispute, inquiring, have you really not resolved that pervert after a full decade? And no, the four of them, Neptune included, replied, their faces flushed. Ming Ge, taken aback, pressed further, so the mermaid princess has been eating, drinking, and conducting all her affairs in this very room? Yes, the four of them gritted their teeth in response. Upon hearing this, Ming Ge was utterly bewildered. Initially, she had thought Shirahoshi merely resided in this dark chamber, occasionally venturing outside for some fresh air. But the reality was that everything was confined to this room. At this moment, she felt compelled to criticize. You, Neptune, the esteemed ruler of a nation. How could you have failed to capture a mere criminal for an entire decade? Is this incompetence or sheer inability? She shot a pointed look at the four Neptunes. In that case, how does this place differ from a prison for Shirahoshi? I dare say it is even worse than a prison, added Kaji. At this, the expressions of the four Neptunes turned crimson with embarrassment. Once again, they were being likened to a prison. Yet this time, no one dared to refute. Their faces were flushed, filled with resentment. Did they not realize that this place was, to Shirahoshi, indeed a prison, perhaps even less than that? But what could be done? Well then, wouldn't it be splendid if we could just eliminate that 9th-generation fellow? At this moment, Cam, with a facade of innocence, suggested. Yet within, he was cackling with glee. A connection? Wasn't this simply a matter of course? Sharkstar shook his head with a bitter smile. That Daikin 9th generation is incredibly powerful. We are no match for him. Your Majesty, the Emperor, and the Crash Star echoed in agreement. Indeed, stop. Enough of your prattling. Cam interjected, waving his hands dismissively, then asked, just tell me, how much will you pay me for taking care of him? Neptune was taken aback by this inquiry, and even Shirahoshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly so nonchalant about dealing with such a formidable adversary? All of it, Neptune declared, as long as you can eliminate that scoundrel. All the treasures of this palace shall be yours. Neptune even altered his address to Cam. Wait a moment, Cam replied with a smile. Striding forward, he then slipped into a secluded corner, retrieving a din-din mushi to call Admiral Kizaru. Kizu, do you have a job for me? What's the bounty? 30 million berries. 3 minutes later, when Cam appeared before everyone dragging the lifeless body of Vander Decken 9, he grinned widely. Your Majesty Neptune. It is time for your payment. How is this possible? The 4 Neptunes stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers, unable to fathom the reality before them. Incredible. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Cam, her heart racing with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Straw Hat crew, true to the original narrative, were primarily rescued by Cammy and taken to the Fishman CAF to recuperate. Subsequently, Caribou also made his customary appearance aboard the Straw Hat ship. He had initially been trapped in a barrel but had escaped and was now on a rampage, capturing mermaids. There were differences as well. For Mekalo, saved by Cam, meant that Zoro had not been invited to the palace for drinks. Moreover, due to the absence of Kurakan's attack, the Straw Hat ship suffered minimal damage and docked at a harbor bustling with pirates. Notably, this location was conveniently adjacent to a dessert processing factory. At the Fishman CAF, in the girls' dormitory, Luffy coughed, groggily surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Turning around, he immediately spotted a familiar figure, Cammy. Joy surged within him as he finally awoke. Beside him, Chopper, who was caring for Luffy, was teary-eyed, affectionately rubbing Luffy's head. Chopper, you're hurting me. Luffy attempted to free himself from Chopper's grasp, but Chopper stubbornly held on. How do you feel? At that moment, Usopp entered and inquired. We woke up half a day ago. But you were knocked unconscious for an entire day by that guy Cam. Luffy, feeling the pain coursing through his body, suddenly recalled the events of the previous day. It's fine. Just eat more meat, and I'll be okay. That's the best. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Usopp, Chopper, and Cammy departed, leaving only Luffy and Sanji. Sanji? Luffy was momentarily confused. After all, they were on Fishman Island. Wasn't Sanji supposed to be the one who adored mermaids? Why wasn't he with Usopp? Luffy. Sanji lit a cigarette and asked, May I inquire about some painful memories? What is it? Sanji asked solemnly. Did you encounter any other pirates while rescuing your brother? Luffy's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. He tried to steer clear of the memories of Ace, instead recalling the many companions he met and impelled down, and smiled broadly. Let me tell you. Sanji, I ran into Buggy, that guy with the red nose, and that guy with the candles, and Little Phone. There were so many pirates. Oh, and I also encountered that scoundrel Crocodile. Sanji inquired. Where did they all go in the end? Of course, they went off to find their own crewmates. Luffy tilted his head in question. What's wrong? Nothing, Sanji replied before exiting the room. Lighting another cigarette, he lit a second one that the perspective shifted back to Cam. The banquet had been thoroughly dealt with. The very first thing Shirahoshi wished for her newfound freedom was to pay homage to her mother. The 3 princes, claiming to convey messages for Jinbei, refrained from intruding, while Cam, unabashedly, with brazen audacity, chose to accompany Shirahoshi to You're a Navy officer, right? Have you ever seen the sun? Do stars really rise in the sky at night? Have you been to a place called a forest, filled with greenery? Along the way, Shirahoshi posed a series of questions, akin to those a curious child might ask. That I'm not a Navy officer, but I am pursuing a pirate. Cam responded that I have seen the sun. It is always visible on land, though, but not when it rains or on overcast days. Every night, the stars rise in the sky, twinkling beautifully, but again, not when it rains or is overcast. That I've been to a forest. But this world is not only green forests but also golden and red ones. Cam replied with unflagging enthusiasm. A golden forest. Shirahoshi's eyes sparkled with wonder. In the future, I'll take you to see it. All right? Cam proposed. Shirahoshi nodded vigorously. I see no issue. I simply adore Lord Cam. Upon hearing this, Cam couldn't help but smile broadly. Kik, and then quickly covered his mouth. Damn it. How did I accidentally laugh? Shirahoshi looked puzzled, thinking to herself how strange that laughter sounded. She then mimicked a smile. Kik. Upon hearing this, Cam was momentarily stunned. He then covered his face. Oh no, I've corrupted her. By the way, what pirate is Lord Cam after? Suddenly, Shirahoshi inquired. Cam, without hesitation, pulled out the bounty notice for Monkey D. Luffy. Here, it's this pirate. He then added furiously, this is the scoundrel who injured my wife and the child in her womb. At this revelation, Shirahoshi was taken aback, a hint of resentment in her voice as she asked, does Lord Cam already have a wife? Cam naturally noticed a flicker of resentment in Bai Xing's gaze. He innocently shrugged and said, I was born into a royal family. It is my duty to expand our lineage. Furthermore, I am not limited to just one wife. Cam's words were not mere fabrications. Not only was he the legitimate heir of a celestial dragon family, a status even more exalted than that of an emperor, but he also purchased the kingdom of Lulan for a staggering sum of 100 billion berries just a year ago. Now, he is the rightful king of the kingdom of Lulan, a veritable sovereign. Is that so? Bai Xing's resentment immediately dissipated. Having been born into a royal family herself, she understood the nuances involved, were it not for her father's profound love for her mother, and his shortcomings in other aspects. She too would likely have ended up with a stepmother and half-siblings. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, the two soon arrived at the sea forest, reaching the tomb of Princess Iji. Cam had anticipated encountering the sea knight Jinbei, but regrettably, he did not. After Bai Xing completed her tribute, Cam escorted her back to the Dragon Palace and returned to the inn. He had not forgotten his purpose for being there. To vent his frustration, Luffy. Yet, due to Luffy's invincible buffs, he found himself unable to confront him. The next film installment would be the Zark, where he would face Admiral Zed. And although the Admiral was aging, he should not be someone that the freshly emerged Luffy from Fishman Island could defeat. According to the system, Luffy had also activated buffs. Cam pondered the details of the future, lost in thought. Moreover, with Doflamingo absent from the film, it implied that Luffy had managed to defeat him solely through sheer strength. Overcoming Doflamingo was a watershed moment. Having gained that experience, Luffy would only grow stronger. I must eliminate Luffy before Dressrosa. Thus, my primary task now is to deplete Luffy's fortune as the system instructed. Victory will surely be mine. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Cam was struck by a revelation. Being unable to eliminate Luffy did not equate to being unable to harm him. With this thought, he sprang to his feet. Jiaji. Boss, I am here, Jiaji called from outside the room. You must pursue Luffy immediately. No need to exert full force. Just ensure he cannot sleep or eat. But where is he? Near the mermaid Saf. Understood. Jiaji saluted. It is worth noting that Fishman Island, the Dragon Palace Kingdom, is quite unique. It is a member of the world government, yet shrouded by pirates, preventing the Navy from deploying forces en masse to the island. This maintains a balance orchestrated by the world government, a balance that even Cam cannot disrupt. Shortly after Jiaji departed, Ming Ge approached Cam and asked, "Could you assist me with a favor?" "What favor?" Ming Ge replied. "As I mentioned before, our family was one of those who provided consent to Princess Iji. Therefore, I hope the Fishman tribe can live on land as she wished. You seem to hold that princess in high regard." Cam furrowed his brows. "Not at all. It is merely my ancestors' desire for the Fishman tribe to thrive on land." Ming Ge explained, "Isn't that straightforward?" "Straightforward?" Cam raised an eyebrow. "A marriage alliance would suffice." Ming Ge found it amusing. A marriage alliance? No one within the tribe would be willing to engage with Fishmen. Just as she was about to stifle her laughter, she was met with Cam's confident grin as he pointed to himself. "But, don't you have a betrothal to Vivi?" Ming Ge couldn't help but ask. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Cam replied proudly, "I am quite the lecher." Ming Ge was momentarily speechless. It seemed that indeed, he had a point. Dismissing Ming Ge, Cam summoned the system. "System, exchange for that martial arts technique." Ding. Yin Yang Dragon and Phoenix Creation Technique. Pirate version price 2.5 million experience points. Exchange successful. Keek. Cam had been hoarding experience points for nearly a year for this very purpose. His intent was simple. The pirate world is not a realm of high combat. The The pairing of his system with this fantastical technique would yield significant results. Moreover, it would enhance the combat abilities of the women in his life. Although Cam, as a man, preferred not to have them engage in battles, boosting their strength was always beneficial. Monet. Cam joyfully called for Monet. Shortly thereafter, hiss, after only a brief period of cultivation, Monet gasped in astonishment. Content omitted. A mysterious and profound energy pervaded her entire being. This energy was peculiar. Upon absorption, she felt herself growing stronger. Not only was her control over her fruit ability maturing, but there seemed to be an emerging trend of burgeoning power. As a former member of the Don Quixote family, she understood precisely what this was, the nascent form of hockey. Husband, what on earth is happening? Why have I suddenly become stronger? Dividing the lines of color. Keek. It seems I do have an eye for talent. I haven't rushed to enhance my own strength. The following day, Cam's observation hockey was just a step away from reaching the intermediate level. A few more attempts, and he would soon be a formidable warrior with both types of hockey at the intermediate level. Cam's gaze sharpened as he looked at Monet on the bed. Right, system, what is Monet's situation? At that moment, Monet was meditating, seemingly still unable to recover from her earlier experience. Returning to host, the women you cultivate with are all defaulted to the introductory level of the technique. The system explained. Essentially, this meant they needed time to consolidate their newfound strength. At the same time, in a certain outskirts of Fishman Island, atop a reef, 3 mermaids of different hues lounged on the riverbank, frolicking in the water. Have you heard? It seems many mermaids have gone missing these past couple of days. The blue mermaid suddenly remarked. What is so strange about that? The orange mermaid shook her head with a wry smile. It's likely those humans who landed on the island. Wait, that's not right, the pink mermaid exclaimed. No humans have landed on the island for nearly a month. Little Pink, you're behind on the news. The blue mermaid who initiated the topic explained. Just a few days ago, 2 groups of humans entered Fishman Island. I suspect those mermaid traffickers are among them. The pink mermaid gasped. Then aren't we in danger? This is the outskirts. It shouldn't be that unfortunate, right? The blue mermaid frowned, pondering for a moment, feeling it was not a grave matter. However, unable to quell the fears of the other 2 mermaids, she ultimately relented and decided to return home with Little Orange and Little Pink. Yet, just at that moment, a marshland surged like a flood, engulfing the young mermaids without warning. I've caught 3 mermaids. Caliboo exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Thanks to the straw hats, he was able to enter Fishman Island without an immigration check, allowing him to hunt high-grade mermaids to his heart's content. This place is truly a treasure trove. Who are you to dare capture mermaids? At that moment, a passing blue mermaid spotted Caliboo. She pointed angrily and shouted. Then, with a swift flick of her fin, she darted towards the mermaids trapped in the mire, intent on rescuing them. But Caliboo remained unfazed. I am Caliboo of the Straw Hat crew. With that, he extended his hand, and the mire swirled like a vortex, instantly swallowing the audacious blue mermaid. Another mermaid in his grasp meant another 70 million berries in his account. Not only did the Straw Hats bring me in, but they can also take the blame. Truly good people. Laughing, he watched as the mire that consumed the mermaid solidified into a humanoid shape. Then striding forward with a bag designated for kidnappings, he sought his next target, pirate. Mermaid trafficker, please don't discover me. At that moment, no one noticed the purple mermaid hiding beneath the reef, desperately covering her mouth in fear of being discovered. After a considerable time had passed, the purple mermaid assured herself of her safety before departing, making her way immediately to the nearest soldier's lookout point. 2 days later, in Dragon Palace City, the atmosphere was vibrant and festooned with lights. Bustling with excitement, today marked a momentous occasion for the royal family of Dragon Palace and indeed for the entire Dragon Palace kingdom. Just recently, the mermaid princess had finally escaped from the confines of the hard shell tower. This news had only been announced by Neptune the previous night. Such a fortuitous event certainly warranted a grand celebration. The Princess White Star would no longer be confined to that dilapidated dwelling. That was no mere house. It was a prison. Yet, she would still have to reside there for some time, as currently, there were no accommodations within Dragon Palace capable of housing her stature, and repairs were still underway. I find myself curious as to who among them managed to defeat that scoundrel, Vanderdecken 9, that I heard it took less than 3 minutes. The ministers engaged in fervent discussion, their gazes involuntarily shifting towards the jade main table of the feast. At that moment, Aside from the royal family and the ministers flanking them, for human faces were also present at the main table. It was none other than Cam and his companions. How peculiar. Where could Princess White Star be? Just then, the left minister suddenly inquired. White Star is too large in stature. She is dining alone in the hard shell tower. Shark Star fabricated an excuse, for he could not reveal that White Star was too afraid to show herself. Ah, I see. The ministers nodded in understanding, acknowledging that White Star's unique physique since childhood made this situation unsurprising to Mr. Cam. Do you know Jean Bei? Neptune, noticing Cam's unwavering gaze fixated on Jean Bei in the corner, asked with a hint of concern. Cam withdrew his gaze from Jean Bei and replied, I do not know him. I have merely heard of him. Do not worry, King Neptune. While we are indeed naval officers, we are currently on leave and harbor no intentions regarding Jean Bei. Cam added, eager to prevent any misunderstanding. I see. Upon hearing this, Neptune felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely believed that these 4 naval officers had their sights set on Jean Bei, and he had coincidentally summoned Jean Bei to the feast. How awkward that would have been. Oh, speaking of Jean Bei, I almost forgot, Shark Star exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Left Minister, do you know where the Straw Hat crew is on the island? Jean Bei asked me to deliver a message to them. The Straw Hat crew. Without waiting for the left minister's response, Monet immediately grew anxious. She had not forgotten that their purpose for coming here was to find Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat crew. Is that so? Neptune, astute as ever, quickly sensed Monet's unease. Could it be that your goal is the Straw Hat crew? To be honest with you, King Neptune, my purpose here is indeed the Straw Hat crew. Cam stated, his voice strained as he suppressed his anger. I see. Sharkstar found himself at a loss for words. It seemed as though Cam had a deep-seated grudge against the Straw Hat crew. Perhaps mentioning this was not the best idea. Do not feel pressured. Prince Sharkstar, let us each voice our own concerns. Cam quickly interjected, adopting a facade of magnanimity, while inwardly, he cursed under his breath. Earlier, he had been puzzled as to why, after 3 days, the Straw Hat crew had not yet been captured. It appeared that Sharkstar had completely forgotten about this matter. The original plot had Sharkstar ordering the pursuit of Luffy. Then, Sharkstar, seeing that Cam had spoken, pressed on to inquire further about the specific whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to report, Neptune. How irritating. Why is there an urgent report at such a fine banquet? Neptune's expression darkened. Speak. The soldier, with a booming voice, announced, Report. The Straw Hat crew is suspected of capturing a large number of mermaids. The entire banquet hall fell silent. What? Jean Bei, who had been dining in the corner, immediately flipped the table in protest. He quickly approached Neptune, turning to the soldier beside him, and exclaimed, That is impossible. The Straw Hat crew could never capture mermaids. Jean Bei, cease. Neptune intervened, thinking that Jean Bei was being rather rude. What do you mean by suspected? Sharkstar inquired, having identified the crux of the issue. Your Highness, we are aware of the specific members of the Straw Hat crew. However, eyewitnesses claim that it was a mud monster who was responsible for the abductions. A mud monster? Jean Bei's fury ignited. Nonsense. The Straw Hat crew has no such creature among them. The soldier, equally frustrated, shouted back, but witnesses stated that the mud monster claimed to be part of the Straw Hat crew. Moreover, there are reports indicating that the mud monster was seen fleeing from the Straw Hat ship. Additionally, there are rumors on land that the Straw Hat crew has been recruiting numerous pirate members. Absurd. There is no concrete evidence. At most, it is merely a suspicion, Jean Bei argued vehemently. That is precisely why I initially said suspected. The soldier retorted, I see. Jean Bei, please refrain from interrupting. Let him finish, Neptune instructed. Jean Bei stepped back, and the soldier nodded. Continuing, the situation is as follows. Thus, the soldier recounted the events from beginning to end. Upon hearing the account, the attendees were taken aback. Over the past month, there had been no other humans entering Fishman Island. Only the Straw Hat crew and the 4 humans presently dining. It was evident who the mermaid traffickers were. Let us apprehend the Straw Hat crew first, Neptune decisively declared. But, Your Majesty, Jean Bei attempted to interject. Jean Bei, I understand your admiration for the Straw Hat crew, Neptune interjected, raising a hand. I too do not believe that the Straw Hat crew would engage in such heinous acts. However, we must confront them directly to clear their names. Very well, but, Jean Bei acquiesced, casting a glance toward Cam and his companions. He had just heard that these naval officers were pursuing the Straw Hat crew. Cam, aware of Jinbei's apprehensions, reassured him, "Let us each voice our own concerns. I would never take advantage of another's misfortune." What a joke. If he had the chance to take advantage of someone, he certainly would. Yet, the critical factor was that Luffy's invincible buff had yet to be exhausted. He could not eliminate him. For now, remaining on Fishman Island was merely a means to strip Luffy of his fortune according to the system's guidance. With Cam's assurance, Jinbei ceased to intervene. Shortly thereafter, soldiers were dispatched to the Fishman CAF. Meanwhile, Jinbei worried that the Straw Hat crew might misunderstand the situation and resort to violence against the soldiers, prompting him to head to the Fishman CAF as well. At the Fishman CAF, chaos erupted. "What? We are trafficking mermaids." The members of the Straw Hat crew stared wide-eyed, their faces a picture of disbelief. Nami trembled slightly. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding, since our crew gathered. We have been holed up in the Fishman CAF, going nowhere." Usopp, filled with indignation, declared, "We have been relentlessly pursued by a lecherous naval officer for days. How could we possibly find time to traffic mermaids?" The soldiers, uninterested in the Straw Hat crew's explanations, glared fiercely. "Do not pretend to be ignorant. An eyewitness saw your crew abducting mermaids and explicitly stated that you are the Straw Hat crew." As they spoke, they prepared to take action and forcibly suppress them. "How outrageous!" Luffy shouted, swinging his fist as if it were a sandbag. "Cammy is our friend. How could we ever traffic someone of her kind?" He aimed to strike the soldier's head, but with a resounding thud, a pair of large hands intercepted him. "Who?" Luffy, initially furious, looked up to see a familiar face and gasped, "Jinbei." The soldiers were taken aback. "Captain Jinbei? 7 warlords." The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew regarded Jinbei with caution, fearing he had come to apprehend them. "I am no longer a 7 warlord." Jinbei chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Then adopting a serious demeanor, "Luffy, and all members of the Straw Hat crew, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." "Waiting for us?" The members of the Straw Hat crew were taken aback. Pondering silently, "Do we know you?" "Everyone. This is Jinbei," Luffy eagerly introduced. "During the Marineford War, it was he." As Luffy recounted the story, the crew nodded frequently, realizing that Luffy had this connection with the former warlord of the sea. It was evident that he was not here to capture them. After some conversation, they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Luffy during that time." "It's nothing," Jinbei replied at that moment. The soldiers, observing Jinbei's camaraderie with the Straw Hats, began to show signs of displeasure. "Jinbei, please do not obstruct official business." As they spoke, they appeared ready to take action. Jinbei raised his hand to halt the soldiers. "Wait. I am here to resolve this matter." He then turned to the Straw Hat crew and recounted the events in detail. "What mud monster?" Luffy looked completely bewildered, asserting that there was no such creature in his pirate crew. "Don't play dumb." One soldier retorted, "I heard that fish dealer say it was one of your crew." That moment, a purple mermaid, filled with resentment, pointed at the Straw Hats, exclaiming, "Moreover, I saw that mud monster disembarking from your ship." "How despicable! Pirates are the worst." "What did you say?" The latter part of the purple mermaid's statement was faint, yet Luffy caught it. "Damn it, it's one thing to slander me, but to tarnish my profession as well." Furious, he lifted a fist the size of a sandbag and swung it toward the mermaid's head. "Help me, help me! He wants to kill me!" the purple mermaid cried, cowering behind the soldiers. Bang! A fist, like a sandbag, came crashing down toward Luffy. "Luffy, stop messing around." Nami retracted her fist, casting an apologetic glance at Jinbei and the others. "Jinbei, and this mermaid, I believe you are truly mistaken. Luffy has a poor memory and has forgotten about the mud monster. The rest of us remember clearly. That mud monster is named Caribou, and he was an assailant we encountered on our way to Fishman Island. He merely tagged along with us to Fishman Island. The Straw Hat pirates have no connection with him. As for his false claims of being part of our crew, it is evident he is attempting to frame us." Usopp added, "Our Straw Hat pirates are notorious, and the number of our members is well documented. A little investigation would clarify that mud monster is certainly not one of us." At that moment, a soldier, displeased, scoffed. "According to our information, just a few days ago, the Straw Hat crew publicly recruited pirate members on Sabaody Archipelago. That mud monster might have joined you then." "You were talking nonsense," the Straw Hats protested, asserting that the soldier was fabricating lies. "During our time at Sabaody Archipelago, the Navy was everywhere trying to capture us. We were forced to hide on Island No. 3. It was difficult to move freely. let alone publicly recruit members. Are you implying that we are so naive as to believe there are no eyes on us from the surface world in the Ryugu kingdom? As the soldier spoke, he produced a photograph, pointing at it. This is your evidence of publicly recruiting pirate members. The Straw Hats looked and were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this a fake Straw Hat crew? Everyone felt a wave of frustration wash over them. How could so many fools mistake such an obvious fake for the real deal? Nami shouted, pointing at the photo. A fake. The soldier sneered. You have been absent for 2 years. And upon your return, fake pirates appeared just in time to recruit members. What a coincidence. We, the Straw Hats, were momentarily speechless. It truly was an uncanny coincidence. Why did that fake Luffy choose to flaunt himself just 2 years later? This, Chopper suddenly exclaimed. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, when did you recruit other partners? Just then, Chopper snatched the photograph, exclaiming in disbelief. The Straw Hats. Everyone face-palmed. All right, we have one fool among us. The soldier coldly chuckled. It seems your pet does not lie after all. He had already decided in his mind. The Straw Hat crew was indeed the nefarious pirates who abducted mermaids, mermaid traffickers. Even their pet admitted it. Raising his trident, he declared fiercely, Straw Hat crew, you have captured numerous mermaids. And by the orders of the Great Knight, I will apprehend you. He attempted to take action against the Straw Hats, but with a clang, he was stopped again. The soldier glared menacingly at the individual who intervened. Jinbei, I call you boss because you are my senior, but if you continue to shield these criminals, I won't hold back. Jinbei covered his face. You think you can act tough? You will die the moment you try to lay a hand on me. Just as he was about to speak, Robin interjected first. In a calm, yet serious tone, Robin asked, Excuse me, soldier, where do you intend to take us? The soldier replied, To the Royal Palace Prison. Of course, Robin continued. And if, during this time, we can prove that Caribou is not one of us, what will happen then? The soldier responded, If it is indeed a misunderstanding, our Ryugu kingdom will sincerely apologize to you all. Robin nodded. Very well. She then gestured for the soldiers to take them away. Robin, you. The others were puzzled. What was Robin up to? While they too wished to prove their innocence, there was no need to be captured. The Ryugu prison was located within Ryugu Castle, and even the Navy could not enter at will. Robin quietly whispered to the Straw Hat crew, Right. Excluding Luffy and Chopper, the rest of the Straw Hats' eyes lit up, suddenly grasping Robin's intention. In recent days, they had been relentlessly pursued by a navy, including Kazuru, forced to hide in the Fishman CF, relying on Kami, the shopkeeper, for cover. Sanji nodded. This is indeed a good idea. Even if we are discovered in the end, it won't implicate Kami. Brooke and Frankie also agreed. With our strength, they cannot hold us captive. Zoro nodded as well. As long as there's alcohol, it doesn't matter where we are. The Straw Hats. A moment of silence ensued. Who would let you drink in prison? Nami, feeling a bit anxious, remarked, But what about the Sunny when we leave? It wasn't that Nami was scared. She needed to consider what would happen when they left Fishman Island. Frankie shook his head. No need to worry about that. The person responsible for taking care of the Sunny is my master's brother. He will safeguard the Sunny properly. No shipwright would allow a precious ship like the Sunny to come to harm. Nami nodded, feeling relieved. To this, Luffy had no objections. Even he, in his ignorance, understood that his crew had been framed by the mud monster. He did not want to bear the label of abducting mermaids. Not to mention, if Kami found out and misunderstood, how would they face her? At that moment, Usopp hesitated, eventually lowering his head, looking uncomfortable, and said, I have a sickness that I will die in prison, and I. The Straw Hats. Get lost. At the back door of the Fishman CAF, in Madame Charlie's fortune-telling room. Kami, the shopkeeper, Madame Charlie, looked anxiously at the Straw Hats being taken away and asked, Do you really believe the Straw Hats are not mermaid traffickers? Of course not. Kami shook her head, smiling brightly. 2 years ago, they saved me from the celestial dragons. How could such people possibly be mermaid traffickers? That makes sense. Madame Charlie nodded slightly. By the way, Kami, thank you for your hard work these days. You can have a day off. Kami's heart leapt with joy. Thank you, Madame Charlie. After expressing her gratitude, she left reluctantly. Once Kami departed, Madame Charlie's expression grew serious. Just as Kami had said, the Straw Hats dared to face the consequences of attacking the celestial dragons to rescue her. How could such a person be a despicable mermaid trafficker? Yet, as a fortune teller, She invariably senses an ominous presence in the vicinity of the Straw Hat crew. Should she trust the Straw Hat gang or her own instincts? As she pondered, Madame Shaylee's gaze flitted and inadvertently landed on the long and used divination ball. Perhaps the essence of divination lies in this very moment in Dragon Palace. The banquet was drawing to a close. Just moments ago, a soldier had come to report that the entire Straw Hat crew had been captured and was en route to Dragon Palace prison. Lord Calm, Jaji whispered, shouldn't we take this opportunity to eliminate the Straw Hat boy? Monet also leaned in, echoing the inquiry. She was beginning to struggle to comprehend Calm's strategy, that King Luffy had brutally defeated his new sister, Yura, leaving her with a gaping wound. How could Calm not pursue revenge after the husband had relentlessly chased him down? Alas, Calm sighed. It wasn't that he refrained from taking lethal action. It was simply that King Luffy currently possessed an invincible buff. His followers were no match for him. Should they engage in a direct confrontation, it was highly likely that his crew would perish. Calm was utterly convinced of this. Could it be that his previous words had incited Luffy, momentarily dispelling that state of invincibility, leading to his own demise? For now, they had no choice but to adhere to the script. In a matter of days, Luffy would face Zephyr in battle, subsequently exhausting his invincible buff. At that moment, Luffy would meet his end. Contemplating this, Calm posed a question to Jaji. Do you still recall the encirclement of Wald? Jaji's expression faltered as he admitted, I do not remember. The yellow ape had claimed that he was sent flying by Luffy's punch. However, that was not the case. Calm reflected for a moment before continuing. In truth, I had subdued him for quite some time, only to be suddenly overturned. I cannot divulge too much, but you must understand that Luffy's fruit is exceptionally unique. When the user faces a life and death crisis, they will leap forth to protect their master, unleashing an astonishing amount of power. The reason for your memory loss is likely due to that very existence having altered your recollections. Boom! At these words, Jaji felt as if thunder had erupted in his ears. His expression shifted dramatically. Memory alteration. He had suspected for months that he and his companions had experienced tampering with their memories. However, after receiving the yellow ape's assurances, that suspicion had been laid to rest. Now, with Calm's renewed mention, it was clear that they had indeed been subjected to some form of memory manipulation. An entity capable of stealthily altering memories without the yellow ape's notice must possess formidable strength. Jaji slightly bowed, saying, I understand, Lord Calm. Calm, he then addressed Monet, I do not consider myself a good person. However, anyone who dares to harm my woman shall face my wrath. I understand. Monet nodded. Calm returned the nod. Since they could not kill King Luffy for the time being, the best outcome would certainly be to imprison him. He did not wish for Luffy to emerge as a hero when Hody launched an attack. That it was well known that the Straw Hat crew had been wrongfully accused of abducting mermaids. Should they prove their innocence and acquire a heroic title thereafter, it would be intolerable. After all, the Straw Hat crew was notorious for meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Meanwhile, on the road to the royal prison. Hiss! What a delightful aroma! Luffy halted in his tracks, inhaling deeply. It was the scent of delicious food. Instantly elated, he glanced at the soldiers leading the way and then at Zoro and Nami. Calculating in his mind, with just one less person, they surely wouldn't notice my absence. Surely, they wouldn't. With that thought, he stealthily veered away from the main group at a corner, following the tantalizing scent of food. Eventually, he came to a halt before a massive black structure. Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Huh, why are there so many weapons stuck here? Not giving it much thought, he proceeded inside. The mouth-watering aroma wafted from within. Inside the hard-shell tower, the interior was dimly lit. Without turning on the lights, it was impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Luffy was groping around in the dark for food, when suddenly something blocked his path. Huh, what is this sensation? Curiosity piqued. He crouched down to feel the ground beneath him, exclaiming, such a soft surface. He then leapt high into the air. How fun! This is so enjoyable, Shirahoshi. Trembling with fear, she thought to herself, a human. A human is on my belly, pinching and jumping about. A villain. He must be a villain. He is surely here to take my life. Shirahoshi scolded inwardly, yet dared not utter a sound, holding her breath tightly. Suddenly, Shirahoshi cried out, grabbing Luffy, who was trying to get closer. She hurled him harshly to the ground. Then, puffing her cheeks, she shouted, help. Meanwhile, In the banquet hall, the its futile, absolutely futile. Neptune was on the verge of exploding with fury. In such a short distance, the captain of the Straw Hat crew had vanished, fleeing in guilt. Why were his Dragon Palace soldiers so utterly inept? Fear not, your majesty, the left minister consoled, glancing at the Straw Hat members with a mocking smile. It seems your captain has fled in fear of punishment, abandoning you all. Nonsense. Chopper, with tears streaming down his face, asserted with unwavering determination, Luffy would never abandon us. Yet, anxiety gnawed at his heart. They had promised to endure imprisonment together. Where could Luffy have gone? The other members of the Straw Hat crew remained remarkably composed. Would their captain truly abandon his comrades? Unless the sun rose from the west, without a doubt, he had likely slipped away upon catching a whiff of food. This was not the first time such a thing had occurred. However, the timing of this incident was indeed poor, easily leading to misunderstandings. This catfish minister, Robin remarked, raising an eyebrow, the captain's absence does not seem to hinder your ability to prove our innocence. The left minister's expression darkened. You pirates still wish to argue. He had already concluded that the Straw Hat crew were mermaid traffickers. How could he possibly regard them kindly? As he spoke, he made to slap Robin twice, smack. However, Robin countered with a powerful strike. Deserved, simultaneously, Frankie ready to cannon. If you are to be this unreasonable, then we shall embrace the role of the unjust villain. What of it? Exactly, Sanji chimed in, seething with indignation. How dare they attempt to strike Robin? Brooke's expression turned cold. If a fight is what you seek, we shall gladly oblige. Zoro, biting the edge of his sword, remarked, at worst, we can seize this Dragon Palace and not worry about being pursued by the Navy. Usopp and Nami also brandished their weapons, resolute in their stance. They had done nothing to abduct mermaids. The reason they ended up in prison was merely to evade the Navy's pursuit and prevent Kimmy from being implicated, a twofold benefit. However, that did not mean they would allow themselves to be bullied. Haha, the left minister continued to sneer. Indeed, you are the vicious mermaid traffickers. Your true nature is now revealed. Your Majesty Neptune, this must be a misunderstanding. Jinbei scratched his head, his expression grim. How had things gone awry so quickly? He had planned to return and personally vouch for the Straw Hat crew's innocence. But now, Luffy had vanished, fleeing in guilt. Ah, just then, a distant scream pierced the air, followed by a loud wail. Hiss! Upon hearing the scream, the faces of those in the banquet hall changed dramatically. Not good. Princess Shirahoshi is in danger. Without a second thought, they dashed towards the hard-shell tower. Could it be that Luffy was causing trouble over there? After a moment of contemplation, the Straw Hat crew also followed the crowd. Although the left minister had oppressed them moments ago, Neptune, as king, had not taken a stance. They certainly did not wish for Luffy to create further chaos. Hiss! In a corner, Calm was equally bewildered. Could it be such a coincidence? In the original narrative, Luffy had inadvertently wandered into the hard-shell tower while invited to the banquet, subsequently establishing a connection with Shirahoshi. This time, he was not invited but was being escorted. Was he destined to entangle with Shirahoshi again? Was this fate? Kim felt a sense of unease in his heart and spoke up. Let us go and take a look. The banquet hall was not far from the hard-shelled tower, and soon the group marched forth to tea that moment. They saw White Star sobbing uncontrollably, clinging desperately to a figure wearing a straw hat. Then came the sound of relentless knocking. Alas, White Star, lacking the mastery of hockey for the time being, could inflict no harm upon Luffy. Hiss! At the sight of his daughter's fierce demeanor, Neptune was taken aback and exclaimed, White Star, what is the meaning of this? Ugh! White Star squinted her eyes, recognizing her father's presence. The fear within her dissipated like air escaping a deflated balloon. Then, with a choked sob, she flung away Luffy and began to cry once more. Wah! Father! Father! She pointed at Luffy. Quickly, seize him. He is a villain come to take my life? Indeed. Neptune turned to the source of the commotion and beheld Luffy, who was stuck in the ground oh, it is that Straw Hat brat. His anger surged. He had some understanding of the Straw Hat crew. Bolstered by Jinbei's opinions, he found it hard to believe that they were human traffickers. However, upon reflection, their lack of resistance when captured seemed to suggest that they had indeed come for White Star to abduct her. Before he could ponder further, White Star continued to wail. What? He-s, a pervert. He wants to violate me. Her cries grew louder. What? Neptune's face contorted in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. What? The ministers who had accompanied him were equally wide-eyed in astonishment. What had White Star just said? This straw hat brat intended to assault her. In an instant, an indescribable fury surged forth like a tidal wave. After all, White Star was the princess of the Ryugu kingdom. She represented an entire nation. For the princess to be assaulted and bullied was a humiliation to the entire kingdom. As ministers of Ryugu, how could they tolerate such an affront? That vile straw hat brat. The minister's eyes burned red with rage, their teeth gritted in fury, eager to pounce upon Luffy and rend him to pieces. Yet, they refrained from acting, for Neptune was present, and such matters were not for them to decide. Neptune, your majesty. At that moment, one of the left ministers spoke coldly. Please, uphold justice for the princess. Neptune snapped back to attention upon hearing this. Straw hat brat, his eyes widened in fury. You dare lay your hands upon my beloved daughter. He brandished his trident and commanded the soldiers. Seize him at once, your majesty Neptune. There must be some misunderstanding here. At a critical moment, Jinbei stepped forward, advocating for Luffy. He could not bring himself to believe that Luffy would seek to take White Star's life or violate her. After all, during the Amazon Lily incident, he had shown no interest in the many beautiful women there. How could he possibly harbor such intentions now? Surely, it could not be because White Star was larger. Indeed, the members of the Straw Hat crew stepped forward to argue their case. This is merely your daughter's word. Do you truly intend to tarnish Luffy's name based on that alone? Their faces were filled with indignation. They were certain that Luffy had no such intentions, for he was as innocent as a child. This was nothing short of slander. Luffy, Usopp hurriedly approached and pulled Luffy aside. You must clarify what you just did. We cannot be misunderstood any further. Yes. The Straw Hat crew nodded in agreement. They were inexplicably labeled as human traffickers, and though they felt aggrieved, they recognized their responsibility. As Caribou had come to Fishman Island on their ship, but now, to be falsely accused of wanting the princess's life and of harboring ill intentions towards her. This was utterly outrageous, Straw Hat brat. Neptune took a breath, his voice low and serious. Tell me honestly what transpired just now. That he was furious, but at this moment, he hoped it was merely a misunderstanding, that things were not as they appeared. Luffy quickly waved his hands that he too sensed that something was amiss and explained, I was just hungry and smelled food, so I sneaked in here. I absolutely had no intention of harming this crying girl. As he spoke, he gestured towards the large spread of food on the table. Neptune turned to White Star and inquired, did he truly not lay a hand on you? White Star nodded. He indeed did not harm me. However, before White Star could continue, Usopp, filled with indignation, exclaimed, is this how your fishmen slander others? We are clearly not human traffickers, yet you accuse us of being so. He raised his head in an arrogant manner, pointing at Neptune and angrily declaring, if you know what's good for you, bring forth delicious food and drink to atone for this mistake. At Usopp's brazen attitude, Neptune's expression softened, and he let out a long breath. He preferred this to be a misunderstanding. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Luffy, pinching his nose, continued, then I found myself in a chaotic place that it was bouncy and quite fun, and when I tried to move forward, this crying girl grabbed me and threw me to the ground. He adopted a victim's demeanor. Chaotic? Bouncy. Hiss. Neptune's pupils constricted, and he turned to White Star, seeking confirmation. Wah? White Star, upon feeling the gaze upon her, sobbed, her tears bursting forth like a fire hydrant. Wah? Father, Gaia. At that moment, everyone was ready to explode with rage. White Star was crying so heart-wrenchingly, and coupled with what the Straw Hat brat had just said, there was no longer any doubt. That Straw Hat brat. Neptune was now utterly furious. Straw Hat brat, you shameless scoundrel. I shall tear you limb from limb. I shall castrate you and feed your brothers to the fish. The ministers echoed his sentiments, their eyes blazing red, baring their teeth in fury. Then, thud, 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 they marched forward, from the elderly fishmen to the young mermaids who had come for the banquet. All raised their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Luffy, what nonsense are you spouting? At the same time, Usopp panicked. He shook Luffy's shoulders vigorously. You were just joking, right? You must have been lying just now. Usopp. Luffy pushed Usopp away and chuckled. Isn't it you who enjoys telling tall tales? I am speaking the truth. He looked with astonishment at the vigilant fishman ministers and added, but what is the big deal? Even if I came to sneak a bite, I could simply pay you afterwards. Is it necessary to resort to violence? Boom. What? Sneak a bite, and then pay. What does he take Princess White Star for? Luffy spoke of food, but in this context, everyone interpreted it in an entirely different manner. Ah, this is truly intolerable. Seize him. Capture the Straw Hat Brat. Neptune raised his trident and commanded. Instantly, hundreds of fishmen from the hard-shelled tower sprang into action. Their intent was nothing short of terrifying. How despicable. You have gone too far. Seeing this, Luffy became incensed. He raised his massive fist. Gum. Gatling. Boom. In an instant, the advancing fishmen were sent tumbling, losing all combat effectiveness. Hiss. The left minister was left dumbfounded, then realized, no wonder he could abduct such a number of fishmen. Such strength, how infuriating. Allow this prince to have a word with you. Sharkstar's eyes blazed red as he raised his trident, charging at Luffy. Bang! Luffy unleashed another strike, sending Sharkstar flying, and shouted, You all have gone too far. Upon hearing this, everyone present gritted their teeth in rage. Too far? Is it not you, Straw Hat Brat, who has gone too far? Abducting a multitude of fishmen is not enough. You even set your sights on Princess White Star. Just then, White Star's pupils dilated in shock. At this moment, she realized that the villain attempting to assault her was none other than the pirate that Cam had come to capture, without a second thought. She glanced around the arena and was instantly elated to spot Cam in the corner. Lord Cam, the pirate you're after is right there. With that, she made a swift motion, grasping hold of Monkey D. Luffy da-da! Cam was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to observe the spectacle. Why was he being summoned into action? If Luffy activated his abilities prematurely, wouldn't he be in grave danger? However, upon reflection, he understood that Shirahoshi had no ulterior motives. She simply wished to assist him. Cam politely declined, stating, I have a commitment to Prince Fukaboshi and Jinbe. This matter shall not be interfered with for the time being. Though Cam had no intention of taking action, that did not imply that Luffy would remain idle. As Shirahoshi's words faded, Luffy immediately recognized Cam. It's you. What are you doing here? He glared at Cam, a fierce wrath emanating from him. After all, he was a celestial dragon. He was the one who sought to purchase Cammy, a fellow of his kind. How could such a scoundrel be treated as a guest in Fishman Island? What were these fishmen thinking? Turning to the throng of fishmen surrounding him, their faces twisted with malice. He bellowed, Are you not aware of his identity? They are villains. They are, slap. Ming Ge appeared in a flash, delivering a sharp blow. Luffy clutched his head and wailed, Ouch, that hurts. You, slap. Another resounding strike from Ming Ge silenced Luffy. In an instant, he ceased to speak. Goodness, this woman. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. The notorious Straw Hat, who had previously bested formidable foes, was now subdued by this woman's slap. No wonder she had managed to defeat the powerful Vander Deckkin 9. Even Cam was slightly taken aback, thinking that this woman had undoubtedly concealed her true strength. Subsequently, Ming Ge cast an apologetic glance towards Neptune. Cam and I have special identities. We must maintain discretion for the time being. I understand. Neptune nodded slightly. In fact, he had long suspected their elevated status as a vice admiral of the Navy. He had always treated this woman and Cam with utmost respect. That a moment's contemplation would reveal that their identities were undoubtedly of the highest nobility. Perhaps they were princes or princesses of a great nation. It sufficed for him to know that they were aiding his daughter in regaining her freedom. Cough, cough. At this juncture, Cam cleared his throat and stepped forward. Since he had already been recognized, he might as well stoke the flames. After all, he had intended to intervene precisely when Luffy was being condemned. You ask me why I am here? Cam replied with a smirk. Because I am a villain. Luffy was taken aback. Was he openly admitting it? The surrounding fishmen were equally astonished. Isn't Cam a member of the Navy? How has he become a villain? Irrespective of this, he was the benefactor of the princess. Even if Cam were a heinous criminal, the people of Fishman Island would protect him. Cam, unhurried, continued with a grin. I have heard that the captain of the flying pirate crew has persistently pursued Princess Shirahoshi for a decade. Such a devoted man, a resolution was imminent. But since I am a villain, I could not tolerate it. So I eliminated that captain. Furthermore, prior to my arrival, I snatched his food from the jaws of a giant octopus. I am indeed a villain. Therefore, I took his food. And also, I have encircled the entire Straw Hat crew of do-gooders. I nearly killed their captain. I even believe myself to be a wicked criminal. A Upon hearing Cam's declarations, the ministers suddenly enlightened. So, he is a pirate. When the Navy beats you down, you call them the villains. Yet, it seems there is some truth to that. At this moment, Cam's expression turned serious. But who are you? It is well known that the Straw Hat crew is notorious. They are all bounty criminals with a total bounty surpassing 700 million berries. To speak of recent events, you sought to venture out to sea again. And I have obstructed your nefarious intentions. How many Marines perished due to your actions in the Sabaody archipelago? Nonsense. The advantage lies with me. Discredit Luffy, distort the truth, easy enough. No, it is not mere distortion. Anyone who has truly experienced this world knows that the pirate battles depicted in One Piece are all filtered through a comic lens. Do pirates and Marines engage without casualties? How absurd. In the Marineford War, amidst a battle of thousands, only Whitebeard and Ace perished. One could deduce that such a circumstance is implausible. Luffy roared indignantly, declaring, I am a pirate. It is only natural for pirates to kill Marines. Very well. Let us consider it natural for pirates to slay Marines. Cam retorted with a stern expression. But why then do you resort to murder against ordinary people? Do not claim you have forgotten. Cam struggled against the urge to strike Luffy, recalling the incident days prior when the woman taken by your chef nearly lost her life due to your actions. Luffy fell silent. Realizing the gravity of his ignorance, he now understood that the woman possessing the scent of celestial dragons was merely an ordinary person. Most likely, she had been pregnant. How shocking it was to discover that the Straw Hat was so ruthless. Though pirates are fearsome, the majority only engage in robbery. Only a minuscule fraction would harm civilians. That was no wonder. Such cruel pirates must be fish traffickers. Why were such morally deficient pirates allowed into Fishman Island? What were the guards at the entrance doing? Fools. The Straw Hats entered through smuggling. The ministers gasped, their gazes towards Luffy shifting from anger to disdain. At this moment, facing the disdainful gazes of the crowd and their piercing words, Luffy felt a strange agitation in his chest. It was as if something that rightfully belonged to him was slowly dissipating. Silence. In an instant, Luffy howled towards the heavens, his expression contorted with fury. All of you. Shut up. Cam, however, pressed on relentlessly. Then you arrived on Fishman Island and began to capture mermaids en masse. Luffy gritted his teeth. I did not. Cam continued to assert. Now you wish to perpetrate wrongdoings against Princess Shirahoshi. Luffy, aflame with rage, retorted, I did not. Cam, you. Luffy clutched his head, howling in anguish. I did not. I did not. I have already said I did not. He broke free from Shirahoshi, and overwhelming aura of hostility surged forth. His body moving like a beast, charging directly at Cam. Luffy? The members of the Straw Hat crew looked on in utter disbelief. Somehow, in that moment, their captain seemed a stranger. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only for the unfamiliarity to vanish in the next instant. Surely it must have been an illusion. Simultaneously, A loud shout erupted as Gaji appeared before Cam, intercepting the charging Luffy, grasping him with ease, and then slamming him down like a cannonball. Straw Hat, do not overstep your bounds. With that, he twisted Luffy's head. Bang! 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 Luffy, in pain, clutched his head. Ouch! 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 Seeing who had intervened, Robin, Nami, and the others were filled with shock. What is this Marine doing here? How infuriating! Had we known that that lecherous Marine was present, we should never have come here. They had chosen to remain in prison to avoid the pursuit of this Vice Admiral of the Navy. At this moment, Neptune spoke solemnly. Vice Admiral Gaji, please stand down. We can resolve this matter ourselves. They are guests, and it is inappropriate for our own country's issues to be addressed by our guests. With that, he prepared to take action. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew adopted a stance of defiance, resulting in a tense standoff. Enough! Jinbe stepped in to halt Neptune. King Neptune, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. I vouch for my character that Luffy is absolutely not that kind of person. Furthermore, I boldly declare, even if the king himself were to intervene, he would not stand a chance against the Straw Hat crew. Am I not a match for them? Neptune's expression faltered, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. After all, he is a great knight. Jinbe turned to the Straw Hat crew. Are you willing to be temporarily detained for an investigation? The crew exchanged wary glances with Kaji, and upon seeing his disinterest, they spoke in unison. Those who are innocent have nothing to fear. Jinbe then addressed Neptune. I will guard them. I will not allow them to escape. I will personally accompany the prince to investigate the identity of that mud creature. The gravest matter at hand is indeed the issue of the mermaid traffickers. Once it is confirmed that the Straw Hat crew is not involved in such dealings, all contradictions will be resolved. As for the alleged misconduct toward Shirahoshi, as long as Neptune is not foolish, he will refrain from spreading such rumors. Moreover, Jinbei has no doubt that Luffy would never act inappropriately toward Shirahoshi. Luffy is simply a straightforward soul. However, Neptune's heart was genuinely filled with frustration. His daughter had nearly been compromised, and he could only swallow his anger. Yet, there was no other choice, since even Jinbei claimed he was not a match for the Straw Hats. He truly wasn't either. The dignity of a great knight must not be tarnished. Neptune forced a smile and declared, "Very well, let this matter be." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. Neptune inquired, "What is it?" "The Fishman Island is being destroyed." The soldier, terror-stricken, could hardly articulate his words. "Hurry, hurry, drive the Straw Hats out." Sharkstar stepped forward, patting the soldier on the shoulder. "Speak slowly. Tell us everything from the beginning." "Huff, huff," the soldier gasped for breath, finally managing to exclaim, "Report to King Neptune. Madame Shalilia has made another prophecy. The Straw Hat Boy will one day bring destruction to Fishman Island. Hurry, drive the Straw Hats out of Fishman Island." "What? D.B. I feel a bit unwell, although the book has been released. The quantity is simply insufficient. The total volume in the past 8 days has not surpassed 25, and it feels no different from when I was inside. Sigh. The validated data is clearly reliable. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can offer advice?" "What?" Boom. This statement struck like a bombshell, reverberating in everyone's ears. Madame Shalilia's prophecy has proven to be 100% accurate up to this point. King Neptune, the left minister, immediately knelt. His face filled with rage. "We cannot allow the Straw Hat Boy to live. He will surely bring about the destruction of Fishman Island." Clang. The right minister also kneeled, exclaiming, "For the sake of Fishman Island, we cannot let the Straw Hat Boy escape." Clang. Soon after, all the ministers present knelt, their voices booming. "For the sake of Fishman Island, for those mermaids who have been abducted, we must execute the Straw Hat Boy." Huff. Neptune sighed deeply. He had initially doubted that the Straw Hat crew would engage in mermaid trafficking, but with Madame Shalilia's prophecy, that trust dissipated entirely. They were foretold to bring about the destruction of Fishman Island. Trafficking mermaids was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Straw Hat Boy. He was about to take action when Jinbei once again intervened, uncertainly saying, "Your Majesty, could there be a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be?" Neptune pushed Jinbei aside, his voice chilling. "Jinbei, you are also a citizen of the Ryugu Kingdom that I hope you can consider the well-being of this nation." Jinbei's expression faltered, unsure of what to say. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "But Your Majesty, you are not a match for the Straw Hat crew." "Jinbei," Neptune's demeanor turned grave as he said, "some matters require us to recognize our limitations, yet there are things we must confront." Jinbei trembled, his voice dwindling. He too understood Madame Shalilia's reputation. Her prophecies were notoriously accurate. The notion of Luffy being the harbinger of Fishman Island's destruction was virtually undeniable. "Straw Hat Boy, I, your king, will stand as your opponent." Neptune bellowed, raising his trident and thrusting it towards Luffy's head. Clang. Luffy activated his haki, crossing his arms. "Damn it, what's wrong with these guys?" Luffy was infuriated, an instinct within him insisting that the Fishman tribe was a race to be absolutely trusted. Yet, what was happening now? "Straw Hat Boy, die." Neptune gripped his trident tightly and lunged at Luffy once more. "Tsk." Zoro noticed and stepped forward. He could see that Luffy seemed reluctant to engage in battle with the Fishman. But this was not the time for hesitance. "Luffy, allow me." One sword style. Aye. Hiss. Neptune's expression changed drastically. In that moment, he understood why Jinbei had said he was no match for the Straw Hat crew. Swish. With a flash of blade light, Neptune felt his massive body suddenly become weightless, as if he were flying through the air. Indeed, that was the reality. Hiss. Neptune King. Sharkstar howled. "Damn it. Everyone, charge, capture the Straw Hat Boy." Meanwhile, Shirahoshi looked at Cam with a pleading gaze. Cam. Facepalms, indicating that he could not afford to hold back any longer. However, this suited him perfectly. He relished the thought of kicking a man when he was down. "King Luffy, I will annihilate you." Cam swiftly advanced, unleashing the fury of the Minotaur, raining down blows upon Luffy's head. "Arg!" Luffy screamed. "Luffy, The Straw Hat crew rushed to save him, but as they approached within a 10-meter radius of Cam, their legs turned to jelly, immobilizing them. "Damn it," Usopp exclaimed. "What is wrong with this guy? Is he some sort of ability user?" Nami pondered for a moment and said, "Brook, hurry and save Luffy." It seemed that only Brook remained unaffected during their recent escape. Brook nodded. "Understood." Nami, "Sanji, you provide cover. Zoro, you break down the door. We need to escape quickly." Nami felt a surge of tears. What sort of calamity had they stumbled into? Not only were they being slandered, but now they were being pressured by prophecies. Kill, kill. We must not allow the Straw Hat boy to escape. Kill, kill. Upon learning that the Straw Hat crew was foretold to bring destruction to Fishman Island, everyone erupted in outrage. They brandished their weapons, swinging them towards the heads of the Straw Hats. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. Crash. Even Shirahoshi, usually prone to tears, regained her composure. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her massive hand towards the Straw Hat crew. Her enormous size granted her a natural advantage in offense. Each strike was spot on. With Cam leading the offense, the situation began to tilt in favor of the once weak Ryugu ministers. Of course, Cam was holding back. He genuinely feared that a careless move might unleash the invincible buff of King Luffy. If that happened, his own side would be doomed. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Usopp was on the brink of despair. "I told you we shouldn't have come to this prison." What a ridiculous idea. Robin, the others, their expressions were grave. That wasn't this a classic case of hindsight? Who could have predicted such a result before arriving? Yet, no one dared to voice a contradiction. For the facts were undeniable. "Zoro," Nami shouted, "haven't you broken down the door yet?" "One sword style." "Aye aye." Bang. The massive metal wall was unexpectedly cleaved in two. Zoro sheathed his sword. "Come on, hurry." "Ah, Zoro, you spatially challenged idiot," Usopp exclaimed, suddenly realizing, and shouted in anger. "The door is over there." They were all making a break for the main gate, but unexpectedly, Zoro found himself heading in the opposite direction, towards a broken wall. "Perfect," Robin exclaimed joyfully. "There's no one guarding that. Let us run." Upon hearing her words, the Straw Hat crew's eyes lit up in realization. They immediately changed course and headed towards the gaping hole in the wall. Ah, the ministers of the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth in frustration. "The Straw Hat Kid is about to escape. We want to let you get away." The three princes stepped forward, intending to block the path of the Straw Hat crew. But they had clearly overestimated their own strength, being sent flying with a single punch. "Damn it." Neptune gritted his teeth, glancing at Cam. The latter appeared weak and frail, clearly having exhausted himself with the recent display of power that had momentarily incapacitated their attackers. This realization quashed Neptune's hopes of asking Cam to continue fighting. How infuriating. Was there truly no one else who could stop the Straw Hat crew? Sharkstar howled, then suddenly froze, apart from Cam and his companions. Wasn't there another formidable warrior present? Sharkstar shouted, "Jinbei." Huh? Jinbei was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that their quarrel had nothing to do with him. Sharkstar insisted, "Jinbei, you are a citizen of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. You were also the former captain of the Dragon Palace Guard. I know you trust the Straw Hat Kid, but do you not believe in Madame Shirahoshi's prophecy?" "Aye." Jinbei was rendered speechless, momentarily stunned. As he hesitated, the Straw Hat crew seized the opportunity to break free and promptly vanished from sight. Splash. Upon realizing that the Straw Hat crew had truly escaped, the bodies of the Dragon Palace ministers went limp. Was this it? What would happen if Fishman Island were to be destroyed in the future? Then, they all turned their eyes towards Jinbei with a sudden intensity that it was all because of this one individual. He was a fishman, yet he did not take action. Neptune felt a mix of emotions but kept them hidden, expressing gratitude to Cam and his companions for their earlier efforts. "That I'm sorry." Cam feigned weakness, saying, "My abilities are quite taxing. I couldn't hold back the Straw Hat crew." "That's not true." Neptune shook his head. "You are our guests. It was never your responsibility to intervene." "Not at all. The Straw Hat crew was indeed my target for this endeavor." Cam waved his hand dismissively, then inquired knowingly about the prophecy. Neptune was not surprised at all. Because of that prophecy, their attitude towards the Straw Hat crew had shifted dramatically. Anyone would have doubts. He smiled and explained, "Madame Shirahoshi is a diviner. Her predictions are remarkably accurate. She foretold the era of great pirates, the Marineford War, and even the death of Whitebeard, among other events." To date, her accuracy rate stands at an astounding 100. However, the melancholy in his demeanor was undeniable. Neptune, have you heard the phrase, man can conquer nature? Cam pondered for a moment before stating seriously, I believe the future can be altered. After all, it is merely a prophecy. Upon hearing this, Neptune was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Seeing Neptune's thoughts shift, Cam decided not to linger any longer. The banquet had concluded, and it was time to depart. Before leaving, Cam stepped forward and handed a Navy-style transponder snail to Shirahoshi, saying, Princess Shirahoshi, to prevent the Straw Hat Kid from making a sudden return. I give you this transponder snail, Shirahoshi asked in surprise. With this, can I reach Master Cam? Indeed. Cam waved his hand casually without looking back. Shirahoshi gazed at Cam's departing figure in silence for a moment. Carefully cradling the transponder snail in her hands, a strange feeling welling up within her. Then, a knowing smile spread across her face. Witnessing this scene, Sharkstar furrowed his brow and said, Why do I feel something is off with my sister's gaze? Royal Star expressed his dissatisfaction that Cam truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Is this equivalent to leaving a phone number? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Sharkstar became somewhat disgruntled. Although Cam is Shirahoshi's benefactor, he is still human. How can they what of it? The eldest prince, Sharkstar, waved his hand dismissively. Have you forgotten our mother's wish? He continued. Moreover, I see no indication that Cam harbors such intentions. That transponder snail is a Navy-style alarm. Who leaves a phone number like that? Royal Star was at a loss for words. That's just a backdoor opportunity. Sharkstar shook his head. Isn't that better? It proves that Cam is not simply enamored with Shirahoshi's beauty. What if, Sharkstar said, scratching his head, it's possible that Cam is employing a strategy of feigned retreat. At that moment, both Sharkstar and Royal Star were taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Phew. Simultaneously, Neptune sighed deeply upon witnessing this scene, feeling a sense of loss akin to that of a daughter being taken away. After all, Shirahoshi had known Cam for less than 3 days. Yet, Neptune could hardly blame her. Shirahoshi had spent a solitary decade confined in the hardshell tower, with only a mute pet shark for company. Such loneliness felt akin to traversing an endless desert, devoid of human presence, without an end, and without sound. A decade passed. Just then, someone appeared. Ahem. Regaining his composure, Neptune cleared his throat several times. The 3 princes immediately ceased their gossiping and inquired, Father, is there something you need? Although Madame Shirahoshi's prophecy was exceedingly accurate, it remained a prophecy, as long as it had not yet come to pass. There remained a possibility of prevention. Neptune nodded. Sharkstar, issue orders to pursue and apprehend the Straw Hat crew with full force. Additionally, if capable, do not hesitate to use lethal force, although Fishman Island welcomes all pirates. The Straw Hat Kid is an exception. If you are unable to take decisive action, at the very least, ensure he is expelled from Fishman Island for eternity, never to return. We must not allow the prophecy to manifest. Understood. Sharkstar nodded. Not long after, 100,000 bounty notices for Monkey D. Luffy were printed. It is worth noting that the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Fishman Island, is quite unique. It is a member of the world government, yet is overshadowed by pirates. Thus, typical Navy, world government, issued bounties hold little weight on Fishman Island, as few pay them any heed. However, bounties issued by the royal family of the Dragon Palace are entirely different. For reference, Vanderdecken 9, Monkey D. Luffy, has a bounty on land amounting to 400 million berries. Notorious for his misdeeds, to this day, he has lured numerous merfolk with wicked intentions towards Princess Shirahoshi, only to be caught red-handed by the eldest prince. Fierce and brutal, according to the diviner Madame Shirahoshi's prophecy, he is destined to bring about the destruction of Fishman Island. Residents of Fishman Island are urged to report any sightings of this individual to the local authorities immediately. Rewards will be granted for tips. Note: this individual is dangerous. Do not engage in combat. Meanwhile, having anticipated the progression of events, Cam had arrived near Galongkot Square early. He was contemplating the perfect timing to play the role of a hero. Of course, Cam had little interest in being a hero. His true objective remained to undermine Monkey D. Luffy's fortune. Although it was rare, Cam could distinctly sense the essence that rightfully belonged to Luffy dissipating when he was being denounced by the high-ranking ministers. Clearly, That was his fortune. Boom! At that moment, a profound and gentle energy surged forth from the distance. Fortune, was that where Monkey D. Luffy resided? What is happening? Cam exclaimed in astonishment. What is Luffy up to now? Boom! At the same time, a commotion erupted at Galongcot Square. Cam frowned and called over Jai, asking, what is happening over there, boss? Jai replied, his face filled with excitement. The Straw Hat Kid has been wanted across the entire island. As he spoke, he produced the Dragon Palace version of Luffy's bounty notice, DC. As Cam took a glance, a sudden realization washed over him. It was not only the ministers of the Dragon Palace who harbored animosity towards Luffy, but an increasing number of the Fishman tribe would soon share this sentiment due to the bounty. Naturally, as his reputation tarnished, his fortune would continue to dwindle. Furthermore, he anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Keek, King Luffy, just wait. In a few days, you shall meet your demise. Cam secretly chuckled to himself. It wouldn't be long before Luffy's invincible buff would be activated in his battle with Zifa, compounded by the significant loss of fortune incurred today. At that point, he would be intercepted at Punk Hazard, and he wouldn't even know how he would lose. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow. Excessive reactions often lead to backlash. He was acutely aware that the Straw Hat crew were not genuine fish traffickers. The true fish trafficker was Caribou, and soon, he would be exposed. When the truth came to light, the animosity towards the Straw Hat Boy would undoubtedly diminish. They might even feel guilt over this colossal misunderstanding. Hopefully, Madame Charlie's prophecy holds more weight than I imagined. If it comes to pass, I shall reward her afterward. Once the wanted notice for the Straw Hat Boy was issued, a great uproar erupted throughout Fishman Island. The Straw Hat Boy. What a Straw Hat Boy. He looks like a decent person, yet he turns out to be a fish trafficker. How despicable, intending to commit unspeakable acts against Princess Shirahoshi. Has it only been a few days since Princess Shirahoshi regained her freedom? And now we face another Vanderdecken. Hiss, according to Madame Charlie's prophecy, he would ultimately bring about the destruction of Fishman Island. Initially, some fishmen remained calm, but upon seeing this revelation, they could no longer maintain their composure. For most of the Fishman tribe, Madame Charlie's prophecy was akin to a certainty. The destruction of Fishman Island? Wasn't that tantamount to the annihilation of their homeland? I finally understand why the king has issued such a widespread bounty for the Straw Hat Boy. He even sacrificed his dignity by revealing the incident involving the princess's attack. The Straw Hat Boy must not be allowed to live. This news must reach every member of the Fishman tribe. Even those overseas must be informed. If they encounter the Straw Hat crew in the future, they must strike at once. Indeed, Fishman Island is vast, even larger than depicted in the manga. The island is home to as many as 5 million inhabitants. No matter how extensively the bounty is disseminated, it would be difficult for King Luffy's wanted notice to be known by all at once. However, concerning the safety of Fishman Island, the Fishman tribe is united. They spread the word, and some even voluntarily organized patrols, scouring every corner of Fishman Island in search of the Straw Hat Boy who would bring ruin. Merchants unable to contribute changed their storefront signs to read, "No entry for the Straw Hat crew and dogs. Dog. Woof woof." Some merchants, with cunning foresight, modified the sign to indicate, "No entry for the Straw Hat Boy and dogs." This way, they could lure out other members of the Straw Hat crew, increasing the likelihood of finding the Straw Hat Boy, dog, woof woof, on Fishman Island, beneath a hidden reef. The Straw Hat Boy, the Straw Hat Boy. I curse your ancestors, I curse your forefathers, I curse you. Caribou cursed Luffy's lineage vehemently. He had already abducted over 100 mermaids, and if sold, their value would surpass that of a Yonko's bounty. He had intended to cease operations today, leave Fishman Island, and live a carefree life. Yet, as he stepped outside, he sensed something amiss. A large number of armed fishmen lined up as if searching for something. He felt a shiver down his spine, fearing they were after him. He bolted. However, upon further inquiries, he learned of Luffy's bounty being issued across the entire island. Damn that Straw Hat Boy. Caribou howled in frustration. With so many border guards, how can I escape and sell the mermaids now? Perhaps a sudden thought struck him. I might lose my own life? What should I do? Realizing this possibility made Caribou even more anxious that he scratched his head in distress, pacing back and forth after a fierce internal struggle. He ultimately made a decision that went against his heritage. Ikati the Fishman CF. Madame Charlie was not the least surprised to learn of the Straw Hat crew's bounty. Rather, She was astonished that this straw hat boy had revealed his true nature so soon. Abducting numerous mermaids was not enough. He even had the audacity to target Princess Shirahoshi. Manager. Cammy gasped, her chest heaving, unable to believe it was true. Could this be a misunderstanding? Cammy. You know that while other matters might be a misunderstanding. My divination. Charlie shook her head, wishing every time that her prophecies were false. But had there ever been an exception? Cammy was momentarily speechless. Indeed, other matters might still be misunderstandings, but the manager's prophecy, divination, could not be false. After all, the involved party was right here. After a prolonged silence, she finally declared with determination, regardless, I refuse to believe Luffy would do such a thing, unless I see it with my own eyes. Suit yourself. Charlie did not press Cammy, for she was saved by the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, on Fishman Street, the new Fishman Pirates, led by Hody Jones, had also learned of the Straw Hat Boy's bounty. Not only that, he had informants within the Dragon Palace, and he was privy to even more information. Jaha! Hody laughed heartily. Heaven is aiding me. The Straw Hat crew clashed with the Dragon Palace guards. And now the entire nation is mobilized to hunt down the Straw Hat Boy. As a result, the Dragon Palace will undoubtedly be left vulnerable, increasing my chances of seizing the Dragon Palace kingdom. What a pity. He then frowned. That idiot Deckkin is dead. Otherwise, now that Vander Deckkin 9 was gone, he could no longer utilize his fruit ability to fly directly to the Dragon Palace. So, Hody, when shall we seize the Dragon Palace? The subordinates were eager, appearing quite excited. Proceed as planned. This afternoon, contact our inside man in the Dragon Palace. Open the gates. Then we will take over the Dragon Palace. Yes, the minions responded in unison. That afternoon, at the Dragon Palace, Hody faced little resistance in his coup. Jaha! This is even smoother than I anticipated. Looking at the Neptune family bound tightly, Hody burst into maniacal laughter. Indeed, their success was also partly due to the Straw Hat Boy's influence. The subordinates laughed heartily, showering praises upon the Straw Hat Boy. Had it not been for the morning's altercation between the Straw Hat Boy and the Dragon Palace guards, most of whom were injured, even with their insider help, capturing Neptune would have been far from easy. This was meant to be a jest, yet those words took on a different flavor in the ears of Neptune and Shirahoshi. The Straw Hat Boy was involved in the coup. They both gasped in shock, cursing Luffy for his deceitfulness. Hody, you found something good. At that moment, one subordinate rushed in excitedly, interrupting the conversation. Hody, displeased, thought this subordinate was lacking decorum. He grasped the subordinate's neck and said sternly, You better have good news. Hody, the subordinate coughed, then spoke. I found a letter from the Celestial Dragons. He held up an exquisitely sealed letter. Hody was taken aback, releasing his grip and snatching it immediately. Neptune glared at Hody, his expression darkening, and shouted, Hody Jones, what are you planning? Wowu Shirahoshi was in tears. He called Hody Jones. He is the murderer of my mother. Not only did he kill my mother, but now he aims to destroy her wishes as well. Ja! Hody cackled, intending to surprise Neptune and Shirahoshi. Report! Report! Just then, another subordinate rushed in excitedly, interrupting him. Hody was furious. He seized the subordinate. What is it? Hody, I found the signed letter. Those who have signed the letter are nothing but scoundrels seeking to coexist amicably with humanity, the young brother exclaimed with exhilaration. Hody was taken aback, then elated. Truly, heaven has bestowed upon me this opportunity. With this, I need not scrutinize each individual to discern the traitors. Hody, upon hearing this, Neptune struggled violently. I shall not permit you to harm our people. Bang, bang, bang. Enormous steel cables began to crack. They were on the verge of snapping. With a resounding crash, Hody delivered a powerful punch, instantly extinguishing Neptune's surging flames of wrath. Hody sneered. Neptune, you have grown old. You no longer embody the glory of the great knight. Were you not curious about my intentions? Allow me to enlighten you. Clenching his fist, with an expression of determination, Hody declared loudly, I aspire to become the king of the fishmen. A new ruler heralding a new era. The fishmen I lead shall no longer need to advance hand in hand with humanity. Such inferior beings as humans are only fit to be our slaves. With a sweeping gesture, Hody assumed the posture of a leader, addressing those present with a booming voice. I, Hody Jones, shall guide us towards a brighter future. I will lead our fishmen to dominate the world. I shall turn every human into a slave. We fishmen are the noblest race on this planet. We shall forever follow Brother Hody, for we fishmen are the most exalted race, the officers shouted in unison. While the younger brothers in the periphery were equally spirited. You scoundrel, Neptune glared in fury, exclaiming that your actions would ruin the entire fishman race. Shirahoshi's eyes brimmed with tears. Big bad brother. They will not allow you to succeed. Ha ha ha. Hody, instead of being angered, laughed, his gaze towards Shirahoshi filled with elation. In truth, among you 4 siblings, you are the one I fear the most. Just recalling the scene from 10 years ago, when Shirahoshi's cries summoned the mighty sea kings, sends shivers down my spine. If I eliminate you, no one shall stand in my way. Hody raised his hand. The immense force nearly shaking the air itself, intent on snapping Shirahoshi's neck. Hody, do you dare? Boom! Driven by the urge to save his daughter, Neptune, who had just moments ago seemed weakened, suddenly erupted with power. Crack! In an instant, the metallic chains snapped. Boom! With a fist the size of a sandbag, he summoned all his strength and hurled it towards Hody's head, overestimating himself. Hody disdainfully smiled, preparing to take the blow with his head. Yet Neptune, in a sudden pivot, altered his trajectory. Shirahoshi. Run! Neptune transformed his fist into a palm, gripping the flowing currents of the sea with all his might. Then he yanked forcefully, whoosh. A tremendous torrent cascaded forth, forming an unstoppable whirlpool. Father! Father! Shirahoshi cried out in anguish, swept away by the whirlpool, until the silhouette of Fishman Island vanished from view. Damn it! Caught off guard, Hody, taken aback by the swift turn of events, shouted, Quick! Pursue! We must not allow Shirahoshi to escape. If there is anything that could threaten my rule in the future, it must be Shirahoshi. I genuinely fear that one day she might lead thousands of sea kings to overthrow me. Yes, the younger brothers echoed in unison, eager to rush out. They sought to pursue Shirahoshi, but first, they would have to pass through me. Neptune stood resolutely at the entrance, embodying the stance of a solitary guardian. Boom! With merely a surge of sea currents, dozens of younger brothers fell defeated. You seek death. Hody produced a pill and swallowed it whole. Boom boom. A torrent of power surged through him, flooding his entire being. So it was you who stole the deadly drug. Neptune's pupils constricted. Before he could further comprehend, a droplet of water shot forth like a bullet, instantly knocking him to the ground. Hody roared, Chase after them. We must not let Shirahoshi escape. Yes, the younger brothers responded in unison. 10 minutes later, Hody exploded with rage, sending several younger brothers to their demise with a wave of water. Shirahoshi has still managed to escape. The officers frowned, inquiring, Brother Hody, what shall we do now? They were acutely aware that Shirahoshi posed a significant threat. Hody, is this the caliber of your subordinates? Neptune, still standing by, taunted, evidently pleased with Shirahoshi's escape. My 4 children will undoubtedly seek vengeance on my behalf. Eureka! After grappling with his thoughts, Hody suddenly had a flash of inspiration upon seeing Neptune. Notify the entire island. In a few hours, I shall publicly execute the former king, Neptune, in Jalanko Square. Hody stated with a grin. Such a monumental event must be shared with the populace. He cast a cold glance at Neptune and continued. I do not believe that the 3 princes and the princess would stand idly by while witnessing their father's execution. At that moment, ha ha ha, bang, Neptune's heart sank. If his 3 children were to learn of his impending execution, they would surely not remain passive spectators. They would go to great lengths to rescue him. Turning it into a situation akin to the story of the gored children saving their grandfather. Ah, Hody, you despicable scoundrel. Neptune's eyes filled with blood as he furiously shouted, If you have the courage, then kill me now. Drag me away. Just leave me with a breath. Hody, uninterested in Neptune's plight, dismissed such vile provocations. Only a fool would fall for them. As long as Neptune was not truly killed, everything would be fine. But at that moment, an officer furrowed his brow and spoke. But Brother Hody, is a public execution truly wise? What if it attracts more than just Neptune's family? What then? What is there to fear? Hody scoffed. We possess an entire force of 100,000, and we can enhance our strength with drugs. He considered the officer to be utterly lacking in foresight. Ascending the throne, he would inevitably clash with Neptune's forces in the future. Garnering animosity now would save trouble later. As for the possibility of losing, he had not even contemplated that. Brother Hody, you misunderstand. The officer shook his head and continued. What I meant is that the human who aided Shirahoshi in defeating Vanderdecken 9 Maycom. What did you say? Before the officer could finish, Hody exploded in rage, gripping the officer's neck tightly, his voice icy cold. Are you suggesting that those lowest of humans could potentially defeat U.S. fishmen? No. The officer struggled violently, desperately attempting to pry Hody's colossal hand from his throat. Yet it was futile. Speak. Hody's immense strength surged forth to in the next instant. A crack resounded. The officer's neck snapped. The officer was dead. Humph. Realizing he could extract no further information, Hody disdainfully tossed the officer's lifeless body aside, his expression darkening. I did not foresee that we harbored traitors within our ranks. He then turned to the agitated fishmen present and proclaimed loudly, remember, everyone, we fishmen are the noblest race in the world. Our strength is tenfold that of humans. Such inferior beings, who cannot even breathe underwater, are only worthy of being our slaves. With that, he immediately consumed another pill. Then, he struck the ground with his fist. Boom. In an instant, the hard marble floor was smashed into a 2.5-meter deep crater. Cracks spread like a spider's web, extending over 100 meters. Hiss. So powerful. Is this the strength of Brother Hody? The impact of this scene was so profound that it dispelled the doubts of certain fishmen. It is worth noting that Hody had only consumed one deadly drug. With just a single punch, he could shatter the ground. Imagine if he took several more. Would he not become invincible? As for humans, those lowly beings, even if they consumed 100 deadly drugs, they would only end up crying in pain after a single punch. That was their belief. Brother Hody is magnificent. Brother Hody is invincible. After a brief silence, everyone erupted in fervent cheers, casting aside the recent events of Hody's fratricide. Brother Hody is indeed correct. Human beings, such inferior creatures, harbor no real concerns. That it is crucial to acknowledge that they currently possess over 30,000 human slaves. These individuals are truly feeble. Just moments ago, that official had the audacity to suggest caution regarding such lowly beings. What could he be but a traitor, deserving of death? In the distance, Neptune gazed vacantly at this scene, pondering whether Hody had lost his mind, believing that being able to shatter the ground was something remarkable, particularly after indulging in substances. Yet, this moment offered Neptune a slight sense of relief if Cam and his companions were to arrive. They would undoubtedly vanquish Hody and his ilk. Furthermore, prior to departing, Cam had thoughtfully provided a communication snail to Shirahoshi. Her life should, therefore, be secured. It appeared that there was nothing more for me to do. In the shadows, Jaga let out a sigh of relief. Soon, Hody announced through the island-wide broadcast his intention to publicly execute Neptune at the Jalanko Square in 3 hours. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi, riding a whirlpool, hurriedly sought out her 3 brothers, relaying the treachery plotted by Hody and his cohorts, preparing to rescue their father. Initially, Sharkstar was resistant, reasoning that as long as Hody sought to solidify his rule, their father would be safe for the time being. Their father had fought valiantly to send Shirahoshi away, hoping she could endure and grow stronger. However, in an instant, a communication snail's light screen appeared before them, revealing the announcement of their father's impending execution. Crash Star howled at the sky, enraged that Hody, this treacherous scoundrel, would dare to threaten their father. Royal Star, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Brother, do not stop me. I must save our father, even if it costs me my life. I shall take someone down with me." Shirahoshi, tears streaming down her face, wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed with guilt, feeling as though she had brought misfortune upon her father. Hody's treachery was utterly despicable. Sharkstar found himself at a loss. Immediately discerning Hody's devious scheme aimed at provoking their father's death to lure them out and capture them all, the most prudent response would be to turn a blind eye. Yet how could they possibly ignore it? After a prolonged silence, Sharkstar spoke gravely. "Shirahoshi, if we do not return alive, you must flee at once. You possess immeasurable strength, and once it emerges, Hody will no longer be your adversary. Second brother, third brother, let us depart." He ultimately resolved that the 3 brothers would confront death in battle. Hody had seized power while the majority of the Ryugu army was out searching for the Straw Hats. His usurpation was not entirely secure. As the eldest prince, he could still rally forces to combat Hody. Though formidable, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Shirahoshi gazed at the retreating figures of her brothers. A profound sense of foreboding washing over her. Suddenly, she felt an ominous premonition of their devastating defeat, of her brothers' heads being turned into drinking vessels by Hody. No, this was not merely a premonition. Nor was it prophecy. It felt more like a vision. Boom! The overwhelming sense of crisis jolted Shirahoshi, compelling her to rush after her brothers and block their path. "Eldest brother," she cried, stifling her tears, and pulled out the communication snail that Cam had given her. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might assist us. Upon locating her brothers, she had intended to seek Cam and his companions' aid, hoping they could help quell this rebellion. However, this plan was swiftly met with rejection from her brothers. Shirahoshi, Sharkstar sighed, shaking his head. Though we are unaware of the exact identities of the other three, it is undeniable that Jaga is a member of the Navy. The Navy has no authority to interfere in our internal affairs. Despite Hody's claims of being a pirate, he has not faced a bounty from the Navy. Thus, the world government will not dispatch soldiers to assist us simply because of his pirate identity. Moreover, Hody was born in the Ryugu Kingdom. The current situation can only be deemed an internal conflict. Internal strife within a kingdom does not attract excessive intervention from the world government. It is merely a normal transition of dynasties. But Shirahoshi's chest heaved violently as she broke down in tears once more. "But I do not wish for you to perish. I saw you all die. I have lost my brothers." Sighing, Sharkstar gazed at the weeping Shirahoshi and finally nodded. "Very well, let us seek them out." However, he held no hope that Cam and his companions would aid them in defeating Hody. Even if they were willing to help, he had to consider the repercussions of their involvement as humans in this matter. By agreeing to explore this option, he primarily hoped the Navy would provide temporary protection for Shirahoshi. "Then let us proceed." Shirahoshi halted her sobbing and promptly contacted the communication snail, learning that Cam and the others were nearby Jalanko Square. It seemed they were aware of their father's impending execution. "Let us hurry." The four of them wasted no time and swiftly converged with Cam and his companions, recounting the entire situation and their request for assistance. "Of course we will help," Cam declared, filled with righteous indignation. Earlier, he had pondered how to stage a timely rescue more naturally. His intention in providing Shirahoshi with the communication snail was to ensure she would reach out in a critical moment, making his intervention seem all the more justified. Now that Shirahoshi had approached them for aid, it felt even more appropriate. "I understand. Could you kindly escort my sister?" Sharkstar began, but his voice trailed off, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Are you agreeing to this?" Sharkstar questioned, incredulous. "The Navy cannot intervene in our internal affairs, can they? Will you truly assist us?" "Of course," both Monet and Jaga replied in unison. "As members of the Navy, it is our duty to apprehend pirates like Hody." Though they spoke thus, their inner thoughts diverged from their words. After learning they could not eliminate King Luffy for the time being, they grasped Cam's intentions. He was merely a lecherous man seeking to win Shirahoshi's affection. As for fate and fortune, both believed Cam was merely spouting nonsense. Thank you," Shirahoshi cried, embracing Cam tightly, nearly overwhelming him with her gratitude. After a moment's struggle, Cam managed to extricate himself, feigning reluctance. "This is merely a small matter. There is no need for such thanks." He waved dismissively, but inwardly reveled in his triumph. Things were progressing rather swiftly. "Time waits for no one. We must rescue King Neptune at once." Cam freed himself and strode purposefully toward the execution square. "Wait." At that moment, Sharkstar called out to Cam, "Your Highness, is there something else?" Cam replied, momentarily taken aback, "Your father is on the verge of death, and you still wish for me to wait. Surely you are not overly dutiful?" Eldest brother, Royal Star, Crash Star, and Shirahoshi all looked at Sharkstar with confusion before immediately growing wary. Surely their eldest brother did not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Sighing, Sharkstar offered a bittersweet smile, explaining, "I am indeed grateful for Mr. Cam's willingness to lend his aid. However, there is a pressing concern." "What concern?" they all inquired. Fixating on Sharkstar, "Mr. Cam, you are human," Sharkstar stated, shaking his head solemnly. "You are aware that humans and our merfolk have long-standing conflicts, even hostility. While Hody Jones may be a rebel, should you defeat him, the residents of the Ryugu Kingdom may not express gratitude towards you. Rather, it could deepen the animosity. After all, the shifting of dynasties holds little significance for the common folk. In fact, Our father has already planned to propose at this year's World Conference that the residents of Ryugu wish to live on land peacefully alongside humans. Each time a fishman wishes to open their heart to humanity, there are always humans who obstruct such efforts. If you defeat Hody in this manner, Sharkstar sighed heavily, realizing that their mother's wishes, or rather, the wishes of all the residents, might never come to fruition. Boom! Upon hearing this, the three siblings trembled, their bodies quaking as if faced with a formidable foe. Initially, they had not considered this point. But upon closer scrutiny, it indeed makes sense. If Cam and his four companions were to confront Hody's faction, it would only exacerbate the rift between merfolk and humans. Cam furrowed his brow. This dialogue, this plot, feels somewhat familiar. Brother, are we truly to abandon our father for this reason? The face of Hashin turned crimson, his expression exceedingly grim. The unexpected willingness of Cam and his three Navy allies to assist was surprising. Yet, would they truly refuse such formidable reinforcements over racial issues? Hashin frowned and spoke solemnly. Brother, while I have confidence in the strength of the three of us, what if we were to lose? We cannot gamble with our father's life. Whoa! Hashin's eyes brimmed with tears, at a loss for words. The life of their father, the wishes of their mother, and indeed the hopes of all the residents of Ryugu Kingdom. How to decide? Hold on. Seeing the three in such despair, Sharkstar shook his head and smiled. Regardless, Hody is undoubtedly a traitor. The common folk may not be overly concerned about the change of dynasty, but before Hody solidifies his power, he will certainly be met with contempt. We can strategize in this manner, and that manner. At this moment, Sharkstar's gaze transformed into one of keen insight as he deliberated the forthcoming battle plan. Cam grew increasingly perplexed. Aren't these the words of Jinbi? The storyline, the strategy, the battle plan essentially involves the four of them temporarily hiding within Mikaro, waiting for Hody's ambitions to swell and his intent to harm the residents of Fishman Island to surface. When the inhabitants cry for help, Cam and his companions can then emerge, of course, in Prince Sharkstar's plan. If the three brothers succeed in defeating Hody, this segment of the narrative would be rendered moot. As for why it was determined that Hody would indeed slay the residents, this was based on the intelligence provided by Hashin, namely the signed letters that Hody had discovered. All right, Cam nodded. Subsequently, the group strode forth, heading towards the execution square. Wait, at that moment, Ming Ge shifted her steps, blocking Cam and the other two. There's something you need. Cam looked at Ming Ge in surprise, wondering what mischief she was up to. Ming Ge shot a fierce glare at Cam, ignoring him, and turned to Sharkstar and the others with a hint of apology. First, I deeply sympathize with the plight of your country. However, meeting the tense gazes of Sharkstar and the others, Ming Ge continued. However, we, the Navy, do not possess the authority to interfere in your domestic affairs. Although Hody claims to be the new Fishman pirate crew, he has no bounty on his head, and he is originally from Ryugu Kingdom. The world government will not intervene, nor does the Navy have the jurisdiction to do so. Therefore, we are unable to assist in this matter. As expected, Sharkstar felt considerably relieved. They had never entertained the notion that Cam and his companions would offer aid. Ming Ge. Cam glared fiercely at Ming Ge, internally cursing her for potentially sabotaging his plans. Be quiet. Ming Ge shot Cam a disdainful look, as if to say this was indeed a good thing, but you all know, my and Cam's identities do not conform to the traditional notion of the Navy. Soon, Ming Ge shifted her tone and added, thus, if you could agree to one condition of mine, it may not be impossible. What condition? Sharkstar inquired. What condition? Sharkstar asked, his eyes alight with curiosity. Hee. Ming Ge chuckled softly. Her purpose for coming to Fishman Island differed from Cam's. While Cam sought to hunt down the Straw Hat Boy, she aimed to fulfill her ancestors' wishes and hoped the residents of Fishman Island could swiftly relocate to the land. In her days on Fishman Island, she finally understood why the merfolk yearned for sunlight, yet dared not approach the land. A condition. I haven't quite formulated one yet, but rest assured, it will not be something to burden you. After some contemplation, Ming Ge refrained from directly stating her requirement for a union with Cam, as it would have appeared rather opportunistic. All right. Sharkstar gritted his teeth in agreement. At this moment, Jinbi also learned of Neptune's capture by Hody and the imminent execution awaiting him. Rather than feeling dismayed, he felt elated. This, indeed, was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Jinbi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he murmured, if the Straw Hat crew could come to Neptune's rescue, any prior misunderstandings should dissipate. I should then be able to join the Straw Hat crew seamlessly. The more Jinbe contemplated this, the more convinced he became, his excitement causing him to tremble as for Hody. Jinbe dismissed him entirely. Merely a fool unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. In other words, if he so wished, he alone could decimate Hody's new Fishman pirate crew. TSH, still calling themselves the new Fishman pirate crew. Did they even deserve it? Without lingering further, Jinbe hastened towards the direction of the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, beneath a concealed reef, Luffy was rolling on the ground, crying out, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat, Luffy." Nami delivered a couple of punches, signaling Luffy to cease his antics. But I am truly starving." Luffy began to sob that he felt wronged. He was already hungry, drawn by the aroma to Hardshell Tower for a meal. He had inexplicably encountered a trampoline. In a moment of mischief, he had started playing. And just as he was getting into the fun, he was suddenly besieged and hunted down. Now, he had yet to eat. "Sanji, I want food. I want food." Luffy clung tightly to Sanji's leg, pleading hoarsely, "Luffy, please bear with it. Right now, the entire Fishman Island is on high alert for us." The expressions of the Straw Hat crew members were filled with bitterness. They were not idle in their search for food. They were hungry too. However, upon approaching certain restaurants or shops, the signs read, "No entry for Straw Hat crew and dogs." Their large headshots were plastered everywhere. Who would dare to enter? After much effort, they finally found a place that read, "No entry for Straw Hat boy and dogs." However, it turned out to be a fishing spot as soon as they stepped inside. They were chased by a horde of Fishman soldiers. It was only through a chance encounter with Jinbe that they were able to find refuge here at that moment. Footsteps echoed nearby, and the Straw Hat crew immediately became alert. Jinbe, Luffy, with keen eyes, leaped up and tightly clung to Jinbe's leg. "Meat? Jinbe, I want meat." This? Jinbe scratched his head awkwardly. He had originally set out to procure food. However, shortly after, he learned of Neptune's capture and impending execution, prompting him to rush back without delay. Cough. I forgot. Jinbe coughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What?" Luffy suddenly exploded, glaring at Jinbe. How could he forget something as crucial as bringing food? "Luffy, stop making a scene." Nami delivered another couple of punches, denying Luffy the chance to throw a tantrum. "Jinbe is our benefactor. We must not be so impolite. This." Jinbe, upon hearing Nami's words, found himself at a loss for words. The timing was not right. He had yet to disclose that he was the one who had liberated Arlong's crew from prison, leading to their unintended arrival in her homeland. Cough. "The situation is urgent. Let us be brief." Jinbe outlined his thoughts one by one. "What? They are chasing us down, and we are to return the favor by helping them." Usopp trembled violently, his face filled with unwillingness as he firmly opposed. "Jinbe, could this be?" The other members of the Straw Hat crew also looked at Jinbe in astonishment, expressing their skepticism about the reasoning behind it. "Please, do not rush. Let me explain thoroughly." Thus, Jinbe elaborated on the current situation. "So that is how it is. Then I have no objections. Point one by one." The Straw Hat members expressed their opinions. They too wished to clear their names. Yet, since they had been wrongfully accused of being fish traffickers, they had remained on the defensive. Following a series of misunderstandings, they had found themselves in a precarious position. If they could become heroes, this would undoubtedly allow them to seize the initiative. "Jinbe, how many people do you think will go to that square?" Luffy suddenly inquired. "Such a significant event, as long as the distance isn't too far." "I believe most will attend," Jinbe replied. "Haha," Luffy exclaimed with sudden delight. "That's splendid. It's settled then. However, before we rescue that foolish king, I must ensure I've had my fill." "But Luffy," Usopp frowned, "we're being hunted down everywhere. Where can we possibly eat?" "Usopp, are you foolish?" Luffy responded with a look of profound wisdom. "When everyone gathers at that square, we'll naturally manage to feast for free." Indeed, the members of the Straw Hat crew were astonished. Luffy had uncovered this oversight. Truly, their captain possessed a remarkable talent when it came to matters of food. Of course, Jinbe readily agreed, adding, "However, due to your status as humans, we must devise a few plans." Thus, Jinbe elaborated on some finer details, which largely mirrored those of Prince Sharkstar's strategy. Jillincod Square, the very site designated for the king's execution. At this moment, Hody had already vanquished the intercepted Neptune army and sat majestically at the center of the square, his cold gaze sweeping over the gathered residents of Fishman Island. Hiss! Someone in the crowd recognized Hody's identity. recalling him as the human soldier who had slain Princess Otomi. And I asked at him, but wasn't he a hero of Ryugu Kingdom? Why would he kill King Neptune? There was confusion among the onlookers. Damn it. Is he the bastard who forced us to trample upon Princess Otoheim's portrait? Anger surged among the crowd. How infuriating. I merely signed my name. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Some were reduced to tears, having signed the immigration intention form Hody referred to, now deemed traitors who would ultimately face eradication. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous gust of wind roared from the distance. It's the three princes. It's the three princes. The crowd turned in unison to behold the trio arriving at the square's entrance, riding upon sea beasts. With their tridents raised, they unleashed their attacks. Flowing time spear. 7 treasures. Ryugu Castle Gate. In an instant, all the guarding sea beasts were defeated. They've taken out the sea beasts. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. But soon the atmosphere erupted with joy. Incredible. Truly the three princes, the three champions of Ryugu. Those who had signed the intention forms danced with excitement. For if the three princes emerged victorious, their lives would be spared. Hody. Sharkstar's expression twisted in fury, his rage palpable as he exclaimed, "Why can't you understand that hatred will only lead to the destruction of Fishman Island?" He then swung his trident decisively, declaring, "Whether it be the head of my father, the lives of our citizens, or the land of Ryugu Kingdom, you shall take nothing from me. Tisich, say whatever you like, that in the end, there can only be one victor." Hody coldly regarded the three princes from his throne, feeling somewhat discontented. He had not seen Shirahoshi. She was the only one he truly feared. Yet, he wasn't surprised. If Shirahoshi had come boldly alongside them, he would suspect a trap was afoot. Go. Eliminate them. Hody commanded with a pointed finger. Yes, Brother Hody. His subordinates answered in unison. They stepped forward but then abruptly halted midway, producing a pill from their pockets. They swallowed it in unison. Boom. Instantly, a violent surge of energy coursed through their bodies, their eyes glowing red with ferocity. Fierce drug. Sharkstar was taken aback. This substance, which granted immense power at the cost of one's life, had been stolen over a decade ago. He never anticipated it would resurface in Hody's hands. Yet he felt a sense of relief. They had heeded Shirahoshi's advice. Otherwise, they might truly have fallen here. Such power derived from drugs. It's hardly worth mentioning. The three princes gritted their teeth, firmly gripping their tridents as they stabbed forward. So weak. The subordinates sneered in unison, their forms flickering. A massive shockwave engulfed the square, shrouding the scene in dust. Visibility was obscured. But soon, the outcome of the battle became clear. How is this possible? The gathered residents clutched their mouths in disbelief, staring at the fallen forms of the three princes. Just a moment ago, they had effortlessly dispatched the sea beasts, yet now they lay defeated. Was Hody's crew truly this formidable? We're doomed. The residents who had just moments ago rejoiced now felt their strength drain away. Damn it. If only I hadn't signed that name back then. Regret washed over them for having been swayed by Princess Otoheim to sign such a worthless document. Don't give up. There is still hope. Princess Shirahoshi remains. Indeed, as long as Princess Shirahoshi was still alive, there was hope. Hearing the reminders from those around them, the merfolk who had fallen into despair felt a flicker of determination reignite. As residents of Fishman Island, they had all heard whispers of Shirahoshi's immense power. Now, she was their last hope. Observing the three princes bound and led to the gallows, Hody's gaze flickered. A family must stay united. Just as Hody contemplated whether to postpone the execution to lure Shirahoshi forth, news arrived. What is it? Hody inquired. Brother Hody, my subordinate exclaimed with great excitement. Shirahoshi has been captured. What? How was she captured? Hody was taken aback. Brother Hody, nearby the square, I spotted a large fishman acting suspiciously. So, I crafted a balloon effigy of Neptune, the subordinate animatedly recounted, and that foolish Shirahoshi fell for it, I see. Hody looked at Sharkstar with keen interest. Did you instruct her to flee at the first sign of danger? What a pity. She is even more foolish than I imagined. Hody. The three princes glared at Hody, their faces twisted in anger that seemed capable of consuming all. Internally, they couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed their plan for after their defeat. Otherwise, how could Shirahoshi have been so easily captured? As for the possibility of it being a gift, they had never considered it. They were royal princes, more astute than Hody. Not to mention, a single Commodore Khaki could single-handedly take down their new fishman pirates. Hody. I'm going all out against you." Unaware of the truth, Neptune trembled violently. A surge of power erupted from within him. Boom! The metallic shackles of the gallows began to show signs of breaking. Enough? Hody raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of water over 2.5 centimeters wide. Neptune fell silent. The Sharkstar brothers stared blankly at their father, thinking, "We're just putting on a show, don't take it seriously." However, they could say no more. Only when Hody believed victory was assured and revealed his grander ambitions would the people's consciousness of resistance grow stronger. At that point, even if Hody, defeated by humans, fell, the majority of the merfolk would not fear him. The noble aspiration could then be fulfilled. That was the most crucial part. "Wah?" Shirahoshi cried out, being dragged alongside Mekalo. "Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi. It truly is Shirahoshi." Hody sprang to his feet. In that moment, he felt as though he were dreaming. I once thought that defeating Arlong's crew would make the Straw Hats our formidable adversaries. But it seems that is not the case. If my intelligence is correct, the few humans who defeated Vanderdecken are all from the Navy. According to their regulations, they have no right to interfere in the internal power transitions of the kingdom. Ha ha ha. Just wait. I will attend the World Conference as the new king and eliminate the entire human royal family. Then, I shall capture all those celestial dragons and enslave them. Hody's eyes glowed crimson, and he became frenzied, devouring the fierce drugs eagerly. That we fishmen are the noblest race in the world. Only we are worthy to rule the world. My brother is right. We fishmen are indeed the most noble race. We should govern the world. The new fishman pirates shouted in unison, firmly believing this to be the rightful order of things. They, the fishmen, possess physical capabilities far surpassing those of humans, with strength that is several times greater. And with the fierce drugs, consuming just one can exponentially enhance one's power. Brother Hody can shatter the ground with just one punch. How formidable! If they do not rule the world, who will? It's over. Truly over. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding residents collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with despair. Princess Shirahoshi has also been captured, indicating that the Neptune clan has lost all hope of turning the tide. Those traitors will surely be killed by Hody. Thankfully, some breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had not signed the intent letter and would not face retribution. Yet there was also a sense of loss. They too yearned for the land, and if Hody were to rule this nation, it would mean a lifetime without that possibility. Is he a fool? Ming Ge was taken aback by what she heard from Mikaro. You who rely on drugs to gain strength, think you can rule the world? How ridiculous. Just a clown. Ignore him. Cam scoffed at in the narrative. Hody is undeniably the weakest boss, a pure clown who knows not the heights of the heavens nor the depths of the earth. So when do we strike? Ming Ge continued. Given his intent to overthrow our rule, he cannot be spared. Wait a moment. Cam waved his hand. He recalled Hody's unwavering determination to utterly destroy Shirahoshi, which made the Straw Hat crew's intervention all the more justified. Since he, Cam, intended to completely shatter Luffy's fate, it would be better to follow the script. You will not succeed. Neptune spat out blood, his expression grave. Hody, you are merely a toad nourished by hatred. Living under a manhole, utterly ignorant. You do not understand the strength of humans. You boom. Before Neptune could finish, a massive torrent of water erupted. Ha ha ha. Hody's eyes turned crimson, his face contorted with rage as he boomed. Do you see? This is the former king, a cowardly king, despite being a fishman. He lacks any pride in being one. He shamelessly seeks to live beneath the feet of humans. But I am different. Boom! In an instant, a massive gate descended from the stone wall of the square. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps was deafening, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Tens of thousands of fully armed fishmen stood ready. Alongside shackled humans. Douc, this is my army. 70,000 well-equipped fishmen, and 30,000 human slaves captured over the past month. Then, Hody, like a child consuming candy, swallowed 10 pills. His face twisted in pain as his strength surged exponentially. Then he stomped his left foot. Bang! A sharp explosion reverberated as the hard surface of the square shattered, creating a massive pit 25 meters wide. The entire square trembled, and my strength. Only I can lead the fishmen to a brighter future. Hody bent his elbows slightly, looking with pride at the crowd gathered in the square. That he was no fool. Among the onlookers were traitors, but there were also ordinary fishmen who had not signed the intent letter. His future rule, even his attack on humans, depended on their support. Therefore, he must establish his authority. Where does authority come from? Only from overwhelming power that leaves one breathless. Hody is incredibly strong. The shockwaves did not dissipate. They struck each person in the crowd with full force. Hearts shook. Suddenly, many present found themselves harboring a bold thought that if Hody's strength is indeed so formidable, perhaps, maybe, he could restore the former glory of the fishmen. Yet they also felt it would be a grave disservice to Queen Odoheim. Just then, an uncharacteristically lazy voice pierced the air. Following that, the tone turned icy and resolute. I advise you not to let your pride cloud your judgment. Hody Jones. What? Upon hearing this voice, the fishmen in attendance were shaken to their cores. They turned to see who dared speak to Hody in such a manner. Mrs. Charlie? Hody frowned, glancing at Charlie, yet still greeted her. What brings you here? I merely wish to warn this arrogant child. Up until now, my divination results remain unchanged. Charlie, holding her pipe, spoke with a calm gaze. What do you want to say? Hody's expression darkened, a bad premonition rising within him. The divination images are too vague. I cannot confirm many details. Charlie put down her pipe, her tone serene, but one thing is undeniably clear. It will not be you. Hody Jones, who reigns supreme. As Arlong's sister. She hoped Hody would heed this warning and retreat in time. The moment those words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Does this mean Hody will ultimately lose? Does it mean King Neptune has a chance for a comeback? Will the final victor still be Neptune? How could this be possible? The residents, who had just entertained bold thoughts, trembled in fear. King Neptune was about to be executed. The great prince and the others had also been captured. How could they possibly make a comeback? Mrs. Charlie's predictions are 100% accurate. There can be no mistake. Immediately, someone stood up to refute this. Wonderful. Now we can simply watch the show. After all, Hody will definitely lose. Exactly. Listening to the murmurs around him, Hody's expression suddenly turned grim. The authority he had painstakingly built was crumbling in an instant. All because of Charlie's ridiculous prophecy? Nonsense. His body surged with rage. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a water droplet pierced through Charlie like a bullet. You think to make me abandon my ambitions with such baseless words? Don't be ridiculous. Hody roared, struggling to maintain his composure. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew Charlie's prophecy was remarkably accurate, that it was almost an unalterable future. The sense of fear began to rise within him. Charlie's words not only impacted the surrounding residents, but also affected him. Hody. Fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. I will prevail. Hody screamed internally. His mind raced with thoughts of Neptune's possible comeback. He must crush that hope before it could blossom. Shirahoshi. Suddenly, Hody realized what that hope was. If Shirahoshi tapped into her power, as she did 10 years ago, summoning those colossal sea kings, he would stand no chance. He must not allow her to unleash that power. She must be eliminated first. But upon this thought, Hody immediately dismissed it that he could not gamble on whether Shirahoshi would unleash that power when he attempted to kill her. Wait, I must shatter her faith. Make her live in eternal torment. Hody's heart surged with joy. He suddenly remembered that until now, no one knew that it was he, Hody, who had truly killed Queen Odoheim, not a human. If White Star were to discover the truth, if the hatred accumulated over a decade against humanity were to dissipate in an instant, would she not be so astonished as to faint? The most dire consequence would be that White Star, consumed by rage, could lose control of her powers, leading to the utter destruction of Fishman Island, just as it did when Princess Odoheim perished a decade ago. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet only a mere half-second had passed. He glared furiously at the fallen Sherry and scoffed. Do not presume I am like your brother. In my youth, I indeed admired him, but times have changed. And the power I possess now is far superior. He commanded, open your eyes wide, and behold the magnitude of my current strength. As Hody raised his hand, the tremor of 100,000 troops reverberated. Their overwhelming presence seemingly capable of tearing the very island asunder. My plan has been in motion since 10 years ago. I cannot afford to fail, he declared with brutal honesty. Listen closely. This Ryugu kingdom, the beloved princess whom you all hold dear, that vile woman, she was slain by none other than me. Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as though a flash of black and white coursed through the minds of all present. On the dark side were the humans who had killed Princess Odoheim. On the light side stood Hody Jones, the slayer of that human. The black and white continued to swirl, spinning incessantly. When they were so dizzy they could no longer discern one from the other. They looked up only to find that the darkness had transformed into Hody, now a figure adorned with fangs and drenched in blood. What? The three princes writhed in intense agitation, their eyes flickering with madness. Hody Jones, the murderer of their mother. What? The throng of onlookers gasped in disbelief, their faces a tapestry of shock. Hody, did you truly kill Princess Odoheim? Even Hody's subordinates found it hard to believe, urging him not to spout nonsense. What was happening? The crowd murmured in confusion, recalling that the humans had indeed been arsonists, witnessed by all. Ha ha ha. In response to the skepticism, Hody threw back his head in delight. At that time, I merely spent a bit of money to hire a human pirate to ignite the signature box, and amidst the chaos, I shot the princess dead. I then eliminated that human and framed him for the crime. Ultimately, he continued, his pride swelling, I, the actual murderer, was hailed as a hero. Ha ha ha. Did you ever expect this, you foolish lot? Hody turned to cast a triumphant gaze upon White Star, eager to witness her expression. Would she weep uncontrollably in shock? Would she bear such resentment that she might turn her fangs upon herself? But suddenly, he was taken aback. White Star exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In that instant, Hody felt an overwhelming sense of impotence wash over him. As if his fists were pounding against cotton, he was indignant. He roared. Odoheim was a nuisance, was she not? White Star. She spoke of vengeance upon humanity, as if it were a sin. She tirelessly advocated for coexistence with humans, almost allowing her treacherous scheme to succeed. Such a woman was utterly insufferable. Hence I killed her. Suddenly, Hody laughed. Your lineage has consistently urged the fishmen to abandon their hatred, right? Now, his eyes ablaze, he bellowed. I, Hody Jones, stand before you as your mother's murderer. Have the courage to renounce your hatred. At that moment, Hody succumbed to complete madness. Disregarding the consequences, the worst outcome would be mutual destruction with Fishman Island. Despicable. Hody, you rascal, do not shout at the princess. The surrounding residents surged with indignation, wondering if Hody intended to kill and torment her. Not good. Neptune and the three princes cast wary glances at White Star. They truly feared she might, as she did a decade ago, weep uncontrollably and inadvertently annihilate Fishman Island. Woo-woo. White Star buried her head and finally broke down in tears. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, her reaction was still subdued. She forced a smile through her tears and said, Actually, I have known for a long time. What? In a daze, everyone felt the black and white wheel in their minds spin once more. An interruption of negative emotions, sadness, regret, anger, fear, overwhelmed them. Bang. Then, in the next moment, clarity returned to their eyes. Woo-woo, this revelation came to me years later, as my Caro discreetly informed me. At that time, the entire venue fell silent, listening intently to White Star's tale. Upon its conclusion, a wave of mixed emotions washed over everyone. Some felt moved, others sympathetic, yet many were bewildered. However, Princess White Star, if you were aware of the truth, why did you not disclose it? Had you spoken up, Hody's scheme would have been foiled long ago, and you would not have found yourselves in such dire straits. Finally, someone voiced the confusion echoing in their hearts. To know the truth, yet share it with no one. Was this not a foolish act? Had she revealed it, surely many would have harbored resentment towards Lord Hody. Such a revelation would have deeply saddened her mother. White Star pressed her lips together and replied, Before her passing, Mother made us a final promise. She said that regardless of who the murderer was or their origins, we must not harbor hatred. White Star choked on her words. Her tear-filled eyes could no longer contain the flood of emotions, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Smack. The individual who had just questioned her slapped himself across the face. Filled with guilt, repay enmity with kindness. What a noble princess. Yet just moments ago, he had deemed her foolish. Slap, slap, slap. Across the square, the sound of self-inflicted slaps echoed, as everyone felt the same remorse as the questioner. To repay enmity with kindness. Truly the daughter of Princess Odoheim. My Caro could not help but express heartfelt admiration. What a benevolent girl. They too were overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. White Star, Cam's heart was troubled. And he inquired, My Caro, could it be that our ancestors intended for the fishmen to move to the surface for experiments or some such purpose? He understood that the celestial dragons were not benevolent beings. However, due to circumstances, he could not avoid killing Luffy, nor could he assist in wrongdoing. This was an unchangeable truth. Cam had always been a coward, fearing death and wishing to avoid it at all costs. Yet if Mikaro suggested that the ancestors hoped for the fishmen to relocate to the surface for some sinister scheme, then the marriage proposal should be reconsidered. Cam merely desired to live as an extravagant celestial dragon, occasionally indulging in acts of bullying. No, Mikaro shook her head, her gaze resolute. Though I know not the motives, our ancestors never intended to capture the fishmen for experimentation. Then that is a relief. Cam exhaled in relief. White Star, Neptune, and the three princes gazed at her with complex expressions, filled with guilt and sorrow. To forego hatred for the murderer of their mother and remain silent. Was this not an agonizing ordeal for White Star? White Star, especially the three princes, who bowed their heads in shame, feeling utterly embarrassed. Upon learning that Hody was their mother's killer, the pain and fury within them had nearly driven them mad. To refrain from hatred was almost an impossible feat, yet their typically weepy and timid sister had endured that pain alone for so many years, solely because it was their mother's wish. How resilient she was, White Star! Hody glared at her, the weight of impotence rendering his limbs weary, as if his fists had struck cotton, only for the cotton to retaliate and bring him low. Yet in the next instant, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. The sound of his laughter clashed starkly with the momentary silence and grief enveloping the square. What are you laughing at? The residents in the square erupted in fury, hurling insults. Mikalu, you truly have a keen eye. However, Hody remained unperturbed, pointing at Mikalu with a sinister grin, declaring that if it weren't for that fool, White Star, my plans would have long since unraveled. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He then turned to White Star, clutching his belly in laughter. White Star, do you have any idea how foolish your actions are? To actually adhere to what that wretched woman said, telling no one. It's utterly laughable. White Star, do not heed his nonsense. Your choice is not erroneous. Shark Star glared menacingly at Hody, attempting to silence him. What is not a mistake then? Hody stepped forward, pointing directly at White Star's forehead. What utter nonsense about agreements. Because of your ignorance, this kingdom is destined for ruin. Ha ha ha. The minions joined in the laughter, proclaiming they had never encountered such a foolish princess. Had White Star possessed even a modicum of wit, they would have been imprisoned years ago, and there would be no rebellion to speak of. Hody, be silent. Neptune trembled violently. White Star had silently borne the cruel truth for so many years. He would rather die than allow her to endure the scorn of her mother's murderer. Ha ha ha. Hody relentlessly continued, mocking White Star. It is because of your folly that your father will perish, and your brother will meet the same fate. Ha ha ha. Foolish White Star. Foolish princess. The minions echoed, deriding White Star as truly dim-witted, despicable, these ruffians. In the square, the onlooking residents gritted their teeth. White Star, you are not in the wrong, they shouted passionately, yet their voices, hindered by distance and numbers, could hardly rival the might of Hody's army. Madam Shalafu, when did you say the Straw Hat Kid would destroy Fishman Island? A resident inquired. I do not know, Shalafu replied, shaking her head while lying on the ground. Damn it, Fishman Island, whether it wants to or not. Straw Hat Kid, come and obliterate Fishman Island now. Yes, this damned Fishman Island, whether it wants to or not. At that moment, many residents simply gave up, praying fervently for the Straw Hat crew to arrive and bring destruction to Fishman Island. To alter the current predicament. Ha ha ha. Hody continued to cackle madly, his saliva flying, his fingers moving like a stapler, almost ready to pierce.